On the highest platform on Devil Peak stood a black-garbed man with rapt attention. High above the clouds, the sun and moon hung side by side, flooding the land below in their warm glow and sharp coldness. The man took deep breaths as he spread his arms toward the sky, and the lights gathered in his palms, and the world dimmed. A foul wind stirred, wreathing with endless howls of agony from untold ghosts. The wind picked up the man's elegant hair, revealing a demonic face behind. The sun and the moon dimmed while the man grew in power from the rays. Soon, even dark energy began to rise from him. With his face battered by the freezing winds, the dark energy grew thicker until it covered him whole. He released a breath and an evil smile adorned his face. Rumble. With a loud sound as the trigger, the 4 mountains in vicinity erupted, while Devil Peak itself was racked by terrible tremors. The man absorbing the essences of the sun and moon opened his eyes. With a space-rending sound, 7 flashes of light appeared. As the light scattered, there stood 7 figures radiating ruthless power. His eyebrows shook but a fraction as the man spoke in an eerie voice. "How are the 7 of you here? Didn't you all despise us demonic cultivators to no end? Humph, demonic emperor Zhu Yifan, isn't it obvious why we're here?" An old man stroked his white beard as he gave a look of disdain. His heart skipped a beat and Zhu Yifan sounded out, "Geezer Sword Emperor, I do not know what you mean. Humph, stop faking it and take out the 9 Serenities secret records." A female Taoist stepped arrogantly as she threw her chin forward. Zhu Yifan paled. It had been only a month since he found the legendary 9 Serenities Emperor's dwelling. After brushing death countless times in the process, he finally obtained the written accounts he wished to study for all his life. How was it that they caught wind of this? He suddenly recalled something, and his face grew darker by the second. "Zhao Chen, come out," shouted Zhu Yifan. A cheery voice rang through the empty forest on the mountain. Immediately, a handsome youngster in white robes walked from behind the 7, smiling all the while as he made a curt bow to Zhu Yifan. "Ha ha ha, master, did you ask for me?" Zhu Yifan glared with hatred at the hypocrite and said, "Is this your doing?" "Yes," nodded Zhao Chen with a smile. "Did you also cancel the guarding array?" "Yes, why, I never slight you in the least." Zhu Yifan clenched his fist as murderous intent flared out from his eyes. Despite being a demonic cultivator, he normally did not kill without reason. If he did, he was just acting out on his nature. Else those righteous cultivators would have come to end him much sooner. Zhao Chen, for that matter, was an orphan that Zhu Yifan took in when he saw his talent. Yet who'd have thought the day would come when Zhao Chen would betray him? Despite putting a front with his calm demur, before Zhu Yifan's increasing killing intent, Zhao Chen's feet betrayed him as he took 2 steps back, moving closer to the 7 beings behind him. "Master, I understand your kindness is as heavy as a mountain, but that doesn't give you the right to steal the 8 Emperor seat and cast me in your shadow for all eternity. Even more so, regarding the 9 Serenities secret records. Ever since you've obtained it, you've trained alone, even afraid of me catching a glimpse of it." Zhu Yifan's heart clenched when he heard this. Zhao Chen would never know he did it for his sake. Having low cultivation and going headfirst into studying the 9 Serenities secret records would deviate one's cultivation. He had opted to understand it in its entirety and only then impart it to him. Yet all his plans were ruined in just a short month. "Ha ha ha, well said. Zhao Chen, you're a true disciple." Zhu Yifan's roaring laughter reached the heavens, and so did his rage. "Since it is so, Master will give you a taste of the 9 Serenities secret records." "Zhu Yifan, it is not your place for such unbridled words in the presence of us 7. The white-bearded old man stepped before Zhao Chen. "Humph, everyone in the sacred domain knows me as the 8 Emperor. I could care less if all 7 of you emperors come at me together." No sooner said than done. Zhu Yifan launched a palm at Zhao Chen. A black claw flashed in the sky, reaching out for him. His eyes shrunk, face paled, and retreated with haste, fear having taken its grip on the youth. In the face of that powerful claw, the old man drew a sword. A sword wave flashed, and the black claw was turned to nothing. "Humph, 9 Serenities secret records is nothing great." The old man stood in the wind with his sword ready, disdain all over his face. Zhu Yifan smiled and waved his palms. "Geezer, stop being so arrogant." Boom! As if endless thunders were rumbling, the sky was covered by thousands of black palms, bearing down on the 7. Each palm was twice as big as the claw. Such power reached a new height that even the 7 were in shock. How can this be? Did he break through to the sacred stage? Sword Emperor sucked in a cold breath at the sight. As they watched, they could feel bravery leaving them. Not even 7 emperors together were a match against a sacred stage expert. Zhao Chen's face grew paler as regret gnawing his heart. Who'd have thought just a month of practice would elevate Zhu Yifan to such height in power? "Humph, damn traitor, this is the end for you," sneered Zhu Yifan. Whoosh! A light fell from the heavens above, piercing the black hands and went straight for Zhu Yifan. With no time to react, the light passed right through him. Scarlet blood spurted from his mouth, and the thousands of black hands vanished. Zhu Yifan looked with his wan face at the sky to see a middle-aged man basked in a holy aura of light. "Saint," Zhu Yifan bit his lips in defiance. He knew in his heart the newcomer's intention. Demonic Emperor Zhu Yifan. This saint represents the sacred domain in retrieving the demon emperor's legacy. If you hand it over, your life shall be spared. The surroundings and people entered his eyes, yet none of them were reflected within. He wouldn't even deign to look at Zhu Yifan, if not for having the 9 Serenities secret records. This was the strongest saint in the sacred domain. Even Emperor stage experts were mere ants before him. With a miserable chuckle, Zhu Yifan took out a dazzling multicolored jade slip from his bosom. The mere sight of it changed the expressions of everyone present, especially saints. With a look of derision to all around him, Zhu Yifan jeered, "What righteous cultivators, what saint? Aren't you all just thieves lusting a poor man's wealth? I won't let any of you get one word from the 9 Serenities secret records, even if I have to destroy it." As if to prove his conviction, a powerful energy rose up from his body. Damn, he's gonna self-destruct. Sword Emperor's eyes shrank, speeding further away, with the other not far behind. Only the saint exploded in holy wrath and charged for Zhu Yifan. "Stop." With a proud smile, Zhu Yifan pinched, and the jade slip was turned to dust right under the saint's eyes. The rage and bitterness he saw in the saint as he gnashed his teeth elicited an unrestrained laughter from Zhu Yifan. Boom! His laughter was soon accompanied by powerful shock waves leveling the entire Devil Peak. As the smoke and dust cleared, it was soon clear to see the angry face of the saint, along with his worse-for-wear clothes. Even in the face of such a terrifying explosion, a saint can come out of it without so much as a scratch. The Sword Emperor came before the saint to express his admiration. The saint snorted and was about to leave. It was then Zhao Chen blocked him. "Please wait, saint. Demonic Emperor Zhu is cunning and deceitful. If he possesses someone just from knowing the 9 Serenities secret records, he will one day come to exact vengeance upon us all." Humph, his self-destruction was down to his soul. What possession? He waved his sleeve and vanished. The hearts of everyone present eased after hearing this. With a saint present, an Emperor stage expert would find it impossible to escape with their soul even if they self-destructed. It was a pity for the loss of the ancient demon emperor's legacy, 9 Serenities secret records. As people gazed upon the ruins of Devil Peak, they each felt differently. Some were rejoicing, others lamenting, while most were feeling pity. "Sylvain, yo, we're picking up this novel since there are some people asking for this. I'm also personally interested in this story." In the dead of night, even the moon's radiance was snuffed out by the black clouds. Bodies laid in a pile in a quiet part of the forest, the aftermath of a gruesome battle. The air reeked of blood, drawing all kinds of wild animals to feast on their flesh. Among the countless chomping sounds of animals, from amongst the bodies, a young man let out a groan. Ears twitched and the animals approached the source in silence. Thump! With a loud sound, 2 corpses were thrown to the side to reveal a blood-stained figure wrestling out from the pile. The animals jumped 2 steps back in fright, but when they noticed he was alive, they came back with a vengeance to rob life from him. Yet the youth hardly noticed the imminent danger, still sat there in a daze. "Is this the current me?" He checked his hands as his eyes glazed over. "Owl." A wolf's howl echoed as the beast sprung towards the youth. He turned his head, his eyes shining with bloodthirst from his blood-stained face. The killing intent was akin to 2 swords stabbing into the wolf's eyes. Whoosh! The wolf grounded to a halt, shivering as it curled backwards. The rest of the animals were also making a run for it when they watched those demonic pair of eyes. Despite his weak appearance, the animals' instinct screamed at them of the danger the youth posed. As silence set in once again, the youth took a deep breath and closed his eyes. His name was Zhu Fan, 15 years of age, a servant of the Luo clan at Cloud Manor. His life was happy and carefree until 3 days ago when a band of Blackwind Mountain bandits butchered the manor. He, along with some guards, escorted the young master and young miss as they fled, only to find his end in this forest at the hand of their pursuers. In his final breaths, he was filled with an obsession. It was this that drew the drifting demonic Emperor Zhu Yifan's resentment and allowed the demonic emperor to possess him. Zhu Fan's eyes flashed with demonic glee. "Ha ha ha, Sword Emperor Zhao Chen, you would have never imagined the 9 Serenities secret records has a way of possessing someone without the need of a soul. Wait for me, I will soon return to sacred domain and behead you myself." Only Zhu Fan's mad laughter echoed in the bleak forest. Even the other animals chewing on corpses were startled into fleeing. Cough! A sudden cough cut his raving laugher short as his eyes turned like a hawk towards the source. "He helped me." Zhu Fan rushed to it to see a Luo clan's guard buried in bodies, with blood pouring from his mouth. "Humph, the affairs of mortals have nothing to do with me." His eyes shrank and shook his head as he was about to leave. The previous Zhu Fan would have done his best in helping the man. But he was now replaced by the demonic Emperor Zhu Yifan. To Yifan, the Luo clan were nothing but ants to him, who was so bored as to save an ant's life. He took only 2 steps before stopping. Recalling something, he dropped down cross-legged to inspect his body. Not a moment passed and Zhu Fan flashed his eyes open with glee. This kid is 15 yet has never cultivated. His body is untainted. On the martial Emperor continent, most could cultivate. Even farmers would have a first or second layer in the foundation establishment stage. It was rarer to find a 15-year-old who never cultivated once. And the strongest cultivation method is the 9 Serenities Secret Records demon transformation art, who could use others' cultivation and later allow one to swallow the heavens and devour the earth, reaching the highest realm of power in this world, needed a pure body to train in it. This cultivation method was something the 9 Serenities Emperor comprehended only after he entered the Emperor stage. Just when he was contemplating destroying his cultivation and starting anew, he suffered at the hands of the other Emperor stage experts. In ancient times, the 9 Serenities Emperor was among the top 3 strongest emperors. For it to make even him consider restarting his cultivation, this cultivation method must be of tremendous might. Maybe it surpassed even a heaven-ranked cultivation method. As such, once Zhu Yifan obtained it, he began to consider his next course of action. But before he could decide, the 7 emperors and Zhao Chen came and forced him on this path. With a pure body, the effect would be even more pronounced. At this point, Zhu Fan returned to the guard. He removed the corpses covering him and pulled him out of the rest. Why wait when you can just as well do it now? With a corner of his mouth perked up, Zhu Fan exposed an odd smile. The guard froze as a chill seized his heart. As they were both from the Luo clan, this wasn't the first time he saw Zhu Fan, but this was his first time watching such a sinister expression. It was akin to how a wolf would set its sights on a rabbit. Zhu Fan, what are you going to do? The guard watched him vigilant. Zhu Fan ignored him as he watched with the same smile, mumbling all the while, not bad, a second layer of qi condensation cultivation. Solid foundation material. While other cultivation methods absorbed the spiritual energy around them to refine the host's body, the demon transformation art robbed others of their cultivation to further his own. But how could a normal man steal from a cultivator? When the target was wounded, of course, to the point he couldn't even move. This was the reason for Zhu Yifan's uncertainty to abolish his cultivation at the time. If such an encounter never happened, he would have been immortal for the rest of his life. It would end in a complete loss, something he believed caused even the 9 Serenities Emperor to hesitate at that time. Yet here he was, with a newly possessed body that the heavens dropped on his lap, truly something only found by luck. Seeing the insidious Zhu Fan watching him like a rogue watched a beauty, the guard's heart never knew rest as he shouted, "Why, you're not Zhu Fan." Correct. The evil laughter further emphasized Zhu Fan's malevolent look. "I am the sacred domain's 8th emperor, demonic Emperor Zhu Yifan." The guard watched in horror as Zhu Fan raised a palm over his head and began operating his cultivation method. Black streams came from it, twisting like worms as they burrowed into the guard's body. The moment they entered, the guard's face changed. His horrified visage, twisted from pain, now darkened the pale face from the extreme blood loss. With each passing moment, the man inched closer to turning as black as charcoal. In the dark night, even if one didn't pay attention, no one would claim him to be a human. This perked Zhu Fan up, riveted in excitement to the sight before him. Demon transformation art might take others' cultivation as his own, but when was it that easy to steal one's yuan qi? Even if he did, it would probably reject him. He needed to show extreme caution, especially now when he was building his foundation. Therefore, Zhu Fan chose to first demonify it before absorbing it. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, his hand tightened, and the black streams began to flow back from the guard into his body, as the guard himself was withering in front of his naked eye. An hour later, Zhu Fan took back his hand and sat cross-legged, beginning to refine the new yuan qi. The guard collapsed and scattered to ashes. It was as if an ancient corpse was unearthed only to scatter in the wind the moment they made contact. 9 Serenities Emperor's creation not only took others' cultivation, but also their essence. The black energy roamed around his body like a flood. Zhu Fan sank into concentration as he operated the cultivation method to make the energy flow through his meridians and widening little by little. The entire power of a qi condensation expert flowed through his untrained body. The force was on the verge of bursting his meridians as his forehead broke out in sweat. But he pushed through because he knew this power could build a never-before-seen foundation. Such a stable foundation would guarantee an easier and smoother path of cultivation. Time passed 1 second at a time for 2 hours long hours, as Zhu Fan gnashed his teeth and sweat poured from him like a river. He loosened his jaw only on the 6th hour, when the black energy, after roaming his body for hundreds of times, gathered in his dantian and settled in the form of a black lake. He slowly opened his eyes and released a long breath. The clouds in the horizon began to brighten, and the stuffed wild animals returned to the depths of the forest. "It's dawn, I didn't expect for a second layer qi condensation's cultivation would require an entire night." Zhu Fan shook his head and examined his body. Bang! A loud sound echoed and the rock crumbled under the Zhu Fan's frail punch. Zhu Fan nodded in satisfaction. The qi condensation expert's cultivation refined his body and improved it greatly. Based on his body strength alone, he was no weaker than a chi condensation expert. Next, he inspected his cultivation. He was calm before, but that look scared the living daylight out of him. As for his cultivation, not only did it reach the 5th layer of foundation establishment, the yuan chi inside him was that of chi condensation, and not of foundation establishment. Man, this demon transformation art is fantastic. Zhu Fan couldn't help smacking his lips, being secretly delighted. Generally speaking, even those rare geniuses from the sacred domain needed a year to reach the 5th layer of foundation establishment. Yet he needed one night to do what others had to work for 2-3 years to attain. It won't be long before I return to the sacred domain. He, Zhu Fan snickered. Just as he was indulging in his fantasy when he returned, shouts woke him up. Frowning, he walked cautiously in their direction. He was clear on his limitations. Even if he had a 5th layer foundation establishment cultivation, this little achievement couldn't deal with the simplest martial skill. He had no power to retaliate if he met an expert. As such, being prudent took first priority. After all, he wasn't the all-powerful demonic emperor right now. With steps as light as a cat, he neared a bush. Zhu Fan pushed aside the leaves to see 2 parties in a stalemate. One had more than a dozen men, Luo clan's guards surrounding an 18-year-old girl and a 6-year-old boy. The other group wore black and was led by an old man, over 20 people. The man was familiar to Zhu Fan. He recalled seeing him in the Luo clan as their steward. Then the pair surrounded by the guards had to be Luo clan's young master, Luo Yunhai, and young miss, Luo Yuncheng. Humph, no wonder the mountain bandits breached the tight security of the Luo clan guards. We had a traitor amongst us. Zhu Fan sneered inside. He recalled his disciple and clenched his fists. In his past life, he was betrayed by his disciples, and the one he possessed now died from a similar result. He couldn't help relating a bit to the body he occupied. But he soon shook his head and sighed, ready to turn around and leave. With his strength, he had no way of helping them. Besides, there was nothing tying him to the Luo clan. It just wasn't worth throwing his life away for. Yet he only took 2 steps before his heart seized with pain. The 3rd step never came. In fear, Zhu Fan tightened a hand over his chest. The pain was so excruciating, it brought him to his knees, mumbling, "What's going on? Did my cultivation deviate?" His heart welled with panic. If he deviated right as he built his foundation, the result wasn't as simple as losing all progress. He would never again be capable of cultivation. He would become a cripple. But the pain left as soon as it came. Zhu Fan stood up and took a deep breath. He couldn't make heads or tails of it, yet the next step brought with it the same heartache. No, this isn't deviation, but heart demon. Thinking of this, he began to look for the source of the heart demon. If a cultivator ignored it, he wasn't far from deviating and becoming a demon. Zhu Fan soon found its source, but the result left him feeling discontent. Before being possessed, Zhu Fan was a devoted servant. Luo clan's young miss was very kind to him, and so he pledged lifelong devotion to the clan. The resentment before death was born out of regret of not protecting the Luo clan. It was then the demonic emperor's hatred and his resentment fused, possessing his soul and breathing life into his body. And his resentment became a contract with the demonic emperor, turning into his shackles. In short, the demonic emperor lived so he could replace him in protecting the Luo clan, or the heart demon would haunt him. Blast it, this punk is the worst. He wants me to be a servant. Zhu Fan wanted to cry, but no tears came out as he kept cursing. How could the glorious and magnificent demonic emperor Zhu Yifan, the 8th emperor of the sacred domain, be tied down by some nameless clan? Yet the heart demon couldn't be ignored either. Helpless, he caressed his forehead. It would be better if a punk like you wished for vengeance instead. This way, it would have taken me a few years to kill him. Yet, you went and ruined my life. Who's there? Show yourself. An aged voice shouted, and Zhu Fan sensed a thick killing intent aimed at his location. Shaking his head, he sighed and walked out. Since he got found out, he might as well go deal with that traitorous steward's son. Seeing who it was, steward's son smiled with derision. Humph, I wondered who it could be, when in fact it was just a little bastard. Then steward's son turned to Luo Yuncheng, paying him no heed. Young miss, I advise you to hand over the returning Dragon Palm martial art to avoid any unnecessary casualties. I don't think you want that either. Rubbish, geezer son, you traitor. As long as we're here, you won't harm a single hair on young miss and young master. The Luo clan's guard captain took a step forward. Luo Yuncheng glared back, her pretty face filled with resolve. Steward's son, returning Dragon Palm is a spirit-ranked martial art handed down in the Luo clan for generations. We will never hand it over. Zhu Fan snorted inside. He was wondering why the mountain bandits raided the Luo clan. It was all for a mere spirit-ranked martial art. On the martial emperor continent, all cultivation methods and martial arts were divided into 5 ranks: spirit, profound, earth, and heaven. Each in turn was split in low, mid, and high. In sacred domain, spirit-ranked martial arts were at every corner and mere trash in the eyes of a demonic emperor such as himself. He had thousands of them already. It was a total waste to die for such junk. Zhu Fan sighed and shouted, bored, young miss, it's just a spirit-ranked martial art. Just give it to him and I'll just give you another. All eyes quivered in shock, then looked at him like a nutcase. Zhu Fan, quite the cheeky tone you have there, taking out a random spirit-ranked martial art. On what grounds can a 15-year-old Luo clan servant do that? Ha ha ha. Steward's son threw his head back and laughed, eyes filled with mockery. Even the bandits followed with their taunting laughter, not hiding their ridicule, while the guards looked at him in doubt. Even his former friends familiar with him looked oddly. This kid is usually honest. Why does he speak nonsense all of a sudden? Did the mountain bandits scared him silly? That must be it. With that, all guards changed their looks into those of sympathy. Zhu Fan saw through them and just shrugged. His repertoire wasn't limited to spirit-ranked martial art, and even included Demon Emperor's ancient art, the Nine Serenities' secret records, but they'd never believe him. Zhu Fan, enough nonsense. Hurry up and look after the young master. Zhu Fan turned at the scolding voice to find Luo Yunqing in a mask of rage, but her eyes conveyed a trace of pity. Perking up into a grin, Zhu Fan picked up on her intent. Young Miss had to be thinking he was insane, yet she still did not want him to die. As they were speaking, she was looking for a chance to hide him behind the guards. What are you waiting for? Get him over here before he humiliates us further. Luo Yunqing shouted at the guards. Before anyone even moved, a bloody blade rested on Zhu Fan's neck. Wait, Steward's son snickered, his eyes piercing through Luo Yunqing's as he had figured out her plan. He, young miss is as kind as ever, wanting to save even a mentally unstable servant. Luo Yunqing raged, Steward's son, you won't let even the demented live. Ha ha ha, right back at you. If you don't want the innocent to die, take out the returning dragon palm. We don't care if our blades get slick with the blood of one more man. With that, the bandit brushed the edge along Zhu Fan's face and sported a bloodthirsty grin. Luo Yunqing pursed her lips, hesitation visible in her eyes, yet still decided to close them. Zhu Fan understood. Although the young miss had no plan to save him by taking the martial art out, as his mistress, it filled him with gratitude just from hesitating. But in the end, it would come down to him if he could save himself. Taking a look back at the bandit, he found a fat man of the same height at 7th layer of foundation establishment. It should be doable. Zhu Fan clenched his fist and gathered Yuan Qi in his left, eyes flashing with ruthlessness. Humph, since you're so stubborn, Zhu Fan will be the first to die because of you. Steward's son's hand dropped, staring at Luo Yunqing's pain-filled eyes. Fatty, kill him. He grinned and raised the blade way up high. It was then that a thump echoed out, soon followed by bones snapping along with the fat man's wails. His blade had long ago slipped from his hand. Zhu Fan picked it up and decapitated the man. Blood spurted and a large head trailed the air. Zhu Fan was only in the 5th layer of foundation establishment, yet his Yuan Qi was something only a Qi condensation expert would possess. In a moment of the fat man's ignorance, he elbowed his chest and snapped his ribcage. He followed with a swing of the sword in one smooth motion. None could even react as the fat man's head flew from his shoulder. Plop, the bloody head rolled around and stopped right before Steward's son. He looked dumbly at the familiar face, incredulous of the outcome. He saw Zhu Fan grow up in the Luo clan and knew the kind of person he was. He was honest to a fault, a slave begging to be picked on. Yet this sheep bared its fangs like a tiger, killing a 7th layer foundation establishment expert in one strike. It was done with such brutality that it even shook the bandits. The guards on Luo clan's side were even more devastated. Was he the same man they used to laugh with, the same honest-to-God Zhu Fan? Leaving the kill aside, his quick and brutal act was something not even the captain of the guards could match. Every single one of them stood in shock, watching dumbly as blood dripped down Zhu Fan's blade, to the point they forgot even to breathe. If Zhu Fan didn't take this chance to leave, he'd never get another. Zhu Fan's eyes squinted, pressed his advantage, and threw the bloody saber at Steward's son, all the while running for young miss and young master. By the time the saber arrived, he was already before Luo Yunqing. One hand held Luo Yunhai while the other grabbed her, running like hell deeper into the forest. Luo Yunqing was still in a daze, letting him pull her. Steward's son saw the target slipping away again and panicked after them, but the captain and his guards were there to block them. Humph, think you can stop us, Steward's son said with cruelty. The captain smiled and shook his head. No, but we can buy them some time for them to get away. He, with you dead, you still think they can escape. Taking one last look in their direction, the captain nodded. If it was before, perhaps no. But they have that boy. The guards nodded, with their trust in Zhu Fan beginning to grow in their hearts. They might not know why Zhu Fan was so bold all of a sudden, but with him next to the young miss and young master, their chances of survival were high. Gnashing his teeth, Steward's son looked darkly beyond them. That brat dares to meddle in my affairs. Once I get my hands on him, I will flay him. I'll make him wish for death. Zhu Fan carried Luo Yunhai in one hand while the other pulled the tender arm of Luo Yunqing in his mad dash, leaving behind the cries and wails of the guards at their backs. Wait, we can't just leave them. Luo Yunqing recovered after a while and said anxiously. Zhu Fan kept going without paying her any heed. Let go. Luo Yunqing saw him disobeying her and threw his hand off. Zhu Fan stopped and stared her down. We need to go back. We can't let the guards throw their life away for us. Can you beat them? Said Zhu Fan. Luo Yuncheng sighed with a frown. The others are bad enough, but they have Steward Sun in the 6th layer of Qi condensation, while I am only in the 3rd layer and the captain in the 4th. Even if we join forces, we are still no match for him. What's the point of returning then? Let's go. Zhu Fan snorted and grabbed her again to dash. It was now that the child in his other hand squirmed. Stinky slave, how dare you talk back to your master? Apologize to my sister and I won't let you but blossom in pain. Zhu Fan looked in a daze, the pup bearing his fangs in his arm, then looked at Luo Yuncheng. The young miss was angry, recalling he was but a mere servant of the Luo clan. Only now did his disrespectful words sink in. But so what? He wasn't the real Zhu Fan anyway. Moreover, they weren't exactly the same revered Luo clan either. Your family is on the brink of being exterminated, yet you have time to nitpick. If not for the heart demon, the majestic demonic emperor would have never even minded your trifling matters. Brat, think I won't make your butt blossom. Zhu Fan stared at Luo Yunhai. You dare, slave. Luo Yunhai glared back without fear. He grew up in the manor and knew of the gap in their status. How could he ever come to fear a servant's threat? Such a pity the one before him wasn't Luo clan's servant. With a grin, Zhu Fan bent him over the knee, pulled his pants and slapped like no tomorrow. The sonorous slaps rang in their ears, striking Luo Yunhai and Luo Yuncheng dumb. They never dreamed of this ever happening, a servant daring to slap a master's bum. To the point even the bratty Luo Yunhai forgot about the pain, but he soon got a taste of the scorching sting on his rear. Impudent. Luo Yuncheng cried in alarm, wrestling her brother from him and into her embrace. Zhu Fan, you dare raise your hand against your master. Luo Yuncheng was known in the clan for her gentle nature and warm and refined demeanor, a girl from a wealthy family that never got angry. But Zhu Fan's act took the cake and made the rage inside her burn like never before. Zhu Fan avoided her eyes as he sneered, not as daring as young miss. To the point of wasting time berating others while the enemy is just around the corner. The noise behind them was getting weaker. Zhu Fan and Luo Yuncheng were clear the guards couldn't hold on much longer. I only slapped him a few times, but if you do not run, those men will soon take his life. Zhu Fan pointed at Luo Yunhai. Luo Yunhai was still angry, but Zhu Fan's words struck close to home. Her brother was the only male left in the clan. She could sacrifice herself, but nothing must happen to him. After some thought, she became serious. Zhu Fan, take young master and leave while I stall them. I refuse, blurted Zhu Fan. If you dare leave, I will kill this brat. She was at a loss for words. Never would she have imagined her clan would house such an arrogant and impudent servant that would dare threaten their master. I've lived in the Luo clan for all my life and do not know the surrounding. If you leave, me and the brat won't make it. Zhu Fan continued. Luo Yuncheng nodded in silence, her anger cooling. It made sense. But the next words flamed her anger to new heights, staring daggers at him. It won't mean much even if you die, but try not to take me down with you. Luo Yuncheng turned green but held it in. He ignored the pair and turned to walk. Is there any place nearby where we can hide? Snorting, Luo Yuncheng glared at him while ignoring the insufferable servant. She was a young miss after all, and even though her anger never waned, she still knew to look past it in this dangerous situation. There's only farmland around us for 100 miles, and only the west face of the Blackwind Mountain is the only place few people venture in. It is a forest covered in fog that not even the mountain bandits know in detail. Then that's where we'll go. Zhu Fan nodded. Carry your brother and lead the way. She snorted and walked forward without sparing him another look. Just how could she stumble upon such bad luck, where the two siblings were now accompanied by an arrogant and rotten slave? She was in front and he was in the back. It was as if the master-servant roles were reversed. Never had the siblings suffered such humiliation. 4 hours later, they found them before a fog-wreathed forest. Zhu Fan's eyes flashed each time they roamed over the trees swallowed by the mist. This is misty forest, covered in fog year-round. Any who enters will find it hard to come out. Luo Yuncheng hesitated. We might lose them there, but we might also get lost for all eternity. Zhu Fan didn't pay her much heed, inspecting the area, especially the mountain in the east, which was surrounded by clouds. Is that Blackwind Mountain? Luo Yuncheng nodded. My dad said Blackwind Mountain's mountain lord has great power, no less than his. Our clans have been fine for decades yet. For some reason, their bandits attacked out manor. Good place. Zhu Fan rubbed his chin, showing heartfelt admiration. Azure Dragon in the east, White Tiger in the west, Vermilion Bird in the south, Black Tortoise in the north, and Killen's Horn in the center, breaking the sky. This is a natural array. Zhu Fan mumbled. Such a pity no one knowledgeable discovered it. Now that I'm here, I'll make this place my second Devil Mountain. Zhu Fan's eyes flashed with joy. He was clear of this mountain's value. If this was sacred domain, only a saint could grab hold of such a place. Young miss want to kill Steward's son and the rest here. Zhu Fan turned his head. Luo Yuncheng was startled. They only numbered 3 while a strong party was hunting them down and they had hardly enough time to escape. Just how were they going to destroy them? Luo Yunhai snorted and smiled wryly at Zhu Fan. Stinky slave, stop bragging. Is your butt itchy again? Zhu Fan's glare stuck Luo Yunhai's words in his throat. That round of slapping to his rear told him this servant couldn't care less for this young master. Humph, a wise man knows when to retreat. Once I get home, I'll see how tough you are, he mumbled on his sister's shoulder. With her brother in her arms and to avoid the vile servant's wrath, Luo Yuncheng asked in doubt how. With a light smile, Zhu Fan extended his arm. Young miss, how many spirit stones do you have? Please give them all to me. What do you need them for? Luo Yuncheng watched him with a vigilant eye. Ha ha ha, young miss misunderstands. I'm not trying to take advantage of a declined clan and turn into an evil servant that robs it. All my actions are for your safety. Humph, still consider yourself a loyal servant. The way I see it, there's not a viler servant out there who can outmatch you. Luo Yuncheng rubbed her pitiful brother's butt as she thought that, but still gave him her ring. This is all my wealth. If you dare lie to me, I will never forgive you. Zhu Fan took it with a smile and sank in the mist. Wait for me here. Humph, this servant is too outrageous. He even dares to order his master. Sister, you need to punish him for me. Luo Yunhai raved once the servant was gone. She shook her head and looked at the roaming mist. Yunhai, he might be rude, but he's always helping us, much better than those strong hypocrites. We can't reward kindness with enmity. Luo Yunhai thought for a moment, then nodded. Yes, it's all the damned steward's son's fault. Luo Yuncheng was pleased and praised him. Yunhai, you're growing up. But then he hissed through his teeth, as for that stinky slave, he should be spanked like no tomorrow. Killing him is too easy for him. Luo Yuncheng was silent. Zhu Fan walked among the white fog, his deep eyes taking in his surroundings. From time to time, his hand flashed and a spirit stone flew out from the ring and disappeared into the ground. Despite it being his first time here, he was remarkably familiar with its layout. His path never once was disturbed by the fog. In but a quarter of an hour, he traveled across the entire forest. 9 underworld gates open, 4 cardinal wraith array activate. His hands made signs with lightning speed while he spoke the incantation from the 9 Serenity's secret records. The wind shifted and the sky darkened. With wails, gray shadows fell from the sky and hid in the misty forest. The fog reddened, then blackened, the same color as the sky. Constant shrieks came out. The siblings held closer to each other, shaking in fear while taking steps back for some semblance of comfort. Yet the wails and shrieks stopped as soon as they started, while the sky cleared up and even the sun peeked through the clouds. Misty forest fog dissipated and revealed a gasping Zhu Fan walking over. What just happened? What did you do? Luo Yuncheng watched him with bewilderment. He only waved and entered the forest. Luo Yuncheng was suspicious, however she led her brother behind. Zhu Fan had a mysterious appearance that made the two not voice their doubts. When they arrived at an ancient tree, Zhu Fan said, "Stay below this tree for now. I will teach you how to control the Wraith Array, and when Steward's son comes, you can use it to kill them." What? This is an array? Luo Yuncheng was stunned. Arrays were even more precious than martial arts in this world. No sect would ever dare release even a normal array to outside. Even if the auction had a first-grade array, it would still sell for hundreds of thousands spirit stones. They were rare and in high demand. If their Cloud Manor had a protective array, they would have never sunk so low from mere bandits. Yet at this very moment, a mere servant casually set up an array. It was impossible that this feat would result in the young miss being shocked silly. How can you? Forget about how for now and do what I said. This is a bewildering array which can affect the perceptions of others inside. And this is also a killing array, controlling wraiths to kill your enemies. Luo Yuncheng copied stiffly as Zhu Fan performed the gestures. However, he was too fast. She could only watch him do it as she fumbled to a stop. Unable to remember the movements as he carried on, stuck on the last sign she did. "Sai, how are you so slow? This is the simplest method." Zhu Fan got angry and cursed. "If you keep going like this, Steward's son will be upon us. We might as well just serve ourselves on a silver platter. You're as slow as a pig." All her life, Luo Yuncheng was handled with finesse and attention a pearl would need. She received others' love and respect. Never has she been mistreated like this, degraded to such a degree. Glittering tears started welling in her eyes as she lowered her head. Yet, she persevered. Seeing his sister humiliated, he found courage and shouted at Zhu Fan, "Stinky slave, don't mock my sister." Zhu Fan just shook his head, not having the time to bicker with the brat. He found his yuan qi was only enough to start the array, failing to control it. If one were to speak of a complete wraith array, even if none of them controlled it, a trash like Steward's son would end up beaten to pulp either way. However, he only had around 1,000 spirit stones. If not for being a natural array, he wouldn't have been able to set even a damaged one. It was now in the hands of third-layer qi condensation young miss to control the array. But for her, the method was long and complicated. It was hard to grasp. Worse, they were on the clock. Helpless, Zhu Fan embraced her from behind and took hold of her hands. "What are you doing?" Luo Yuncheng froze up as her cheek blossomed with red. "Don't move and let me guide you." Zhu Fan led her hands and taught her the signs. Despite catching his intent, being embraced by an unfamiliar man threw her heart in chaos and cheeks burned hotter, since this was the first time it ever happened to her. Each time her mind drifted, a voice would ring in her ear, "Pay attention." She peeked at him and saw how serious Zhu Fan was, that his actions were not aimed to take advantage of her. Humph, he knows when to be a gentleman. Luo Yunchen calmed down and her body drew nearer to his. Feeling the strong arm behind her, this was the first time in the last 3 days she felt safe. Steward's son. They went towards the misty forest. 10 miles outside the misty forest, a lanky bandit checked for tracks and reported to him. With cold laughter, Steward's son straightened his white mustache. "Quite a good hiding place. We know the mountain area, but not that eerie place." However, Steward's son looked at the bound captain and his eyes flashed with an evil glint. "Captain Pang, you're up soon. With how kind young miss is, she won't ignore your pleas. Tui, don't think you can use me to threaten young miss." His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Steward's son. "You'd better kill me or I will murder you and avenge my fellow guards. Ha ha ha, when I get the marshal's skill, I'll be happy to fulfill your wish." Squinting his eyes, Steward's son let out a creepy laughter. "Let's go." It took an hour for their group of 20 to reach Misty Forest. Yet before they could get any closer, snoring came from a man sleeping against a tree. A careful look identified him as Zhu Fan. "Steward's son, it's the one who killed the fatty." Woken up by the voice, Zhu Fan yawned and opened his weary eyes. Seeing Steward's son and co., he showed no fear, no anxiety. Instead, a smile. "Steward's son, I've waited so long to see you." Frowning, Steward's son watched him. He eyed him with utmost care, yet nothing seemed to tell him anything. He was just calm. "What a deep-rooted schemer you are. I underestimated you," thought Steward's son. If it were any other time, he would have never paid attention to a servant. But ever since Steward's son witnessed Zhu Fan kill so brutally, Steward's son's image of him turned upside down. This punk not only hid deeply, but he's also ruthless. If he matures, only suffering awaits. "Zhu Fan, you've quite the nerve to show off before me," squinted Steward's son at him. Zhu Fan cut to the chase instead of replying. "Steward's son, want to make a deal?" "What deal?" "I'll give you the Luo clan's young master and mistress, so secure my career in Blackwind Mountain." "What?" Not only was Steward's son shocked, but even the guard captain was also dumbfounded. He rested his hopes on Zhu Fan to take the siblings far away. Who'd have thought Zhu Fan would defect and use them as bargaining chips? "Why are you doing this?" "Luo clan hasn't scorned you." Doubts arose in Steward's son's heart. "Ha ha ha, then why do you? Luo clan treated you even better." Steward's son reddened at this and felt his rage boiling. As he calmed himself, Zhu Fan continued, "Every man for himself. With how much the Luo clan has fallen, reviving it isn't something one man can do. Why should I walk towards my death? Using them to secure my life is but human nature." He picked the red rope from the ground who followed into the mist. "Young miss is at one of the ends of the rope. I left a few forks on the rope along the way that only I know about." Steward's son nodded as he grabbed it. "Good plan, to use a rope to mark your way. And you even included forks to safeguard the right trail for yourself. A true double-crosser, ha ha ha." He gave the rope back. "Deal, lead the way, but don't even think of playing tricks." "Steward's son, I am an honest man," smiled Zhu Fan. Steward's son sneered. "I would have believed you before, but now, who would?" The two locked their eyes, each laughing as their looks hid devious thoughts. The captain's hair stood on end. He kept cursing Steward's son as a rotten and vile human, while he barked at Zhu Fan as one who betrayed their master. Though everyone ignored him as he was escorted by other men as they ventured into the thick mist, the row of people stuck together and held onto the red rope as they walked through the mist. Zhu Fan went first with Steward's son right behind him, holding onto him with a firm grip on to prevent the boy from escaping. Because of the thick mist, one couldn't even see the figure of the one in front and relied on their hands to feel their neighbor. At the heart of the misty forest, where it was impossible for anyone to escape, Zhu Fan stopped. "What is it?" Steward's son was feeling apprehensive, tightening his grip on Zhu Fan's clothes. With a snicker, Zhu Fan said, "Steward's son will be pairing here. It's best if you travel the underworld river without me." With acute fear, Steward's son discovered he fell in Zhu Fan's trap. He pulled Zhu Fan close and slapped him. The clothes were turned to ribbons, but instead of Zhu Fan, they held a log. When did he escape? He'd been holding tight on Zhu Fan to prevent his escape, yet reality showed the opposite. "Turn back, quick." Steward's son rushed from where they came. As soon as he shouted, the men used the rope to retrace their path. But then a shout came from the mist. "The rope has been cut." It was as if lightning struck them, and they all turned pale. How would they get out of this thick mist without the rope? Steward's son stomped as he gnashed his teeth. "Blast it. That brat got us. Bring that damn Pang over." "Steward's son, he's gone." "Bastard." Steward's son punched the ground and made a meter-wide hole in rage. He was a schemer himself, yet he fell at the hands of a stinky brat. "Damn punk, I've played this game longer than you. Don't think a puny misty forest can trap me." Steward's son roared towards the sky. "Once I get out, I'll tear you to pieces. Ha ha ha, you'll never have the chance." With Zhu Fan's mad laughter as the signal, the mist reddened. Why is the mist turning red? They were in shock by the sudden change. They were bandits that killed people for a living, yet these strange circumstances had them on edge. "Steward's son, you are wiser than most. Can you tell us what this is?" Even though the bandit shouted, only silence echoed back. He felt around him yet touched no one, as if everyone around him vanished and left him all alone. He wasn't the only one. The people that hung onto the rope began to vanish one at a time. Steward's son could hardly believe what was happening. See, can this be? An array. One as old as Steward's son has seen many things and experienced even more. Yet the more he knew, the more he realized how terrible arrays were, and fears grip his heart. An array worked using heaven and earth's energy. As long as a man controlled it, it could wipe out a dozen equal to him in power. Even if tens of experts gathered, they still could not measure to its power. Of all the possibilities he thought of, not once did he consider being trapped in an array. Zhu Fan, who exactly are you? Steward's son trembles from the feeling of dread. He saw at last that Zhu Fan wasn't just any ordinary man. How could a simple man know how to use or set up arrays? If Zhu Fan had taken out an array when they met, he wouldn't have had the nerve to chase him. Standing in the center of the array, Luo Yunqing was clear of the situation. Her eyes drifted to Zhu, filled with intrigue. Squinting, Zhu Fan kept a cold and callous expression as he said, "Kill them." She followed his order by following his hand signs. The blood-red fog changed again, this time black, and swallowed all that laid within. Now they couldn't even see themselves. Only their ears picked the mournful wails of thousands of wraiths. With fear as their only companion, they lost all their will to resist once the black streams of energy started burrowing inside them. They felt their soul devoured yet were powerless to resist. All succumbed to terror at this point. Smirking, Zhu Fan's eyes shined with glee. He left Luo Yunqing and sat cross-legged in another center of the array. The 9 Serenity's secret records stated that the demon transformation art user had a backdoor into all arrays. The men in the array were driven mad, and all he needed to do now was to absorb their yuan qi. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, 9 underworld wraiths returned to me. Zhu Fan's hands moved as he stole the array from under Luo Yunqing's control, while also making the clear figures of Steward's son and the rest disappear from her mind. Luo Yunqing felt it odd and redo the signs to no avail. The misty forest was drowned with shrieks and wails. Steward's son and the rest became pitch black but still had a sliver of awareness left as black shadows left their body. Each time one flew out, it evoked cries of torment as if pieces were ripped from its body. When the last shadow left, the cries stopped and so did their life. Their body dried up like a mummy and they turned to dust. In the darkness, the shadows returned like bees to Zhu Fan and entered his body. He accepted them with a calm face and soon his body turned black just like Steward's son did. When the last shadow burrowed, he began doing hand signs to practice the demon transformation art. The still black yuan qi inside him boiled as it charged through his meridians and settled in his dantian, and his power grew with it. In an instant, he entered the 6th layer of foundation establishment. In the next instant, he was in the 7th, and then he was at peak 7th layer. He kept going like this through the 8th layer, then the 9th, until the peak of foundation establishment. He opened his eyes and took a deep breath as he clenched his hands, feeling the power course through him. This time, it wasn't as easy. The wraiths were almost spent when he demonified the yuan qi for himself. But with his experience as a veteran demonic cultivator, he understood that breaking through in a state of exhausted yuan qi holds much more value with his future progress. He clenched his teeth and operated the cultivation method. He sucked the wraiths dry and used the remaining yuan qi he had to make one final push. Bang! Zhu Fan heard something explode. He felt as if a dam broke and his body coursed with powerful yuan qi, then settled in his dantian to replenish his spent reserves. This act of scraping for the last traces of energy enlarged his meridians by more than double. Qi condensation. Zhu Fan's eyes opened with glee. Even when he did this in his previous life, his meridians were nowhere near as wide as they were now, and the yuan qi in his dantian allowed him to face an expert at qi condensation. He was 3 times as powerful as before. He released a long breath and made some hand signs to release the wraiths. They turned back to gray and he went back to normal. When all wraiths were gone, Zhu Fan stood up and a single wave from his hands pushed away the black fog, allowing the sun's rays to land on the forest. He could now control the array himself, no longer needing Luo Yunqing's assistance. He showed a small smile as he looked at the sky. Now that I'm in the qi condensation, I can practice some martial arts. Despite the end of Steward's son and his retinue of bandits, Zhu Fan had managed to free the Luo clan siblings. It could be said Zhu Fan benefited the most out of this. Without devouring Steward's son, he would have never reached qi condensation. It was at this stage that he could practice martial arts. Later, not only could he defend himself, but also easier to devour others, becoming stronger himself. Zhu Fan. A clear shout came from Luo Yunqing as she came over, embracing her brother. Meanwhile, the guard captain followed behind. Where did you run off to? Why did I lose control of the array? Perhaps there were too few spirit stones and the array collapsed. I just saw Steward's son die. This is worthy of celebration. No one escaped, dodged Zhu Fan. He wasn't about to reveal his secret, because in this world, demonic cultivators were strong, uncanny, and cultivated with shocking speed. and his demon transformation art was even more monstrous. If others knew, he'd be a public enemy. This was why he died last time, so for his second life, he made sure to avoid any mistakes. Luo Yuncheng nodded, believing him. After some hesitation, Captain Pang toughened his resolve and kneeled. Brother Zhu Fan, I was too reckless before, unaware of your plan and still cursed you. If you must punish me, I will accept any that you might have for me. Even if you ask for my head, I will gladly offer it. Zhu Fan nodded inside. Captain Pang was a loyal retainer. If Zhao Chen had this level of devotion, Zhu Fan wouldn't have fallen so low. Sighing inside, he helped Captain Pang up. Captain Pang is a captain of the guards, while I am just a mere servant. How could I receive such courtesy? Moreover, we have young Miss to thank for setting up an array to eliminate Steward Sun's group. Luo Yuncheng watched him, confused, only nodding when he threw Luo Yuncheng a look. Although Luo Yuncheng didn't know why Zhao Chen avoided admitting he was the one who set the array, he did save her and still deferred for her opinion. Captain Pang turned to Luo Yuncheng in shock. Young Miss knows arrays. Luo Yuncheng laughed, embarrassed, forced to admit it. Heaven protected the Luo clan. Young Miss knows arrays, our rise is imminent. Captain Pang threw his head back and laughed, exhilarated by the prospect. Zhu Fan rubbed his nose. Zhu Fan understood her and quickly said, now that we no longer have Steward Sun breathing down our necks, what does young Miss intend to do next? We were planning on seeking shelter at Kai Manor. Captain Pang spoke before she could. This captain of the guards no longer treated Zhu Fan as a common servant, but of equal status. You should know that Kai Clan's young master has a marriage agreement with young Miss. From Wingay City's Kai Clan, Zhu Fan rubbed his chin, nodding. According to this body's memories, Kai Clan was the best clan in the Wingay City, of the same power as Luo Clan. If he could hand over the Luo siblings to them, then the grudge would be settled and his heart demon lightened. Maybe it could even be dispelled. Zhu Fan nodded at this thought. All right, let's go to the Kai Clan. But not before he took one last look at Blackwind Mountain, mumbling, I'll be back. At the same time, in a dark cave atop Blackwind Mountain, a malevolent youth was on a large seat. His eyes were filled with cruelty as they flicked to his subordinate. Any news of Steward Sun? Our reporting to young Lord, Steward Sun said he'd soon have the martial art. The bandit was shaking like a leaf, fearing to even meet the youth's eyes. Ha ha ha, withdraw. Yes, the bandit wiped the sweat from his head, not lingering one moment more if he could help it, from fear of being eaten. The youth rose and moved behind the cover placed at the back of his seat. An old man laid there, glaring with fury at him. His lips trembled, but no words came out. The youth patted the man's hand with a smile. Master, be at ease. Your friend left first and is waiting for you. Once returning Dragon Palm arrives, I will reunite you two old friends. The old man's eyes were bloodshot at this, as if wanting to eat him alive. Despite the constant trembling, he could do nothing else. In response, the youth's savage and vicious laughter echoed throughout the cave. Wingay City was the largest city in 100 miles and a 10-day journey from the Luo clan. From fear of other bandits pursuing them, Zhu Fan and the others sped up and reached it in 5. Once inside, the bustling of the city assaulted them while also bringing some comfort. All the tension accumulated over these past days seemed to seep from them. Now that she was finally around other people, Luo Yuncheng's strained face finally revealed a smile. Yunhai looked there. Pulling his hand, she pointed at a juggling stall. Captain Pang was happy to know the fall of the young Miss Clan didn't put a damper on her spirits. Brother Zhu Fan, I seem to recall you never came to Wingay City. Zhu Fan just nodded. Captain Pang was stunned at that. Wingay City's bustle was famous around these parts. He recalled the last time he came here and was so excited he couldn't sleep for 3 nights. Why was it that a homegrown kid who never saw the flourishing city didn't even flinch? Of course, how could he know? In Zhu Fan's eyes, this place was no different than a village. Old Pang is Kai Clan far from here. Sharing hardships brought them closer and even started calling each other brothers. Luo Yuncheng spoke before Captain Pang could. We don't need to go so quickly. I and Yunhai must make an official visit first, then I will come see you. Stay at a tavern in the meantime. So annoying, frowned Zhu Fan. With a bitter smile, Captain Pang just shrugged. Can't be helped. There's no one rushing us now. If we go there now, they will laugh at us for not showing propriety. Fine, you go first. Zhu Fan sighed but nodded. As long as the siblings were safe and he gained his freedom, waiting for a bit more wouldn't hurt. After 5 days of silence, someone couldn't restrain their temper and began running his mouth. Humph, stinky slave. Wingay City is my sister's domain. Just you wait, see how I'll deal with you. Luo Yunhai crossed his arms and flared his nostrils, becoming the same old impertinent young master from before. Bam! He didn't get to enjoy it though, as Zhu Fan delivered a healthy kick to his rear. He flew a meter and landed on his face. No need to wait, let's settle this now. Luo Yuncheng rushed to help her brother and glared at Zhu Fan. Why do you always pick on a child? It's your brother who needs a spanking. Zhu Fan shot her a look then waved, go already. After you settle in, if you still look at me with such discontent, I will not hesitate to leave you. Luo Yuncheng snorted and left while hugging her brother. Luo Yunhai rested his head on her shoulder. face red as if choking but not daring to make a peep. Even a child like him understood the two siblings had no power in the forest and suffered at the hands of that despicable and dastardly servant. But now that they were in Wingay City, his sister's turf, it didn't seem to make much difference. Why am I getting beaten by that damn slave again? Does this slave fear not even heaven and earth? Luo Yunhai never saw anyone like him in the Luo clan. Captain Pang watched this unfold with shock to say the least, as his eyes were close to popping. Not even he knew Zhu Fan was so daring and impertinent that he'd beat up the young master right in front of young Miss. Yet she did not make a complaint nor retaliate. Young Miss dotted on her brother, never once being harsh with him. Yet Zhu Fan trampled over young master with no regard to her with uncanny ease and skill. Now he understood why young master looked at Zhu Fan like a mouse eyeing a cat. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Captain Pang said, "Brother Zhu Fan, young master is your lord. If not out of respect for the young miss, do it out of respect for her husband. How could you kick him?" Zhu Fan laughed then shrugged. No one was a lord in his eyes. Everything he did was to remove the heart demon. They won't come back for a while. Let's stroll around the city. Zhu Fan turned around and walked away. Captain Pang knew he didn't take his words to heart and sigh as he followed. They were soon in the market area. This was where rogue cultivators sold their wares, to exchange items or other cultivating materials. With Zhu Fan's experience, he should be able to find goods which others overlooked. The two visited many stalls, and many times, Captain Pang wanted to put his hands in his pocket, but when he saw Zhu Fan walking away with a dull look, he followed suit. Perhaps he wasn't aware, but the Grand Captain of the Guard was reduced to following Zhu Fan at every step. AI, since when did the world overflow with overlooked treasures? Let's just go. Zhu Fan scoured the market, but nothing caught his eye. It was then he heard a ruckus. He went to see a stall owner and a red-faced girl in a heated dispute. He led Captain Pang through the crowd's center and saw the girl's appearance. She wore white clothes with fine eyebrows like a crescent moon and looked calmed and gentle. Even when yelled at, she never lost her smile as if she never got angry. She persevered despite opposition. "This black jade is fake." "How is it fake?" "This is the purest black jade, one that if left in the sun for a day will still feel cool to the touch. If worn as a pendant, cultivation will be much easier." The man spat non-stop about how pure it was. "Young miss, do you understand what I'm saying?" She shook her head, but her smile never faltered. "I do not know much about black jade, but I have seen one, so I can tell this one's a fake." "Ha ha ha, you saw it once and dare to say you find this one fake. Did you hear everyone? Has there ever been such an absurd situation in the world?" "It has, and I know I'm right. If we talk about price, the worst black jade is worth 10 spirit stones while the best 100. Yet yours is only 3 spirit stones. Get out of here. Enough with your rubbish, little girl. Don't ruin my business. How could you possibly know of its value?" The girl smiled while staring at the man. He felt a rage burning inside, but had nowhere to vent. As the saying goes, you can't strike one who only smiled. The girl kept denying the black jade's price without a solid reason. If it was any other person, he would have slapped them silly. But her smile left him powerless to even lift his hand. "That black jade is indeed fake." A man's voice echoed out, and the crowd saw Zhu Fan watching the girl with a smile. "Young Miss eyes are true, but cannot explain where the fault lies." As everyone knows, reality is a matter of perception. What's real can be fake, and what's fake can be real. The girl was taken aback but nodded while scrutinizing him. Zhu Fan turned to the crowd. "Everyone, is it possible to prepare a few things? Sulfur, clover." He enumerated some of the most common things, and some people already bought them. Under everyone's eyes, Zhu Fan threw them in water, stirred, and said to the stall owner, "Please place the black jade inside." "Humph, you're just washing it." He was also confident, even as he placed it inside. But once it entered, the water began to bubble and turn red. It even released a faint hint of blood energy. "How can it be?" The stall owner was shocked. The girl also watched wide-eyed, astonished. "Ha ha ha, no need to be so surprised. This black jade was just an imitation that will show its real color once introduced to water." Zhu Fan took the black jade and gave it to the owner. "Now you should know this lady was right. That bastard lied to me. He sold it to me for 20 spirit stones." The stall owner gnashed his teeth. "This black jade is only worth 3 spirit stones." The girl declared her assessment, then smiled to Zhu Fan. "Mr. has good eyes. I knew it was fake, but couldn't pinpoint the difference. I thank Mr. for his intervention. It was nothing. I have also seen this once." Zhu Fan smiled. "Young miss, won't you buy it? It's just 3 stones now. No need. I only wanted to inform others of the stone's real price." She chuckled and left. Watching her figure fading into the crowd, Captain Pang sighed next to Zhu Fan. "What an odd girl." Zhu Fan, on the other hand, breathed out relieved as he muttered, "That girl's eyes are sharp and sinister. It's a good thing she is still inexperienced, or she would have taken the treasure without hesitation." He then turned to the black jade, eyes shining with excitement. But the stall owner was sighing as he packed his things, ready to go home. "Never thought I'd make a mistake." The stall owner was carrying his bag while walking along a remote alley. He didn't talk, just sighed as he walked. But then a voice came from behind. "Owner, please wait." He stopped with a startle and looked to see Zhu Fan walking over. "You're the one from before." He recognized Zhu Fan. It was him who showed everyone his black jade was fake. "Is there something you need?" "Ha ha ha, owner, I like your black jade and will pay 10 spirit stones for it." Zhu Fan laughed, taking glances at the man's bag. After some muttering, the owner looked oddly at Zhu Fan. "Mister, you know this stone is fake, so why pay 10 spirit stones?" The lady said it was worth 3. Shaking his head, Zhu Fan added, "Even if it is fake, it can still pass off for the real thing. I might be able to sell it as a black jade." "Oh, I see. You want to trick others into buying it." The owner nodded in understanding, then scanned around. "Since this is the case, things are different now. It is worth much more than just 10 spirit stones. How much do you want then?" Zhu Fan squinted with murderous intent. "At least 50. The owner showed his own sneaky side. "If not, I'll just find my own target and sell it at 100. "Are you buying or do I have to look elsewhere?" Seeing Zhu Fan's expression, the owner knew he didn't have that many spirit stones on him. But it was fine since he could sell it himself and dupe another in the process. He walked away. Wait, the moment he took the first step, a hand grabbed his shoulder like an iron claw, eliciting a shout of pain from the owner. "Owner, don't be too greedy." Zhu Fan warned. "Humph, so what if I am? The black jade is mine and I'll sell it at whatever price I want." His voice choked as a black yuan chi entered his body. After his body turned black, a breeze scattered his dust into the wind. Releasing his breath, Zhu Fan felt his yuan chi grow a bit. He was a first-layer chi condensation expert. The 7th-layer foundation establishment owner hardly helped in increasing his power. He just wanted to trade, but the owner had to be ruthless and force his hand. Zhu Fan took the black jade and returned to the tavern. He wasn't addicted to killing, but some people were addicted to courting death. Zhu Fan met with Captain Pang at the tavern and threw him a pouch. "Old Pang, here." Captain Pang didn't understand. The 10 spirit stones are all here. Didn't you buy it?" Zhu Fan left Captain Pang at the tavern after borrowing 10 spirit stones, saying he found something that caught his eye. Yet the same spirit stones were left in the bag, untouched. "Oh, that old man was so nice he just gave it to me." Zhu Fan dodged. "Also, Old Pang, guard my door and don't let anyone come in." With that, he closed the door to his room. Captain Pang found it strange, but since they were like brothers now, he helped him out. As such, he sat before Zhu Fan's door as a guard. Zhu Fan was clear as to what happened beyond his door and nodded, pleased. He lucked out in finding such a loyal man. Next, he settled the black jade on the table and released his dark yuan chi. Bam! The stone's exterior cracked and fell, revealing a blood-red light. It was no longer a black jade, but a bloody one. Moreover, it gave the impression of a heart as it flashed on and off like heartbeats. "I knew it, it's the blood spirit." Zhu Fan swallowed, his face working hard to restrain the obvious delight in his voice. The blood spirit stems from any stone. Its only requirement of formation is to be bathed in the blood of millions of people, absorbing the essence of sun and moon for thousands of years. It would take form. It was a demonic cultivator treasure, rarest of treasures. A cultivator would use the blood spirit to form a blood infant. In battle, he could send the blood infant to absorb the opponent's blood essence, then kill him, and the blood infant could grow along with the cultivator. Once Zhu Fan grew strong enough, even an emperor wouldn't dare mess with it. According to the 9 Serenities' secret records, there was once an ancient demonic cultivator expert, Patriarch Blood Demon, that trained the blood infant to the saint stage. Even the ancient 10 emperors were unwilling to make an enemy out of him. Patriarch Blood Demon felt invincible and went to challenge 9 Serenities' emperor for the title of the strongest demonic cultivator. It was a drawn-out battle, with the 9 Serenities' emperor heavily wounded at the end, barely overcoming the Patriarch Blood Demon by half a move. However, the 9 Serenities' emperor obtained Patriarch Blood Demon's secret method to raise the blood infant, improved it, and added it to the demon transformation art. The 9 Serenities' emperor wanted to train the blood infant too, but never got the chance. Never did he, Zhu Fan, the demonic emperor, think he'd have such a stroke of luck after rebirthing to train the blood infant. If he had it in his past life, a saint would have been nothing. That thought made him eager to slash his wrist and pour his blood onto the blood jade. Plop, plop, just like how an infant breathed. Each drop of blood landed on the stone and disappeared the next instant. The stone started to throb, and the sensation only grew stronger with each drop of blood. Zhu Fan smiled viciously and pushed out more blood for the jade. If he wanted to refine the blood infant, he needed to bathe it in his blood until the blood spirit synchronized both their breathing and heartbeat. The seconds trickled by as Zhu Fan's blood thinned, but the blood spirit was never sated, devouring everything he gave. Zhu Fan licked his dried lips, growing paler as his mind was clouded. He knew the loss of blood was too great, but he'd come too far now. There was only one chance to refine the blood infant. If he stopped, it'd be like throwing a child away. It would think Zhu Fan abandoned it and would never approve of him ever again. This was why there was no going back once Zhu Fan started the process. After an hour, Zhu Fan felt the world spinning. If he dared keep this up, it would endanger his life. If his life came at an end, the blood spirit would lose its meaning. Just as he was considering abandoning the process, an indescribable feeling arose in his heart. Zhu Fan was stunned, then overjoyed. His mind and the blood spirit were now connected. He held onto the bloodstone and activated the demon transformation art. Black Yuan Qi enveloped the stone and strands of blood left it to enter Zhu Fan. Finally, the bloodstone shattered with a loud sound and a red glow shot for his body. Zhu Fan checked in glee and saw the red palm-sized infant resting in his dantian. Sensing his eyes, the infant opened his eyes then went to sleep. This is the blood infant. After a moment of stupefaction, he jumped in joy. He never thought it would be so easy to refine the blood infant. Even though he succeeded, he lost too much blood. When he stood up, his legs went soft and hit the ground, but even that couldn't wipe the grin off his face. Now that I have the blood infant, the next step is to settle on a martial art to learn. Despite a mere mid-mortal ranked, its power was as strong as a high mortal ranked martial art. It might even surpass it. 10 days later, the door opened with a creak and Zhu Fan came out grinning. Captain Pang rose to his feet and rubbed his eyes. Why did you take so long? Kai Manor already sent someone over. AI, what hard work between brothers. But we cannot let young miss and young master wait for too long. You're not curious what I've been doing the past 10 days. That is your business. You'll tell me when you want to. Captain Pang waved indifferently, pulling Zhu Fan with haste towards Kai Manor. Zhu Fan was touched seeing this rough man. Despite not knowing each other for long, old Pang had complete trust in him. This never happened for all his life as demonic emperor. They arrived an hour later before a majestic gate with a sign inscribed in golden letters, Kai Manor. Just when they were about to enter, the guards stopped them. Stop. Who are you to dare enter Kai Manor? Captain Pang clasped his hand. Ha ha ha, I am Luo Clan's captain of the guard, Pang Yu, and this is Luo Clan's steward, Zhu Fan. My young miss and young master are guests in your home. Zhu Fan was taken aback. Since when did he become the Luo Clan's steward? Pang Yu knew what he was thinking and whispered, 8 days ago. Kai Clan's men came to say you are Luo Clan's steward. Young miss must have done it. Congratulations, brother Zhu, he he he. Shaking his head out of helplessness, Zhu Fan let out a bitter smile. He didn't want to be some steward, but to entrust the safety of the siblings to the Kai clan and free himself of the heart demon. How could the grand demonic emperor be a puny clan steward? But just as how he looked down on the Luo clan, so did the guards of the Kai Manor. The 2 guards shot a glance filled with contempt. Humph. Another 2 showed up to cheat their way to a free meal. Hey, what did you say? Captain Pang was pissed and wanted to argue, but Zhu Fan stopped him. They walked inside. Captain Pang didn't understand. Why did you stop me? Zhu Fan only had a grave expression. These 2 servers' attitude was a reflection of their lords. Nothing good would come out of talking to them. The 2 needed to find Luo Yuncheng and understand what was happening. The Kai Manor might not be such a good place to place his trust in. After some inquiry, they arrived at the siblings' dwelling. Seeing the wretched place they lived in, even lower than the tavern rooms, Captain Pang cursed. Why is the Kai clan treating young miss and young master like this? They are even less than guests. Not just that, they don't even consider them humans. Zhu Fan felt anger seething inside. If not because of the siblings' injustice, then because of wasting his time and energy. Let's go in. Zhu Fan rushed next to Captain Pang, who was in a hurry to open the door. Inside, they saw Luo Yunhai sitting on the bed crestfallen, without his usual enthusiasm. The place was crude, with just a broken chair and a broken table. Captain Pang's eyes teared up. Young master, don't be sad. Kid, where's your sister? Zhu Fan was blunt, with no sympathy. It seemed Zhu Fan's beating casted a shadow on his heart. The lifeless Luo Yunhai shivered and woke up. Luo Yunhai stammered at the raging Zhu Fan. Sister went to look for him. Young Master Kai, to help rebuild the Cloud Manor. Asking for help in this situation is asking for humiliation. Let's go look for your sister. Zhu Fan dragged Luo Yunhai off the bed, his attitude worse than ever. Captain Pang was in a panic, wanting to stop Zhu Fan from being so rude to his master. But Zhu Fan's mood seemed to put him off, and all the courage left him. As such, Luo Yunhai was shaking in fear as he led them. Captain Pang cashed up to them, thinking, just who is the lord here? Next to Clear Stream, an elegant man was frolicking with a charming lady in red. They chased each other around the pond, laughing all the while in this peaceful place. Luo Yuncheng felt only sorrow as she watched the flirting couple, but for the good of the clan, she braced herself and stepped forward. Brother Xiaoding. The mood of the man turned sour as he glared at her. Luo Yuncheng, I thought I made myself clear. From now on, I have nothing more to do with you. My eyes are only for you, Fei. Yeah, now get lost. Brother Xiaoding doesn't love you anymore. The lady in red sneered at her. Biting her lip, Luo Yuncheng's eyes mist over. At the time when Luo and Kai clans were on good terms, the parents of both families arranged their marriage. She and Kai Xiaoding grew up together and swore their love for each other, to never abandon the other. This was why the first person she thought of was her fiancé when she needed help, yet reality was cruel. Ever since they came here, she and her brother kept suffering, while Kai Xiaoding had the arrogant and insufferable Sun Clan's young miss, Sun Yufei, next to him. She knew all hope of marrying into the Kai clan was lost, but for the sake of rebuilding her clan, she hoped to stir clan head Kai's amiable emotions the two clans had in the past and lend a helping hand. Yet clan head Kai Rong was cold and unfeeling to their plight, not moving an inch. The siblings stayed here for 10 days, all in hope of gaining some assistance, but since Kai Rong ignored her, she could only turn to Kai Xiaoding. Brother Xiaoding, I don't ask for you to go through with the engagement, and only hope you can persuade your father for old time's sake and help the Luo clan. It has nothing to do with me. Talk with Dad. Kai Xiaoding waved his sleeve coldly. Luo Yuncheng kneeled with tears streaming down her cheeks. Brother Xiaoding, if you don't agree, I will kneel here until I die. Taking a long look at her, Kai Xiaoding frowned and was plagued by hesitation. But then Sun Yufei jumped between them and slapped Luo Yuncheng. The blow threw her back and blood trickled from her mouth. Humph, bitch, Kai Xiaoding is mine. Stay away from him. Sun Yufei's phoenix eyes glared and raved. She turned to Kai Xiaoding and said harshly, you stay away from her too. If I find there's still something left between you, I will leave you. As if waking up, he nodded and swore, Yufei, relax, my heart is yours. Other girls are dirt compared to you. Kai Xiaoding's eyes showed his sincere feelings, watching her like a love-struck puppy. Sun Yufei nodded pleased as Luo Yuncheng's face turned ashen. She knew her last hope faded away. Whoosh, a shadow flashed by and 2 slaps echoed. Sun Yufei and Kai Xiaoding were still confused about what happened when a red handprint appeared on their faces. Zhu Fan stood in front of Luo Yuncheng as he stared at them. A damn illicit couple dares to ruin my affairs. Who are you? Sun Yufei and Kai Xiaoding woke up with a start. They were geniuses of Wingay City, chi condensation experts, and peerless in their generation. Yet here was Zhu Fan, of similar age yet faster than even them. They got slapped before they could react. Is it possible for such an individual to exist in this world? As the scene played out, only Captain Pang and Luo Yunhai came to Luo Yuncheng's help. Seeing the thin figure in front, Captain Pang was even more shocked. Although he was an expert in the 4th layer of chi condensation, while Kai Xiaoding was in the 3rd, a level beneath him, they had different upbringings, and if they clashed, he might even lose. Yet such arrogant geniuses were slapped by Zhu Fan. Thinking about the power he displayed in the forest, Captain Pang couldn't help but wonder how he got so strong in such a short span of time. Ignoring the two and the shocked Captain Pang, Zhu Fan turned to the crying and pitiful Luo Yuncheng and felt pain in his heart. Wretched heart demon. Zhu Fan gnashed his teeth. With his demonic emperor disposition, he could look beyond the world's entire sufferings. How could a girl's humiliation ever cause him pain? He could only attribute it to this body's former soul, who felt anger for his master. AI, it looks like I'll be stuck with the Luo clan for some time. Zhu Fan sighed inside as he wiped Luo Yuncheng's tears. Let's go. Luo Yuncheng nodded. There was no point in staying here. She carried the bitter Luo Yunhai and walked with Captain Pang's help. Humph, don't think you can run after hitting us. Sun Yufei shrieked as she barred their way. Kai Xiaoding chimed in. Luo Yuncheng, you think this is a place you can come and go as you please. Luo Yuncheng was filled with grief and balled her fists. She regretted ever coming here for help. Facing this overbearing couple in their home, she could only rein in her anger. If she were alone, she would have rather fight them for her honor, but she still had her brother. If he died, she would be too ashamed to meet her parents in the underworld river. W, what do you want? Luo Yuncheng's voice trembled. Humph, simple, kneel and kowtow 3 times. Sun Yufei smiled viciously and pointed at Zhu Fan, especially him. Clenching his teeth, Captain Pang's eyes went red, wanting nothing more than to beat them senseless. This was too humiliating. Luo Yuncheng hesitated, then closed her eyes as her knees bent. Kneel, all of you. They could all hear her faint, mournful voice. Sun Yufei stuck out her chin with arrogance and smiled with pride. Bam. Before they kneeled, Sun Yufei and Kai Xiaoding took the initiative to kneel first with a cry. Rather saying they kneeled, it was better to say their knees were forcibly smacked onto the pavement. Cracks spread like spiderwebs on the pavement. If they weren't chi condensation experts, their knees would be crushed, unable to walk again. The two grimaced as they looked up to see Zhu Fan standing before them. You again. The couple knew Zhu Fan was the only one among the group who had the power to attack them out of the blue. Even if you beg on your knees now, I won't ever let you go. Sun Yufei glared scornfully at Zhu Fan, howling with rage. Pa, 2 hits echoed and Zhu Fan kicked them without hesitation. You want me to kneel? You think too highly of yourselves. Sun Yufei and Kai Xiaoding were dumbfounded, even forgetting the pain from the kick. Slapping them to help Luo Yuncheng out of a predicament was something they could understand. To make amends, they were ordered to kneel. Yet the steward still had the guts to strike them. Was he not afraid they would never be allowed to leave Kai Manor alive? Captain Pang was enraged by the two's act, but he looked at it from a different perspective and felt it was better to endure, or the Luo clan would be perishing here. Luo Yuncheng smiled dejectedly. Others didn't understand Zhu Fan, while she gained first-hand knowledge of his violent character in the forest. He never once acted like a servant. He just did whatever he wanted. She just could not cope with the fact their Luo clan had such a servant. Yet Luo Yunhai's attitude changed completely. He now looked at Zhu Fan with worship and adoration. This damnable slave's nerve that always bullied him wasn't limited to picking on his masters, but even on others. He just didn't know fear. In that instant, the image of the damnable slave turned into an almighty hero coming to rescue the Luo clan. Who dares to act impertinently in the Kai clan's domain? A man's rebuke echoed as he appeared before them. Luo Yuncheng's face dropped. She pulled her brother so close that even he could feel her anxiety. Kai Xiaoding was overjoyed. Dad, you're here. He is looking for trouble with our Kai clan. Knowing clan head Kai Rong came, Zhu Fan eyed him more carefully. Kai Rong looked to be in his 50s, tall and sturdy, and a powerful aura emanating from him. 8th layer of bone tempering, smiled Zhu Fan. Kai Rong's eyebrows jumped as shock flashed over his face. He never thought possible for a youth to see through his cultivation. Good eyes, patronized Kai Rong. May I ask who you are? Luo clan steward Zhu Fan. Kai Rong was startled and observed him closely. He heard from Luo Yuncheng that Luo clan had a new steward, since the old one turned traitor, but he didn't think it'd be one as young as Zhu Fan. And he also gave off a strange energy. If it were any other time, a fox like him would never mess with an unknown variable like Zhu Fan. Such a pity there was now a power in this city he could offend even less. Uncle Kai, you must bring justice to us victims. Sun Yufei revealed the red print on her face while glaring at Zhu Fan. Kai Rong understood the situation in an instant. He placated her. Don't worry, Uncle Kai is here now. He then turned solemn as he looked at Luo Yuncheng. Yuncheng, I took you siblings out of kindness. It is fine if you do not reciprocate, but why look for trouble? Luo Yuncheng shuddered, lost for words. Zhu Fan stepped forward with a smile. You even bully a lady at your age, clan head Kai. I needn't say anything more. Moreover, stop preaching kindness. No need to mince words, you did it out of benefit, or you wouldn't have annulled the marriage. All right, since you want us to be hostile, I won't be lenient. Kai Rong's face changed. Today, I will have to settle this for Yufei. You need only handle my palm attack. I won't take advantage of you and only use 2/10. Let life and death be decided like this. 2/10. As his pupils shrunk, Captain Pang shouted, coming from you, it's even stronger than a 9th layer chi condensation expert's all-out attack. You clearly want us dead. Uncle Kai, I beg you. Yunhai is still a child, he is innocent. Yuncheng implored, but Kai Rong snorted, then smiled at Sun Yufei. All right, I'll go first. Zhu Fan's mouth perked up. Whoosh, a great red palm appeared in the air. Kai Rong didn't expect for Zhu Fan to attack first and turned serious as he sent his own palm attack. At contact, the blood palm scattered and Zhu Fan fell back 10 steps yet was unharmed. A 2nd layer chi condensation can withstand 2/10 of my power. Kai Rong's heart was in shock, but your survival all came down to luck. Ha ha ha, the only reason I'm still alive is because I don't believe in luck. And he pointed at Kai Rong's hand with a grin, but power. Kai Rong's eyes squinted. His hand was bleeding from the previous exchange. How could this be? He is just a 2nd layer chi condensation cultivator, while I am an 8th layer bone tempering cultivator. That's a whole stage difference. Furthermore, followed Zhu Fan, you really think that was 2/10? That wasn't even a 10th. Kai Rong began to recall what transpired. Despite the abruptness of it all, he indeed wanted to release 2/10, but when he released the palm, his blood fell in disorder and the result was obvious to all. Also, take a look at your son. Zhu Fan pointed at Kai Xiaoding. Kai Rong saw his son spat a mouthful of blood. Dad, what's happening? Kai Xiaoding panicked. He wasn't wounded yet he puked blood. Zhu Fan, what the hell did you do? Kai Rong roared. Zhu Fan replied with a sneer, I only wanted to tell clan head Kai I can take your son's life anytime. Please take it into consideration. As Kai Rong was hesitating, Zhu Fan pointed again, eliciting another mouth of blood from Kai Xiaoding. All right, I believe you. Kai Rong wiped his brow of sweat as he spoke in a shaky voice. He didn't know what trick he pulled on his son, but Zhu Fan was prepared for his intervention. He was now regretting. If he knew the Luo clan had such a shrewd and decisive steward, he wouldn't have taken things this far. Then I will bid you farewell here. Clan head Kai. Zhu Fan sneered as he cupped his hands, then pulled Luo Yuncheng and walked away. Zhu Fan laughed all the while. Today you love to bully me, tomorrow you'll be beneath me. Uncle Kai, are you letting him go? Sun Yufei said with resentment. Sighing helplessly, Kai Rong muttered as he watched Zhu Fan leave. Instead of offering shelter, I invited an enemy. Shaking his head, he helped Kai Xiaoding walk inside. After a few steps, his eyes flashed as he turned to Sun Yufei. Yufei, we need to end Zhu Fan as soon as possible. He will endanger your Sun clan. Humph, you don't dare to attack him because of your son. My Sun clan isn't afraid. I will let him have a taste of what it means to offend the 7 noble houses. Sun Yufei spoke with hatred. As the 3 left Kai Manor, Captain Pang and Luo Yuncheng were trembling and even looked back now and then for fear of Kai Rong having changed his mind. Only Zhu Fan was calm, yet a bit of rage still existed in his heart. Young miss, is there anywhere else we can go? Zhu Fan asked in a cold tone. Her eyes turned misty as she shook her head. Captain Pang also sighed in sorrow. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Fan gnashed his teeth and promised himself to run the Kai clan into the ground one day. He was just a step away from providing a safe haven for the Luo siblings, yet Kai clan's father and son ruined it all. If the day came that the Kai clan was ruined because they offended Zhu Fan, Kai Rong would be twisting inside with regret, but that was the future. Now Zhu Fan was pissed. His hopes were dashed and he had to spend more time to look after the siblings. Zhu Fan mumbled for a while, then said, "Young miss, do you know what are the 7 noble houses?" "What? Where did you hear that from?" Luo Yunqing was in a panic as she watched Zhu Fan. It was as if he knew a heavenly secret, but recalling the fantastic events that happened the past days, she relaxed. Captain Pang also looked oddly at Luo Yunqing. This was the first time he heard of them. Pursing her lips for a long time, Luo Yunqing finally spoke in a solemn tone. "Since we lived in Cloud Manor and had no dealings with them, not knowing them is normal, but we are now wandering outside. If you ever meet someone from the 7 noble houses, you must avoid him, even if it's a dog." Captain Pang was shocked. This was his first time seeing Luo Yunqing speaking on such a heavy tone, as if she was talking about horrifying people. Yet a proud girl like her, even if from a fallen clan, did not speak near as highly about the Kai clan. The warning seemed to go right past Zhu Fan as he retained his calm. Be it Luo clan or Kai clan, regardless of how strong they are only mortal clans. But in Tianyu Empire, there are 7 officials who earned the imperial family's approval and can stand next to the emperor. Their power and territory are above all mortal clans. Fighting them is like going against the empire. What? This world has clans that can stand next to the imperial family. Captain Pang's face contorted in fear. Luo Yunqing nodded with extreme seriousness. Every clan knows these 7 families must not be touched. I am telling you this so that you all must remember to be careful. Is the Sun clan one of them? Interrupted Zhu Fan. Stunned for a second, Luo Yunqing shook her head. Why do you ask? Yeah, Brother Zhu, if she was of the 7 houses, then young miss would have stopped you from smacking her. Captain Pang snickered. Since Luo Yunqing didn't stop him, then she agreed in silence. As if she was found out, Luo Yunqing reddened and glared at him. In fact, seeing Sun Yufei slapped was the most refreshing event for Luo Yunqing. Since Captain Pang could tell how glad the girl was, how could Zhu Fan not? But Zhu Fan's vision was much further. Even if they had a falling out with the Sun clan, he had to understand the other's background. Then is the Sun clan part of the 7 houses? What made you come to that conclusion? Luo Yunqing was feeling nervous for some reason. Her only hope right now was that Zhu Fan was joking around to scare her, but his next words were spoken with a straight face. That girl raved how she'll let us see the might of the 7 noble houses. How can this be? Did we offend 7 noble houses people? Luo Yunqing paled and her mind blanked, watching Zhu Fan with empty eyes. Captain Pang was even worse, his heart froze up. At this moment, the world seemed to have vanished, making way for silence. Zhu Fan, quick, we need to apologize to young Miss Sun. Luo Yunqing pulled him to Kai Manor, but Zhu Fan was stuck like a rock. If we go, we'll die, Zhu Fan said coldly. Luo Yunqing froze and her eyes glazed with helplessness. Zhu Fan's words were ear-piercing, but they all spoke of the harsh truth. If offending the 7 noble houses was so easily settled, no one would have regarded them with such fear. Brother Zhu, what do we do? They were all surprised to find Luo Yunhai speaking as he gazed at Zhu Fan with unshakable faith. Not even Zhu Fan foresaw it. A kid that everyone overlooked was now watching him with such big and innocent eyes. Wasn't I a stinking slave? Squinted Zhu Fan. Yunhai, don't talk nonsense. Luo Yunhai glared with a red face, yet her eyes couldn't help sneaking a glance at Zhu Fan. For the rebuilding of the clan, men like him were needed. Zhu Fan saw Luo Yunhai's imploring eyes and laughed inside. This kid is a clan's son after all, haughty but also clever to see another's talent, how adorable. Moreover, helping the Luo clan was a given for him. Does Wingay City have men from the 7 houses? Yes, the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, the #1 treasure-appraising clan among the 7 houses. Its wealth knows no bounds. Then let's return to the tavern and go to Veiled Dragon Pavilion tomorrow. Zhu Fan ruffled Luo Yunhai's head. What for? Luo Yunqing rushed to ask. Allies, Zhu Fan's curt reply came. The others were stunned. Why would one of the 7 noble houses, the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, ally with a run-down clan? That was more of the wish of a hopeless loser. A tens of meters tall ancient building stood in the eastern part of Wingay City. Its size overwhelmed any from approaching to the point that not a single person dared get within 100 meters of it. 2 guards in golden garb stood at the gates. Their aura gave off the impression of veterans, of imperial bodyguards. Despite standing still, their eyes roamed everywhere, staring daggers at any who dared match their gaze. But in this place, 4 people suddenly appeared. Peak of chi condensation, Zhu Fan muttered as he walked in front of the siblings and Captain Pang. While he had no problem facing such imposing guards, the 3 stiffened, to the point they almost forgot to walk. Stop. The guards barred Zhu Fan's path. Veiled Dragon Pavilion is not a place for you to wonder about. I ask that you send word of Cloud Manor Luo clan's young miss, Luo Yunqing. I have arrived to have something appraised. Zhu Fan's eyes didn't even look at them. The two exchanged a look of surprise. Wingay City didn't lack people who came here to see the appraiser, but all were fearful and fawned them when talking. This was a first, though, meeting such a smug kid. We've never heard of you. Our appraiser can't meet with nobodies, spoke a guard harshly. Luo Yuncheng lowered her head. One of the 7 noble houses, Veiled Dragon Pavilion, would never pay attention to an ant-like clan. They weren't even worthy to speak with them, not to mention become allies. Zhu Fan. Luo Yuncheng pulled Zhu Fan, but before she could finish, he shook her off. That is the appraiser's concern to see us. Try and act as the servants you are. What did you say? The guards were outraged, releasing their full aura. The Luo clan members felt their breathing become heavier as they retreated back. Only Zhu Fan stood in his place and roared, "Is this how the 7 noble houses treats its guests? Humph, truly renowned. Stop." A girl in white came out to meet them. The guards bowed. "Young miss, these people are looking for trouble. I heard what you said, and it is you who are in the wrong. All who come are guests. Make sure to show respect." The girl berated them in a cold tone, then smiled at Zhu Fan. "Mister, we meet again." "It's you." Zhu Fan and Captain Pang were startled. She was the one that quarreled with the stall owner, but things were different now. Zhu Fan sneered inside. "I didn't expect for young miss to be from the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Please forgive my lack of respect." The girl nodded with a smile. "I am Long Kui, only a small appraiser here. I wonder why Mister has come to us. To be honest, I am Luo clan's steward, Zhu Fan. Because a terrible misfortune plagues us, I accompanied my young miss to the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, the #1 appraising noble house in Tianyu Empire's #1 appraising noble house, to sell the clan's treasure. She showed them in, to the shock of the guards. Was that young miss friend? No way. How can young miss have such a dirt-poor friend? She must be doing it for the treasure. Once it fails to meet her expectations, they will be kicked out. Then he. We will teach them a lesson they won't ever forget, especially that rude Zhu Fan. But what if the item is to her licking? That's impossible. Just look at them. How can these wretched people have anything that is worth more than black jade? Ha ha ha. The other also jeered, rubbing his hand in eagerness to vent all his energy. On the other side, Long Kui took them to a flourishing room and smiled once they were seated. "I wonder what treasure did you bring? Please take it out." Zhu Fan grinned. This girl thinks herself above others, but is quite shrewd as well. He was certain she knew exactly what went on at the entrance, but let the guards test them if they were worthy of her time. If they showed any sign of giving up, her current attitude would have been unyielding. Despite how cunning she was far too naive when up against the devilish Zhu Fan. Whoosh! Zhu Fan placed a scroll with countless images before her, which immediately caught her full attention. Taking it in her hands, Long Kui took careful and long looks at the contents. Luo Yuncheng and Captain Pang were in a bit of a shock. This drawing was something Zhu Fan made last night. When they saw it, they only had one thought. What is this thing? Yet from the looks of Long Kui's expression, it must be worth a fortune. "Mr. Zhu Fan, how much do you want?" Long Kui placed the scroll back and watched Zhu Fan with a hardened gaze. "Young Miss Long is an appraiser and saw your skill in the market. Please be the first to state a price." Zhu Fan chuckled. Biting her lip, Long Kui noticed from his eyes that this man was also knowledgeable. She couldn't swindle him. "How does 20,000 spirit stones sound?" "What, 20,000? Luo Yuncheng stood up in shock. "If you take Cloud Manor's wealth when it was at its peak, you'd get 50,000. Yet Zhu Fan messed around with a brush and came up with 20. Captain Pang was dumbstruck. Long Kui couldn't restrain her disdain for the two. "Humph, I am a madam, while you are a pack of stray cats." But when she saw the silent yet smiling Zhu Fan, she turned serious. "The true expert is this steward. 20,000, ha ha ha." Zhu Fan rubbed his chin, shaking his head as he reached for the scroll. Since young Miss Long isn't honest, there's no need to continue. Her body moved back and hugged the scroll, afraid Zhu Fan might take it. "Mr. Zhao, 20,000 isn't little for a first-grade array. And this is a drawing instead of a jade slip. This price of mine is fair." "Ha ha ha, young Miss Long, I might not be too learned, but I know when you try to cheat me. Give me the scroll." Zhu Fan reached out but was in no rush to take it as he stared down at her. Tightening her grip on the drawing, Long Kui bit her lip and shouted, "Take it as my loss, 30,000. Young Miss Long still is not honest enough." Zhu Fan shook his head in disappointment and leaned over to grab for the scroll. Long Kui curled backward, wanting to dodge Zhu Fan's evil clutches. This drawing was indeed a first-grade array, and this wasn't the first time she saw one. Her original price was quite fair and began with 20,000 because she knew she couldn't swindle the knowledgeable Zhu Fan. But even so, with how many arrays were out there, she didn't know them all. The #1 appraising noble house in the empire had many arrays in storage, yet this was a rare chance for her to encounter one that was unlike any she saw before. As such, even if she would lose out, she would do all she could to have this array. A pity that the relentless Zhu Fan stood in her way, unwilling to back down even half a step. As such, she turned to the ignored young miss of the Luo clan. "Young Miss Luo, this drawing is 30,000 at most. Only the Veiled Dragon Pavilion has the wealth to buy such a drawing in the entire empire. You won't gain a better price elsewhere." She hesitated and glanced at Zhu Fan. Long Kui knew she had an escape and pushed her advantage to entice her. Young Miss Luo, you and the Veiled Dragon Pavilion are making a great transaction and will become our honored guest. Our doors will forever be open to you. Honored guest, Luo Yuncheng mumbled, isn't this gaining a supporter? Her heart was overtaken with joy and turned to Zhu Fan. What if? Not a word. Zhu Fan roared and glared at her. This foolish woman was swayed in seconds. How could the Veiled Dragon Pavilion stick their heads out for some bullshit guests? To get the best of their power, to have their protection, they could only attain it through a trade of equals. Young Miss Long, I am Luo Clan's steward, in charge of all matters concerning it. Please return the drawing. Zhu Fan's smile was replaced by a cold stare. Luo Yuncheng looked in a daze, first at him then at Luo Yuncheng. Though his words rang true, since when did a steward's power superseded his lord's? How was he the steward? By the look of things, the lady of Luo Clan is unable to keep the steward in check. Sighing, Long Kui was very reluctant in giving the scroll back, evident by her slow movement. Such a pity, Mr. Zhu Fan. Your request is too high and I can't fulfill it. But I am willing to guarantee on our Veiled Dragon Pavilion's fame that this first grade array won't go beyond 30,000. With the scroll in hand, Zhu Fan rose from his seat and leaned closer to Long Kui, leaving her flabbergasted. Before she could say anything, he said, sorry, it seems I thought too highly of the young miss. You truly don't understand. Does this place have any other appraiser? What? I do not understand. Long Kui's cheeks were tinted red as her heart swelled with anger. No item that passed her hands hadn't received a correct assessment. The fact she could point out the fake black jade, yet unable to explain why, was her talent. It was because of this that she rose to a top-rated appraiser. In short, she was an expert. Yet here came Zhu Fan mocking her talent, refuting her skill in appraising. It was worse than any physical attack, an insult to her dignity. Mr. Zhu Fan, your eyes are not wrong, but it is best not to overreach. Long Kui showed a smile that went beyond just anger. All of them could hear the gnashing of her teeth. Yet Zhu only smiled. Is there any other appraiser here? Long Kui glared. Fine, just wait here. And she left. Luo Yuncheng was worried about the anger Long Kui showed. Did we offend the Veiled Dragon Pavilion? Zhu Fan shook his head with an unusual smile. Moments later, Long Kui appeared again with steady steps. But this time an old man was at her side. Godai Longjiu, Luo Yuncheng shouted in shock and turned to Zhu Fan. He is the supervisor of the Veiled Dragon Pavilion in Wingay City, the head appraiser, Godai Longjiu. Ah, it's Luo Clan's young miss. Even from 100 steps, Longjiu's voice resounded clearly in their ears. I've met your father 20 years ago. He was full of mettle then. I didn't expect for your clan to sell their treasure. Zhu Fan's heart shivered as his brows knitted. This man's power was a cut above Kai Rong's, to the point not even Zhu Fan could see through him. It wasn't that his eyesight were poor or the fact the old man hid his power. The difference between them was just too deep. I see. So Veiled Dragon Pavilion has such an expert, thought Zhu Fan. Soon, Long Jiu was supported by Long Kui and arrived before them. Luo Yuncheng bowed, Grandpa Jiu. The others were quick to follow, yet Zhu Fan just stood there. Long Jiu sized him up with his only hazy eye. Are you Luo Clan's steward? Yes, all right. Anyone's better than that old son. Long Jiu shot a meaningful glance at them, then sat down. I heard you doubt little Kui's skill. Yes, Zhu Fan didn't mince words, eliciting a snort from her and a roll of the eye. Ha ha ha, little Kui might be new in this line of business, but her eyes are true. She must be more or less right with her assessment. But since you doubt her, this blind old man will take a look. Please, Zhu Fan offered the scroll. The Long Jiu's smile vanished when he turned to its contents, staring intently at it. Uncle Jiu, wasn't I right? Long Kui grinned and shouted, first grade array, 30,000 spirit stones. Long Jiu kept staring at the drawing, and only after a while did he spoke with a solemn face. I never thought the Luo clan would hide such a thing. Kid, what do you think of 1.8 million spirit stones? What? They all went slack-jawed, Long Kui in particular. Never had she dreamed of the day the supervisor of Veiled Dragon Pavilion, Long Jiu, would utter such an astronomical number. Uncle Jiu. Long Kui watched Long Jiu wide-eyed, who instead watched the calm Zhu Fan with his only eye. Zhu Fan gazed back with a grin too low. WH. They all cried out in response. 0.8 million was an inconceivable wealth for the Luo clan. Luo Yuncheng never dreamed of having such riches. Yet in the eyes of Zhu Fan, it wasn't enough. Luo Yuncheng and Captain Pang looked lost at him. If not for being born and raised in the Cloud Manor, they'd be thinking he was a noble descendant. His gaze traveled so far, yet before others could recover from Zhu Fan's attack, here came Long Jiu's reply. I understand, but this is the most this old man can give. Then I'll sell it as a favor for Grandpa Jiu at this price. Luo Yuncheng chuckled embarrassingly as she wiped her brow. She never imagined a random drawing from Zhu Fan would garner such an insane price that took all of Godai Long Jiu's wealth to pay for it. And by the looks of it, Long Jiu seemed to have set his sights on it. As such, it was better to earn his favor and be on good terms with Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Long Jiu showed a gratified smile as expected, being extra careful as he rolled the drawing. but then Zhu Fan slapped the table. Since you can't go higher, the deal is off. Zhu Fan. Luo Yuncheng gave him a look, but he ignored her as he reached for the scroll. Squinting his eyes, Long Ju unleashed his awe-inspiring power. Kid, this old man wants it. Under such tremendous pressure, everyone recoiled, while Luo Yuncheng and Captain Peng were overwhelmed from shock. Long Ju was far above Kai Rong. Fending him would be tantamount to instant death. Yet Zhu held his own under the man's power and even sneered, Grandpa Zhu, you're staining Veiled Dragon Pavilion's reputation. Kid, are you not afraid? Long Ju kicked his power up a notch. Humph, aren't you? Blanking out for a second, Long Ju took back his power and laughed. Ha ha ha, good kid. With you in charge of the Luo clan, they have nothing to worry about. The others were baffled. The two were a step away from jumping at each other's throat, and in the next instant all went up in smoke. Yet no one knew the two moved the battle from brawn to mind. Long Ju released his power to soften Zhu Fan into selling him the drawing. Instead, Zhu Fan pushed through the pressure and asked the old man about his honor. Veiled Dragon Pavilion was the #1 appraising house among the 7 nobles. If this coercion leaked, then the damage would be unimaginable. Zhu Fan bet on his fate and the clan's honors place in Long Ju's heart and won. With a deep look directed at Zhu Fan, Long Ju took the direct approach. Kid, I know you didn't come just to sell this drawing. What are your terms? Grinning, Zhu Fan pushed the drawing before Long Ju. 10 million is a fair offer. Let's start by having you pay us 1 million and the rest slowly. That's. Long Ju eyed the scroll, then nodded after a while. All right. Until the debt is paid, the Veiled Dragon Pavilion shall owe Luo clan. Long Ju took the scroll and left. Yet once he was gone, his voice lingered. Little Q, give them 1 million spirit stones and walk them out. Yes. Long Q was overwhelmed with different thoughts as she had never seen Long Ju with such a sour expression. Turning back to Zhu Fan, it was the first time she saw him sporting such a content smile. Next, she handed 1 million spirit stones and saw them out. At the gate, the 2 guards were eager for them to show up and teach them a thing or two, but Long Q's respectful attitude threw a wrench in their plans. And when they heard the deal they made included 1 million spirit stones, they were stunned. Never had they imagined a remote place like this could come with such an important deal. It became one of the top 3 deals in Veiled Dragon Pavilion's history. Damn, thank God we didn't do anything or disaster might have struck. A guard watched the 4 leave and wiped the sweat off his brow. The other just bobbed his head. Veiled Dragon Pavilion treated a rich clan with respect. If any of their men dared to offend the clan, the noble house would exact punishment. In the case of a clan with 1 million spirit stones, the guards' complete lack of courtesy would even end with their deaths. Thinking about it, they began to sweat buckets. On the other hand, Long Q returned to Long Ju, who was now looking at every detail of the first-grade array. Uncle Ju, isn't it just a first-grade array? How is this worth 10 million? I never even seen an item worth that much. Long Q asked the moment she went through the door. Sighing, Long Ju gestured to her next to him. Little Q looked closer. This might be the only one of its kind in the empire. This is. Long Q's eyes flashed with shock. An ancient array. Long Ju showed how moved he was with every word. The ancient arrays are a lost art, yet this has essentially proven their existence. It is priceless, and even 10 million is too low. What? It's that valuable. Nodding, Long Ju revealed a childish smile as if he got his most cherished toy. But something occurred to him that soured his mood. Little Q, tell Ajay to find 5 experts and watch over the Luo clan. They offended the Sun clan today. Why should we help them? Long Ju snorted. Haven't you been listening? We owe them. Long Q began to recall. So this is what Zhu Fan and Long Ju were haggling over. Yet the veteran Uncle Ju was defeated in negotiations by a pup. Of course he was in a bad mood. Long Q couldn't help but let out a giggle. The second day, Zhu Fan was meditating in his room at the tavern when hurried footsteps closed in. Captain Peng rushed in with an anxious face. Sun Clan has us surrounded outside. Slowly opening his eyes, Zhu Fan evoked an odd smile. They're finally here. Hey, why are you so calm? Zhu Fan walked outside without a care. I've been waiting for them. Tell the siblings to come out too. Captain Peng couldn't help but roll his eyes helplessly. Zhu Fan was the official Luo clan steward and called young miss and young master in others' presence, but when they were alone, he had no such restraints. If it were the past, Captain Peng would have gone the distance in enacting the clan head's rules. But he got used to the tough-looking but soft-hearted Zhu Fan. He had the habit of criticizing the siblings on and on, but he was the first to jump in front of them when the need arose. Just like yesterday, when he rebuked Luo Yuncheng for speaking out of place and coming close to ruining their deal. Although wronged at the time, the young miss knew when they saw Long Ju leaving that Zhu Fan had done a great favor for the Luo clan. With how the rundown Luo clan turned in 1 million spirit stones, they wouldn't be in the precarious position of living on the streets or relying on others. What was most important was Long Ju's evaluation of Zhu Fan. As long as the Luo clan had him, it would soar. A capable man stands at the top. Captain Peng rubbed his chin, taking one last look of admiration at Zhu Fan, then went to get the siblings. Soon, Captain Peng accompanied them to Zhu Fan in the tavern's hall. Luo Yuncheng still bore the marks of grievance from yesterday's tongue lashing on her face. Let's go, young miss and young master. Zhu Fan gestured outside with his eyes, and Luo Yuncheng snorted as she pulled her brother along. The tavern keeper opened the doors with a creak. Luo Yuncheng showcased her young miss qualities by shifting her posture and expression to ones worthy of such status. Zhu Fan even sighed inside that she was a prime example of a clan's lady. 30 Sun Clan guards stood outside, chi condensation experts. In the lead was Sun Yufei and a tall, dignified young master. He held a fan as his ghostly eyes roamed over Luo Yuncheng's lithe figure. Noticing his gaze, Luo Yuncheng shifted hers to Sun Yufei. Why has young Miss Sun brought so many people to look for us? Humph, why ask when you already know he offended this young miss in the Kai manner? Sun Yufei pointed with hatred at Zhu Fan. I will make sure to wipe out all of the Luo clan today. Luo Yuncheng knitted her brows and pulled Luo Yunhai tighter, but a look at the relaxed Zhu Fan eased her tension. It was in these moments of extreme danger that Zhu Fan dissolved all problems. Be it in front of Kai Rong or even Long Jiu, his cunningness and meticulous planning pulled them through. In front of those two experts, these people were nothing. Luo Yuncheng knew, as long as Zhu Fan was calm, the matter was as good as settled. Seeing Zhu Fan unflinching, Luo Yuncheng began to smile, lifting her chin with confidence. My Luo clan had lorded over Wingay City for centuries. You think we'll bend over just because you say so? Young Miss Sun, your clan has only been here for just a few decades. Please watch your tone. Luo Yuncheng had finally recovered the lofty bearing she had in the time of Luo clan's prosperity. Such confidence left others speechless. The audience reduced Sun Yufei to a shrew servant while raising Luo Yuncheng to a noble lady. Noticing their expressions, Sun Yufei's face was inflamed. Bursting with Yuan Qi, Luo Yuncheng, I will teach you the meaning of a fallen clan. She charged for her and Captain Pang rushed to protect his young miss. But before they could meet, a fan rested between them. Cousin, Sun Yufei watched him with bloodshot eyes. Without paying her any attention, he showed respect towards Luo Yuncheng. Young Miss Luo, please forgive my cousin's lack of manners. We have come to your home for your steward to seek justice for my cousin. It does not concern young miss. If you hand him over, I guarantee not to harm any Luo clan member. Cousin, didn't we say we're going to destroy them? Why? Sun Yufei was panicking, but he covered her face with the fan. I could also bring back the glory of old to the Luo clan. No need, Zhu Fan is part of the Luo clan. If you're looking to trouble him, you're dealing with the whole clan. If you have any complaints, come to me. I am in charge of the Luo clan. Luo Yuncheng stood fearless before all. Losing his smile, the youngster shook his head. I urge young miss to not be taken in by emotions. If you knew who I am, you might not say the same. Frowning, Luo Yuncheng glared at him. I am Yu Quan, a disciple of Hell Valley. Luo Yuncheng was shocked and took 2 steps back. That's 7 noble houses. Ha ha ha, scared now. Sun Yufei laughed with pride. Everyone besides Zhu Fan sported grim expressions. There was no reason to fear meeting Longjiu since they were negotiating, but in this case they were at odds with the Hell Valley. Any from the 7 noble houses needed to only lift a finger, and a mortal clan would fall or thrive. No wonder even the clan head Kai Rong saw the Sun Clan girl with importance. Her clan had a connection with the 7 noble houses. Zhu Fan. Luo Yuncheng grabbed his hand as her voice trembled. With a reassuring smile, he stepped forward. I am Luo clan's steward, Zhu Fan. What do you think of fighting one-on-one? Humph, cousin was right. You are an arrogant slave, sneered Yu Quan as he approached him. All of us against someone like you will smear Hell Valley's reputation. With his last word, a whoosh sound traveled and Yu Quan disappeared. Zhu Fan's eyes narrowed, somersaulting backward. When he looked forward, a trace of blood flowed down his face. As blood dripped from his cheek, the youth now occupied Zhu Fan's previous position. Humph, so you've managed to dodge it. Yu Quan eyed him evilly as if he was toying with him. 6th layer of chi condensation, demonic cultivator. Zhu Fan squinted and smiled, interesting. When Yu Quan attacked like a demon, if Zhu Fan wasn't a veteran demonic cultivator, it would have killed him. But this revealed Hell Valley's nature, that of a demonic faction. If another met such a problem, he'd have a hard time coping. Demonic cultivators gain power through any means, filled with danger and ruthless natures. Righteous cultivators took the opposite approach, taking it one step at a time. They weren't as impressive as demonic cultivation experts, but they hardly encountered problems in cultivation. And this explained why, despite only in his 6th layer, Yu Quan was far more dangerous. Yet Zhu was in the 2nd, and 4 layers difference would make him hard-pressed even against a righteous cultivator. Luck had it, though, that Zhu Fan was an old monster in demonic cultivation, knowing his fair share of its arts and methods. This was his only hope of success. Are you all right? Luo Yuncheng was anxious, watching the blood trail down his cheek. He wiped the blood and showed an excited smile. It wasn't that he never fought with higher layers before, just that they were all righteous cultivators. This was his first encounter with a demonic cultivator in this situation and began to enjoy the novelty of it. Fight. Even if the Luo clan wasn't here, it was still important to go through with this fight for the sake of his meticulous schemes. This fight followed no logic, as his boiling blood dictated his movements. The bloodthirsty look in Zhu Fan's eyes caught Yuquan off guard. Common sense told him his first move should have robbed Zhu Fan of his life, and even if he escaped by some miracle, he'd be scared witless. But instead of fear, Zhu Fan showed thrill and thirst for battle. Can it be? Yuquan thought of something but was forced to block. Bam! A blood palm exploded in his hand, pushing him back again and again. When he finally stopped, his hand was dripping blood. Cousin, be careful. Even Kai Rong suffered from this palm, Sun Yufei advised. Yuquan frowned, his casual expression turning grave. This is going to be a pain. Never thought I'd meet someone like him. He saw Zhu Fan sporting a grin and he sighed inside, while also raising his vigilance. If I had known, I wouldn't have caught myself in this. Demonic cultivation had a single pursuit: power. Meanwhile, the righteous path followed set rules to form a solid foundation and advance one step at a time. Because of this savage pursuit, demonic cultivators were seen as madmen, resorting to any despicable means to further their might. This was why righteous cultivators feared them. Fighting them was tantamount to fighting a madman. With this knowledge in mind, Yuquan began to regret fighting Zhu Fan. Despite being confident in his success, fighting an unscrupulous demonic cultivator would be sure to come with negative repercussions on his part. I need to settle this quickly. Yuquan's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and dark blue energy came out of his palm. The air around him chilled in an instant, and even Luo Yuncheng, who was 10 feet away, felt the cold biting her. She was aware of its danger, and her heart was in a panic. But before she could warn Zhu Fan, Yuquan turned into a black shadow and charged. All the flowers along the way wilted. High mortal ranked martial art, Hell Claw. Bam! The blackish cold energy struck Zhu Fan's chest until the latter spat blood along with pieces of ice. Humph, I have your heart. No matter what you're trying to do, it's useless. Yuquan was pleased his sudden strike worked and relaxed. There were 4 layers of power between them, and even if demonic cultivators, no matter the weird techniques or savagery, once one's heart was in a vice, he couldn't use most of his power. It was the same as being powerless. Sun Yufei cheered at her cousin's success, kill him, while Luo Yuncheng and the others were nervous. Nodding inside, despite knowing his cousin was rash and prone to anger, Yuquan had to admit her words this time were true. A demonic cultivator enemy must never be left alive. Because a demonic cultivator's vengeance will always be ruthless. Now, another dark blue palm aimed for Zhu Fan's head. Humph, die. Luo Yuncheng and the rest were in shock, hearts in their throats. But following an explosive sound, Zhu Fan's head was fine while Yuquan was flung like a ragdoll, trailing a bloody arc in the air. Blood palm, Zhu Fan bellowed, staying in the move-executing stance. That's impossible. Yuquan crawled to his feet and clasped his chest with an incredulous expression. I sealed your heart. How can you still use martial arts? Humph, there's nothing bro Zhu Fan can't do. Luo Yunhai stuck his chin out as Luo Yuncheng and the others chuckled in relief. But then Zhu Fan spat out another mouthful of blood. A sudden hole was now adorning his chest, which leaked blood. Only Yuquan understood and cackled. He seemed to have exploded his heart on purpose when I used my skill on him to break out of Hell Claw's grip. He won't have long to live. What did you say? Luo Yuncheng was nervous. Ignoring her, Yuquan ridiculed the hazy-eyed Zhu Fan. Such a pity. If you were at my stage, your move would have ended with mutual destruction. But it ended with quickening your death. Even hurt, I can finish you off. He rushed for Zhu Fan, and though his speed dropped, it wasn't something Luo Yuncheng and the others could cope with. No, Luo Yuncheng jumped in front of Zhu Fan with her arms spread. Yuquan sneered, hee, young Miss Luo, I would hate to kill you. Whoosh, the Luo clan members saw Yuquan's claw but were powerless to stop it from approaching Zhu Fan's head. Yuquan wanted to kill Zhu Fan in front of them. Sensing the incoming danger, Zhu Fan gave out a strange smile. Bam. Suddenly, the blackish claw was caught in a vice-like grip. Mid-mortal ranked martial art, hidden dragon claw. Yuquan raised his head to find a warm face greeting him. It belonged to a youth of around 18, dressed in golden clothes and a scholarly face, yet having a sharp pair of eyes. Longjai, Yuquan gnashed his teeth. Sun Yufei was in shock, veiled dragon pavilion. Yuquan, do you need to kill for every little mistake? Longjai smiled. Humph, that's my business, butt out. Shaking his head, Longjai might look kind, but there was a certain determination in his eyes. I was ordered by Uncle Jiu to protect the Luo clan. If you want to kill him, you have to go through me. Why is the veiled dragon pavilion suddenly? Sun Yufei trembled, never imagining the Luo clan could gain the help of veiled dragon pavilion. The Sun clan was under the protection of Hell Valley, and even though the Luo clan only had 4 people, they had the veiled dragon pavilion to back them. Based on background, the only clan that could fight the Sun clan in Wingay City was the Luo clan. This deflated Sun Yufei's superiority. A clan under veiled dragon pavilion's backing was bound to rise. Gazing at Luo Yuncheng, Sun Yufei hardly hid the hatred in her eyes. Humph, Longjai, we have the same strength. You think you can protect them? Yuquan looked at Zhu Fan hanging by a thread with killing intent. With a serious face, Long Jai said with coldness, Yuquan, don't forget your wounds. Think you can match me as you are now? Before he could retort, Long Jai said, I know what you want to say, that a demonic cultivator can show 120 of his power. But if we fight here, it will incur an open war between our houses. Are you prepared to bear such responsibility? Yuquan hesitated. Hell Valley and Veiled Dragon Pavilion were of the 7 noble houses, yet also at odds. It was only a matter of time till war broke out, but not now. If he ruined his clan's plan, he wouldn't be able to bear the repercussions. Ow. Just when he nodded, a hand grabbed at his chest. He rushed his Yuan Qi in a panic to block the attack, but a sudden blood energy messed up his control. In but an instant, the hand pierced his chest and gripped his heart. Didn't your master warn you? In a battle with demonic cultivators, never let down your guard or you will forfeit your life. A familiar voice reached Yuquan's ears while his eyes were greeted with Zhu Fan's evil grin. Why you can't? Yuquan was in shock. Zhao Fan was on the brink of death yet now had the energy to move around. But what was even more baffling was that he was stronger and faster than when Zhu Fan first fought him. Everything was clear now. He fell in his trap and not just him. He turned to the equally shocked Long Jai with an imploring gaze. Save me, die. Zhu Fan's demonic voice echoed in the two's ears and both shouted no, it was too late. Zhu Fan already gouged out Yuquan's heart. Blood flowed like a fountain from Yuquan's chest as he collapsed. He didn't want to fight a demonic cultivator since every move was planned and vicious. Cousin, Sun Yufei cried in pain as she walked in a daze to his body. Sun Clan's guards took her and left in a rush. They no longer had a backing, and this place was filled with Veiled Dragon Pavilion's men. The calm Long Jai, witnessing death for the first time, swallowed dryly and turned to Zhu Fan. He saw the still beating heart in Zhu Fan's hand and broke out in a sweat. He saw his fair share of demonic cultivators, but Zhu Fan horrified him the most. If he compared them, those demonic cultivators he saw were noblemen when up against Zhu Fan's methods. Long Jai returned the gesture with a bitter smile. Then he left without a word, like a defeated general. 6 hours later, inside Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Bam. Long Ju smacked the table in a fit of anger as his only eye was on the verge of popping out. Long Jai and Long Kui stood with heads bowed, not daring to make a peep. Never thought I'd see the day Long Ju, who moved unhindered across the world, was had today by a brat. To think he would ruin all of our clan's plans. Long Kui hesitated and asked, Uncle Ju, I do not understand. What does Zhu Fan's sneak attack have to do with Veiled Dragon Pavilion, foolish child? Long Ju cursed. Ajai was there and was at odds with Yuquan. Everyone saw it. That punk killed Yuquan right before Ajai. You tell me, who will the blame will fall on? Luo clan, Long Kui said like it was obvious. Long Ju laughed as he shook his head. Long Ju explained, Little Kui, do you believe a small clan would dare to kill a disciple of the 7 noble houses? Long Kui shook her head after thinking it over. Long Jai continued, if even you don't believe it, then Hell Valley and Sun Clan will surely refuse to. They will blame us. What? But that will mean we're the ones down on our luck. Why should we be the Luo clan's scapegoat? Humph luck. All of this is the work of that punk. From Ajai, I understand the kid was on the verge of dying when he arrived. Even if Yuquan wanted his life, he couldn't do anything since Ajai stopped him. Then he sneak attacked him with a stronger move than in the beginning. This clearly states how cunning he was and that he planned ahead. What? Does that mean he knew brother Long Jai was there from the start and targeted Yuquan? Long Kui exclaimed. Sighing, Luo clan shook his head in helplessness. Silly girl, not only did he plan against Yuquan, but he also included Veiled Dragon Pavilion and Hell Valley in his calculations. Our houses would fight while his Luo clan escapes. Impossible. Isn't he afraid of offending 2 houses? He thought this one out too. When he sold us that drawing, he already ascertained our house's position. If we attack them or ignore the Luo clan's plight, it is the same as showing weakness in front of Hell Valley, damaging our Veiled Dragon Pavilion's honor. Our only choice is to protect the Luo clan. Sai, he had me from the start. This punk is the most dangerous man I have ever seen. Recalling the previous scene, Long Jai had to nod his head in agreement. Get out. In the dead of night, Zhu Fan was trying hard to staunch the flow of blood from his chest while sitting on the bed. Luo Yuncheng wanted to help him, but Zhu Fan's bellow drove her out. Despite winning against Yuquan, his victory wasn't a sweet one. If not for his sneak attack, the fight would have been one-sided, a common occurrence when demonic cultivators were involved. But he felt a deep sense of powerlessness from today's fight. Although they were 4 layers apart, he believed himself to be a demonic emperor, that using all his power would have certainly finished off a kid still wet behind his ears. Yet reality showed that not only he couldn't win, but he also couldn't even get the upper hand in the fight. He had to rely on scheming to lure Veiled Dragon Pavilion out in the open and kill his enemy when he least expected by inciting chaos among the houses, while also providing the Luo clan a way out. It all went according to plan, yet it didn't leave a good taste in his mouth. too weak. To get rid of their trouble with the Kai clan and Sun clan, they got tangled up in the seven noble houses conflict. It was trading one poison for another. All was quiet for now, but they'd have to face the music sooner or later. Yet with his meager power, he couldn't protect himself, let alone the Luo clan. I need to get stronger fast. Zhu Fan clenched his teeth and performed strange hand gestures as his eyes let out an eerie red light. At this moment, Kai Xiaoding was meditating in a room when a sudden ache in his abdomen twisted his face in pain. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead and he soon passed out. A bloody light flashed from his abdomen and a palm-sized infant came out. It was Zhu Fan's blood infant. At the time he was in Kai Manor, Zhu Fan inserted the blood infant in Kai Xiaoding to control Kai Rong. Because his movement was too fast, no one saw him, and under the threat of his son's life, Kai Rong was forced to let the Luo clan go. But now spying on the Kai clan has lost its value. The blood infant saw the unconscious Kai Xiaoding and let out a sneer in Zhu Fan's voice. Humph, I won't take your life so you could bear witness to the fall of the Kai clan. The blood infant then turned into a red light and flew outside. In a dark garden, a Kai clan guard was patrolling when a red light entered his body. He couldn't utter a sound as his body numbed. He soon shriveled up and a light wind scattered him to dust, leaving behind the red glow. In this manner, more than 30 guards disappeared from the Kai clan. In the tavern, Zhu Fan snickered and sent Blood Infant for the next prey. He and the Blood Infant were one. When the Blood Infant entered a cultivator, he used the demon transformation art to absorb the person's blood essence and Yuan Qi for Zhu Fan to refine later. He didn't plan on using the Blood Infant so soon, but he needed it to heal his heart, so he might as well reduce Kai clan's numbers while he was at it. The Blood Infant reached the Qi condensation, and even an early bone tempering expert would find it troublesome to fight with. As for Qi condensation opponents, it would kill them in an instant. If Zhu Fan had the Blood Infant on him in his fight with Yu Quan, he could have won without having to resort to any schemes. He could only sigh as he thought of how it was the perfect match to have both the Blood Infant and the demon transformation art. He did it during his previous seclusion. The first day he used to bind the Blood Infant, and the rest to provide it with blood essence. Since the Blood Infant reached such a level, it was time for it to collect blood essence. And in a clan like the Kai clan, bone-tempering experts were rare, so Zhu Fan wasn't afraid the Blood Infant would be harmed. This led to an unrestrained hunt as he sucked dry 50 more guards, but just when he planned to wipe away any Kai clan remnants, an eerie energy caught his attention. A demonic cultivator expert, Zhu Fan was startled and guided the Blood Infant to the source. It arrived near a small room, where a faint light burned. There were 24 peak Qi condensation cultivators standing guard. It stirred Zhu Fan's curiosity and drew Blood Infant to a window. As for those guards, they couldn't even detect the Blood Infant, not to mention see it. 3 elderly sat in the guest and main seats inside the room. The one in the main seat was Kai Rong. The first seat on his left was occupied by a bald old man with cloudy eyes and exuding a peculiar energy. Zhu Fan recognized it in a second. It was from a demonic cultivator expert. The old man on Kai Rong's right wore noble attire, and faint traces of demonic energy leaked from him. It showed he was in the middle of changing to a demonic cultivation method. Yet Kai Rong and the noble-dressed old man were showing great respect to the bald demonic cultivator. Can it be? Zhu Fan felt he was onto something when Clan Head cupped his hands before the bald man, Elder Giant. To what do I owe the honor of your and Clan Head's son's visit? Cloudy eyes stared at Kai Rong until he trembled. It was then that Elder Giant smiled. I'm sure you know that a disciple from my Hell Valley was killed today by a veiled dragon pavilion. Wasn't it done by the Luo clan? Kai Rong let out a dry laugh. You think the Luo clan would have the nerve? Elder Giant laughed as his cloudy eyes shined. The feud between my Hell Valley and Veiled Dragon Pavilion was at a stalemate where neither dared to make the first move and break the balance of the 7 houses. Yet the Veiled Dragon Pavilion used the Luo clan to kill my disciple. What are they aiming for? This made Zhu Fan muffle his laughter. Just as he expected, these 7 houses were treated like kings for so many years that they would never believe anyone would challenge their authority. It was because of such raw arrogance that made them believe there was a deeper scheme involved instead of taking what happened at face value. Veiled Dragon Pavilion was no different, willing to accept this injustice instead of showing weakness. Then you visited me because. Kai Rong hesitated. Ha ha ha, nothing much, just help us to spy on Veiled Dragon Pavilion and understand their intent. It seems this event will trigger a battle between the houses. Elder Giant, that's the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. My Kai clan can't afford to offend them. Kai Rong panicked. He thought, why the hell are you 7 noble houses dragging my small clan into this? Shaking his head, Elder Giant said, Clan head Kai, don't misunderstand. There is no need for your clan to go head-to-head with Veiled Dragon Pavilion. It's just testing them, that is, dealing with the Luo clan and observing the Veiled Dragon Pavilion's reaction. What Luo clan? Kai Rong was shocked. There wasn't anyone in the Wingay city who didn't know of today's fight between Yuquan and Zhu Fan, that Luo clan was backed by the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Yet here you are asking me to go make a mess of Luo clan. Isn't that the same as offending the Veiled Dragon Pavilion? Kai Rong looked over at clan headson, only to see him smile with a hint of schadenfreude. Damn you, since you're so close with Hell Valley, why don't you go mess with Luo clan? Didn't your daughter make a scene today? But now that you saw them with the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, you don't dare move an inch. Kai Rong felt his tooth itch from hatred, but didn't have the courage to refuse Hell Valley. AI, to tell the truth, I hate that punk Zhu Fan the most. He came to my clan a few days ago to look for trouble. I don't know what evil trick he used, but he made my son cough blood for several days and we still haven't found a cure. If I go after him, he would use the same trick to take my son's life. PFF, before Kai Rong even finished, Zhu Fan could barely hold his laughter. He left the blood infant inside Kai Xiaoding to teach the Kai clan a lesson, but never used it again afterward. He didn't expect the clan head would use such a lame excuse to escape this predicament. Even Elder Giant was skeptical of Kai Rong's flowery speech, and his face hardened. Upon seeing this, Kai Rong rushed to present an alternative. Elder Giant, clan headson, is the best man for the job and is also close with Hell Valley. Letting him in charge of this task won't disappoint you. Hey Kai Rong, what are you trying to pull? Clan headson jumped to his feet. Luo clan was a headache, and they didn't know how tight its relation was with the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. If he'd instigated Veiled Dragon Pavilion's involvement when he messed with the Luo clan, he'd be ruined. Despite the Sun clan and Hell Valley being related, the former was by no means one of the 7 noble houses. Getting on the Veiled Dragon Pavilion's wrong side was out of the question. It was unknown if the Hell Valley would stick its neck out for the Sun clan. Going after Luo clan was plain suicide. Seeing the two clans proclaim loyalty by day and shirking off their duties at crucial times, Elder Giant snapped, enough, you useless fools, I don't need any of you. I will find someone else for the job. Also, Kai Rong, have you brought your spirit-ranked martial art, Wind Kick? Please inspect it, Elder Giant. Kai clan rushed to present the jade slip, yet his eyes showed reluctance. Elder Giant, this is the only spirit-ranked martial art the ancestors have passed down in my Kai clan. Fine, I won't take advantage of you. Snorting, Elder Giant threw him a jade slip. This is the spirit-ranked martial art, Flaming Finger, a higher rank than yours. Elder Giant, who did you find to deal with Luo clan, if you don't mind me asking? Ignoring the martial art the Hell Valley bestowed on Kai Rong, clan headson asked. Kai Rong pricked up his ears to catch the answer. Snickering, Elder Giant's eyes flashed with disdain. You bunch of dogs, afraid someone might replace you. Humph, relax will you, that person is from Hell Valley. Does the Hell Valley plan to step forward? Why? Kai Rong and clan headson didn't mind Elder Giant's disdain and were surprised. With an odd light in his eyes, Elder Giant said, he is a spy we have long planted in the Blackwind Mountain. Blackwind Mountain. Zhu Fan was so shocked his heart skipped a beat and his control over his energy slipped. Who's there? Elder Giant whipped his head and launched a palm attack. The door was blown to pieces as Blood Infant turned into a red streak of light and flew away. Only now did Elder Giant rush outside. So quick. Zhu Fan's shock wasn't small, but luck was with him as the guards were surrounding the place. He grinned and urged the Blood Infant to enter one of them. Blood boil. The guards were in shock as Zhu Fan's shout blew up the guard. With no time to dodge, all the others next to him lost their lives. Elder Giant's figure was blocked by the sudden explosion, allowing Blood Infant's escape. Kai Rong and clan headson saw the wretched aftermath and were frightened. What was that? Elder Giant shook his head, yet his face turned grave. I don't know, but it must belong to a demonic cultivator. Whoosh, a red light streaked in the dead of night, passing through doors and entering Zhu Fan's body. Letting out a breath, Zhu Fan opened his eyes as he rejoiced. Fortunately, the Blood Infant was quick to escape, or it would have been ruined by the bald elder. He never imagined he'd bump into such a strong opponent in the Kai clan. Even if he couldn't recognize the elder's cultivation, he was certain the elder was no less powerful than Godai Longjiu. And once Blood Infant was destroyed, because of Zhu Fan's connection with it, it would spell doom for him too. But the opposite was also true. Even if his heart exploded, he wouldn't die as long as the Blood Infant lived, because the moment he bound with the Blood Infant, it became his heart. I need to work harder on improving my strength. His vast experience told him danger was looming. For now, it looked like Hell Valley and Veiled Dragon Pavilion were silent, but the Blackwind Mountain might be the fuse to a disaster with the Luo clan smack in the middle. His fate rested on strengthening the Blood Infant to bone-tempering stage. This was the only way to ensure some semblance of control when he met an expert like Long Jiu. Zhu Fan closed his eyes and refined the yuan qi and blood essence the Blood Infant collected. In the next moment, red flashes came from his chest as red energy coursed through his veins to his heart. As the energy gathered, the hole in his chest began to heal. His weak heartbeat soon started pounding with greater force. In but an hour, his chest healed, with not even a scar left behind. If one didn't witness his heart exploding, they wouldn't believe the events of this morning occurred. He continued refining blood infants, gathered yuan qi, and turning into black energy. One part flowed into his dantian, and another back to the blood infant. No less than 50 qi condensation experts yuan qi were refined and propelled Zhu Fan through the third layer of qi condensation and to the brink of entering the fourth layer. With a faint boom, Zhu Fan and blood infant broke through to the fourth layer. Zhu Fan was happy. It was so easy to increase one's strength. It was only 10 days ago that he entered the second layer, and here he was now in the fourth. But when he wanted to work towards the fifth layer, he found blood infant's yuan qi reserves had been spent. He wanted to keep going, but he was satisfied he at least advanced 2 layers in one go. He looked out the window at the clearing sky and walked out to stretch his legs. Now that Blackwind Mountain was coming, he had to find a safe haven for the Luo clan. Zhu Fan opened the door to his room, but before he could take a step, a thump resounded and something fell at his feet. He looked to see a drowsy Luo Yunqing getting back up in embarrassment. "What are you doing?" Zhu Fan frowned. He poured all his focus on controlling the blood infant last night and then cultivating, so he didn't pay attention to what happened outside his room to the point he didn't detect her. Damn it, how could I become so careless? If it were an enemy instead, I would have been dead. Seeing his angry look, Luo Yunqing was apologetic as she mumbled, "I was worried about your wounds worsening and waited outside. Now that you're all right, I'll be going." "Wait, you stood guard all night." Zhu Fan was shocked. Luo Yunqing blushed and turned to leave with a hurried pace than before. Captain Pang took this moment to appear and saw Zhu safe and sound and shouted in joy, "Brother Zhu, you've recovered. That wound of yours scared all of us to death. Young Miss always stayed at your door, worried for your life." Where is she?" "She left." Zhu Fan rubbed his nose and said calmly, yet warmth grew in his heart. "Damn this heart demon," Zhu Fan cursed. How could the glorious demonic emperor feel anything for a mere woman? This must be the work of the kid's heart demon. "Right, old Pang, you came right on time. Come with me to the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. But what about young Miss and—" "Relax, after yesterday's event, no one would dare touch them, if not for fear of offending Veiled Dragon Pavilion." Zhu Fan snickered. Captain Pang had to take a moment to recover and reacted by giving thumbs up as his eyes glittered with worship. He didn't get Zhu Fan's plan, but he was clear Zhu Fan made others misunderstand Veiled Dragon Pavilion was backing Luo clan. "Steward Zhu, I am now thoroughly convinced. If the Luo clan doesn't have you as a steward, we would have been doomed. It was a waste of your talents to have left you sweeping the courtyard back in the day." Laughing, Zhu Fan patted Captain Pang's shoulder and shook his head. "That person wasn't me." 15 minutes later found the two at the gates of Veiled Dragon Pavilion before the same 2 guards, but this time they showed proper respect. "Please enter, dear guests." "What, you won't go and report first?" Zhu Fan mocked. After giving a silly laugh, a guard knew Zhu Fan was still bothered by what happened before and apologized. "It was us who were ignorant before and didn't recognize your greatness. You made a deal of 1,000,000 spirit stones. We do not have the right to block such an honorable guest." "Humph, snobs." Zhu Fan sneered, then took Captain Pang inside, leaving the guards still bent and flattering him. They were clearly miserable inside, but still plastered a fake smile on their faces. The two ran into Long Kui. This time she lacked the respect she showed before and snorted in anger as she walked away. How did we offended her?" Captain Pang was baffled. Zhu Fan smiled. "Young Miss Long Kui, is this how Veiled Dragon Pavilion treats its guests?" "Humph, how are you guests?" Raising an eyebrow, she glared at him. "You don't deserve to be guests when you used us." Rubbing his chin, Zhu Fan smiled and muttered, "Still just a girl and so naive." Zhu Fan's voice was faint but not enough to prevent the disdain in his voice from reaching Long Kui. She was treated as the jewel of the clan and never received such contempt, especially from people around her age. "Zhu Fan, who are you calling naive?" "You, of course." Zhu Fan smiled. "Be it business or the politics between the 7 houses, everything must be taken into consideration when looking to make a profit. Yet you are prone to anger just from being used in someone else's plan. Just how did you survive this long? Compared to you, Long Jai is much more mature. He realized I used him and just walked away instead. The way I see it, admitting a loss is also a kind of power. At least the next time I plan on using him, it won't be as easy." This was the first time Long Kui heard such an argument and was stunned. She came from the clan's estate and was put in Long Jiu's care. The elders in the estate spoke highly of her talent, but not enough to entrust her with heavy responsibility. When she arrived here, Long Jiu spoke the same. Her talent wasn't any less than Long Jai, but Long Jiu didn't trust her in being responsible. She didn't understand, but now it seemed she was clear on something. Love, hate, closeness, and vengeance won't help you, only benefits. Zhu Fan saw her bewildered eyes and chuckled. "Let's set aside our personal grievances and talk about business. It is also where your talent lies." Long Kui thought for a bit and nodded. But just then a light cough came, along with an aged voice. "Mr. Zhu Fan, let's talk." The 3 of them looked to see Long Jiu accompanied by Long Jai walking towards them. But Long Jai couldn't mask a glint of shock as he gazed upon Zhu Fan. Yesterday, he saw Zhu Fan's heart exploding, but now he was walking like it never happened. His breath was even and spoke calmly. Did he recover in one night? How? Grandpa Zhu, won't you give this young one a chance? Not paying any heed to Long Jai's shock, Zhu Fan spoke. Shaking his head, Long Ju laughed, ha ha ha, just from talking with you, I ended up being used in the end. To think you still dare to come here. If I knew your true colors before, I would have taken you as a 1,000-year-old monster taking shelter in the Luo clan. Damn, I almost got found out. Zhu Fan forced a laugh as he dismissed him. You're too kind, Grandpa Zhu. How can I compare to you? Cut the crap. Long Ju switched tones in an instant and said harshly, why are you here? I'm looking for a safe house for the Luo clan to live in. Does Grandpa Zhu know of a good place? Stroking his beard, Long Ju replied, why should I help you? Simple Veiled Dragon Pavilion owes us. Also, Zhu Fan laughed eerily, it will help you watch over us more easily. Long Ju's eyes squinted as his heart trembled in shock. This punk can see through anyone. Ever since killing Yu Quan yesterday, Veiled Dragon Pavilion has been on the defensive. With how tense our relation with Hell Valley is now, a battle might break out at any time. Luo clan was a variable because of their connection with Veiled Dragon Pavilion. No one dared to mess with it, but it also allowed the Luo clan to do whatever it wanted. One wrong move and it could trigger a war between the houses. This was why Long Ju placed surveillance over the Luo clan. Yet Zhu Fan went and exposed it. This left Long Ju feeling apprehensive. What is this punk scheming? He never imagined a veteran practitioner a century old would one day be toyed with by a punk. And he didn't understand the whole picture either, leaving him with an unpleasant feeling. Seeing the old man hesitating, Zhu Fan smiled. Guess I'll have to suffer a loss and give you something. Humph, what could you possibly know that the Veiled Dragon Pavilion doesn't? Long Kui stuck her chin with disdain. Zhu Fan smiled. I have heard of the Veiled Dragon Pavilion boundless strength, but the cat and mouse each have its own means. What I know doesn't mean you do as well. Long Kui grinned unconvinced. Long Jai also shook his head, but only Long Ju fixed his single eye on Zhu Fan. Long Ju wouldn't even care if it were anyone else, but it concerned Zhu Fan, who gave them too many shocks these past days. He began to add a certain importance to the youth before him. Let's hear it. Snickering, Zhu Fan said, did you know Hell Valley's men are already here? What? Long Ju shouted in shock. Since the founding of the empire, the 7 noble houses' domains had clear boundaries. Wingay City was Veiled Dragon Pavilions, and no other house was allowed to establish a branch here, or it would be taken as provocation and war would break out. Of course, their disciples were the exception, as it could be seen from Veiled Dragon Pavilion ignoring Yu Quan's arrival. However, this didn't extend to elders or similar experts. They needed consent first. Zhu Fan knew of this rule from Luo Yuncheng and was now probing. It went just as he thought. From their faces, they had no idea the bald old man was here. Impossible, we have scouts all over Wingay City and no one can escape our notice. Long Jai shook his head with a grim look. Humph, don't listen to him, he just wants to scare us. Long Qi glared at Zhu Fan. Only Long Ju spoke in a grave tone. What proof do you have? Zhu Fan smiled. None, so you're just running your mouth. Long Qi threw a despising glare his way. Zhu Fan laughed, but his appearance was that of a bald old man, with Kai Rong and clan headson calling him Elder Giant. Condor Giant Fan. Long Ju's only eye squinted as his power exploded. It was so strong none of the others around him could breathe, stepping back again and again. Only after a while did he calm down. Zhu Fan gasped as his heart shivered. Long Ju's power contained naked killing intent that shocked even him. Grandpa Ju, you've met that old man, Zhu Fan probed. Not only met him, that man ruined Uncle Jiu's Godai. Long Jai explained. Zhu Fan was in joy. I was scared you had no grievances. Now that I know you're archenemies, it couldn't be better. Restrain your anger, Grandpa Ju. Zhu Fan switched to a fake compassionate tone. Waving, Long Ju's eye glinted with coldness. All right, since you spoke of his appearance, I'll believe you. You can take the courtyard 100 yards from here. Stopping, Zhu Fan replied, Kai clan, but it's more likely he's in the Sun clan now. I see. Long Ju nodded as the bones in his fists crackled. Once Zhu Fan was out of sight, he spoke. Ajai, report it to the clan so they can send some elders. I won't let Giant Fan leave this place alive. Also, stay for now in that courtyard and look after the Luo clan. I don't want them to do anything that might scare away Giant Fan. Uncle Ju, he is a Hell Valley elder. If he dies here, it will trigger a war between our houses. Long Jai showed his worry. Humph, it is he who doesn't follow the rules and sneaked my domain. If I let him live, I won't be able to live with the regret of him taking my eye. Seeing his advice falling on deaf ears, Long Jai sighed and left with Long Kui. Though they left, they could still hear Long Ju's angry laughter. The next morning, Zhu Fan took the siblings and Captain Pang to their new home. This was where the Veiled Dragon Pavilion received their honored guests. It was far larger than the reception house where they were welcomed before. It was the best place in town. In a short while, Luo clan was the talk of the town, of how they were under Veiled Dragon Pavilion's close care. Everyone knew the Veiled Dragon Pavilion supported them, or they wouldn't have placed them in one of their courtyards, protected day in day out. Kai clan and Sun clan rejoiced they didn't accept Elder Giant's task. Just from today's circumstances, it was clear that any who dared to harm the Luo clan would face the wrath of Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Just like that, the moment the Luo clan stepped foot in their new home, it was publicly declared as the #1 clan in the Windgaze city. They were held above even the Kai clan and Sun clan, despite being a small clan of 4. Are we going to live here from now on? Being the first to enter, Luo Yuncheng was shocked by the imposing atmosphere of the place, including the sheer number of guards around them, all qi condensation experts. Adding to them were 24 more golden armored guards staying vigilant. They were clearly bone-tempering experts. Such guards could only be seen in the 7 noble houses. Luo Yunhai and Captain Peng were struck dumb. The later was even in awe by the number of experts, while the former inquisitive. Old Pang, when the Luo clan recovers, what do you think of becoming the leader of such a team? Zhu Fan patted his shoulder. Captain Pang shyly shook his head. Any guard here is stronger than me. It is great if I can be as strong as them, but I don't dare lead them. Despite saying that, his eyes flashed with hope. Zhu Fan laughed. That day will come. But a sudden mocking laughter reached them. Mr. Zhu Fan, you not only lie to others, but even lie to your own people. A steward like you is only good at conning. Many turned to see Long Jai and Long Kui walking over. Ever since she realized Zhu Fan made use of Veiled Dragon Pavilion, she lost all amiable pretense with Zhu Fan. With Captain Pang's talent, he'd reached the 6th layer qi condensation at best. Such a man is but a basic guard to us, not a captain. I advise your little clan not to dream for something out of reach. Luo Yuncheng and Captain Pang saddened while Zhu Fan steeled his face. Young Miss Long Kui, as the saying goes, don't mock a destitute youth. Your words are too harsh. Humph, what youth am I mocking? That's just an excuse to deceive dreamers. Every glorious clan built their way over thousands of years to reach the top. Don't think you can rely on your wit to stay under Veiled Dragon Pavilion's protection forever. In my eyes, Windgaze City is but a grain of sand. Even if you're a king or overlord here, you'd only be a frog in a well, oblivious to the vast world outside. Hearing her incessant babbling, Zhu Fan laughed. Oblivious to the vast world, a frog in a well. If anything worked as it should, the glorious demonic emperor wouldn't have fallen from sacred domain. In his eyes, it was this Tianyu Empire who was the speck, to say nothing of the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Zhu Fan, seeing him angry, Luo Yuncheng pulled his hand with a frown. They shouldn't offend their protector. Long Jai also felt Long Kui cross the line and shook his head after drawing her attention. But the lady only snorted. Young miss, lend me some spirit stones, Zhu Fan said coldly. Luo Yuncheng was startled. She didn't know what he wanted to do, but she gave him a ring containing what he requested. Zhu Fan jumped on the highest point on the roof and overlooked the area. Hey, this isn't your home. Get down from there, Long Kui barked. Ignoring her, Zhu Fan spoke. 3rd grade, coiling dragon array. Long Kui and Long Jai were shocked. Zhu Fan's words spoke of the array Long Jiu set up in this place, yet this kid saw through it with one look. Yet before the shock lessened, Zhu Fan jumped and spread spirit stones around him from the ring. In 15 minutes, close to 10,000 spirit stones were buried in the courtyard. When Zhu Fan landed, Long Kui asked, "What are you trying to do?" Zhu Fan began making hand signs. In an instant, the ground trembled and dragon roars resounded, followed by 9 golden dragons bursting out of the ground. The dragons spread across the sky above Windgaze City for all to see. Elder Giant, who was in a hidden room in the Sun Clan. He opened his eyes and stared in shock. Who's setting up the array? Is it that geezer? No, he doesn't have the skill to set up one such as this. In Veiled Dragon Pavilion, Long Jiu shot to his feet as he watched in astonishment. Is that my coiling dragon? No, my array isn't as strong. On Blackwind Mountain, a sinister youth turned to Windgaze City's direction with a frown. What's going on in the city? Was the plan pushed forward? But he soon shook his head. No, Elder Giant isn't impulsive. What could have happened? Everyone's eyes turned to this strange light. After 15 minutes, Zhu Fan's hand signs changed, and the 9 golden dragons returned to the earth of the courtyard. It was soon followed by a golden glow that spread all over it. What did you do? Long Kui stammered. Zhu Fan ignored her again and showed deep respect as he presented the ring to Luo Yuncheng. Young miss, I noticed the 3rd grade coiling dragon array lacked in strength to safeguard young miss' safety. As such, I took it upon myself to upgrade it to the 5th grade 9 heavens coiling dragon array. I have wasted spirit stones. Please punish me, young miss. What? Long Jai and Long Kui were gobsmacked. There were but a handful of people who could set a 5th grade array in the Tianyu Empire. Not even the 7 houses had such a talent. But this kid had just simply deployed one. Was he a 5th grade array master? Luo Yuncheng knew Zhu did it on purpose to humiliate them, then deferred to her. This was also the first time she saw him so subdued. It was the perfect moment to install her rightful status as a young miss onto him. Luo Yuncheng smiled inside, yet her face was stone cold. Steward Zhu, I should punish you for taking so many spirit stones without consent. But I won't blame you as you did it for our sake. Let's go. What punishment? Not even the 7 noble houses would dare rebuke such a lofty existence. Long Kui looked as if she had a fly stuck in her throat. Soon, Zhu Fan accompanied Luo Yunhai as they swaggered inside, to the endless shock of the others and the snickering of Captain Pang and Luo Yunhai. Only Long Jai and Long Kui stood there with their hearts in chaos. They never thought it possible for a scheming second-layer Qi condensation Zhu Fan to also be a 5th-grade array master. How could an unknown clan have such a talent? With a sudden boom, a figure appeared before the two. It was Long Jiu. His eyes were filled with excitement. Who set up the array just now? It's. The two looked long at each other before Long Jai replied, Luo clan steward Zhu Fan. What him? Long Jiu turned to the array, and the more he examined it, the more shocked he got. An array master needs to know each array as the back of his hand and pours years and years into understanding heaven and earth. At my age, I can only set up 3rd-grade arrays, so how can a pup set up a 5th-grade array so quickly? Long Jiu seemed to be asking Long Kui and Long Jai, but it also seemed to be asking himself. The two only shook their heads. It was unknown what kind of man Zhu Fan was as he kept doing extraordinary and shocking things again and again. Even the two of them, born in a powerful clan, no longer dared to underestimate Zhu Fan. They even felt inferior. Go and call the kid over. No, invite him. I want to speak to him. Taking a look around, Long Jiu grinned. The two cupped their hands and followed his order. Soon, in a pavilion in the garden behind the courtyard, Long Jiu served tea at a stone table. It didn't take long before Zhu Fan came in, followed by Long Jai and Long Kui. Ha ha ha, brother Zhu Fan, sit. Long Jiu laughed as he invited him. Long Jai and Long Kui were shocked. Brother Zhu Fan. Long Jiu had a high position in the clan as such. The two of them called him uncle. Yet a proud man like Long Jiu only respected a handful of people in the Tianyu Empire. But to call this kid brother left the two stumped. Zhu Fan took it in stride, however, sitting without hesitation. In his eyes, this was a world where the strong were respected. With enough strength, even this old man's grandpa would call him brother. Why has bro Jiu called for me? Zhu Fan wasn't a stickler for rules and poured himself some tea. He didn't seem to know the meaning of shame as he called Long Jiu bro without so much as a blush. Long Kui couldn't even react. Long Jai rolled his eyes, cursing him for being shameless and taking advantage of circumstances. But Long Jiu was overjoyed. Their relationship was now tighter, and that was a good thing for him. Brother Zhu Fan, since you called me bro Jiu, I won't mince words. I'll be honest with you, brother. For a 5th-grade array master to stay in a fallen clan like the Luo clan is a sin. It's best if you join the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. We will even treat you as a venerable. Even the clan head will have to show you respect. Long Kui and Long Jai never imagined Long Jiu wanted to invite Zhu Fan as Veiled Dragon Pavilion's venerable. That was the highest status in the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, even higher than an elder. How could a kid, still wet behind his ears, receive such honor? Then again, Zhu Fan was a 5th-grade array master only in the Qi condensation stage. Any of the 7 houses would invite such a person to be a venerable. Asking him to join the Veiled Dragon Pavilion was for the clan's future. Zhu Fan sipped tea with a smile. He knew of Long Jiu's intention even before he came. Who wouldn't fight and seize a 5th-grade array master in such an empire? Even the emperor would have to show him courtesy. He foresaw this even as he set up the array. Brother Zhu Fan, what do you say? Long Jiu asked again. Zhu Fan grinned. I have one condition. If it's in Veiled Dragon Pavilion's power, you can ask for anything. Long Jiu expressed his consent, even making her serve me tea, rub my feet, and warm my bed. Zhu Fan pointed at Long Kui. Long Kui's cheeks flared red with anger. Keep dreaming. Long Jiu had to shake his head in embarrassment. It's impossible with little Kui. Ha ha ha, it's just a joke. I already have a young miss, so why would I look for another? Zhu Fan's eyes were radiant as he turned serious. I want the Luo siblings. Forever safe. Zhu Fan paused after each word. Long Jiu showed his admiration. He never expected for Zhu Fan's condition to be just this. Such devotion inspired respect from the 3 around him. Even the always angry Long Kui looked at him longer. I agree. As long as the Veiled Dragon Pavilion exists, the Luo clan, not only this generation but its descendants, will also live in peace. Smiling, Zhu Fan sipped his tea again. Then from now on, you are Veiled Dragon Pavilion's venerable. I will report it to the clan, and 3 days later, I will ask Jai to escort you to the clan estate. Wait, Zhu Fan raised his hand. I didn't agree. What? But just now. Long Jiu stood in panic, then glared at Zhu Fan. Brother Zhu, were you messing around? Zhu Fan turned serious. If it were 15 minutes ago, I would have agreed without hesitation. But now, what about now? Long Jiu's beard trembled. Shaking his head, Zhu Fan let out a mysterious smile as his voice turned cold. Young Miss Long Kui, do you remember what you said? Zhu Fan extended his fist. Within 10 years, I will make the Luo clan stand above the 7 houses. He downed the tea in one gulp and smacked the cup on the table as he left. Long Kui had a strange feeling watching his back. It was impossible for a small clan to rise above the 7 noble houses in 10 years, even if he was a 5th-grade array master. The 7 noble houses' reserves weren't something he alone could overcome, but Zhu Fan's confidence left her without retort. Little Kiwi, what did you say? Long Jiu turned to the two. From Zhu Fan's expression, he knew Zhu Fan was not lying, so something must have happened earlier. Long Kiwi only stared at Zhu Fan's back as Long Jai spoke after hesitating. Long Jiu shook his head after hearing the story. I've said already not to insult people and cut at their shortcomings. You've insulted the Luo clan and they are sure to not take it lying down. But what he said can't be achieved. Long Jai muttered. Long Jiu stroked his beard. Luo clan has a 5th grade array master. Even if it won't rise above the 7 houses, it will still be well known in the land. It's best to get closer to it. We were so close to having him as venerable. Long Jiu sighed as he fixed his eye on Long Kiwi. Regarding Zhu Fan, he went to Luo Yuncheng, his mind going a mile a minute. He could have completely put his heart demon to rest, but chose not to because of Long Kiwi's words. Pipe dream. If we can't even dream, our only choice is to leave it up to fate. He had to prove to everyone that even a fallen clan could reach the top one day. He no longer helped the Luo clan just for the sake of his heart demon, but also for his path as a demonic cultivator. Nothing in this world is impossible. If heaven stands in my way, I will kill it. My fate is my own and not heaven's. The day shall come when he would rebuild this ruined clan to the best the world had ever seen. As long as demonic Emperor Zhu Yifan was here, nothing was impossible. Bam! Zhu Fan slammed the door open full of anger. Luo Yunhai, Luo Yuncheng, and Captain Pang were startled. Luo Yuncheng hesitated before building up the courage to speak to him. Zhu Fan, what did Grandfather Zhu want? He invited me to join Veiled Dragon Pavilion. The three's faces saddened. Despite being downhearted inside, Luo Yuncheng strained a smile. Congratulations, Veiled Dragon Pavilion will offer you a far more glorious future than Luo clan. She had a guess Zhu Fan's talent as a 5th grade array master would attract the 7 houses' invitation. The Luo clan would find it impossible to hold on to such a man. Zhu Fan snorted. What are you sad about? I declined. What? Shock was seen, but happiness was the most obvious emotion. Why? Just because. I'll be in my room. Zhu Fan left without answering. But just before he was gone, he said coldly, Young miss, don't interfere in any future matters of the Luo clan, be it big or small. Luo Yuncheng nodded absent-minded. Wasn't it like this so far? Why did he bring this up? Zhu Fan then seemed to talk to her, but also to himself. From now on, I am Luo clan's steward. In 10 years, I will raise the Luo clan above the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. His figure left with the last word, leaving the three in shock. For the next 10 odd days, there was not a shadow of Zhu Fan gracing the small courtyard in the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Not only Long Kui, not even Luo clan's members saw him. After his bold words that day, Zhu Fan worked harder on cultivation, locked up in his room. He only let Blood Infant roam free at night to gather Yuan Qi, his target, the Kai clan. As such, clan head Kai was dejected all this time. His guards shrank in numbers with each passing day, without so much as a trace left behind. This left him wondering if the Luo clan he offended asked Veiled Dragon Pavilion to deal with his clan. In his opinion, only the 7 noble houses had such dreadful power to reap his guards without notice. As such, Kai Rong's heart grew heavier, to the point his son balled up under his blanket, shivering at night afraid he would be next. To the living, it wasn't death that was scary, but the wait before. Father and son felt the crawling of time in the agony of fear. He also thought of seeking Hell Valley's help, but ever since it got his family martial art, it cut off all ties. This only went to further prolong Kai Rong's agony as he shouted out his frustration one day in his room. No demonic cultivator was trustworthy, but he was in too deep to turn back now. Zhu Fan took them all in stride with a sneer. As for the Sun clan, he let the Blood Infant pay them a few visits too. However, Elder Jian was there there were many close calls to getting caught, and as of late, many great powers have been present there, so Zhu Fan avoided entering. He only left Blood Infant to monitor at the gates. On this day, as per usual, the Blood Infant ate a dozen Kai clan guards, then staked Kai clan's gates for a bit before returning to the little courtyard, pleased. Just as he was about to enter his home, a trace of energy caught his eye. Zhu Fan frowned in his room as the Blood Infant hid its energy. Soon, in a corner across from the little courtyard, a shadow was reflected in his eyes. That person was watching his home. Humph, no one dares to step inside Veiled Dragon Pavilion's territory, yet this one does. He must be from Blackwind Mountain. Zhu Fan grinned. He recalled Elder Jian telling it wasn't the Kai clan nor the Sun clan who'd come after the Luo clan, but a third party unrelated to them, Blackwind Mountain. If the Luo clan fell, Hell Valley was spared of all liability. But how were a bunch of bandits going to enter the little courtyard? You think this is the Cloud Manor? Raising an eyebrow, Zhu Fan guided the Blood Infant after the person in black. Because Blood Infant's hidden energy, it wasn't found out. After taking stock of the surrounding, the bandit left, followed by a red trace. An hour later, the person jumped through a window of a tavern, and the Blood Infant floated to peer inside. Zhu Fan saw 7 strong men and a 17-year-old girl to the side. They were all waiting for the person in black to speak. "Young miss, how's the situation?" Before the person in black spoke, the girl poured tea and spoke with concern. Zhu Fan was taken aback, a woman. He never expected the leader of the Blackwind Mountain Bandits to be a woman. Were they looking down on the fact that the Luo clan had only 4 members? Zhu Fan shook his head. He saw the person in black remove her veil to reveal a pair of bright eyes, black hair flowing down to her waist, with fair and unblemished skin worthy of the title beauty. Even the men couldn't help but swallow dryly and stare, but the woman's glare made them lower their heads. "Zio Kui, get me a pen and paper." Being shouted to, the girl rushed to obey. The beauty drew in detail for 15 minutes. The contents shocked Zhu Fan. That was Veiled Dragon Pavilion's little courtyard in minute detail. He had to admit making such a map after one night of staking earned a thumbs up from him. She wasn't the leader for nothing. Look closely. Here, and here are guards. The 4 corners here have bone-tempering experts. "Young miss, this is Veiled Dragon Pavilion. How do we proceed? By the look of things, we'll be dead before we even make it through the door." One man wiped his sweat from fear. The woman dismissed him. Relax, senior brother got in contact with Hell Valley's men and said they will distract the guards. "We just need to capture Luo Yuncheng and kill the rest." "What? She isn't a man, so why capture young miss for?" Zhu Fan was baffled, but not worried. Even without the guards, he still had the 9 heavens coiling dragon array. They were ants throwing their lives away. But what caught his attention was that Blackwind Mountain and Hell Valley were connected. They were being exploited just like the Kai clan, but on a much deeper level. Young miss, there's something you might not like to hear, but it concerns our lives." "Say it." Waving her hand, the girl spoke calmly. The man hesitated before firming his resolve. "Young miss, the young lord and Hell Valley are connected and will listen to him. Even if Hell Valley's men help us, the Veiled Dragon Pavilion is still one of the 7 noble houses. Offending them will leave us with no place to hide." "Will the Hell Valley shelter us then? If they abandon us instead, death will be our only outcome." "Humph, that's like saying you're scared of dying. Don't you think you're letting down Mountain Lord with your words? For helping Camp Lord recover for his revenge, the least we can do is stake our lives." Her words brought shame on their faces. She glared at them and shouted, "Withdraw. Follow the predetermined plan without fail." Yes, they cupped their hands and shouted with respect. When they left, they were resolute, with staring death in the face. "Not bad." Zhu Fan raised an eyebrow as he left the room. Now it was his turn. When all the people left, the girl clapped her hands in glee. "Young miss is amazing, like a true mountain lord." Shaking her head, the woman sighed. If Godfather was back to health, he'd do it far better. No one on Blackwind Mountain would have doubted him, nor questioned his orders. Maybe, but they still believe in young miss. Woman shook her head. "Zio Kui, don't comfort me. I only hope to cure my adoptive father once we get the returning dragon palm. Young miss will succeed in her filial duty." The girl giggled. However, it was now that a faint sigh reached them. "Girl, filial and success are different things. Moreover, who told you the returning dragon palm can heal wounds? Who's there?" The woman and the girl turned to find Zhu Fan sitting on the window frame with a smile. "No need to panic. I have no ill intent. I just came to chat and clear some things up." Zhu Fan made a friendly gesture. "Who exactly are you?" The woman drew Zio Kui 2 steps behind her. She didn't realize Zhu Fan was spying on them. If he wanted her life, she'd be dead by now. "Oh, I haven't introduced myself." Zhu Fan bowed. "I am Luo Clan's steward, Zhu Fan." "What, the Luo Clan?" The woman's eyes squinted and gnashed her teeth, then she stabbed with 2 fingers. Piercing lightning danced between her fingers as if it wanted to shatter the skies. Zhu Fan was a bit startled. 9th layer of chi condensation, spirit-ranked martial art. He'd never expected for the last to be so strong and even wield a spirit-ranked martial art to boot. Her power was close to a bone-tempering cultivator. Unfortunately, she met Zhu Fan. He mocked all those below bone-tempering, because he had the blood infant. With a hand sign, a red light flashed from his body into the woman. Her body froze, yet the lighting still buzzed between her fingers. She was afraid. "What did you do to me?" Grinning, Zhu Fan shook his head. "Nothing. I am only controlling your body," and then grabbed her 2 fingers. "Cancel." In an instant, the piercing lightning died out. Blood infant was born of blood and controlled blood. This, in turn, led to the control of the whole body. Only strong cultivation and Yuan Qi could repel such restrictions, but this was because the blood infant was still weak. If it was in the saint stage, even an emperor would find it hard to deal with. "Come with me." Zhu Fan hugged her waist. She could do nothing but let the strange man embrace her as they went. "Young miss," Zio Kui shouted. Zhu Fan turned and thought of something. "Oh, forgot about you." His hand grabbed her shoulder and the last blanked out. Zio Kui was just a servant that had yet to enter chi condensation. Thus, as the first rays of dawn graced the earth, Zhu Fan walked to his home embracing 1 girl and 1 woman. As dawn approached, Zhu Fan carried a pretty girl in each hand to his courtyard. The guards were taken aback seeing this steward locked up for 10 odd days, only to follow up with a knowing smile. One even teased Steward Zhu, "Last night must have been exhausting for you." Long Kui happened to pass by and saw him with 2 beauties. She frowned and rolled her eyes as she walked away with large steps. She ignored him while her mouth kept criticizing. Men are all the same. Zhu Fan didn't care that they misunderstood and threw the two in his room. He closed the door and sat on a chair. Ao Zio Kui recovered from hitting the ground and rubbed her eyes. Where is this? But shouted when her eyes landed on the other woman. Young miss, are you all right? The woman laid motionless on the floor, presenting her delectable assets to Zhu Fan to see. Smiling, Zhu Fan moved his finger and she regained her freedom. The woman rose in a flash and reached for her ankle. Her hand now had a dagger that rushed at Zhu's neck. Yet only a groan came as the dagger stopped an inch from his throat as she froze in place. Zhu Fan admired her with a sneer. Nice skills, but that won't work on me. I only invited you over to clarify some things. If you are honest, I will let you go. Also, it's best if you don't bare your fangs at me again. Zhu Fan took the dagger from her hand, then spared a second glance to her shapely body. Oh, we'd have to make sure you have nothing else hiding on you. Zhu Fan adopted the frisking posture. The woman turned beet red. You dare. His hand stopped as Zhu Fan looked into her eyes. Whether I dare or not depends on you. Then his tone turned grave. Who are you? What are you doing in Windgaze City? The woman ignored him. Whoosh! Zhu Fan ripped a part of her clothing wrapped around her waist and threw it to the ground. Ah! With a shriek, the woman's anger exploded. Her eyes seemed to spew fire, yet Zhu Fan couldn't care less. Zio Kui rushed over and smacked Zhu Fan with her tender fists. Bastard! How dare you do that to young miss? Zhu Fan's other hand moved with ease and some of Zio Kui's clothing fell on the floor. She was stunned for a second before shooting back and holding her clothes tighter with tears swelling in her eyes. Zhu Fan was nonplussed, asking in the same calm voice, Who are you? What are you doing in Windgaze City? Gnashing her teeth, the woman bit her lips in answer. Her clothing was torn to shreds before as Zhu Fan repeated with coldness, Who are you? What are you doing in Windgaze City? Zhu Fan's cruelty was akin to a heartless machine that brought fear to the woman's heart. She finally relaxed her clenched jaw. I am Blackwind Mountain Lord's goddaughter, Lei Yuding. I have come to Windgaze City to end the Luo clan. Why? Zhu Fan's face was unfeeling as if it had nothing to do with him. This only worked to stoke Lei Yuding's fear. This man didn't look human in her eyes. Hell Valley will distract the guards while we sneak in. Zhu Fan nodded satisfied. He knew this beforehand and asked this to shred her heart's defenses. The next question was something he wanted to know the most. What's your connection with Hell Valley? What do they get by helping you? Lei Yuding was at a loss too, I don't know. Zhu Fan kept his eyes on her, and when he found her answer truthful, how are you in contact with Hell Valley? Who mediates? Lei Yuding's eyes shook, but her lips pursed. Zhu Fan had a guess, but he wanted to hear it from her, so he ripped Lei Yuding's shirt. Her body was exposed to Zhu Fan's eyes in an instant, leaving only a red lace cloth to protect her final vestige of modesty. Lei Yuding's tears dropped without a sound. Zhu Fan's hand closed in on the red cloth as his voice dropped even lower. This is your last chance to maintain your honor. If you don't answer, there are more than a dozen craving men outside beside me. Bastard, Lei Yuding hissed. I'll count to 3. 1, 2. The higher he got, the closer his hand was to the red cloth. Lei Yuding's bit her lips, close to drawing blood while crying, yet no word came out. You're quite brave. Zhu Fan nodded and was about to pull when Zio Kui shouted in panic, Don't. I beg you, don't bully young miss. It's senior brother Yang who's in contact with Hell Valley. Who is he? Zhu Fan's curled up an evil smile. Lei Yuding wanted to shout for Zio Kui to stop, but Zhu Fan's robbed her voice. Zio Kui saw young miss suffering and spoke truthfully. He is Mountain Lord's disciple, Yang Ming. The Mountain Lord formed a marriage contract between senior brother Yang and young miss. But one day Luo's clan head, Luo Zhenin, caught him off guard and wounded him heavily. He lays paralyzed, unable to even speak. So you thought of catching the Luo clan off guard. Zhu Fan grinned. Killers must pay and revenge must be dealt, right? And then Zio Kui hesitated, but then she saw Zhu Fan's hand drawing near Lei Yuding's chest. We were at a loss in the face of Luo clan's tight guard, but then senior brother made a pact with Steward's son. He worked with us from the inside and defeated the Luo clan. Then Luo clan's young miss ran away and we lost track of her. It was also then when senior brother Yang found out you were all here and asked Hell Valley's help. Good. Zhu Fan's hand remained still. How did you know Mountain Lord was sneak attacked by Luo Zhenin? Did you see it? Senior brother Yang did. Did your senior brother Yang also tell you returning Dragon Palm can heal him? Zhu Fan raised an eyebrow as he asked Zio Kui, who nodded. She was amazed he got it right. With a clear picture, Zhu Fan withdrew his hand from Lei Yuding's chest. However, a light voice came from outside. Zhu Fan, are you there? Luo Yuncheng went inside with Luo Yunhai and Captain Peng. The image rooted them in place. An extra 2 beauties with messed-up clothing were inside, with Zhu Fan's nefarious hand in front of one's chest. Luo Yunhai was slack-jawed, yet his eyes roamed like lightning. Covering her brother's eyes, Luo Yuncheng shouted at Captain Peng, Get young master out. Captain Peng nodded as he carried Luo Yunhai outside, but not before he threw Zhu Fan a vulgar smile any man would understand. Steward Zhu. Luo Yuncheng raged, This is Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Why are you making trouble? Shrugging, Zhuo Fan said, everything I do is for Luo clan's sake. For Luo clan. Luo Yuncheng laughed from anger. You bring two flosses to mess around with and you say it's for Luo clan. Didn't you say you were getting stronger? Didn't you say you'll raise the Luo clan above the 7 houses in 10 years? Is this how you do it? Zhuo Fan was stunned. Luo Yuncheng carried herself with dignity and virtue at all times, even when angry. Why did she snap today so bad that she lost all composure? Shaking his head, Zhuo Fan said, if you knew who they were, you wouldn't be saying that. Luo Yuncheng was skeptical. They are from Blackwind Mountain and I was interrogating them. Zhuo Fan sneered at the two girls with messed up clothing. This method is the most effective against women, even in the case of bandits. What, they're from Blackwind Mountain? Luo Yuncheng's eyes went bloodshot as she used her Yuan Qi to punch Lei Yuding. Give me back my father. Zhuo Fan caught her soft hand. Calm down. I believe Blackwind Mountain and the Luo clan's grievances are connected. The 7 noble houses were probably behind it all. What? Not only Luo Yuncheng, even Lei Yuting and Zhao Kui were stunned. Both the Luo clan and Blackwind Mountain were mere ants to the 7 noble houses. Why go to such lengths to hide their intention when they could deal with them with a snap of their fingers? Zhuo Fan didn't figure it out yet, but he still let go of Lei Yuting. Young Miss Lei, I have a presumptuous favor to ask of you. Zhuo Fan bowed. I want you to take me to Blackwind Mountain. I want to get to the bottom of this. Humph, there's no way you can enter Blackwind Mountain. Lei Yuting snorted. Zhuo Fan smiled at Luo Yuncheng. Young miss, please take out the returning dragon palm. Why? Luo Yuncheng took it out anyway. If others asked for it, she wouldn't have been so quick to respond. But since Zhuo Fan was a 5th grade array master, he wouldn't covet a mere spirit-ranked martial art. Zhuo Fan smiled. Young Miss Lei, this is the returning dragon palm you wanted. But this is a martial art. It is unable to heal Mountain Lord's wound. I can only ask for you to take me to Blackwind Mountain to investigate. The chances Yang Ming had always lied to you. We need to make matters clear. Otherwise, Luo clan and Blackwind Mountain will be crushed by the 7 houses. Senior brother Yang is a good man, not a liar, Zhao Kui said. Zhuo Fan only looked at Lei Yuting. How could Yang Ming make Luo clan's steward defect after decades under Luo clan and also be in constant contact with Hell Valley? Lei Yuting, do you even know your fiancé? Zhuo Fan's words struck a chord inside Lei Yuting and doubt sprouted. Tracing returning dragon palms, Jade slipped with her hand. She nodded. Since they gave her the martial art, one passed down through generations, even she found something amiss and agreed. Moreover, Blackwind Mountain was her home and Zhuo Fan was but one man. No trick of his would work there. Zhuo Fan was pleased, but he cleared his voice in embarrassment the next second. Miss Lei, be careful not to catch a cold. Ah, only now did she react to the vile steward ripping her clothes and could only use her hands for cover. Luo Yuncheng and Zhao Kui shoved Zhuo Fan out the door. Scram. The door slammed behind him as the 3 girls exchanged a smile. But then it dawned on them how complicated the matter got. They were still enemies and lost their smiles. Then came Zhuo Fan from outside. Miss Lei, next time don't forget to wear more. Lei Yuting was so embarrassed her eyes burned with rage, while her face grew hotter. A woman and an old man walked down a forest road. She was tall, mesmerizing, and emanating a perfume that drew in butterflies. The wizened old man had a white goatee, yet his eyes flashed with vigilance now and then. The two arrived at the foot of a mountain and looked to the summit. The beauty eyed the elder, but her tone was laced with anger. Zhuo Fan, you better behave. If I find you have any evil intentions towards Blackwind Mountain, I won't let you off. Ha ha ha, relax, miss. This old man only came to investigate. Moreover, what could a lone man possibly do? The old man's laughter reached the heavens above. Snorting, Lei Yuting ignored him. Furthermore, if you harm even a hair of Zhao Kui, I will end you. Relax, I took her hostage because we don't trust each other. On one hand, I needed some insurance. On the other, Zhuo Fan spoke in a mysterious voice. It is for your own good. For my own good. Lei Yuting didn't understand, but the only response she got was Zhuo Fan shaking his head. The two climbed in silence. Halfway up, they got to the first checkpoint. Who's there? A strong man jumped out in their path. But when he saw Lei Yuting, he bowed. Ah, so it's young miss. Weren't you in Wingay City? Why, I had to return. Lei Yuting jutted out her chin, walking without sparing the man a glance. He is on Yang Ming's side. Zhuo Fan whispered, tell me, if your task in Wingay City was so secret, why is it that a common bandit knows of it? Lei Yuting frowned. Her previous unshakable trust in Yang Ming was gnawed by Zhuo Fan these past few days. She herself started to notice many more inconsistencies in Yang Ming's behavior. The same could be said about the man they just met. He was watching her every movement, but what she used to take it as normal before, now it felt like a warning. You'll see. Once we arrive, Yang Ming will welcome you. Zhuo Fan smiled as he sped up. Lei Yuting watched his figure with a heart filled with doubts. They passed several more checkpoints before reaching the summit. They now stood in front of the Blackwind Mountain camp's gate. Since Zhuo Fan was impersonating an old man and was led by Lei Yuting, no one questioned him. But just as they stepped foot across the gate, a man appeared. He was tall and majestic, just that a wicked smile smeared his handsome face. Zhu Fan knew in a flash he was Yang Ming. See, all your actions were reported back. Zhu Fan raised an eyebrow at Lei Yuding, like a child who won the bet. But Lei Yuding didn't humor him by playing his game, and instead had a solemn face. Zhu Fan had been feeding her doubts every step of the way, particularly regarding Yang Ming, who might have been a spy from the Hell Valley. She didn't want to believe it since he was the fiancé her godfather arranged for her. It was hard for her to change her perception of a man who had the trust of everyone, her godfather included. But these doubts were the fruit of Zhu Fan's careful wording along the way. Biting her lip, Lei Yuding saw Yang Ming with a complicated gaze and braced herself for what was to come. Sister Yuding, shouldn't you be in Wingay City? Why the sudden return? Yang Ming approached her with a smile and turned to Zhu Fan, and this is. Lei Yuding hesitated a moment. Senior brother, Veiled Dragon Pavilion isn't someone we can provoke, while Hell Valley's men aren't worthy of trust. This operation has too many dangers, so I've put the men on standby to observe for now. Yang Ming's face changed, not much but enough for Zhu Fan to notice the killing intent in his eyes. Sister Yuding, Master's kindness is as heavy as a mountain. How can we not give our lives for such a man? How can we be so selfish? Furthermore, aren't we supposed to avenge Master? I am aware, however. Lei Yuding frowned. We cannot disregard the lives of our brothers. This is a second-ranked alchemist I have found to save Godfather. We will settle this vengeance once he recovers. Sensing his cue, Zhu Fan cupped his hands. Ha ha ha. This old man has wandered the pugilistic world and cured countless illnesses. No injury or disease can escape my trained eye. Humph, if you were so great, we'd have known about you. Who are you trying to deceive? Yang Ming interrupted Zhu Fan, bragging, Junior sister, only returning dragon palm can heal wounds this martial art caused. Don't you trust me? Lei Yuding recalled the time she spent with Yang Ming and her heart was in chaos. Zhu Fan stood between the two and asked Yang Ming, little brother, give me a chance. I'm an expert healer. Get lost. Yang Ming was furious and sent a palm attack. Zhu Fan felt the power behind it but didn't dodge, opting to take the strike with clenched teeth. Bam. Despite not using a martial art, the palm, backed up by the power of an early bone-tempering cultivator, struck Zhu Fan's chest and sent him sprawling while coughing blood. Why did you attack if you refused him entry? Lei Yuding yelled. Zhu Fan staggered to his feet after puking another mouthful of blood. This old man can't take too many hits. Miss, I'm sorry, but I will have to refuse this deal. I should have known no good comes from dealing with bandits. What did you say? Yang Ming was enraged and slapped again, but Lei Yuding stopped him. I invited him. If you want to hit him, you'll have to go through me. Humph, let him try for all I care. But if this healer makes the master worse, he won't leave this place alive. Yang Ming flung his sleeve and walked out in anger. Lei Yuding felt wronged and glared at Zhu Fan. It's all your fault, senior brother ignores me. I was a fool for believing you. There's no way my caring senior brother could harm Godfather. Miss, didn't your godfather teach you how to judge people? Zhu Fan wiped the blood from his mouth with a smile, but this is perfect since he bought it. Lei Yuding was shocked, then doubtful. When you talk to someone, you don't pay attention to what they speak, but how they act. Lei Yuding replayed the early scene while leaving out Yang Ming's words. All of his actions went according to Zhu Fan's conjecture, to the point that when he left, Yang Ming showed a faint smile to her. Can it be? Lei Yuding didn't dare finish. If she did, her heart would be in too much pain and wouldn't be able to stop herself from confronting Yang Ming. At that time, the two would break all relations. Zhu Fan patted her shoulder. Come, take me to your godfather. Damn swindler. It's fine if you want to act, but there's no point in seeing him. Lei Yuding could hardly rein her emotions. Zhu Fan smiled while shrugging nonplussed. When you act, you need to be thorough. Moreover, the act hasn't reached its climax. With the final word, Zhu Fan walked forward and Lei Yuding followed. As they passed, hundreds of eyes focused on them. Lei Yuding felt uneasy from so many stares. What used to be eyes filled with respect now held only wariness. The two entered the mountain lord's room and saw Yang Ming inside. He held a bowl of gruel, feeding the old man on the bed. Hack, I will hold you responsible for anything that happens to Master. Yang Ming smacked the bowl on the table and glared, then took a seat to the side to observe. Zhu Fan laughed inside as he inspected the patient. When his fingers touched the old man's wrist, he injected his yuan qi and what he saw stunned him. It was all clear to him now. He has no external wounds. Zhu Fan shook his head. Yang Ming rolled his eyes and snorted. Is there a need to even say it? But neither. Internal ones. Yang Ming's eyes squinted and his hands tightened. He judged the fourth layer qi condensation Zhu Fan as having no skill to speak of, but reality proved him wrong. Yang Ming's killing intent spiked. If Godfather isn't injured, why can't he move or speak? Lei Yuding doubted Zhu Fan's diagnosis, thinking he was just putting on a show. When you put up an act, try to make it believable. How are you going to explain an immobilized bone-tempering expert having no injuries? Zhu Fan scratched his nose as he smiled. This old man has concluded he has something foreign inside. Bam! Yang Ming snapped the corner of the table while the old man on the bed glared at Zhu Fan. He wanted to speak with such ardor, but he was powerless to do so. Yet his emotional gaze said it all. Nonsense. Yang Ming stormed before Zhu Fan and pulled him back. Lei Yuding was stunned. Senior brother, what's wrong? Squinting his eyes, Yang Ming turned to Lei Yuding. Junior sister, are you hiding something from me? Lei Yuding froze but shook her head after hesitating. How can I? Yang Ming snickered. Junior sister, after being in contact for so long, you're unable to lie to me. Of course. Lei Yuding felt danger behind Yang Ming's smile, as if a viper had its eyes on her, forcing her to stagger back. Yang Ming flashed with determination. Junior sister, where is Zio Kui? I had her do some things. Lei Yuding stammered. Yang Ming nodded, pleased, but the next second his eyes flashed evilly as he sent a palm strike. The powerful strike to her chest sent Lei Yuding flying. A trail of blood hung in the air. Yang Ming then pressed a spot on the bed and a trap door opened beneath Lei Yuding. Zhu Fan faked shock and fled, but Yang Ming's quick hand clutched his neck, throwing him inside the hole and then closed the trap door. The old man trembled from fury seeing the two falling in Yang Ming's trap. Bam! Lei Yuding's body ached as she landed in the black cave. But then, with a loud bang, something crashed onto her with such force that she spat blood. Didn't think this kid would have a trap door. Zhu Fan reached for the ground and felt something soft in his palm. Why is the ground so soft? Ah, bastard. Get off me. A shriek pierced his ears, and Zhu Fan realized he was on top of Lei Yuding with his two hands conveniently placed on her chest. He rushed away and said embarrassed, sorry, it was a total accident. Lei Yuding, with a beet red face, didn't argue. She stood up and raved, Yang Ming, so you're the one behind it all. Ha ha ha. Yang Ming's egotistical laughter came from above. Junior sister, I knew your return was suspicious. And you even brought a second-grade alchemist. You started to doubt me. Why are you doing this? Godfather always treated you well. Lei Yuding wailed in grief as her heart broke. Yang Ming replied with a sneer, I have my own plans. This old man means nothing to me. I didn't hope to deal with you so soon, but you even went as far as bringing a second-grade alchemist to ruin my plan. What do I mean so little to you? Tears streamed Lei Yuding's cheeks. She spat blood again from heartache. Zhu Fan shook his head, unmoved by her plight. You only have yourself to blame. But since he had a play to finish, he still kept true to his role as a healer. Little brother, I have nothing to do with your problems. Let me go, I'm innocent. Yang Ming only laughed. Damn hack, if you were useless, it wouldn't have made much difference if I killed you or not. Such a shame you figured out the old man's illness. Illness? What illness? I only thought he didn't move for so long that toxins started to set in and wanted to give him a laxative. Zhu Fan cried his injustice. This is how I earn my meager living. Why? Yang Ming rubbed his forehead. Curses, it's all a misunderstanding. He took the old man as having skills when he was nothing but a swindler looking to earn his next meal. In the end, what skill can a fourth-layer chi condensation old man have? Yang Ming shook his head, regretting his rash actions. He wanted Lei Yuding to complete his job, but now he had to do it himself. Damn hack, you ruined everything. Yang Ming roared, once I come back, I'll deal with you both. Guards, make sure no one comes in. Yes. Zhu Fan then heard two guards taking positions at the door and Yang Ming leaving. Hey, little brother, I'm not the only one who makes a living like this. Hey, let me go, I'm innocent. Zhu Fan shouted a few more times but didn't get a reply and was certain Yang Ming was gone. He turned to Lei Yuding to find her sitting blankly. She just found out her fiancé was someone else entirely and felt nothing for her, willing to even kill her. Any girl would feel their heart torn to shreds from this. Rubbing his fake beard, Zhu Fan spoke. You're not too different from my young miss. You should later share each other's pain and learn from them. Humph later, it's still unclear if we'll survive. Lei Yuding lashed. Zhu Fan's smile brimmed with confidence. It's all going according to this old man's plan. Relax, we're leaving tonight. But if you want to die, you can take your life now, of course. After all, you've been discarded. Lei Yuding snapped, if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Zhu Fan chuckled as he closed his eyes, waiting for the night. Lei Yuding pouted, yet she found bickering with Zhu Fan had eased the pain inside and that something faint sprouted. In the dead of night, a crescent moon hung in the clouded sky above Blackwind Mountain. Most bandits were asleep, with the exception of the guards. In the dark cave, Zhu Fan neared the wall and flashed his eyes open as Lei Yuding was sleeping further behind. He pointed and a red light flashed from Lei Yuding's body and floated before Zhu Fan, the blood infant. Zhu Fan didn't trust Lei Yuding even with an agreement in place, so he took Zio Kui hostage and placed the blood infant inside her. If she made one wrong move, he'd end her in an instant. It was fortunate Lei Yuding's act was in order, but now it was time for blood infant to show its strength. The blood infant was acting as if it hadn't seen its parent for days, rubbing Zhu Fan's cheek. He smiled for a moment before his eyes flashed with mad killing intent. Blood infant knew his heart desires and flew outside. The thick stone walls didn't hinder it in the least. The mountain forest was particularly quiet at this time, and the bandits were enjoying their dreams in their rooms. But a red light flashed inside one of them, only to leave the next second to enter another bandit. The previous content smile faltered and was soon devoid of life. The blood infant's speed was dreadful, cleaning up a room of 20 bandits in one breath. When it left, the room was robbed of life. In the same manner, the blood infant traveled all over Blackwind Mountain, taking every breath of life along the way. Its final stop was the two guards at Mountain Lord's door. Whoosh, one guard saw his partner being assaulted by a red light. Something went inside you. The other guard froze, not getting what happened, but then Zhu Fan's voice came from within his body. Let us out. The guards' hearts were in a panic. Why did the voice of the one trapped beneath them come from one guard's body? Before they could understand what happened, the blood infant dried up its host before the other one's eyes, leaving nothing but dust. It then entered the other guard. The guard was scared to death to the point he lost his voice. It was then Zhu Fan's voice came from inside him. Let us out. It carried with it an undeniable power that softened the guard's knees as he relieved himself in his pants. Lord, please wait, I'll do it right now. The guard cried. Anyone who had seen their partner turn to dust would have no shred of courage left. The guard rushed in tears to open the mechanism. Rumble, the trapdoor opened and light shined inside. Lei Yuding was roused by the sudden light and looked to see Zhu Fan next to her. If you want to live, come with me. Then he jumped. Lei Yuding was amazed at how he did it, but his words made her angry. Humph, I won't die so easily. She then jumped after him. Returning to Mountain Lord's chamber, the guard begged for his life. Lord, young miss, spare me. Young, no, Yang Ming, that bastard forced me. Lei Yuding was clueless as Zhu Fan waved. Stand aside. The guard curled up in a corner. Then Zhu Fan walked to the old man's bed. Zhu Fan smiled at the naked killing intent in the old man's eyes. I can heal you, but you have to listen to me afterwards. Lei Yuding was moved. You can heal Godfather. Zhu Fan only stared at the old man in the eye. The old man hesitated, but Zhu Fan dispelled it with a smile. Relax, I won't do anything that might jeopardize your clan. I am Zhu Fan, Luo clan's steward. We have a common enemy, and I am missing a bone-tempering expert that I hope you can fill in for. His words worked to intensify the glare in the old man's eyes. Zhu Fan grinned, knowing he agreed. With a wave of his finger, the blood infant left the guard and floated in front of Zhu Fan. At the sight of the bloody light, the guard shivered. This was the one behind his partner's gruesome death. Lei Yuding was shocked, having also suffered at the hands of this light. Zhu Fan, what are you trying to do? Heal him? Zhu Fan flitted his eyes over her. Can this thing heal? Lei Yuding was doubtful, having seen Zhu Fan using it to attack and humiliate her before. What if this thing worsens Godfather's illness? Zhu Fan sneered. Young miss, your Godfather agreed already. I have no reason to hurt him. Then what is that thing? Lei Yuding watched the old man with worry. Demonic creature. Zhu Fan explained coldly. Us demonic cultivators refine demonic creatures. Be it for attacking or defending, these creatures are essential. Do you know why Yang Ming snapped when I said the old man had a foreign object inside? Lei Yuding shook her head. Didn't you say it was a blind guess? Zhu Fan almost spat blood. Now I know why he fooled you. You're a blockhead. Did you also believe me when I was fooling him? I see now why he left so at ease, even while you are alive. Lei Yuding blushed and lowered her head. Godfather always told her she had a talent for cultivation, a genius. But Zhu Fan was the first to call her blockhead. The reason why he flipped was because my words hit him where it hurts. Zhu Fan spoke gravely. As for why the old man is immobilized, it's because of a demonic creature. I will now use mine to expel the one inside him. Even so, Lei Yuding was still worried. Your demonic creature can expel his. Ha ha ha. Zhu Fan laughed as he heard the biggest joke in his life. Based on his early diagnosis, Yang Ming's demonic creature was refined from a parasitic worm, the lowest among demonic creatures. But his was the blood infant, feared by even the 10 emperors of old. How could they ever be equal? Sigh, ignorance is terrifying. Zhu Fan no longer wasted words on Lei Yuding and waved his finger so that the blood infant entered the old man. A flash of red passed and the old man's skin crawled. As it started to wiggle, a light flashed over that spot. Wherever the light went, the wiggling stopped. After a few dozen breaths, the blood infant returned to Zhu Fan's body while the old man began to move his finger. His lips parted to let a faint whisper, Tinger, Godfather. Lei Yuding grabbed his hand as tears fell, but Zhu Fan frowned and muttered, damn it. This old man won't move anytime soon. His blood vessels atrophied. He needs at least half a year to recover. I helped him for nothing. Even with his low voice, Lei Yuding picked up his every word. Lei Yuding glared at him. Make no mistake, my Godfather owes you, and I will do everything to repay it. You won't lose out. He shrugged. He wanted a bone-tempering expert, not a run-of-the-mill cultivator stuck at the cusp of entering bone-tempering stage that he could easily deal with. It was at this time the old man's body trembled, and an inch-long snow-white worm crawled out of his mouth. Ah, Lei Yuding shrieked. But when she saw the worm, her anger got the best of her. So you're the cause of my Godfather's illness. Lei Yuding poured all her power into the lightning between her 2 fingers and stabbed at the worm. Stop. Zhu Fan grabbed her hand. Lei Yuding saw his eyes flash with an odd light. What are you doing? We need to kill this parasite. You know nothing. Zhu Fan looked for a box to put the worm carefully. Before closing the lid, he dropped a few drops of blood essence and smiled with satisfaction as he hid it in his chest. Never did he expect to earn so much on this trip. This creature was called Frigid Pool Snow Worm, one that lived in the coldest waters and was very rare. It was a parasite that would die if the larva didn't find a host in 2 hours after hatching. but the cold pool it lived in hardly had any living beings, and most of the worms would die soon after being born. A demonic cultivator would raise it into an inferior demonic creature, since most poisonous worms or insects could be turned into parasites. This was why many demonic cultivators considered the frigid pool snow worm a mere parasite, albeit a rarer one. Yet even in the sacred domain, one would be hard-pressed to find someone who knew of frigid pool snow worm's fatal flaw. It would only leave its host when it was on the brink of death. Just now, the blood infant used the demon transformation art to kill its larva and make it believe its life was threatened so it would come out willingly. Another way was to kill the old man. By destroying all its larvae, the worm had now become a common parasite. However, a treasure such as this could be refined into an unprecedented demonic creature in Zhu Fan's hands. He started to let out an evil smile. His grin only made the other three's hearts shudder, thinking Zhu Fan was worse than Yang Ming. Carry him, we're returning to Wingay City. With a strained nod, the guard squeezed a smile. Then a steel grip lifted him by the throat. But now you're expendable. No, Lei Yuding was late in stopping him. Black energy burrowed into the guard, and he soon blew up in a cloud of dust. She froze seeing Zhu Fan kill a man for the first time. He was so ruthless, he didn't even leave a corpse. Lei Yuding recalled how she spent the last few days next to such a murderer, and fear swelled inside her. Even the old man's eyes squinted. He was a seasoned cultivator, yet also felt his courage falter from Zhu Fan's act. Lei Yuding looked at her godfather with a heavy heart, unsure if joining Zhu Fan was a good choice. But one thing was certain, she should never ever make an enemy out of him. Sighing, she resigned in carrying her godfather behind Zhu Fan. Bodies were strewn everywhere they looked around the camp. Each man had a peaceful death, but it was this calm expression that struck the greatest fear in the two's hearts. The mountain camp had around 400 men, yet they all died without a sound, including those who weren't corrupted by Yang Ming. The old man had tears streaming down his cheeks when he recalled drinking with his brothers. If Zhu Fan didn't do it, the old man would have asked him to. Steward, Zhuo, thank you. His strained words shocked Lei Yuding, while Zhu Fan understood. The old man was both in admiration and fearful as he watched the bodies. You did a great deed. 10 days later, Zhu Fan returned in secret to the small courtyard in Veiled Dragon Pavilion. This trip took them half a month, but Zhu Fan made sure to tell Lei Yuding to place the Blackwind Mountain bandits in the city on standby. Since the bandits were still, so was Hell Valley. On the way to his home, Zhu Fan found that Long Jai and Long Kui weren't around and set for a guard to put the old man in a room while he went to look for Luo Yuncheng. 15 minutes later, Xiao Kui cried when she saw the door open. She ran in tears to Lei Yuding, young miss. Lei Yuding wiped the girl's tears and bopped her nose. Silly girl, they weren't hard on you, were they? Xiao Kui shook her head. All Luo clan, besides that evil steward, treated me with kindness. Girlie, don't talk bad about people when they're present or they will put you in your place. Zhu Fan then walked next to the rest of the Luo clan's members who smiled at Xiao Kui's antics. Luo Yunhai approved. You dumb girl, bro Zhu likes to spank people the most. You messed with him, now see how he messes up your rear. Xiao Kui hid behind Lei Yuding. Zhu Fan rolled his eyes. Was he a fiend in these kids' eyes? Luo Yuncheng and Captain Peng exchanged a glance but felt warm inside. Zhu Fan always did what he wanted and never left a good first impression, to the point some might even call him vile. They experienced this firsthand, but once they got to know Zhu Fan, they would discover that he was a trustworthy person. You're Yuncheng. They all turned to the old man behind Lei Yuding, who watched Luo Yuncheng with emotion. Then he turned to the child, and you are Luo Yunhai. Gods be praised. Brother Zhenin's children are alive. Senior, are you perhaps? Luo Yuncheng hesitated. The first thing Zhu Fan did when he returned was to bring her to Blackwind Mountain's lord to understand the relationship between Blackwind Mountain and Luo clan, and why Hell Valley set its sights on them. Zhu Fan made the introductions. This is Blackwind Mountain's lord, the leader of the bandits who destroyed Cloud Manor. What? Luo Yuncheng's face turned gloomy and dignified as killing intent surged and her yuan qi leaked. Lei Yuding jumped in front of the old man. His frail hand moved Lei Yuding aside and dropped to his knees, tears flowing freely. Yuncheng, Luo clan's disaster is all my fault. If you want to kill anyone, kill me. Godfather, Mountain Lord. Lei Yuding and Xiao Kui shouted, but the old man dismissed them. I owe it to the Luo clan. You are not to stop her. Luo Yuncheng watched the weak old man with anger, yet she didn't strike. Zhu Fan patted her shoulder. Yang Ming had him fooled for so long, immobilized him in his bed, and he had only recently recovered somewhat. The attack on the Luo clan had nothing to do with him. Why didn't you say so earlier? Luo Yuncheng grumbled, blaming him for almost having killed an innocent. Zhu Fan rubbed his chin, although this old man is so blind that taking him in might sink the Luo clan. Killing him for revenge is only natural. She rolled her eyes at Zhu Fan's dubious logic. Despite making some sense, blaming the old man was going too far. Luo Yuncheng wasn't a person who took her anger on others, even more so when the old man seemed to have known her father well. Senior, you're also a victim. No, I and Zenon are sworn brothers, but the Luo clan fell because of me. It is because of me his soul can't rest. He wiped the tears from his pain-stricken face. Luo Yuncheng was shocked and then saw Luo Yunhai shaking his head. Senior, why is it that father never mentioned you? Releasing the breath that he was holding, the old man calmed his restless heart. Luo clan is a distinguished clan, leagues above an old bandit such as I but your father and I became sworn brothers right as we met and kept it hidden, afraid of affecting the Luo clan's reputation. Furthermore, my Lei clan has an ancient rule, never to make enemies of Kai and Luo clans. Luo Yunhai cried out then muttered, Dad once told me that regardless of the situation, to always survive or perish alongside Lei and Kai clans. I know of the Kai clan, but is the Lei clan he was referring to yours? Luo Yuncheng turned to her brother. How come father never told me anything about this? Luo Yunhai stuck out his chin and snickered. Dad said it's a secret between men. It is not for women or outsiders to know of. Zhu Fan frowned. Is it possible that this ancestral rule in the Lei and Luo clans is passed down to the clan head only? Correct, but as I do not have a son to pass it on, I speak of it now. Moreover, I and Zenon became brothers, so the Luo clan would never harm us. But then he recalled how Luo clan fell because of him and shook his head in shame. Old man, do you have a martial art passed down in your clan? Zhu Fan asked. The old man nodded. I passed down my clan's spirit-ranked martial art, lightning finger, to Tinger as I have no son. But that bastard Yang Ming took the jade slip instead. Bam, Zhu Fan clapped. That's it. That's what they are after. Then he rushed out the door. Wait here. Everyone was stunned, clueless as to what he wanted to do. Zhu Fan passed like a storm through Veiled Dragon Pavilion's gates guarded by the same pair of guards. They didn't even try to stop him. Bro Jiu, Zhu Fan shouted as he searched for Long Jiu. He soon saw a closed door with Long Kui and Long Jai acting as guards and knew Long Jiu was inside. He rushed over as he shouted. Long Kui blocked him, enraged. Shut up. Uncle Jiu won't receive guests today. Get lost, Humph, I'm not a guest. I have important matters to discuss with Long Jiu. Stand aside. Zhu Fan wanted to charge him, but Long Jai and Long Kui's power barred him entry. Important is it? Don't mistake Uncle Jiu's appreciation of you for weakness. This is Veiled Dragon Pavilion, not your backyard. Long Kui glared at him as she stood her ground before the door. Brother Zhu, Uncle Jiu can't see you today. Please go back. Long Jai was firm. Zhu Fan knew charging in was pointless and smiled. Girly, do you know where I've been these past few days? Humph, where could a filthy man possibly go? Last time you had 2 in your arms, and this time you must have spent a tender night out in their village. Long Q rolled her eyes. Zhu Fan shook his head with a sneer. Ha ha ha, I wish, but I'm not as free as young Miss Long. Back to the matter at hand, I followed a lead on Hell Valley. Any time now they will come to Veiled Dragon Pavilion, so don't say I didn't warn you. Humph, nonsense. If you know Hell Valley's actions, then bulls can fly. Long Q disdained. Zhu Fan shook his head and left, shouting his final warning. Tell Uncle Jiu I am taking the Luo clan into hiding, so we won't get dragged in Veiled Dragon Pavilion's fall. Long Q wanted to curse. We've always treated you so well, yet you even curse us after breaking all ties. She didn't get the chance, however, as the door opened with a creak and Long Jiu's voice came. Please bring Brother Zhu in. Long Jai and Long Q were shocked, then bowed yes. Zhu Fan flitted past them like smoke. No need, I can do it myself, he he he. Long Q panted with rage when she saw his smug look. What's so great about him? Isn't he just a 5th grade array master? Why does Uncle Jiu care so much about him? With a bitter smile, Long Jai returned to guarding the door. This is a prime example of hating grapes from being sour without trying them. If young Miss was a 5th grade array master instead, not only Uncle Jiu would have cared for you, he'd even praise you to high heaven. On the other hand, Zhu Fan, who couldn't care less about Long Q's increasing discontent of him, walked inside a huge house after spending 5 minutes crossing a corridor. He soon saw Long Jiu sitting on a high chair beaming at him. On either side of him were another 2 identical seats, with the exception that they were facing in the opposite direction. Ha ha ha, Brother Zhu, what brought you here today? Zhu Fan stopped before Long Jiu, who was smiling at him, but that smile was soon replaced by a grim look. But I must remind you, if you came here with nonsense, there will be consequences. Scratching his nose, Zhu Fan smiled. Hell Valley's experts are here and will soon attack this place. I wonder if this is considered nonsense. Of course not if it's true. Before Long Jiu responded, an aged voice came from one high chair, followed by the slow turning of both the chairs. 2 ferocious auras, stronger than Long Jiu, swept Zhu Fan. His breath caught in his throat and staggered backwards as a drop of cold sweat trailed down his shocked face. The 2 chairs creaked as they turned slowly, revealing 2 old men. One had sandy hair, with big eyes and thin hands that each time his finger tapped the armrest, it echoed out. His eyes flashed golden like a piercing sword, enough to cut one's heart. The second elder had red hair and took long breaths. Each exhale warped the air as if he breathed fire. One look was enough for Zhu Fan to know they were stronger than Long Jiu. One of them even trained the golden body to completion, while the other cultivated a fire cultivation method to great success. In the short time Zhu Fan was exposed to their power, he knew the old men weren't far from the radiant stage. In the mortal domain, any who reached this stage was among the few strongest on the continent. So this is the power of the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Zhu Fan sighed inside. The blonde elder glanced at Zhu Fan. Are you that Zhu Fan? Old Zhu couldn't stop praising. Yes, I heard you're a 5th grade array master. Zhu Fan nodded. Before grasping the two's character, he refrained from acting casually. Junior has a trivial understanding of 5th grade arrays, but nothing seniors could consider as worth. Ha ha ha, a 5th grade array master is a venerable in the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, and we too are just elders. Even we have to show you respect. The blonde elder let out a friendly laugh, unfitting of his stiff expression. The red-haired elder's rough voice boomed. Hey kid, old Jew said you're quite arrogant, that you can raise an unknown clan above the 7 houses in 10 years. Listening to you shout bro Jew sure is arrogant enough. How come you're so shy when facing us too? Jew Fan smiled. I have met with bro Jew many times and got to know his limits, but this is my first time meeting the two of you. The elders were surprised. Long Jiu's face twitched and snapped. Kid, you say you saw through me, is that it? And here I thought you were bossy to anyone you met when in fact you acted like this only around me. You think this old man is all washed up? He, of course not. I consider bro Jiu my friend, and with how broad-minded senior you are, you would never lower yourself to my level. If I were to act the same with a one-track-minded person, I'd be dead. Zhu Fan shook his head and continued, that is no longer arrogance but idiocy. The three smiled inside. The blonde and the red-haired elders even showed approval. Just as old Jiu said, this kid can see through others while also handling each of them with flawless flattery. His words might irritate old Jiu, but as a senior, he won't bicker with a junior. I like this kid, ha ha ha. The red-haired elder laughed, while the blonde elder nodded. If I didn't know you have no intention to join Veiled Dragon Pavilion, I would have insisted on having you join us, ha ha ha. Zhu Fan might be cupping his hands with a smile, but a sneer laid in his heart. In the off chance this glorious and fallen demonic emperor couldn't rise again, he would still not join a party that didn't even have a radiant stage cultivator. Quite the opposite, in fact. If you old fogies are stuck in cultivation, this old man will give you pointers. Oh, you were saying just now that Hell Valley's men are here. Are you certain? The blonde old man's face turned solemn as they went down to important matters. Long Jiu turned his eye over to him, eager to know. Zhu Fan nodded. Half a month ago, I discovered the Sun Clan had 2 more incredibly strong auras besides Elder Giant. As I was out with work these past days, I hadn't kept an eye on Sun Clan and am unclear if more had come. Humph, the more the better. I will kill them regardless. Long Jiu slapped the table as his eye turned bloodthirsty. Old Jiu, don't let anger cloud your judgment. The blonde old man frowned and said to Zhu Fan, little brother, how do you know? A cat has its way and so does a mouse. The less you know, the better. Zhu Fan shook his head. The blonde elder frowned and said surprised, little brother, you're quite amazing. I wonder who your master is. Overlord 9 Serenities. Zhu Fan blurted. They were stunned. This name was domineering to the extreme, but when did this continent have such a persona? Zhu Fan smiled to himself. In the sacred domain, it would hint to the 9 Serenities Emperor's location, but in the mortal domain, no one was the wiser. After all, the folk here were too far away, enough to keep such ancient rumors from reaching their ears. Your master must be a hidden expert to train Brother Zhu to 5th grade array master. The blonde elder didn't press for more. Brother Zhu, do you have a recovery pill? Zhu Fan popped a question. Long Jiu nodded as he took out a bottle. Is someone from Luo clan hurt? A recovery pill was a 3rd grade pill, not too expensive and neither too common, valued 100,000 spirit stones at the minimum. But since Zhu Fan wanted it, Long Jiu was bound to acquiesce. What could this pill be worth when the two were close as bros and there was even a 10 million debt binding them? Damn punk, this was your aim all along. Long Jiu cursed, you disturbed us for some meager pill, so now you must suffer my punishment. Zhu Fan laughed as he dismissed him. I'll tell you something else then. Hell Valley will attack in 2 days. Better bump up security. Then he walked out laughing. Long Jai and Long Kui saw the immensely pleased Zhu Fan come out and knew he had a delightful conversation, which only worked to sour the two's hearts. The fact that a kid like him had more right than them to join a meeting of elders left them annoyed, Long Kui in particular. The blonde elder stroked his beard, keeping Zhu Fan's figure in his eyes. Brothers, this kid puts on a smart appearance, while each word he spoke was carefully considered. So young yet so skilled. I can't help but wonder whose disciple he is. Veiled Dragon Pavilion will have to get in touch with his master. The two nodded. On the other hand, Zhu Fan went straight home. Along the way, he even spotted quite a few suspicious individuals prowling around. A great fight was about to erupt. He soon returned to Luo Yuncheng. Since both of them have suffered at the hands of a common enemy, their alliance became more solid. Zhu Fan relaxed seeing this and threw a bottle at the mountain lord. Take this. I hope you'll be up to your peak in no time. What's this? Lei Yuding asked. Recovery pill. What? Lei Yuding was stunned. She knew of its value. Even if Blackwind Mountain robbed for a whole year, they'd still be unable to gather the spirit stones to pay for it. Yet he threw such a precious pill just like that. Was Luo clan that rich? Seeing through her, Luo Yuncheng patted Lei Yuding's hand. Sister Yuding, be at ease. Veiled Dragon Pavilion owes us 10 million. A third-grade pill is nothing. Lei Yuding's shock left her slack-jawed. No wonder Veiled Dragon Pavilion was protecting them free of charge. Wait, was Cloud Manor that wealthy? Zhu Fan rolled his eyes at Luo Yuncheng's radiant smile. Women are all the same. They all love to compare. Meanwhile, in a dark room of the Sun Clan sat 4 people. 3 of them had their faces hidden, though unable to hide the vile energy they gave off, while the 4th was Hell Valley's 8th elder, Condor Giant Fan. The handsome youth standing before them with a creepy smile was Yang Ming, also known as Yuming in Hell Valley. Yuming, Elder Giant began, you hid for more than a decade in Blackwind Mountain. You've done well, but this isn't a job for a girl. There was an incident, but it was taken care of. Yuming smiled. Whoosh, a black light trailed his face, drawing blood. Yuming was appalled Elder Giant would strike him. Staring at him, Elder Giant said unfeelingly, this secret plan had been going for a decade. If your overconfidence ruins the house's plan, I will make you beg for death. Yes. Yuming bowed as cold sweat formed. Leave. Elder Giant waved. We'll begin 3 days from now. Yuming was at the door when he caught Elder Giant's sneer. No Luo clan member is allowed to live, especially. Zhu Fan. Yuming paused after each word. Nodding, Elder Giant's killing intent surged. Even if Veiled Dragon Pavilion used him to kill you, Quan, his hands are stained with your junior brother's blood. No such person shall live in this world. Yes, Yuming gnashed his teeth, his smile bloodthirsty. Zhu Fan was sitting cross-legged on his bed when he opened his eyes. He was but a step away from entering the 5th layer of qi condensation, but his lack of yuan qi blocked his advance. If he had known, he would have spent more time on Blackwind Mountain to absorb more people's yuan qi, but since he was pressed for time, he only let Blood Infant do the killing, wasting good materials in the process. With the battle knocking at his door, he refrained from letting Blood Infant roam. It would be a huge loss for it to die if Elder Giant bumped into Blood Infant. Zhu Fan muttered, I can only hold it in. It will not be long before they attack. Yet his last word was followed by a terrifying power looming ever closer towards his direction. He ran out of the house and jumped onto the roof to see a man was already there, floating in the sky. Long Jiu. He too felt the power approaching closer and closer as his single eye squinted with the release of killing intent. Despite this place being 100 meters from Veiled Dragon Pavilion, Zhu Fan shivered from the intense desire to kill. I knew it. They're profound heaven experts. Even if Zhu Fan couldn't pinpoint Long Jiu's power, figuring out his stage was easy. Hovering in the sky was all the proof he needed. As for the other 2 elders, they were even stronger. Thinking of them, he swept the area, but Zhu Fan saw no shadow of them. They had to be laying in ambush to trap Giant Fan. Zhu Fan sported a wicked grin. The 3 elders' plan showed Veiled Dragon Pavilion's decision to fight Hell Valley to the death, regardless of consequences. This left no room for amicable conciliation while also securing the Luo clan's safety. Zhu Fan, what happened? Luo Yuncheng with Lei Yuding and the rest came outside. Zhu Fan guessed Mountain Lord hadn't finished digesting the pill since he didn't come. Zhu Fan sorely lacked a peak expert. He yelled, what are you doing? Get back inside. Their little power was nothing to a profound heaven expert. Unlike Zhu Fan, who relied on the 9 heavens coiling dragon array, Luo Yuncheng knew the gravity of the situation from Zhu Fan's tense face. She took her brother and the others to hide in the house while also saying, Zhu Fan, be careful. Zhu Fan nodded. A sudden cawing echoed in their ears, and a black cloud floated above Veiled Dragon Pavilion. With a laugh, a black-robed old man walked out of the cloud. The few strands of hair on his head drifted in the wind as his evil eyes narrowed on Long Jiu. But even so, he couldn't help spare the small courtyard a glance. Condor Giant Fan, how dare you step into my domain? Long Jiu's one and only eye was bloodshot. His bone-deep hatred seeped into every word he uttered. Snickering, Condor Giant Fan laughed. Long Jiu, Veiled Dragon Pavilion killed Hell Valley's disciple, Yu Quan. You're saying I can't even come to seek justice. Justice. Since when did Hell Valley know the meaning of the word? Long Jiu's breathing grew ragged from the grudge he carried, who then plotted against me in Drifting Leaves City, who then set a trap for me and ruined my Purple Lightning Gold Eye. Purple Lightning Gold Eye. Zhu Fan didn't expect the people in the mortal domain to cultivate such a remarkable ability. The legend of the Purple Lightning Gold Eye went back to the time of the 10 Emperors, pertaining to one of the top 3 Emperors, Heavenly Emperor's Mystic Eye. It released a golden light, divine lightning that could crush heaven. Even a saint stage expert would fall from his gaze. Yet this amazing cultivation method appeared in the mortal domain. He was curious as to how in heaven's Long Jiu managed to cultivate it. If it was cultivated to the 6th heaven, it was a pity to have it ruined. Even he, the demonic emperor, would feel the same hatred as if having his wife stolen or his father killed. Ha ha ha! Giant Fan wasn't the least bit ashamed and laughed instead. Who is to blame for your idiocy? Relying on your eye, you became a top expert in the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Without this crutch, you've degenerated to become one of the 9 elders, stuck to defend Wingay City. Oh, the horror. Giant fan. Longju's energy blew with his rage, and even his eye was on the verge of bleeding. I will have my revenge. Longju charged as a golden dragon coiled around his hand. Mid-spirit ranked martial art, soaring dragon claw. Roar. The dragon roared and left Longju's arm, baring its fangs at the enemy. Giant fan sneered and simply waved his hand. A black mist formed chains as it left his sleeve, binding the golden dragon. With a twist of his hand, the golden dragon wailed and shattered to pieces. Mid-spirit ranked martial art, hell chains. Giant fan mocked, Longju, you were a dragon with your eye before, but you are now a mere bug. The name of Godai Longju will never rise again. Before he could finish, a palm appeared before him and a claw grabbed his wrist. Veiled dragon claw. Giant fan was unable to escape the vice, but he wasn't too worried as he laughed. Humph, think you can face me with mortal ranked martial arts when even spirit ranked martial arts are useless. He, I don't need to take your life, just. Grinning, Longju threw Giant fan to the ground. The blonde and the red-haired elders jumped from nearby to attack him. Not good. Giant fan started panicking. Only now did he realize Longju's ploy. Longju wanted to trap him with 2 others, cutting off his escape. Longju was set on killing me, but Giant fan grinned. Now, the black cloud revealed 2 men in black as they converged on Longju. Old Ju, hold fast. The blonde elder moved swiftly towards Giant fan with the red-haired elder behind him, ignoring Longju's fate. Longju grinned as a golden light shined on his palm, and a dragon-shaped sword appeared. As long as you kill Giant fan, I can die in peace. 3rd-grade spiritual weapon, dragon sword. The 2 men in black stopped in their attacks and dodged the incoming sword attack. Whoosh! A golden light passed just an inch from them as a thunderclap followed behind it. The light split the sky in half, and only after 10 breaths did it recover. The 2 men in black felt dread while retreating 10 steps. They didn't expect Longju to use a treasure to deal with them. Good, the blonde elder shouted in glee. Longju's attack scared the 2 men. He wrapped himself in golden light and charged at Giant fan. Attacked from 2 sides, Giant fan was like meat on a chopping board. Old Ju, take a look, see how 3rd brother ends him. The blonde elder laughed as he attacked. Despite not using a martial art, ear-piercing sounds were heard as his hand moved. Giant fan began to sweat as his eyes squinted, feeling death breathing down his neck. Boom, but then a purple light exploded. It not only blocked the attack, but even forced the blonde elder to cough blood. The red-haired elder rushed to check on him while the blonde elder ignored his wounds and stared at the rolling smoke. As for Longju, he was shocked. When the smoke scattered, it revealed a panting Giant fan. But this time, he was no longer afraid and even grew rampant, having escaped death. That was close. Didn't think Veiled Dragon Pavilion would send 5th and 3rd elders after me. Devastating Gold Dragon and World-Burning Fire Dragon, your reputation precedes you. The 2 elders were staring, not at Giant fan, but at the thing on his shoulder. Soul-devouring crow. Zhu Fan frowned. He didn't expect for Elder Giant to have such a demonic creature. The soul-devouring crow's body wasn't formidable, but it can devour anything and transfer what it swallowed to its owner. Soul-devouring crow's power depended on its owner, but one thing was certain, soul-devouring crow was among the strong demonic creatures. Zhu Fan's eyebrows shook as he looked into the crow's eyes. One was black while the other was golden and released a purple light. Even faint thunder sounds came out. 3rd heaven, purple lightning gold eye, that's my eye, but the Godai was now his enemy's weapon to be used against him. I am possible. Longju shook his head in denial. Giant fan's laughter was unrestrained. Longju, did you ever think that your precious purple lightning gold eye will one day be put to use on my demonic creature? If you want to kill me, you'll have to first overcome this eye. Then he began making hand signs. The crow flew and purple light glinted in its golden eye, rumbling as it charged at Longju. Watch out. The blonde elder woke Longju out of his stupor in time to defend with his dragon sword. Boom. Longju was struck down by one purple lightning after another and was blown away coughing blood. The 2 elders rushed to Giant fan in panic. They knew that as long as Giant fan stopped his hands, the crow would stop moving. But how could Giant fan not see such an obvious flaw? Sneering, he gestured again and caused 2 explosions. The purple lightning struck the 2 elders. They bore the brunt as it sent them flying and blood leaked from their mouths. Zhu Fan was shocked by how vicious the purple lightning gold eye was. It was only in 3rd heaven and it could already outclass a profound heaven expert. As matters stood, Veiled Dragon Pavilion would lose and the Luo clan would be next. No, I cannot let that happen. Squinting, Zhu Fan gnashed his teeth and pointed, sending a red light at Giant Fan. He was taking a huge gamble. If Blood Infant was found out, it would die in a blink from the purple lighting, and him along with it. But if he stood at the sidelines, the Luo clan would be sure to fall for good. Zhu Fan hardened his heart and sent the Blood Infant on the offensive. Giant Fan was focused on Veiled Dragon Pavilion's 3 elders and was oblivious to the incoming danger. Ha ha ha, purple lightning gold eye is awesome. Not even together are you three fools its match. The crow flew back to Giant Fan's shoulder as he cackled. The two men in black flew to either side of Giant Fan and grinned. The three-veiled dragon pavilion elders' faces darkened. The enemy looked down on them despite acting together. This was the first time this ever happened. Don't think you can win with a damn demonic creature and a stolen eye, Condor. The blonde elder's eyes flashed golden and exploded with killing intent. Old Jew, old Wu, stay here. I will take their heads. While shocked, the red-haired elder saw the determination in his eyes and nodded, as did Long Jew. As they were all elders of Veiled Dragon Pavilion, they knew the blonde old man's true power. Once the devastating gold dragon was enraged, he would split the earth and shatter the heavens. During the time when Long Jew had his eye, there were 3 people in Veiled Dragon Pavilion he couldn't beat. Sinden's second elder were the first 2, while the last was the enraged third elder. Whoosh! A dazzling golden light shined and started covering him with a thick film, like a golden armor. Each time his finger moved, it let out a metallic sound. Giant Fan's face turned grave, picking up on the threat to his life the old man's change promised. Allow me to educate you that the name of devastating gold dragon isn't an empty title. The blonde elder formed claws with his hands, all the while radiating in gold and staring at Giant Fan with a cold gaze. Then he rushed at Giant Fan. In his charge, the elder brought his hands together, just like scissors. Roar! A dragon roar echoed in the pitch-black night. Giant Fan saw the blonde elder appeared surrounded by the image of a huge dragon. It unclenched its jaws and followed the blonde elder's claws to swallow the 3 enemies whole. High spirit ranked martial art, devouring dragon claw. Startled, Giant Fan hastened his hand gestures to control the crow's purple lightning gold eye. Boom, and a purple light flashed. But this time, when the lightning fell on the dragon, it bounced off like a bullet, not even able to slow it down. Giant Fan panicked, unable to believe that the blonde elder would be so strong that he could deflect purple lightning gold eye's attack. But he did notice how the dragon's golden aura dimmed. Hell chains. Giant Fan and his 2 men moved together. Tens of black chains flew from their arms and fell on the dragon like a dark cloud. The chains tightened and the dragon body was rendered motionless under their vice, yet the dragon still lingered, wanting to press on the attack. You're not Veiled Dragon Pavilion's third elder for nothing, needing all 3 of us to hold you back. Giant Fan gave his all in grasping the black chains along with his men. They even began to sweat. Third elder gnashed his teeth, his lips curling in disdain. You think the 3 of you could have held me if not for the purple lightning gold eye? He, you're right. We still have the purple lightning gold eye. Giant Fan snickered. Now that third elder reminded him. He used the hand that held the black chains to make hand signs. With a cawing sound, purple lightning flashed. The third elder's scalp went numb. Both sides were in a deadlock. If the purple lighting hit, it would spell heavy wounds, if not death. Third brother, Long Jew, and the red-haired elder were nervous, rushing to help despite not making it in time. Seeing third elder's fate sealed under the purple lightning, Giant Fan grinned. It was at this moment when Zhu Fan, who was just 100 feet away, showed a mystifying smile. Using this chaos, I'll take your life. I can't have the Veiled Dragon Pavilion lose such an important battle. Zhu Fan's killing intent spiked as his hand moved. The blood infant lying in wait just around the corner sprung up from its hiding place, aiming for Giant Fan. With Giant Fan and his 2 men focused on third elder, they were oblivious to the impending danger. He die third elder. Giant Fan cackled as the crow's eye spilled purple lightning. But then a sudden flash of red entered his body and felt his breath hampered, dispelling the black chains from his hand. Elder Giant, what are you doing? His 2 men jumped in fright. Giant Fan found something burrowing in his body and wanted to expel it, but it was too late. RD Elder pressed his advantage and exploded with power. Roar! The dragon burst out of the chains and bit down. RD Elder grabbed it and stood with pride as he laughed at the one-armed Giant Fan and his men. Curse you. Veiled Dragon Pavilion went as far as refining demonic creatures to make a sneak attack. Giant Fan clenched his teeth as his heart bled with grief, thinking how a veteran demonic cultivator as himself was hampered by a demonic creature left a bad taste in his mouth. Would he get any respect from others now? What was even worse was that this was done by righteous cultivators. Let's go. Giant Fan knew he lost the advantage, and there was nothing to gain from fighting a losing battle, yet Long Jew wasn't one to let them go. After them. RD Elder's feelings were mutual and shouted while pursuing them. The blood infant returned inside Zhu Fan without anyone's knowledge. He smiled. It's best for Hell Valley to put this blame on Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Their hatred isn't light anyway, and a bit more won't affect them. Zhu Fan justified his actions, just that he couldn't help the purple lightning gold eye to catch his attention. One way or another, I'll have to get it. Zhu Fan rubbed his chin as his eyes roamed around. Few things caught the demonic emperor's eye, and the celestial emperor's purple lightning gold eye happened to be one of them. Kill, but then a group of men in black charged into Veiled Dragon Pavilion. They were all bone-tempering experts. However, Veiled Dragon Pavilion had a contingency in place, and Long Jai led his own team to repel the enemies. Mere moments after the two sides clashed, Long Kui came out to meet them with her own team from the small courtyard. During the Profound Heaven experts' battle, they remained hidden, waiting for the right moment to strike. They waited for all of Hell Valley's men to charge in so they could kill them all in one go. Hell Valley acted as if they didn't expect an ambush and retreated with Long Jai and Long Kui hot on their tails. No sooner did they retreat after the initial attack, leaving the Luo clan and the ones in the small courtyard. Aren't they baiting? Zhu Fan was calm, having known Hell Valley's plan. He was waiting for the true mastermind to come out. Soon after, Yang Ming appeared leading Blackwind Mountain bandits. Zhu Fan smirked. Hell Valley had paid a heavy price to have the Lei clan wipe out the Luo clan. I wonder how far are they willing to go. Bam! The little courtyard's door was kicked open and Yang Ming and his bandit gang stormed the premises. Get the returning dragon palm and kill the Luo clan. Yang Ming extended his hand. Whoosh. Breeze passed, followed by Zhu Fan landing from the roof and barring their path. People, the way is closed off. Please go back for your own sake. The bandit stopped in shock. Yang Ming stepped from among them and snickered. Are you from the Luo clan? Zhu Fan nodded. I am Luo clan's steward, Zhu Fan. Zhu Fan. Yang Ming exposed a savage grin. Here I was wondering where to look for you, and yet you were kind enough to jump right in my path. Whoever brings me his head will get a reward. Yang Ming shouted to the bandits around him. Oh, under Yang Ming's enticing offer, the bandits shot for Zhu Fan like cannonballs. Zhu Fan sneered inside. What could second-layer chi condensation cultivators possibly do? In but a breath, Zhu Fan's hand moved like a shadow, touching the head of the first victim that dared to step close and sending out black energy through the use of demon transformation art. Under the shocked gaze of the rest, the victim turned to dust and was swept away by the wind. Even Yang Ming was scared, never seeing such a ruthless killing method despite his stay in the Hell Valley, which was filled with its fair share of demonic cultivating monsters. If he was scared, the bandits were horrified. Despite Zhu Fan having killed a weakling, how he did it drew a far greater reaction out of them. That's the best demonic method. Yang Ming's eyes flickered on and off. Gone was his disdain for Zhu Fan, now replaced by endless caution. Who the hell are you? There's no way the Luo clan could have someone like you. With a sinister smile, Zhu Fan pretended to caress an imaginary beard while speaking in an aged voice. Little brother, did you forget? This old man is but a swindler. It's you. Yang Ming realized he was the old guy accompanying Lei Yuding before. Since he was here, that meant. Killing intent flashed as Yang Ming spoke. Where are they? Zhu Fan shook his head. Are you dumb or what? Since I'm here, of course they're here with me. Yang Ming's heart tightened. If the old man and Lei Yuding came out, his control over the Blackwind Mountain bandits would crumble. I should have killed you two from the start. Yang Ming's yuan qi exploded. His bone-tempering power caused the bandits to flinch back 3 steps. Zhu Fan only shook his head. You wouldn't have attacked, not until you saw Zio Kui. For you to have hidden for so long in the Blackwind Mountain shows your careful nature, unable to accept the smallest mistake. Until you knew for certain Zio Kui's location, you'd never kill her master. Yang Ming's heart was in upheaval. Never for the likes of him could he imagine a stranger had such a piercing analysis of him that could see through his every move. He was far more cunning than even the old men in the Hell Valley. He had to die. As Zhu Fan words landed, the bandits began to doubt. Yang Ming couldn't drag this any longer, for fear of exposing himself for good and ruining the house's plan. He chose to attack Zhu Fan. Zhu Fan's demonic method left him in shock, but as Zhu Fan was but a 4th-layer chi condensation cultivator, he could kill him in one blow. Zhu Fan was taken aback by Yang Ming's sudden attack and retreated. Have you no dignity? How can a bone-tempering cultivator use all his power against a chi condensation cultivator? Yang Ming cackled. You think I'm as dumb as Yuquan to be caught off guard by you? His finger extended and lightning blossomed, the same move used by the Lei clan lightning finger. For early bone tempering, Yang Ming to use a spirit-ranked martial art on Zhu Fan showed the desperation he had in wishing to kill him. And yet, despite his opponent's fierce momentum, Zhu Fan stopped and spread his arms as he welcomed Yang Ming with a mystifying smile. Yang Ming was unnerved, but not enough to curb his attack. Zhu Fan then curled a finger, and a yellow light encased him. Yang Ming collided with the light and bounced off while coughing blood. What is that? Yang Ming was dumbstruck in the face of such a light. He only felt as if Zhu Fan's finger held the power to send him flying. How did he do it? Wasn't he just a chi condensation punk? Didn't Yuquan give him a heavy wound? How is he so strong? Zhu Fan chuckled at Yang Ming's puzzlement as his hand moved. You're a bit stronger than Yuquan, but still trash. The only fate of trash is death. Zhu Fan's eyes flashed with killing intent. A golden dragon burst out of the ground and swooped down on Yang Ming. Its majestic power brought everyone else to their knees. Yang Ming felt fear and wanted to curse. Blast it, the house lied to me. Didn't they say this punk can only sneak attack? How does he have this much power? If that dragon attacks, not even my bones will remain. Only a profound heaven expert has such power. The Blackwind Mountain bandits were terrified. Didn't Hell Valley bait all the experts? Why was one still here? No one from the 7 houses is trustworthy. Stop. Just when the golden dragon was poised to strike, a shout came. The bandits knew it belonged to their young miss and hope rose within them. Zhu Fan snorted. Yet the next moment tens of black chains descended from the black cloud above. They not only tied the dragon up but also crushed it. Zhu Fan looked with contracted pupils. The black cloud was the same one the 3 elders from the Hell Valley relied on before. There was another one. Frowning, Zhu Fan knew the black cloud hid another elder. He. A man descended from the black clouds and landed in front of Yang Ming. Lei Yuding also arrived next to Zhu Fan and glared. Didn't I tell you to stop? Anyone who stands in my way is my enemy. Why should I listen to you? Zhu Fan didn't look at her, only staring at the newcomer. Lei Yuding snorted. Sigh, that old giant fan told me to watch over the Blackwind Mountain bandits. I thought it was a waste of time and did not take it seriously. The man waved. Yuming, leave. No, Elder Yun, I want to get Zhu Fan's head myself, for junior brother Yuquan's revenge. Yuming glared at Zhu Fan. Bam, the man gave him an unexpected slap, sending him flying. You think you can? The man sneered. You can't even match his skill, so go back to Hell Valley. This doesn't concern you anymore. Elder Yun, Yuming was distracted seeing the unfeeling gaze in the man's eyes. He never saw Elder Yun like this. Yuming was among the best in Hell Valley, and no elder ever looked at him with such cold eyes. WY, the man snorted, despite your scheming heart. I used to see you as a man of talent, worthy of raising. But now that I met this youngster, I realized you are nothing more than an insect. The man then turned to Zhu Fan with a smile. Child, you have one chance, join Hell Valley, and all our differences shall be made void. Or, whoosh, he swiped, and a black chain tightened tens of Blackwind Mountain bandits. He pulled a bit, and all that was left were pieces of flesh, or follow in their footsteps. Shock spread to those still alive to see this, and Lei Yuding glared in rage at him. Rubbing his chin, Zhu Fan smiled. Wasn't Hell Valley using Blackwind Mountain to save its reputation? Why kill them? With how smart you are, I'm sure you can figure it out. The man snickered. Since our plan is out in the open, I would rather avoid raising doubts in them by killing all now. Them? Who's that? Zhu Fan frowned. The man shook his head. You will know once you join us. Zhu Fan only laughed. To me, Hell Valley is the same as he is to you, a mere insect. He pointed at Yuming with a taunt. The man's ire grew. Kid, don't you fear death? Zhu Fan snickered. Can you deliver it? The man jumped and hacked his palm in rage at Zhu Fan. Die. Zhu Fan made a gesture, and a yellow light blocked the attack. Yuming saw them clash with jealousy and hatred. He was considered outstanding and was sent on an important mission to Blackwind Mountain. But Zhu Fan's sudden appearance ruined everything. It even caused the elder to abandon him. Zhu Fan, you'll see. Yuming wiped the blood from his mouth and fled. Lei Yuding chased at once, and the two were gone moments later. Zhu Fan, on the other hand, faced the man with the help of the array. Seeing her go, he sighed, foolish girl, and he sent Blood Infant to follow them in secret. The man struck 3 times, and Zhu Fan countered with a hand sign, which erected yellow light. After 20 odd hits, the man floated in the air and sneered. You're really something to be able to control the 3rd-grade coiling dragon array at such a young age. It's most unfortunate you met me. He then rushed towards Zhu Fan again as the latter formed a golden dome of light to stop him. Having foreseen this, the man gathered 20 more power in his palm before striking. The dome crumbled under the devastating blow, and he continued to speed towards Zhu Fan. Humph, the power of profound heaven isn't something a chi condensation kid can even begin to imagine. Zhu Fan smiled and muttered, a 5th-grade array isn't something a novice can comprehend either. With a snort, Zhu Fan's hand signs took a sudden change. First heaven, roar, a golden dragon erupted from the ground and moved to attack Elder Yun. With disdain plainly seen on his face, Elder Yun waved tens of black chains around the dragon and crushed it. Just as the dragon dissipated, Zhu Fan's gesture changed again. Second heaven, roar, roar, 2 golden dragons charged this time. Shocked, the man never saw this array forming 2 dragon images. This exceeded his understanding of the coiling dragon array, but it wasn't something out of his control. Both of his arms moved and the dragons were crushed under black chains. Even before the man could take a breather, Zhu Fan shouted 2 times. Third heaven, 3 dragons took to the skies. 4th heaven, and the 4th dragon appeared. 5th heaven, 6th heaven, 9th heaven. A total of 9 golden dragons roamed the skies as their fearsome roars echoed everywhere. Every great clan in the city burrowed deeper into their homes, without daring to make a peep. This battle was by far the most horrifying one in their lives. The man was gasping for breath and looked appalled at the majestic scene. Never in his wildest dream could he ever conceive that a chi condensation child was able to control such an imposing array. This isn't the coiling dragon array. The man saw the 9 golden dragons setting their vicious sights on their enemy, him. Zhu Fan gave a cruel grin. This is the 5th-grade array, 9 heavens coiling dragon array. Try it if you have the nerve. After a deep look at Zhu Fan, the man cackled. How amusing. To think a kid can control a fifth-grade array, I am more and more intrigued. For the last time, will you join Hell Valley? The man's fervent look was akin to gazing upon a priceless treasure. But he only received disdain. I've never once considered joining a run-down place like yours. Since you chose to keep that road shut, the only path left is to your death. The man flew like the wind, with all his killing intent focused on Zhu Fan. Zhu Fan was but a teenager, but the ruthless and calculative mind coupled with his preeminent talent left the man with dread for the future. It was best to avoid any future mishaps and kill him on the spot. Zhu Fan was clear of Elder Yun's intention, and with a hand sign from him, he sent the 9 dragons to attack the Elder. 9 dragon tails charged. An ear-piercing sound came, and the man had to come face to face with the awe-inspiring power of 9 dragon tails, stopping him dead in his tracks. His only choice was to unleash his black chains, hoping their power was enough. Rumble. Under the shaking sky and spinning ground, the man's chains and the dragon tails clashed. It resulted in him being sent flying. He flew 50 meters before landing, puking blood the first instance his body made contact with the ground. Zhu Fan mocked, "How did you become an elder with just this much strength? How did Hell Valley even wiggle its way among the 7 noble houses?" The man was about to spout obscenities. Who'd imagine this day would come when a chi condensation child would toy with him? Once word got out, he'd be the butt of the Empire's joke. Even if he returned to the Valley Lord wouldn't let him off with just a tongue lashing. "Kid, even if you go down on your knees and beg, I will still kill you." His eyes bloodshot, a golden ring appeared on the man's hand exuding a dreadful aura. Demonic treasure. Zhu Fan started to get serious. A demonic treasure was a demonic cultivator's weapon, just as how a spiritual weapon was to a righteous cultivator. With it, the man's power would multiply. Hell Valley's elder, have you no shame, to use a demonic treasure against a chi condensation junior? Zhu Fan mocked. But Elder Yun replied with a savage grin, "He, who will be able to tell when everyone's dead?" Zhu Fan was anxious now. He wanted to provoke Elder Yun just so he could avoid this situation. But when up against a demonic cultivator, they would stoop to any low. Then again, if it were him, he'd come to the same decision as well. If a righteous cultivator gave up his life for honor, fought for justice, and yet still died gruesomely, a demonic cultivator would only take that man for a fool. This was why no demonic cultivator would ever wish to battle with another demonic cultivator. They were ruthless, scheming, and sinister characters, and the only outcome of fighting them was one victor and one loser with no in-between, particularly in the shameless one's case. He die, kid. The man attacked again, and Zhu Fan sent the 9 dragon tails to fend him off. But this time, the ring flashed silver light and increased the man's speed, cutting through the tails like a silver saber. So fast. Zhu Fan sucked a cold breath. He knew the man's newfound power was all because of the ring. The silver light then flashed in front of him, followed by the man's vicious grin, "Kid, there's nowhere left for you to run." Zhu Fan clenched his teeth seeing the ring's saw blade edge. The silver light seemed to cut even the air. 3rd-grade demonic treasure. Zhu Fan smiled. "Good eye." The man nodded. "You're the first chi condensation with the honor of dying from this 3rd-grade demonic treasure, Savage Moon. Wait." Zhu Fan waved frantically. "If I join Hell Valley now." Too late. The man laughed as Savage Moon approached Zhu Fan. Zhu Fan didn't want to die, he just got reincarnated. But all he could do was sigh and close his eyes. Boom! A sudden thunderclap reached his ears and Zhu Fan could still feel that he was alive. Opening his eyes, he saw a tall old man in front with blood trickling down his arm. The old man was facing Elder Yun, whose Savage Moon's blade was stained in fresh blood. "Who are you?" Elder Yun asked. "Blackwind Mountain's Lei Yunshan." As the old man shouted, lightning flashed all over him. "Any that dares to mess with the Luo clan are my enemies." Zhu Fan now knew the old man was, in fact, the mountain lord of Blackwind Mountain. Before he was but a bedridden patient and now was back to his health. "You've recovered." Zhu Fan was overjoyed. Zhu Fan was in glee. That was exactly what he needed right now. "Humph, what can a chi condensation kid and a fresh profound heaven geezer do? You'll all die just the same under my Savage Moon's blade." He lifted the bloody Savage Moon. "Don't be so sure." Chuckling, Zhu Fan made a sign and 9 golden dragons soared. "Old man Lei, please hear me out. This time we'll be taking this geezer's life." Lei Yunshan saw the confidence in Zhu Fan's eyes and nodded, while their enemy seemed to have heard the biggest joke in his life. "Ha, I've broken through your array once, kid. This profound heaven old man's cultivation is still unstable, not enough to take my life." Smirking, Zhu Fan muttered, "When I use someone, I never take any rules into consideration. This is our best chance, old man Lei." Attack good. Since Zhu Fan saved his life once, Lei Yunshan had faith in him. He knew the enemy was stronger than him but still chose to face him. Lightning finger. Elder Yun sneered and sent black chains. Even if Lei Yunshan did not die from this attack, he'd still be sporting heavy wounds. However, the 9 golden dragons charged into battle as well. Elder Yun had no choice but to soar up and use the silver light from his weapon to cut the dragons in two. The dragons were unable to stop his assault as he inched closer to Zhu Fan. It's best I kill you first. Elder Yun's speed left Zhu Fan without time to make a hand sign, but Lei Yunchen appeared with his lightning finger aimed at the elder's throat. You're asking for it. The man had to shift Savage Moon's target from Zhu Fan to the Lei Yunchen. Lei Yunchen showed a gratified smile, still willing to attack Elder Yun. For Lei Yunchen, even if Zhu Fan had intended to send him to his death, he'd be willing. Dying for the Luo clan's sake was a good death to him. Yet something happened just when Savage Moon was nearing the old man's chest. The 9 cut dragons turned into golden dots and rushed to Zhu Fan. A glorious and ancient roar was released, followed by a huge dragon far greater than all the previous 9 dragons combined. This new dragon immediately rushed towards Elder Yun. The man's eyes narrowed as his heart shook, but it was already too late. The new dragon's speed was even greater than Savage Moon's. He couldn't even poise Savage Moon to defend, and the dragon crashed into him, carrying him off into the sky. How can a chi condensation brat? Following his final wail, the dragon held the man in its jaws and exploded. A grand explosion rumbled the skies above the small courtyard as the dragon ignited the heavens in a flash of gold. The shockwave even put pressure on the building, despite being so far, while other houses crumbled in the aftermath. Deafening noise from the explosion attacked people's ears even as they covered them up and laid trembling on the ground. This sound attack lasted for a full minute, but nothing could erase that dreadful image from their hearts, nothing. 100 miles out, 2 men in black fought as they fled from Long Jiu's group. Where is that bastard giant fan? Long Jiu's anger spiked when he caught no sight of his mortal enemy. Son of a, that old dog must have left these 2 to stall us. Forget it. Third elder glared with killing intent. Let's finish off these 2 first. Under the 3 elders' united assault, the 2 men in black were sweating bullets, having no choice but to fight. Then a dreadful noise came from Veiled Dragon Pavilion's direction, followed by a golden light that lit up the whole sky. The 5 people stopped their attack and stood in shock. What was that? Did another expert appear? Third elder felt his ears rumbling and sucked in a cold breath, but which expert could have unleashed such a move? Retreat. With no time to waste, third elder shouted as he flew back to Veiled Dragon Pavilion. He was far more worried about its well-being than the death of these 2 Hell Valley elders. Though Long Jiu was unwilling, he followed the third elder with a sigh. Seeing the 3 Veiled Dragon Pavilion elders retreat, the 2 men in black let out a sigh of relief, yet were still puzzled by how the events turned out. They knew an elder was there to make sure the plan didn't go south, but even that elder wasn't powerful enough for this kind of feat. Plus, a bunch of chi condensation insects didn't garner such a heavy hand either. The answer was quite simple in this case. Another expert much stronger than Elder Yun showed up. Hearts heavy with worry, the 2 discarded any plans of going there to assist Elder Yun. They feared that the Veiled Dragon Pavilion's 3 elders might set a trap, so they took the only viable choice, retreat. Elder Yun, you're on your own. At the small courtyard, Lei Yunchen watched the night sky slack-jawed. He thought Zhu Fan wanted him to bait Elder Yun and leave him open for a sneak attack. He went with it despite knowing he was a dead man. As long as Luo clan survived, it was worth dying for. Zhu Fan defied his imagination. He still acted as bait but did not pay the ultimate price. While the enemy was caught unaware, the lad sprung up with a devastating blow that took Elder Yun's life, leaving no remains. Recalling the sky-blazing aftermath, Lei Yunchen shuddered. Not only was he surprised, but also shocked. A Hell Valley's elder, a profound heaven expert, died in one move. This kid is terrifying. Old man Lei. Zhu Fan caught his breath and stood up weakly. Lei Yunchen heard him and rushed over to hear his instructions. His faith in the kid had once again strengthened. This was no longer just gratitude for having saved him or faith in a youth's potential, but the respect for the strong steward Zhu. If there's anything you want done, just tell me. Zhu Fan nodded. Old man Lei, I'll leave Luo clan in your care while I go bring young Miss Lei back. No worries, they'll have to pass over my dead body before they can harm a hair of Yunhai and Yuncheng. Lei Yunchen nodded with resolve. Zhu Fan showed a relieved smile and went after Lei Yuding. Hell Valley had left only one elder here and he too was dead now. Seeing how no other enemy popped up while fighting, Zhu Fan was certain Hell Valley only sent 4 men in total, including the ones Veiled Dragon Pavilion's elders were chasing. Under a profound heaven expert's careful watch, the Luo clan siblings' safety was guaranteed, so he could devote all his attention to saving that foolish girl. To be on the safe side, he picked up the Savage Moon first. A 3rd-grade demonic treasure shouldn't be wasted. Yang Ming ran like mad while clutching his chest in the gloomy forest. He was injured from the smack he got from Zhu Fan's array, but Elder Yun's slap made it worse. His mind was clouded and breath ragged. As for the dreadful explosion before, he didn't have the time to waste on it. But he was shocked nonetheless, finding it inconceivable for Elder Yun and Zhu Fan's fight to escalate to such degree. Stop! A clear and angry shout came from behind, freezing Yang Ming in place. He turned to see Lei Yuding watching him with complex emotions. Making sure she was alone and double-checking Zhu Fan wasn't there, Yang Ming relaxed and showed a wicked grin. Junior sister, you want to stop me all by yourself. Frowning, Lei Yuding's eyes turned misty. For my godfather, I will help him get rid of such a traitorous disciple. Ha ha ha, traitorous disciple. I was never one of you in the first place. Yang Ming mocked her moreover. Do you think you can kill me with your strength? Even if we are to die together, at least I can repay godfather's kindness for raising me. Lei Yuding's eyes glittered with tears as she stared at him right in the eye. I just want to know, did you ever love me? Black demonic energy drifted from Yang Ming's hand as he sneered. I am a genius disciple of Hell Valley. If I am ever to marry, I would choose from among the 7 houses. How can I be tied down with the likes of you? Tears fell unabated, but Lei Yuding hardened her determination. Then from now on, we are through. Lei Yuding followed her last word with lightning flickering between her fingers. Yang Ming laughed, hardly afraid, and fought back with the black-colored hand. In the clash between the freezing palm and the flickering lightning, sparks flew. However, Yang Ming dodged lightning finger at the last second and struck down Lei Yuding with no remorse. Lei Yuding saw his evil grin and came to terms with the outcome, closing her eyes for death to take her. It was then that a flash of red struck Yang Ming's black palm. Bam! Yang Ming was sent flying and coughed blood in midair. An infant's cry came from the red light as it flew into a bush. Waking from her stupor, Lei Yuding saw Yang Ming heavily wounded on the ground and the weakened red light among the bushes. She knew it was Zhu Fan's blood infant. She stood there in a daze, muttering as she glanced at blood infant, was it you who saved me? The blood infant tried to fly again, only to collapse. She did not know of the inseparable bond between Zhu Fan and the blood infant, however. She knew it was something he treasured. But even so, to think that Zhu Fan would send his treasure to save her. Lei Yuding began to feel warm inside. When she turned her focus to Yang Ming, only killing intent remained in her eyes. Walking over, Lei Yuding's fingers crackled with lightning. Yang Ming was panicking, wanting to flee, but hardly had the energy to get up. Sister Yuding, have mercy. Remember how close we were. Remember how we used to laugh. Yang Ming shrank backwards while begging. Now I want to kill you even more. Snorting, her fingers struck without hesitation. Wait, spare me. Yang Ming wailed, but there was no one to hear his cry. Bam! When Lei Yuding's attack was about to land, a tremendous power blew her away. A bald, elderly landed next to Yang Ming. Elder Giant, Yang Ming cried out. He took Elder Giant as his savior, having pulled him out of the jaws of death. Never had he been so thrilled to meet an elder from his house. Throwing a side glance at the wounded kid, he bellowed, how did you fall so low? What about the plan? Yang Ming's face fell and shook his head unclear. Elder Giant wanted to kick this worthless thing away. You are the one most knowledgeable about this plan, and yet you come to me saying it's unclear. The house's expense was heavy in this decade-long plan, and this is your answer. If Elder Giant didn't need to hear the kid's report, he would have killed him right then and there. Forget it, we'll speak of it when we return. Sighing, Elder Giant's eyes turned to the stunned Lei Yuding after we get rid of this girl. He then jumped at her with a palm strike. Coming face to face with a profound heaven expert for the first time, Lei Yuding was frozen in fear. Under such power, she couldn't even defend. Is this the power of the profound heaven stage? Lei Yuding paled, rooted to her spot as she waited for the palm to take her life. Whoosh. Sudden silver flash cowered Elder Giant into retreating before the hit landed. A figure made itself notice as it walked next to Lei Yuding, striking a sinister grin. Do all elders from Hell Valley like to pick on juniors? Zhu Fan, Lei Yuding cried in joy as her heart found peace. You again. Elder Giant squinted his eyes at the savage moon in shock. Why do you have that demonic treasure? What happened to Elder Yun? Grinning, Zhu Fan pointed savage moon at Elder Giant. Oh, you recognize it. Giant Fan's mind was in chaos, don't tell me. How can that old guy die at the hands of a pup? But the more he looked at the demonic treasure, the more Giant Fan felt shock, hatred, and above all, confusion. Be that as it may, but no Hell Valley's demonic treasure was allowed to fall into an outsider's hand. Elder Giant then saw the naked killing intent in Zhu Fan's eyes. Aware of the other's intention, Zhu Fan snickered as he sent a whisper to Lei Yuding. Listen, aim for the old man's heart and close your eyes as you attack with lightning finger. Ignore everything else. She turned to him in shock. How can I hit him if I close my eyes? We won't win against a profound heaven cultivator regardless. But she soon recalled Zhu Fan's unscrupulous character and understood his intention. The only reason he saved her was to use her as a live bait to throw into the jaws of death. Lei Yuding nodded despondently. She was already prepared to die when she made the decision to come here. Zhu Fan curled his finger, making blood infant return to his body unnoticed as he shouted. Now, Zhu Fan went first, and Lei Yuding followed his plan by closing her eyes and using lightning finger. Startled, Elder Giant didn't expect them to move first, but he didn't mind as a profound heaven cultivator's defense wasn't something a chi condensation cultivator could pierce. The only danger to his life was posed by that savage moon. As such, Zhu Fan had his complete focus. Lei Yuding charged the lightning with her eyes closed, ignoring everything, while Zhu Fan flitted left and right. Elder Giant sneered, turning a blind eye to the girl. When she was near Elder Giant, Zhu Fan flashed in front of her and attacked with Savage Moon. It was a simple thing for Giant Fan to grab Zhu Fan's hand and snap it in two. Humph, don't think a petty diversion is enough to trick my eyes. I've lived far longer than you. Smoke and mirrors won't work on me. Giant Fan sneered, yet it still has. Zhu Fan's smile remained. Suddenly, Elder Giant's heart was filled with unease. Before he could make clear as to why, a red light flew from Zhu Fan into his body. From Zhu Fan's broken arm, blood spurted out like a stream and dyed the trees red. Giant Fan watched Zhu Fan with rage. It was you back then. He now knew what had entered his body not too long ago, and allowed the three elders from Veiled Dragon Pavilion to use that chance and tear one of his arms. Zhu Fan grinned. You're brave, I'll give you that, to rob me of my arm. Giant Fan gnashed his teeth. Once I get out of your demonic creature's control, I'll tear you to pieces. Elder Giant focused all his yuan qi into his body while talking. Zhu Fan smiled, despite sensing the increasing pressure on Blood Infant. Elder Giant, you've been tricked yet again. Lightning crackled as Lei Yuding's fingers came from behind Zhu Fan and struck Giant Fan's chest. Watching Zhu Fan's eerie smile with doubt, Elder Giant's eyes bulged out from grievance and unwillingness to die like this. Elder Giant, you were wrong. I was the distraction. Zhu Fan smiled despite the blood leaking from his mouth. You only paid attention to Savage Moon, but you forgot your wounded state. Weakened as you are now, you no longer have the same amount of yuan qi as before, ha ha ha. The fear in Elder Giant's eyes grew thick. Such a cunning and vicious youth. How horrifying. This was how the expert Giant Fan breathed his last breath. Zhu Fan used himself as bait while leaving the final blow to Lei Yuding. Each step was filled with perils. The slightest mistake, the slightest hesitation would have meant death. Yet when Zhu Fan was involved, everything they did was as if they were dancing to his tune, resulting in Elder Giant's ultimate demise. It was especially so when Zhu Fan blocked Elder Giant from noticing the real danger hiding behind him, Lei Yuding's lightning fingers. Two Qi condensation juniors killing a profound heaven expert. If anyone spoke of this, none would believe it. Plop, Zhu Fan collapsed in his own blood. Lei Yuding was crying in despair when she saw this. She thought Zhu Fan wanted her to act as bait, but it exceeded her expectations when he took the most dangerous role onto himself. All kinds of emotions swept her heart, pain, warmth, and even something Yang Ming never managed to stir. Zhu Fan, forgive me. Lei Yuding kneeled at his side, watching his pale face. Zhu Fan waved, this isn't your fault. When Blood Infant was wounded, I also suffered internal injuries. He recalled Blood Infant from Elder Giant's corpse. This time, it'll take a lot more time to heal. His wounds mattered little when compared to Blood Infant's, which represented his life. This only worked to increase Lei Yuding's flow of tears. She now knew that the demonic creature wasn't a treasure, but something bound to his life. Yet even in such a perilous state, he chose to take a life-threatening hit for her. She began to see Zhu Fan with different eyes, but Zhu Fan himself couldn't care less. Zhu Fan pointed at Giant Fan. Search him. A Hell Valley elder has to have valuable things on him. All right. Lei Yuding used her highly dexterous hands to complete this task with such skill that Zhu Fan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. A bandit sure is skilled. Once Giant Fan was picked clean, Lei Yuding returned to Zhu Fan. In her entire life, this was the first time she ever lowered her head in shame from doing something so unbecoming of her. But he couldn't care less about the reason why she was hiding her face. As she strewed the things before Zhu Fan, she kept avoiding his eyes. Zhu Fan found it odd but didn't care and started to rummage through Elder Giant's stuff. The first and foremost thing that caught his eye was the storage ring, and soon found what he was looking for inside. A light flashed and 2 jade slips appeared in his hand. Lei Clan's spiritual ranked martial art, Lightning Finger, and Kai Clan's martial art, Wind Kick. He was clueless as to the secret involving the 3 clans' martial arts, but did not hesitate in taking them into his own ring. What was left were some cultivation methods, martial arts, and spirit stones. Zhu Fan, as a former demonic emperor, couldn't care less about those and threw the ring to Lei Yuding. According to Bandit's rule, half belongs to you. Lei Yuding shook her head. The old man was your kill. They are yours. I don't want them. He has nothing of value. Zhu Fan smiled and turned his eyes to a bag. It was only as big as a palm, but Zhu Fan knew of its remarkable quality. It was a bag that could store living creatures, and what laid within was none other than the soul-devouring crow. Stashing it in his chest, Zhu Fan smiled pleasantly. It held the largest interest to him. Who knew he might even discover the secret of the purple lightning gold eye? Zhu Fan, at least take the ring. Lei Yuding was shocked at the ring's contents and still decided to give it to Zhu Fan. I know Luo clan is wealthy, but there are some spirit-ranked martial arts and cultivation methods inside which are of far greater value than mere spirit stones. It will provide great help in restoring your clan. Zhu Fan shrugged as he weighed the ring. Such trashy things I have in heaps. There's nothing rare or great about them. If you don't want it, I'll just throw it. He was about to do just that when Lei Yuding took the ring from his hand. How can you be such a wastrel, to not even want spirit-ranked martial arts? How did you manage to become a steward anyway? With how you act, Luo clan's money will get flushed down the drain. Zhu Fan smiled as he put Giant Fan's corpse into his ring. Time to head back. Veiled Dragon Pavilion has some explaining to do. Wait, Zhu Fan stopped to look around. Where's Yang Ming? Lei Yuding looked everywhere, but there was no sight of Yang Ming. They forgot about him in the heat of the battle. Curses, he got away. Lei Yuding gnashed her teeth. Zhu Fan shook his head. No need to bother with an insect. But then he recalled his disciple, Zhao Chen, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. But even insects can spell trouble. The next time I see him, he's dead. The sun's warm rays shone from the east as Long Jai and Long Kui led hundreds of veiled dragon pavilion guards back to the branch. Even tiredness couldn't hide the prideful air they carried themselves with. Not only did they win the battle with Hell Valley, but did it spectacularly. Long Jiu, with third and fifth elders, stood at the gates watching their return with negligible casualties. Uncles, Long Jai and Long Kui bowed with a smile. The three elders were pleased. Little Kui, Ajai, how was your fight? Long Kui was the first to report. As the uncles predicted, after you chased the elders from Hell Valley, a large force came to attack us only to be defeated by us. Barely a scant few bone-tempering cultivators escaped. Well done, Long Jiu shouted his approval. Your improvement has been great lately. Magnificent for you to not only lead your own team but to also wipe out the enemy. Third brother, when you return to the estate, make sure to report the two's merit to Pavilion Lord. Ha ha ha. Long Jiu's laughter shook the air as if he was relieved of the past year's pressure. RD Elder stroked his beard with a smile. This huge merit the two achieved for Veiled Dragon Pavilion was the first in their lives. Such accomplishment was always followed by a sense of honor and pride. Oh, right. RD Elder furrowed his brow. Do you know what was the cause of that tremendous explosion last night? Long Jai and Long Kui were also puzzled. That sound shook the world and I thought it was from Third Elder's fight with Hell Valley's elders. Wasn't it? Long Kui asked. The three elders' expression turned grave as they shook their heads. The explosion shook the hearts of everyone last night, instantly becoming a mystery as to what caused it. Oh, didn't the Luo clan stay hidden in their small courtyard all this time? Let's go ask them. Long Jiu slapped his head as he turned to Third Elder. Nodding, Third Elder walked in the small courtyard's direction, followed by the others. Long Kui smirked. The battle must have been so brutal last night that a tiny clan like them were scared to even poke their heads. They probably hadn't seen anything. None spoke while Long Jai shook his head. They clearly approved of her stance, as they were only going there to ask for clues. When they arrived before the guest room of the small courtyard, they saw Luo clan's members standing before Zhu Fan's door with worried faces. With them were three more people, and one among them was in the profound heaven stage. It can't be that. Yesterday was because. The three elders were startled, hurrying to pay their respects to Lei Yunchen. May I inquire brother's name? Long Jiu looked at him while being confused. When did Luo clan get an expert? Lei Yunchen returned the gesture as he knew of Veiled Dragon Pavilion's might. I am Lei Yunchen from Blackwind Mountain. It's an honor to meet the famous Veiled Dragon Pavilion. I am fortunate to come face to face with elders. Long Jiu nodded. Having stayed in Windgaze City for so long, he knew the city had many clans with different power levels. But only the recently established Sun Clan, along with the previous Luo clan, Kai Clan and Blackwind Mountain's Lei Clan were first-rated clans. Of course, this applied to a small town like Windgaze City, not including the 7 houses. As the Lei Clan now had a profound heaven expert, the Blackwind Mountain's influence would expand like never before. Despite how bone-tempering stage and profound heaven stage were but a stage apart, the fact that a clan had a profound heaven expert as overseer, it now became a second-rate clan on this continent. Those that lacked such power were mere third-rate or fallen clans. Lei Clan can now be considered as the most outstanding clan in Windgaze City. Clan head Lei, I wonder what are you? Long Jiu roamed his eyes over the people gathered before Zhu Fan's room. Lei Yunchen sighed. Steward Zhu was hurt last night and is unclear if he will survive. What? This place was under attack too. RD Elder was shocked. He thought that Long Jai and Long Kui had blocked all Hell Valley's men last night, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Did they prepare 2 teams? Humph. A sudden snort of disdain came from behind. Wasn't Zhu Fan always acting so high and mighty? Didn't he boast he'd surpass the 7 houses in 10 years? So useless to only end up on his deathbed from a bunch of thieves. Luo clan and Lei clan all glared at the speaker, but Long Kui just rolled her eyes. Quiet little Kui. Long Jiu shot her a glare and Long Kui was forced to remain silent. Looking apologetic toward Lei Yunchen, Long Jiu spoke. Please excuse her rash behavior. Just who could it be, powerful enough to injure Zhu Fan to such a state even with a profound heaven expert such as yourself protecting him? What me protecting him? Lei Yunchen was taken aback, but then shook his head. I am ashamed to say that I only advanced last night and still lacked the power to defend Steward Zhuo. To others, Lei Yunshin was the strongest here, and it was natural for him to protect everyone. But only he was the clearest as to who protected who last night. But the enemy was a profound heaven expert that called himself Elder Yun. What, you youngking? RD Elder and Longju were startled as the former muttered, I never thought that he'd also come. But then he turned with joy at Lei Yunshin. Brother Lei, you're amazing. That man was one of Hell Valley's 12 elders, having entered the Profound Heaven stage for decades, yet you just advanced to Profound Heaven stage and defeated him. Impressive indeed. The other two elders also showed their admiration. Lei Yunshin blushed and said with a cough, third elder is exaggerating. I couldn't even take a single blow from him. Then how did you all pass the night unharmed? Longju asked. You're saying Zhu Fan held you yunking back by himself all night? Everyone was stunned, Long Kui included. But he's just a chi condensation cultivator. Longju refuted. Lei Yunshin shrugged at a loss. I am clear on that, but so what? The last words choked Longju. Lei Yunshin said it as if it was a common occurrence for a chi condensation cultivator to fight off a profound heaven cultivator for an entire night. And RD Elder clenched his fists, staring at Lei Yunshin. You mean to tell us Zhu Fan forced Elder Yu Yunking into retreating? Retreat. Frowning, Lei Yunshin showed a trace of fear as he relived the last night's events. You are underestimating Zhu Fan far too much. Underestimate? How? Even if one scoured the continent, would he ever find an instance where a chi condensation cultivator forced a profound heaven expert into retreating? We only made the most reasonable guess, yet even this is such a far-fetched exaggeration that not even Zhu Fan would believe. If not for you mentioning it, we'd have never conceived such ideas. The three elders swallowed dryly, with hearts in their throat. The fool didn't even have time to flee, killed in one move by Zhu Fan. Lei Yunshin sighed. What? The elders were overwhelmed with shock. This was unprecedented. Long Kui and Long Jai were also dumbfounded. Long Jiu's hands began to shiver without his knowledge. Are you saying Zhu Fan was behind the huge explosion last night? He killed a Hell Valley's profound heaven elder and got out with a light wound. Lei Yunshin saw their eager expressions and wanted to nod, but frowned instead with a shake of his head. What was it then? Long Jiu was anxious and his aura leaked, forcing the others to take a few steps back. Lei Yunshin sighed. I told you not to underestimate the kid. He killed Hell Valley's elder, but not at the cost of injury. Only his yuan qi was depleted. That's impossible. He came out unscathed. Long Jiu was battered with one shock after another that even he didn't know what he was saying. But then how did he get hurt? Bam. A pale-faced Zhu Fan slammed the door open and snapped at Long Jiu. Isn't it because of you, bro Jiu? Zhu Fan. Some were shocked, some were glad, some were amazed, but most were filled with doubts as they turned to him. Are you all right? Luo Yunqing was worried. All right, my ass. Zhu Fan snorted as he glared at everyone who was present. Here I am trying to keep my life and you people had to yap on and on. You think one can get well like this? They all started getting embarrassed and lowered their heads. Only the three elders looked at him at a loss. Zhu Fan secretly snorted. Bro Jiu, didn't you want to know how I got hurt? It's all because of him. Zhu Fan took out a cold corpse, shocking them all. The ones most shocked were, of course, the three elders. Condor Giant Fan. The fear in Giant Fan's eyes hadn't dissipated even after his death and was clearly visible for everyone as they looked at his corpse that laid stiff on the ground. What manner of death could have evoked such expression from a monster who roamed the continent unhindered? How? Condor Giant Fan is actually dead. Who killed him? Long Jiu was unnerved and stammered. Zhu Fan sneered. Is there a need to ask when I was the one who took out his corpse? They all looked at Zhu Fan with a stranger's eyes. Each guessed as such, but none dared to believe it. This monster had even escaped the Veiled Dragon Pavilion's three elders' joint attack. I knew that there was a deep grudge between him and Bro Jiu. Since I chanced upon him, I killed him. Flicking off imaginary dust from himself, Zhu Fan smiled. Bro Jiu, please don't take offense from meddling in your affairs. How can I? Long Jiu panted and was staring at the corpse with bloodshot eyes. This monster ruined my eye and my future. I can hardly contain myself from drinking his blood and feasting on his flesh. How can I blame you for taking revenge in my stead, brother Zhu? Suddenly Long Jiu cupped his hands. From this day forth, I shall treat you as a sworn brother. As long as you're in my domain, you just need to ask and I'll do it. Sai Bro Jiu is too courteous. I barely did anything. Zhu Fan dismissed him with a wave, but that little movement stirred his wound and winced. Long Jiu appeared next to him in a flash. Don't move, brother. Here are some recovery pills. In 3 days you'll be up and about. Long Jiu took out a few small bottles and placed them in Zhu Fan's hand. With how caring Long Jiu was, the other elders stared at Zhu Fan in amazement. Long Kui pouted, feeling her heart dumped in vinegar. They just wiped out Hell Valley's men and earned great merit that even the three elders were overjoyed, yet it paled in comparison with Zhu Fan, who killed 2 of Hell Valley's elders. Humph, who knows what trick he pulled to get so lucky and snatch their heads. How could a chi condensation cultivator ever kill a profound heaven expert? Long Kui muttered in jealousy, but everyone heard her. RD Elder glared but then shook his head. Yet Zhu Fan laughed. It is true that it was by luck that I encountered the one-armed elder and got his head. Bad luck, in fact. Because I had just then killed a profound heaven expert and was out of Yuan Qi, but this also made him underestimate me. How else could I have killed the wounded elder giant? If it were any other time, wouldn't the elder kill me with but a wave of his hand? Sigh, last night I had the worst luck, unlike some people who only had to lead their men to ensure their safety. Zhu Fan sighed as Long Kui's face flushed red. Lei Yuding giggled. She was clear on what happened last night. Zhu Fan was indeed amazing, forcing the elder to act as he wanted. But amazing as he was, such an instance wasn't going to repeat itself every time. Zhu Fan said that just to spite Long Kui. I am better and stronger than you. My merit is also greater, all coming from one well-placed hit, while you can only yap your mouth. The three elders laughed as they shook their heads. They knew that Zhu Fan succeeded in bringing down a profound heaven expert only through special means, and not like how he bragged about, killing because he met him. But the fact remained, him killing two such experts in a single night shook the elders' core. Old Zhu, take care of Brother Zhu's wound. We will also add a few hundred guards around the premises while I and Brother Wu report back to the estate. We must notify Pavilion Lord. Long Zhu nodded while Long Kui and Long Jai froze. Why even third elder is calling Zhu Fan brother. Zhu Fan adapted to the change on the spot. Bro San, Bro Wu, take care. Stumbling, third and fifth elders shook their heads in dismay. Old Zhu was right. This kid's greatest talent is to read hearts. After they left, Long Zhu and the others helped Zhu Fan back to his room. Long Jai and Long Kui left to handle the additional security of the small courtyard. In bed, Zhu Fan eased his breathing and asked, "Everyone leave, I have to talk with Bro Zhu alone." As the people left, Long Zhu was wondering what could Zhu Fan want to know so urgently. "Bro Zhu, I have a gift for you." "Gift?" Long Zhu only laughed. "Brother, I'm not trying to discourage you, but the Luo clan hasn't got anything I could take interest in. Or is it that you have another ancient array?" Zhu Fan shook his head. "In your dreams. That array alone is worth 10 million at the minimum. Do you think they're easy to come by? But I'm pretty sure you're going to like this gift." Zhu Fan took out a bag. Frowning, Long Zhu didn't understand until Zhu Fan opened the bag and a crow landed on his shoulder. Giant Fan's soul-devouring crow? Correct. Ever since that old guy died, this crow has been without an owner. I'm sure Bro Zhu wouldn't need long to turn it into your spirit animal, always there to protect you. Long Zhu's eyes began to glisten. The title of Godai Long Zhu lost all its power ever since his eye was robbed. Now that he had the crow, it was as if he recovered his mystic eye. Zhu Fan continued, "Bro Zhu, there's just one thing I'm unclear about. Since you trained one eye in purple lightning gold eye, why couldn't you do the same for the other?" "Sigh, brother, this mystic eye of mine was gained through a chance encounter. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Long Zhu sighed, recalling his youth. This mystic eye wasn't cultivated through a cultivation method from Veiled Dragon Pavilion. It was something I found through luck. Long Zhu considered Zhu Fan as one of his closest friends. Thus, he became the first listener to this secret Long Zhu had buried for such a long time. "Brother, do you know of the 3 danger zones on this continent?" After Zhu Fan shook his head, Long Zhu smiled. "You can go anywhere you want across the continent, except for the 3 danger zones. Regardless of your strength, you'll find helpless against the dangers in there." Zhu Fan nodded from how serious Long Zhu looked but didn't take the warning to heart. The zones are Lightning Canyon, Ice Mountain, and Fire Pit. Long Zhu stared at Zhu Fan in all seriousness, but then laughed in the end. "Never mind, even if you want to go you still can't. Only if your luck is sky high will you enter one. Why? Because these zones appear at random. Today they might be in the east and tomorrow in the west. Regardless of where they descend, it will cause a terrible tornado that draws in all who dared approach, while also trapping them inside. That must be an array which an expert had deployed. If one didn't know how the array operated, they would have no hope of finding the entrance." Zhu Fan asked, "Then how did you get out?" Long Zhu nodded with a deep look. "You're smart, brother. Yes, in my youth I chanced upon the Lightning Canyon. At that time the tornado swept me away and all I could see was a world of purple lightning. Every single expert there fell under the purple strikes. Just recalling it sends shivers down my spine. Then the oddest thing happened. The strike that was meant for me hit in my eye. While I was unharmed, all that I could feel from my eye was scorching heat." Zhu Fan now understood. As it was stated in the 9 Serenities secret records regarding the Heavenly Emperor's purple lightning gold eye, everything was subjected to be destroyed under its gaze, all except the eye. This was why when the purple lightning struck Long Zhu's eye, he was unharmed. Perhaps because of my will to survive, I gave it my all in fighting for my life. I was aware of the purple lightning's power, but still wanted to live. It was at that moment that a man's voice reached me. He was reciting some method, and I, in my confused state, mimicked his words. It shocked me in the end when my eye released purple lightning. It may have been because of the eye that the purple lightning no longer struck me. Finally, when the tornado passed, only I survived. But ever since I was robbed of my eye, and because of the frantic situation when I gained it, I no longer recalled the words that man recited, and had no way of forming another mystic eye. Long Jiu sighed while Jiu Fan nodded. Lightning Canyon was a remnant the Heavenly Emperor left behind and contained his cultivation method. I have to find it. If I add the 9 Serenities Emperor's legacy with Heavenly Emperors, with 2 of the 3 Ancient Emperors' legacy in my hands, none can contest me. I didn't reincarnate in vain. No one would ever imagine that a powerful Emperor stage expert would leave his remnant in the mortal world. Ha ha ha. Jiu Fan wanted to cackle but was sensible enough to refrain since Long Jiu was next to him. Their talk took the entire day. Once Jiu Fan got hold of all the information that interested him, he walked Long Jiu out, after which he entered seclusion for a month to heal. With Long Jiu's recovery pills, he was back to full health in 10 days, but was forced to spend the remaining time to patch up Blood Infant's precarious state. A month later, Jiu Fan came out of his room stretching his limbs and enjoying the fresh air. Moreover, just a few days ago, he and Blood Infant entered the 5th layer of chi condensation. Just that it was a pity one of the 2 elders from Hell Valley died for naught. He truly hoped he could absorb the elder's yuan chi at the time. With it, he'd be in the bone-tempering stage by now. Ah, Steward Jiu. Zio Kui shrieked in joy seeing him, but then bolted. Jiu Fan was stumped, feeling his face unconsciously. Did something change about me? Why did she run as soon as she saw me? What's so scary about me? I'm not a man-eating monster. But he soon had it all figured out. I must have been too rough on her when I ripped their clothes that time, and this girl is now afraid of me. The same as how Luo Yunhai was before. Jiu Fan snickered. I was kinda too hard on both the kids. Brother Jiu, are you feeling better? This time it was the uncouth Captain Pang. Old Pang, Captain Pang was the only one he admitted being his friend since he reincarnated. Jiu Fan started to miss him after not seeing each other for a month. However, just as Captain Pang was about to give him a friendly hug, his face changed and away he ran. This time, Jiu Fan was floored. Forget that last, Zio Kui. Why is even old Pang avoiding me like a plague? Jiu Fan frowned, unable to get to the bottom of it. He was expert in reading people's intentions in negotiations and fights, but that was because he was convinced every man's actions were motivated by benefit. Yet old Pang's behavior had him stumped. I've done nothing to hurt him, and he shouldn't have a reason for being scared of me. Then what's the deal with him running away? Jiu Fan shook his head in puzzlement, but he wasn't in the mood to find out the reason. A man such as Demonic Emperor was a man of great action, not bothered by petty affairs. When he was about to leave, Lei Yuding appeared in his sight with a lunchbox and Zio Kui running behind her. Her cute body hid behind Lei Yuding, peeking her small head to gaze at Jiu Fan. What are you up to? Jiu Fan stood in place, puzzled. Jiu Fan eyed the lunchbox with suspicion as he eased the lid open. A wonderful smell swept him when the intricately made dishes prepared from the heart were in the open. What a wonderful smell. Jiu Fan asked, where did you buy them from? Did Wingay City have such a great restaurant? Humph, they weren't bought. Zio Kui jumped out with a smile. Young Miss spent 10 hours each day making them and waited for Steward Jiu to come out of seclusion to try them out. Every day, Jiu Fan now unraveled the mystery of Zio Kui running at the sight of him. It was to notify Lei Yuding. Not knowing when he'd come out, Lei Yuding cooked for him every day. Her perseverance moved him. Nodding, Jiu Fan spoke, I accept your gift. Lei Yuding cupped her blushing face and whispered, Steward Jiu just got well and needs to take care of his body. Hurry and eat before it gets cold. Right, Jiu Fan returned to his room with the lunchbox. Even though he was in the chi condensation stage, not eating for a month made him hungry. Lei Yuding with Zio Kui in tow followed him in. Her eyes shined like the sun, soft yet warm enough to melt a glacier. When Jiu Fan was about to dig in, Luo Yuncheng's charming figure entered the room with a knock. Captain Pang followed behind her. Quirking an eyebrow, Jiu Fan saw her carrying a lunchbox too. Oh, I didn't know Steward Jiu already had someone bringing him breakfast. I was worried for nothing. When she saw the lunchbox in front Jiu Fan, Luo Yuncheng's smile widened, but her eyes became sharp as if they were about to poke holes into everyone present. What got her in such a foul mood this morning? Jiu Fan flickered his brow in confusion, but when he picked up on Captain Pang's pitying glance, it got him baffled. Bam! Luo Yuncheng slammed the box in front of Jiu Fan while squeezing a smile. Steward Jiu, this is something I made for you to help in your recovery. I already have a share. I'm not a glut to eat so much. Jiu Fan shrugged, planning on pushing aside Luo Yuncheng's box, but then he sensed killing intent. He caught Luo Yuncheng's eyes glaring at him. I'll try both of them. Jiu Fan flinched for the first time in his life. He didn't understand what the fuss was about, but knew that if he hadn't said that, there would have been a real danger to his life. Revealing Luo Yuncheng's dishes, he found them scorched black, cutting most of his appetite. I think I'll eat this one. Jiu Fan went for Lei Yuding's box as she showed a bright smile. But even before his hand reached it, Luo Yuncheng bumped her box closer to him with a glare. Didn't you say you'll eat them both? Jiu Fan's brow flickered, hesitation setting in as he took another long look at Luo Yuncheng's burnt dishes. but he could hardly refuse her sincere eyes and nodded. All right, I'll eat them. Luo Yunqing broke out into a wide smile, to which Lei Yuding was showing disdain. Mine first, Luo Yunqing urged. No, mine, Lei Yuding said in haste. The two women's eyes met and sparks seemed to fly. Zhu Fan wondered, weren't they close? Why are they fighting all of a sudden? He couldn't comprehend what could bring such a change in them. First come, first served. Zhu Fan then took a bite out of Lei Yuding's dishes. She was staring at him with wide and expectant eyes. Zhu Fan gave a thumbs up, delicious. Lei Yuding's smile bloomed like a flower while Xiao Qi pushed out her chin and shouted, my young miss started cooking since she was 10. No one in Wingay City can match her skill. You are fortunate today, Steward Zhu. Xiao Qi's boast embarrassed Lei Yuding, but even that couldn't take away the radiant smile from her face. Luo Yunqing pouted. Zhu Fan, try mine. Zhu Fan took a bite but spat it out as soon as it touched his tongue. Even poison is better. His words were sharp as he took Lei Yuding's box. I still choose this one. Lei Yuding was smiling, while Luo Yunqing's eyes started tearing. Wow, such a great smell. At this time, Luo Yunhai shouted in surprise as he jumped into Zhu Fan's room. Bro Zhu, you're out. And you are having such a feast, why didn't you invite me? Go and eat your sister's cooking. Zhu Fan dissed him. Luo Yunhai complained, her skill isn't worth a dime. She doesn't know anything besides opening the kitchen door. Unable to stay there any longer, Luo Yunqing ran out with her lunchbox, but people could see the droplets she left behind on the floor. Was I wrong? Luo Yunhai was confused. Not at all. Zhu Fan gorged on Lei Yuding's cooking as he said, but some people have low confidence. After finishing his meal, Zhu Fan informed the others before leaving. Stay here as Hell Valley's people might still lurk around. I'm going to pay Veiled Dragon Pavilion a visit. Luo Yunhai and Captain Pang nodded, then turned to Lei Yuding. Seeing her all flushed, Xiao Qi was even more excited. How great, young Miss Steward Zhu is interested in you. Lei Yuding only smiled. At the same time in the Imperial City, in a magnificent office, two people sat side by side. One man was in his 40s, dressed in a white silken robe. He had a small hanging mustache that shook with his smile. The other man was in his 50s with a somber complexion and wearing a dark cloak. His pair of large eyes were filled with grievance. The two acted like strangers, not meeting each other's eyes. Cough, cough, cough. With a cough, a shaky body appeared before the two. It was an old man dressed in a golden robe embroidered with 9 dragons. Your Majesty, the men rose up and bowed. The elder waved for them to sit. Veiled Dragon Pavilion and Hell Valley both are from the 7 noble houses, the pillars of the empire. What matter has made you request an audience with me? This elder was the emperor of Tianyu Empire. Your Majesty, Veiled Dragon Pavilion killed 2 of our Hell Valley's elders last month, breaking the 7 houses agreement. Your Majesty, please punish the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, the black-robed man complained. Sneering, the middle-aged man spoke. You Wanshan, you have some nerve complaining first. Your Hell Valley's elder infringed upon my Veiled Dragon Pavilion's domain. How are you going to explain it? Who is it that broke the 7 houses agreement first? One of my valley's disciple, Yu Quan, was killed in Wingay City. Can't I send an elder to bring the matter to light? Yu Wanshan squinted. Long Yifi, you are just making an excuse to exact revenge for what happened 2 decades ago. Ha ha ha. And 20 years ago, you trapped Elder Jiu in Drifting Leaf City and ruined his mystic eye. You accused him of entering your domain and breaching the 7 houses agreement. I didn't object. This time, however, it is your elder who entered mine, and not just 1 but 4. Is this what you call investigation? Enough. The Emperor's cold shout came as his eyes flashed in anger. Both sides are in violation. This is my judgment. Veiled Dragon Pavilion shall withdraw from Wingay City. It is no longer part of your domain. Hell Valley and Veiled Dragon Pavilion's people are never to set foot in this city ever again. Your Majesty, the two cupped their fists, but the Emperor flicked his sleeve. This matter is settled. Withdraw. I no longer want to hear anything about the 7 houses, nor about internal disputes. Understood. None of them was willing to accept this conclusion, but retreated nonetheless. When they were gone, the Emperor's eyes flashed. For Hell Valley's people to enter Wingay City, they must be privy to the 1,000-year-old secret. The Imperial City has always been a place of conflict, filled with the eyes and ears of every faction. This should be known to your Majesty. An aged voice replied from behind. The Emperor chuckled, it seems. The plan has begun. Pearls will always shine, he he he. Since the Veiled Dragon Pavilion's grand gate was but a few hundred steps away, Zhu Fan chose to walk. However, he stopped before passing through it. In front of the gate was a yellow palanquin with 4 peak chi condensation cultivators as carriers and 16 bone tempering cultivators surrounding it. A fat figure in yellow stood in front of the palanquin. You could barely make out his pin-sized eyes from his bulging cheeks. At first glance, one would take him as having a bun in place of his head. Zhu Fan shook his head. He'd seen his fair share of people, but this was his first encountering such a fatso. How can one get so fat? Zhu Fan resumed his gait, glancing at the fatty from time to time. His appearance was far from attractive, but his seventh chi condensation cultivation and the large number of guards was nothing to scoff. If the fatty was from Veiled Dragon Pavilion, he'd have gone in by now. Wait. Zhuo Fan's entry was stopped by a sudden shout. Turning around, he caught the sight of Fatty's feet sinking into the ground with each step towards him. Zhuo Fan's cheeks started twitching. Do you need something? He, are you from Veiled Dragon Pavilion? The fatty smiled. It would have been better if he hadn't, as his eyes were now gone for good. Zhuo Fan was shocked by such a baffling appearance for a moment. I'm just a guest. That means you can also enter. The fatty showed a warm smile. Can I ask brother's help with a small matter? Please send word to young Miss Long Kui. She hasn't come out for a whole day and I had to sleep outside. This weird fatty is pursuing Long Kui. Zhuo Fan wanted to laugh, but he couldn't, not when there were so many people around. To think that haughty Long Kui knows this fellow. Setting aside his status, his weight alone would make her awkward if someone caught them together. All right, I will tell her right away. Zhuo Fan struggled not to laugh as the fatty cupped his hands in gratitude. I'll leave it to brother. Zhuo Fan hastened his pace in fear of laughing if he spent one more moment with this guy. It wasn't worth it offending a great faction for such a reason. He soon arrived at the meeting room and met Long Kui. Miss Kui, long time no see. How have you been? Great, until you showed up. Long Kui snorted. Zhuo Fan didn't mind it. Where's bro Jiu? I want to speak with him. Out. Long Kui rolled her eyes. Zhuo Fan read her face and found that she didn't lie. Since he didn't see Long Jai either, it meant that he must be with Long Jiu on business. Zhuo Fan showed a wide grin. What's with you? Long Kui frowned. Oh, nothing. There's a rich, handsome guy outside who wants to talk to you. Hurry up and see him before he's gone. Hey, Miss Long, who's he? Zhuo Fan elbowed her with raised eyebrows. Long Kui knew Zhuo Fan was making fun of her and got angry. Ignoring him, she walked to the gates with Zhuo Fan laughing behind her. Damn fatty, haven't I rejected your marriage proposal already? What are you still doing here? The fatty's smile fell. Sister Long Kui, that happened when I was 10. Now I'm 20. Don't you feel anything after I proposed 1,000 times these past 10 years? Of course I have, annoyance. Zhuo Fan butted in at this point, patting the fatty's shoulder as he looked at Long Kui. Miss Long Kui, such tender and strong love are rare these days. My dear friend is so smitten by you that he even slept outside waiting for you. The last words almost made Zhuo Fan burst in laughter. The fatty was so touched that the thick sarcasm flew right past him. Long Kui saw them working in unison, one explaining while the other agreeing, and felt her anger peaking. For some reason, she changed to a charming smile. Even Zhuo Fan blanked out from seeing her smile like this for the first time, and there was no need to mention the drooling fatty. Long Kui felt sick inside but still maintained her composure. Brother Kong, you've always treated me so well ever since we were little, but my heart belongs to another. What, who's the punk? The fatty's face changed and his eyes spat fire. Zhuo Fan thought, oh, she isn't planning on dragging me into this, is she? Yet Long Kui turned to him with an enigmatic smile. Oh hell, Zhuo Fan didn't know which faction the fatty belonged to, but one thing was clear, he wasn't to be provoked. Zhuo Fan already had Hell Valley as his enemy and messing with another faction just as strong, if not stronger, than even Demonic Emperor would have a hard time turning disaster into an opportunity. I was wondering why you were able to enter Veiled Dragon Pavilion like you own the place. It was because you and Long Kui are. The fatty grabbed Zhuo Fan's collar and glared. Zhuo Fan denied, brother, it's all just a misunderstanding. However, the fatty's eyes were red from anger and blinded to reason. There were two things any man would go berserk from, having his father killed and wife stolen. But the latter caused way more outrage than the former. Feeling as if he was wearing such a hat with no rhyme or reason turned this misunderstanding into a conflict. Zhuo Fan sighed, now I have to ask Long Jiu to explain in order to avoid offending another power. He was pondering on how to do it when he was floored by Fatty's next words. Sister Kui, what do you not like about me? Does this punk have something that I don't? Zhuo Fan almost spat blood, watching the fatty in a daze. Brother, now I know why you proposed 1,000 times. Cocky people, he has seen aplenty, but this was Zhuo Fan's first time meeting one as oblivious about himself as this guy. Watching the fatty who could burrow the earth just by standing, Zhuo Fan wanted to shout, brother, it's more like you pack something way extra than me. Even Long Kui was silently rolling her eyes. Brother Kong, there must be some other reason for you to be here. You do not have the luxury of leaving the imperial capital as you wish. Take care of your matters and stop wasting time. That is out of the question. You are my future wife. I even applied for this task just to see you. Yet. Then the fatty glared at Zhuo Fan. Let's duel. He pointed at Zhuo Fan's nose as he raged. We will duel today to settle Sister Kui's groom. Zhuo Fan took a closer look at the fatty, secretly admiring him. This kid is the first who didn't shout out his glorious clan's name before me. Just from this, Zhuo Fan liked him. Hearing the fatty request a duel, one of his guards stepped forward. Young master, your body is too precious to participate in duels. It's best if you let me handle him. Quiet, the fatty interrupted the guard. It is I who want to marry Sister Kui. My honor and dignity as a man are on the line. If you fight, I'll be mocked forever and Sister Kiwi will despise me even more. I will never ever approve of you. Long Kiwi rolled her eyes. Zhu Fan agreed with a grin. Well said, I accept. However, all your guards are stronger than me and I can't take even a single hit from them if they interfere. If I say we will duel, then it will be one-on-one. My word is gold, you don't believe me. The fatty was even angrier now. Zhu Fan shook his head. I do believe you. But if I defeat you, can they hold themselves from not jumping in? At that point, even if you order them not to, it won't do much good. It was unknown if the fatty was pondering or fuming since his eyes disappeared when he squinted. But then he barked at the guards, all of you stay put. If anyone has the nerve to move, I'll kill him. Then he turned to Zhu Fan, pick a location where we won't be disturbed. Zhu Fan smiled while Long Kui frowned and blocked him. You truly intend to fight. If he gets hurt, even Veiled Dragon Pavilion can't help you. He just nodded. This fatty isn't bad. Long Kui was stunned. When the fatty saw them stick together, his heart was aflame from rage. Panting with each word, he declared, Punk, you'll see. I will mop the floor with you. Zhu Fan smiled, not minding it in the least. Zhu Fan took the fatty to a remote place in the woods. Since Long Kui was afraid of mishaps, she also went along, but Zhu Fan already had Blood Infant keep an eye out. At least the fatty's order worked like a charm and the guards stayed behind. Zhu Fan clapped. Fatty, I praise you for not using the guards. Humph, I am always true to my word. This is related to me and Sister Kiwi's happy marriage. I will have to beat you, pesky puck, so thorough you can't contest my victory. Or who knows what excuse you'll use later to pester Sister Kiwi. The fatty jutted out his chin. Smiling, Zhu Fan showed his vicious side. Aren't you worried I laid an ambush? The fatty frowned. His pin-sized eyes scoured his surroundings as he roared, Humph, I am willing to venture alone against any adversity, but if you think Sister Kiwi will look kindly to such a despicable punk, think again. No matter what you have in store, I will never lose. Ha ha ha, enough with the heroism. Kid, I like you. It's time we get this duel started. Zhu Fan smiled. Yet even before he finished, a punch came his way. Zhu Fan rushed to dodge, but he was too late to react. His body flew and his right cheek was now red and swollen. Hey Fatso, I thought you were an honorable man. Zhu Fan snapped at the nonchalant fatty who replied, Didn't you just give start to the duel? All is fair in love and war. Zhu Fan took a long look at him and secretly nodded. This kid is more cunning than he lets on, yet he conducts himself with honor. He is as honest as old Pang, but that is where the similarities end. Compared to the simple old Pang, Zhu Fan liked the shrewd fatty more. A demonic cultivator would use any means to reach his goal. This fatty, who bent the limits of morality, was more to Zhu Fan's liking. Ha ha ha, you're right. Zhu Fan cackled and pointed at Long Kui. Fatty, look, Long Kui is undressing. The fatty could spot a lie when he heard one, but he still bought it this time and turned towards Long Kui's direction. Bam! Zhu Fan used this chance to kick the fatty into the air. Bastard! Long Kui fumed at the sideline with a red face, yet the culprit didn't mind it in the least when her glare focused on him. Wretched punk, you dared sully Sister Kiwi's honor. I will show you. The fatty wobbled as he got to his feet, but his eyes burned hotter than ever. Zhu Fan dissed him. I was just messing around, yet you looked anyway. Weren't you also thinking something shameful about our young Miss Long? The fatty gasped. Never had he heard this kind of counter before. Zhu Fan might have disrespected Long Kui, but didn't he himself sully his goddess by imagining something inappropriate? If so, did he have the right to blame Zhu Fan? Fatty's resentment was gone just like that, and he even felt ashamed. But once he imagined Long Kui changing clothes, his face went beet red. His small eyes were perfect in hiding his secret stare over Long Kui's enticing figure, but she found him out nonetheless and stared him down with killing intent. When a shiver crawled up his spine, the fatty focused on the fight. Punk, I will let this matter slide. Time to get serious. The fatty's body gave out a golden shine and even the ground started cracking around him. High mortal ranked martial art, mountain shaking punch. The fatty darted towards Zhu Fan like a raging bull, cracking each and every stone he set his foot on. Punk, better dodge, but if you do, admit your loss. Grinning, Zhu Fan extended a red palm, not intimidated in the least. The fatty raved, Damn punk, this will be your funeral. I am at the 7th layer of chi condensation and using a high-ranked martial art. This is not a move which a 5th layer chi condensation punk can withstand. If you treasure your life, dodge. Zhu Fan didn't budge. The fatty didn't wish for the worst outcome and wanted to hold back some of his power, but it was too late now. His flabby body was already upon Zhu Fan. Boom, something strange happened. The weak-looking Zhu Fan was still standing as a breeze ruffled his hair. He hit the ground in a daze, and even as he got up, he still couldn't shake his astonishment. How can this be? I am clearly stronger, so why was I the one who got pushed back? He needed a long time to recover from the shock. Long Kui scoffed. She didn't like Zhu Fan one bit, but that didn't stop her from admiring his strength and ability. After all, he was the first on the continent to have killed 2 profound heaven expert while being a chi condensation cultivator. Arriving next to Fatty, Zhu Fan offered his hand with a smile. Fatty, I know you went easy on me. The fatty sighed, a loss is a loss. Using all my power against someone weaker is the same as losing. I am an upright man. This is your win. Zhu Fan turned serious. You might take it as being upright, but I see it as kindness. The fatty looked closer at Zhu Fan. He was amazed this man found out his intention in that split second. I see now why Sister Kiwi likes you. The fatty praised him and took Zhu Fan's hand. He went to Long Kiwi and sighed, Sister Kiwi, you've found a great man. This punk will turn into a monster one day. The fatty felt dejected, but a sudden sound broke the silence. Zhu Fan squinted his eyes and pushed the fatty to the ground. A green light passed above them the next second, cutting all the trees in its path. A dozen men appeared around the three of them the next moment, each giving off the energy of a bone-tempering expert. What now? Long Kiwi's expression was grave as she looked at Zhu Fan. With the veiled dragon pavilion being even farther than the fatty's guards, the only one she could turn for help was the guy she disliked the most. But he was also the one most likely to pull off a miracle. The fatty strode out from between the two with confidence. It's me or after. Let them go. Hi, as a member of the imperial family, you sure have the air of a king. But too bad we can't leave any witnesses. A man stood out from the group. He was their leader. The fatty was filled with hatred. Suddenly, Zhu Fan kicked the fatty with a snicker. This fatty is under my care. If you want to kill him, you'll have to go through me first. The dozen men laughed. A mere chi condensation insect wants to act tough. Since they'll all die anyway, let's start with him. It's best we kill the fatty first and complete the mission. It was hard enough finding this opportunity after waiting for so long. We can't let it go to waste. As they were rambling on and on, the fatty whispered to Zhu Fan, Brother, they're after me. I will run towards east while you take Sister Kiwi back to Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Zhu Fan shook his head. With your speed, you won't even last 1 second. What other choice do we have? Asked the fatty, flustered. Zhu Fan hardened his tone and said, Slaughter them all. He took a step and reached their leader as Savage Moon flashed in his hand. Demonic treasure. The leader was shocked and wanted to dodge, but a red light entered his body and froze his movements. Whoosh! With a silver flash, a head trailed the sky followed by a fountain of blood. Only Zhu Fan stood in the pool of blood with cruel eyes. For the first time in Fatty's life, his eyes bulged out from his chubby face, becoming larger than ever. The silence was deafening. Everyone watched slack-jawed at the unfolding event. No one there could have imagined a chi condensation kid blindsiding them, who were bone-tempering experts, and even killing one in a single hit. All the mockery and disdain they had for Zhu Fan was now replaced with extreme caution. Fatty was still out of it, staring at Zhu Fan like his brain was on the fritz. It finally dawned upon him that it wasn't him who held back the most in their duel, but Zhu Fan. Kill the punk first. With a sudden shout, the men charged at Zhu Fan together. They were now of one mind, no longer of a different opinion. They had to kill this dreadful and sinister punk first. If they were to leave him for later, they were sure they'd have to pay a steep price, even if they outnumbered him. They had long forgotten their main objective, and were now pointing their weapons at the punk who was holding Savage Moon and standing in a pool of blood. Smiling wryly, Zhu Fan snickered, I wouldn't have it any other way. The next moment, he jumped at the first enemy. The man was startled and rushed to retreat. Even if Zhu Fan was just in the chi condensation stage and unable to hurt him, the third-grade demonic treasure would cut through him like butter. Their leader got such a miserable death for underestimating Zhu Fan, and he wasn't willing to make the same mistake. With eyes fixed on Savage Moon's trail, the killer grinned. He knew how to deal with Zhu Fan. Since his speed was superior to Zhu Fan, all he needed to do was pay attention to Savage Moon, and killing this kid would be a breeze. However, just as he was about to jump into action, Savage Moon flashed a silver glow. The light wrapped around Zhu Fan and then streaked by the killer's body. The killer had no idea what happened and was looking up as his upper half slid to the ground while his lower half stood there unmoving. While he fell, he could still see Zhu Fan's grim face, especially the eyes, cold and unfeeling. Everyone sucked in a cold breath as they watched Zhu Fan with dread. If one were to say that killing their leader was from a sneak attack, this time around it was a fair fight, and yet Zhu Fan still killed a bone-tempering expert in an instant. When the silver light flashed again, he was so fast that none of the killers had time to react before Zhu Fan felled another. Such horrifying speed coupled with the sharp edge of the Savage Moon soaked the backs of the killers in a cold sweat. As you dared to come look for trouble in my domain. Zhu Fan squinted at each man around him and trailed a finger across his neck as his eyes turned red. Your lives are forfeited. At that moment, all of them paled and stepped back. The fear they felt from his eyes mounted the dread they already had. Their roles began to blur as it became unclear who was the victim and who was the killer. The hunter's and prey's role were now switched. The fatty watched Zhu Fan's domineering gaze while being shell-shocked. Then he was swept by a sudden familiar feeling, the imposing and grand feeling he felt only from his father. But what he felt from Zhu Fan was far more assertive, as if all who dared resist this man would find themselves dead beyond a shred of a doubt. The pressure Zhu Fan's power released was something that even made him shiver. Seeing that they couldn't contend with Zhu Fan individually, a killer shouted, "Don't be afraid, let's attack together. He's just a chi condensation punk relying on a third-grade demonic treasure. If we surround him, he's done for." The others nodded as fear eased from their faces. Now that they had a plan, they found hope. With a cry, the killers jumped at Zhu Fan, closing the net on him. Sneering, Zhu Fan rushed forward without fear as he held Savage Moon. His target swallowed dryly but didn't retreat since he had men on each side releasing punch at Zhu Fan. If Zhu Fan pressed on, the killer would die, but so would Zhu Fan under the joint attack of two bone-tempering experts. But if he retreated instead, it would only work to tighten the net, and his death would be just a matter of time. Zhu Fan didn't plan on dying in this fight, or he would have fled a long time ago with the help of Savage Moon's speed boost. Whoosh. With a flash of silver, Zhu Fan vanished from their sights and the punches hit nothing but air. Zhu Fan then landed right in front of the killer who was standing behind the other two. Having not seen this coming, the killer was frightened but soon became elated seeing that Zhu Fan was not facing him. He didn't waste this chance and punched towards Zhu Fan's defenseless back. "Your head is mine, kid," but a silver light flashed by and the man froze. In the moment of impending doom, Zhu Fan swept Savage Moon around him and jumped from their tight circle. As for the man behind Zhu Fan, he watched wide-eyed as his body hit the ground in two pieces, blood and guts spilling everywhere. Another one. Even under their joint efforts, Zhu Fan came out unscathed and robbed them of another comrade. Fear in their eyes mounted higher and higher. They had some hope before, wishing to kill him with numbers. But that hope was now lost. What kind of freak is he? When did the 7 noble houses have such a person? A killer cursed as he felt his knees trembling. Secretly sneering, Zhu Fan squinted his eyes and bathed the world with the killing intent they contained. These killers were rooted, they lost their nerve and were no longer a threat. Now was the perfect time to end them. Zhu Fan rushed forth with a savage grin. Silver light flickered as Zhu Fan brandished Savage Moon and sent limbs flying with each passing. The killers cried during their futile attempts to evade, having lost any and all will to resist. Zhu Fan was like a wolf among sheep, taking his fill of slaughter and carnage. For the occasional spirited and still brave souls among them, Blood Infant would enter their body and seal their movements, thus priming them for Zhu Fan, only to leave them mangled. If it was any other day, with Zhu Fan's strength and Blood Infant's help, he could only fight with a single bone-tempering expert. If another joined, he'd have a hard time reacting to their attacks, let alone killing a dozen. But luck had it he got Savage Moon off Elder Yun, whom he killed a month ago. This gave him newfound confidence. Savage Moon was just as deadly as Blood Infant was on bone-tempering experts, perhaps even more, especially when taking its ability to increase one's speed into consideration. And all of this was added to Zhu Fan, who already had the skills to skip stages. Now that he thought about it, he really ought to thank Hell Valley for throwing such a nice toy in his lap. Hearing the bone-tempering expert's miserable wails, watching heads and entrails flying about, the fatty remained lifeless from shock. He stood there witnessing the gruesome dance Zhu Fan was performing with Savage Moon. For these killers to cry and beg for their lives was something unheard of. He could hardly believe that the man he recognized as a love rival, the man he challenged, was strong to this degree. Recalling their duel, it seemed more like a joke now. The bone-tempering experts were butchered like animals in front of the fatty. A 7th-layered chi condensation cultivator dared to issue a challenge and still was lenient with him while preaching fairness. Sai Yuan Kong, your lenient act and fairness preaching was meaningless. The fatty shook his head, feeling mournful. He had seen many peers among the 7 houses who were geniuses, and even if he wasn't stronger than them, he believed their strength wasn't far from his. But Zhu Fan showed him today what the saying, a man above man and a sky above a sky, meant. Those geniuses were nothing but trash by comparison. Furthermore, the gap was so huge at such a young age. Long Kui covered her mouth, experiencing the greatest shock she ever felt. This was the first time she saw Zhu Fan fighting. She had heard of him killing 2 profound heaven experts, but doubt still existed. This notion was far too outrageous for anyone to believe, but watching him fight today left this young miss stunned. The cruelty, the overbearing eyes, it was as if a demon had descended, one which was capable of scaring and overpowering even bone-tempering experts. Whoosh! When Zhu Fan finally stopped, Savage Moon in his hand was dripping blood. The dry earth around him had become a wide pool of blood. A killer shivered as he watched the Savage Moon's fall with dread. His legs were severed, but the pain wasn't registered as begging was all that was left on his mind. Not sparing him a glance, Zhu Fan asked coldly, "Who sent you?" Zhu Fan's eyes didn't reflect an ounce of pity towards any living creature in this world, only coldness. The killer looked around to see his dead brothers and fear swept his heart. He didn't know where to begin describing the savagery and cruelty of this youth before him. This youth was, in all sense of the word, a demon. The killer's heart was in shambles, but a sudden whistling sound was heard and the killer's eyes lost its light. Killing with intent, a radiant stage expert, Zhu Fan drew a cold breath. His bottomless and cold eyes now showed a ripple of panic. The whistling sound was heard clearly by everyone, but none could afford to slack their guard. On the contrary, each felt their heart in their throat. A radiant stage expert was able to kill with divine intent alone. This was an enemy Zhu Fan wouldn't be able to defeat even with Blood Infant and Savage Moon. An icy shiver traveled down his spine as Zhu Fan turned more and more serious. Whoosh, the whistle stopped suddenly and a pair of steps echoed. Zhu Fan and the other two forgot to breathe. Their eyes were fixed towards the sound's location. But when the person came out into the open, the fatty was stunned for a second before shouting, "Teacher, how come you're here?" Long Kui cried with joy, "Senior Fang, what brought you here?" Zhu Fan saw the two recognizing the new entrant and began sizing him up. The man had a goatee and looked like he was in his 60s. He was dressed in a blue robe and had a sword strapped to his back. All this time he was smiling as the green jade flute revolved in his hand. The jade flute shocked Zhu Fan. He remembered something and asked, "Are you one of the 5 divine dragons, the guardians of the imperial family, Jade Flute Divine Sword Fang Kyubai?" Among them, there was a man known as the First Divine Sword, and he was Fang Kyubai, Jade Flute Divine Sword. He boasted himself as having united the sword and the flute as one, that his sword followed the sound and turned it into sword intent. One time, he single-handedly defeated 5 radiant stage experts with a sword strike, forcing the 7 houses to forget about testing him, while also spreading his name to the 4 corners of the world. The man raised an eyebrow and watched Zhu Fan with a profound look before nodding. With laughter, Long Ju appeared before everyone. "Wasn't I right? This kid has sharp eyes. I only mentioned you once and he already recognized you. Uncle Jiu." Long Q was overjoyed as she ran to him. "When did you and Senior Fang arrive? Why didn't you come out sooner?" "Ha ha ha, we've been here since Brother Zhu and the 3rd Prince's duel." Long Ju turned to Zhu Fan. "Brother Zhu, you're quite something to keep a straight face against a dozen bone-tempering experts. When I was your age, I certainly lacked the courage you showed today. I truly admire you." Long Kui pouted while casting a side glance towards Zhu Fan. Seeing Zhu Fan in action had her convinced, but admitting it was a whole nother matter. "Master, with you 2 seniors here, why didn't you act? You almost worried your student to death." Fatty clapped his fat chest. "It mattered little what happened to me, but what if Sister Kui got hurt? Ha ha ha, and miss a good show." Fang Kyubai laughed, eyeing the calm and collected Zhu Fan. "Moreover, I've never seen such a genius marvelous display before. Senior, you're too kind." Zhu Fan cupped his hands, but his face was stone cold. "I'm only curious, why did Senior kill the last one? Is it—" Fang Kyubai squinted and his smile turned fake as he spoke in a frosty tone. "Youngster, you are exceptionally sharp, but your strength might turn this advantage into a flaw." Zhu Fan picked up on Fang Kyubai's warning. He did not wield enough power to poke his nose in their conflict. The man had silenced the killer to protect him. Fang Kyubai took one more long look at him, and his admiration grew. "You're not only smart, but also know when to retreat. How rare. What a surprise, finding someone like you in the mortal world yet outside the 7 houses. If you weren't a demonic cultivator, something I am unsuited with, I would have wanted to teach you for 2 years and make your future limitless." Long Kui and Fatty were shocked. Outsiders may not know who Fang Kyubai was, but the 7 houses were crystal clear on his character. Who among the heads of the 7 houses didn't want to have their child under his tutelage? But this old man was stubborn as a mule, not giving them any attention. Even if the emperor were to request him on behalf of his sons, he'd act no differently. He'd been teaching the fatty for 3 years because Fang Kyubai appreciated his strong will, yet the fatty barely learned a few moves. But it wasn't enough to accept him as a disciple. Yet the first time he laid eyes on Zhu Fan, Fang Kyubai took the initiative to invite him. If the two had walked the same cultivation path, Zhu Fan would have been Divine Sword's first disciple. Wherever he'd go, if any 7 houses' disciples saw him, they'd have to bow down to him. Long Ju saw the 2 kids' shock and surmised their thoughts with a shake of his head. "These kids are yet to reach our level, so they don't know the meaning of rare find." With Zhu Fan's talent, any expert who saw him would want to take him as a disciple. Even if one was unrivaled in the world, to pass on his mantle, he needed to find the best disciple suited for his legacy. The greater the strength of the expert, the higher the expectation. But Zhu Fan shook his head at this and even sneered. Forget about Fang Kyubai not accepting him because of cultivation path difference. Even if he could be accepted, he'd still refuse. As a demonic emperor, the only one worthy of him calling master was an emperor stage expert. Fang Kyubai was reluctant to let Zhu Fan pass by him, but in the end, he took Fatty and left. "Long Ju, 3rd Prince still has a task to complete, so I'm taking him with me." Fang Kyubai and Fatty disappeared the moment he finished. Wait, Fatty still wanted to say something to Long Kui and Zhu Fan, but it was too late. 1 second his anxious face was there, and the next it was gone. So fast, Zhu Fan was shocked, then he hardened his resolve. He had to reach Radiant Stage as soon as possible to guarantee his safety in his travels across the continent. "Brother Zhu." Long Ju walked to Zhu Fan with a solemn face. "Come with me to Veiled Dragon Pavilion. There's something I have for you." Smiling wryly, Zhu Fan nodded. He had anticipated this. 15 minutes later, Zhu Fan and Long Jiu were in Veiled Dragon Pavilion's meeting room, and Long Jiu pushed an unwilling Long Kui to guard the door outside. Long Jiu took out a sheepskin branded with 4 dragon marks. The first words that Zhu Fan recognized were alliance agreement. Skimming through it, a pleasing smile bloomed on his face. If the agreement came into effect, he'd be worry-free from any outside attacks and would have the time to develop the Luo clan into a great power. Long Jiu was a bit astounded. Why do I feel like you knew this was coming? Zhu Fan smiled. It had nothing to do with predicting but planning. Once he settled on having Veiled Dragon Pavilion as an ally, he used the ancient array diagram to entice Long Jiu, then took advantage of Veiled Dragon Pavilion in sticking its neck out for him. But that wasn't an alliance, it was just the Luo clan seeking shelter. When faced with great danger, Veiled Dragon Pavilion would have kicked them out. To avoid the worst outcome, he and Veiled Dragon Pavilion fought side by side and even killed 2 profound heaven elders. He risked defending the Hell Valley to show the potential of the Luo clan. His aim was an alliance agreement of equals. If he were alone, he would have avoided showing off by fighting 2 profound heaven experts and amassed fortune instead. If Veiled Dragon Pavilion's Pavilion Lord was a man of vision, he'd choose alliance. Because he would know that the alliance offered now was like fire in winter for the Luo clan, but if offered in the future, it would be more like decoration, one among many. As such, Zhu Fan made a daring gambit, gambling if the Pavilion Lord was a man of ambition who did not bother with trifles and willing to make an ally out of a fallen clan. Fortunately, he won. Of course, if he lost, then Zhu Fan would cross Veiled Dragon Pavilion from the list of future potential allies. Just because their leader lacked the bravery and ambition of one, Zhu Fan smiled as he rolled up the sheepskin. I will now take it to young Miss for signing. Wait, Long Jiu gripped his shoulder. Sign it here and now. Zhu Fan smiled. I'm not the clan head. Signing it as a steward will make it void. With a sly smirk, Long Jiu looked at Zhu Fan in the eye. Pavilion Lord said this agreement is not with the Luo clan, but with Zhu Fan. Frowning, Zhu Fan stared hard at Long Jiu. Wherever Zhu Fan is, that place is Veiled Dragon Pavilion's ally. Long Jiu spoke. This is Pavilion Lord's intent. Zhu Fan frowned, then smiled with a nod. Pavilion Lord sure is ambitious, ha ha ha. In the dead of night, Zhu Fan returned to the small courtyard and looked for Captain Pang. Old Pang, where's Missy? I'm looking for her. Sighing, Old Pang muttered, I'll take you to her. Zhu Fan was taken aback, but followed nonetheless. The two entered the kitchen and Zhu Fan looked at Captain Pang in puzzlement when the latter pointed at Luo Yuncheng. Zhu Fan saw the chaos inside the kitchen and Luo Yuncheng, who had fallen asleep next to the stove. Her face even had traces of soot. Young Miss kept asking the cook for guidance from morning till late into the night. Captain Pang sighed, blaming Zhu Fan a little. Steward Zhu, I know of your skill, and that young miss and young master do not enter your eyes. But you must know, young miss worked hard day in day out for a whole month to cook for you so that you could have them when you come out of seclusion. But her efforts were not appreciated, instead she received your harsh criticization. Any girl would have been devastated after such a response. Ignoring Captain Pang's rant, Zhu Fan walked next to the stove where the few dishes Luo Yuncheng made laid. Compared to those at noon, these dishes were almost burned. Zhu Fan took a bite and shook his head. She has no talent whatsoever. Even so, at least show some consideration for her work. Captain Pang rebuked as he walked next to the dishes and tried one. How hard can it be to swallow? He also took a bite and chewed it just once before spitting it right back out. You're right, Steward Zhu, young miss is inept at cooking. Sorry for blaming you. Captain Pang wiped his mouth and walked out with a red face. But when he turned back, he saw Zhu Fan taking one bite after another and even savoring it. Steward Zhu, don't force yourself. Ignore what I said. Now that I've also tried young miss cooking, it's indeed. Captain Pang's mouth clamped shut and his face twisted. I'm just a bit hungry. Zhu Fan smiled as he ate everything. In the morning, a ray of sunshine entered the small courtyard's kitchen. Luo Yuncheng's eyelids trembled as she opened her drowsy eyes. She looked around the kitchen and smiled dejectedly. Last night, she was so tired after cooking that she fell asleep in the kitchen itself. Even if anyone caught wind of this, no one would believe it. A chi condensation cultivator tiring herself out from cooking, but the truth was she was too fatigued that she would rather pick cultivation instead of cooking. Just as she was getting up, she froze. Someone had put a plain cover on her and her back wasn't leaning on the hard stove but on something soft instead. Pursing her lips, she turned her head only to see a sleeping Zhu Fan leaning on her, and what kept her back soft was his arm. Luo Yuncheng was about to yelp, but she covered her mouth. It never crossed her mind that Zhu Fan would spend the night with her here. Blushing, Luo Yuncheng observed his face and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. Young Miss' red lips were inching ever closer to his face. Steward Zhu, young miss. A sudden rough shout came from Captain Pang. Zhu Fan's eyelids trembled and were about to open. Luo Yuncheng immediately laid her head back on his shoulder and faked sleeping without budging, just that her red face betrayed her as if she'd done something she shouldn't. Zhu Fan opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and frowned when he saw Captain Pang coming in. Old Pang, what's the rush? Brother Zhu, young miss. Captain Pang pointed at Luo Yuncheng with shock. Zhu Fan turned to see Luo Yuncheng's red and shivering face. He touched her forehead, it's burning up. Did she catch a cold? Shaking his head, Zhu Fan blamed himself. Last night he wanted to take Luo Yuncheng back to her room, but afraid of waking her up, he chose to watch over her in the kitchen. He didn't think sleep would cast its spell on him too. Old Pang, say what you came to say. Meanwhile, I'll take this missy back to her room. Zhu Fan carried Luo Yuncheng, but Old Pang was panicking. You can't, Brother Zhu. Someone wants to invite young miss for a chat. Someone we can't offend. What can't offend? She won't be going even if the Veiled Dragon Pavilion asked. Zhu Fan snapped. Can't you see she has lost consciousness? She must be sick. Wait for a bit and I'll go see the guest. Sigh, Brother Zhu, Steward Zhu. Young miss must go meet him in person. He bears the Imperial Golden Seal. Captain Pang shouted. Zhu Fan stopped. Only the Imperial family's guards had this seal. Even the 7 houses' leaders would have to respond at once or they'd have committed a grave crime. The lightest punishment was death, while the harshest was dragging one's whole clan with him. Of course, with the 7 noble houses' power, the Imperial family would refrain from resorting to such methods. But that didn't apply to a fallen clan like them. Zhu Fan squinted and thought it through. Old Pang, tell him young miss is unwell and that he should come back tomorrow. What? Captain Pang's heart jumped in fright. That person carries the Emperor's edict. If you do this, it is the same as saying you don't want to talk to him. But Zhu Fan had it thought out. Thinking back to last night, he guessed the one calling him over was that fatty's guard. The fatty was a good man and wouldn't let emotions cloud his judgment, slaughtering innocents left and right. Do what I said now, Zhu Fan raised his voice. Wait, Luo Yuncheng yelled, struggling out of Zhu Fan's embrace and spoke with a stern face. Captain Pang, tell him to wait a moment to make myself presentable. Understood. Captain Pang bowed and secretly rejoiced. Thank God, young miss woke up, or who knew how much trouble Brother Zhu's arrangement would have stirred up. But this Steward Zhu sure is dauntless. If I were to follow his words, I'll die of fright. Captain Pang shook his head and left. Zhu Fan watched Luo Yuncheng skeptically. How did she regain consciousness all of a sudden? Luo Yuncheng rolled her eyes. Why are you so reckless? Is the Imperial family someone you can offend? To avoid him noticing anything, Luo Yuncheng rushed away. Zhu Fan was left to walk alone to the living room with doubt in his heart. He met with the man carrying the seal, a peak chi condensation cultivator. He was one of the porters to Fatty's palanquin. Are you Steward Zhu? My master is inviting you and young Miss Luo for a talk. The envoy cupped his hands, but the prideful attitude never left him. And either on purpose or otherwise, the Imperial Golden Seal flashed on his waist. Perhaps he was afraid they'd mistake him for someone other than the Imperial family's guard. Zhu Fan snorted. You're still soft thinking you can fake your arrogance around me. When I was faking it, you were still but an egg in your mother's belly. Zhu Fan didn't even look at him as he slumped in a chair, one leg over the other. The envoy's eyes swelled with rage. Is the fatty's injury healed? Zhu Fan asked in passing. Fatty. The man was stunned. Then it hit him that Zhu Fan was calling his master Fatty. But the number of people in this world who dared to call him that was less than 10. Then he and Master are. His heart started beating a mile a minute and the arrogance was gone from his eyes. My master did not mention any injury when he returned last night. Is that so? Zhu Fan raised an eyebrow, then laughed. He must be thinking of his image. I punched him 30-odd times yesterday and kicked him a dozen times more. There's no way he's fine. Don't you think so too? That fatty must be faking it so you guys won't laugh at him. Ha ha ha. Zhu Fan quirked his eyebrows at the man. The envoy's lips twitched, unable to respond, but he was embarrassed nonetheless. Right, was that old goat Fang Qiubai still angry after he arrived? Zhu Fan looked at him carefully this time, but the envoy just shook his head. Fang Qiubai returned with his master yesterday, and only then did they find out about Fang Qiubai's arrival. Since Zhu Fan knew this before them, it spoke how close he was with his master. At this point, the envoy stashed the seal in his pants. It worked well in scaring some, but it was best to not make a fool of himself in front of such a young master like Zhu Fan. Great. Seeing the envoy shaking his head, Zhu Fan rejoiced. Perhaps you don't know, but that old goat wanted to take me as a disciple. If not for my staunch heart and me choosing death over kneeling, the old goat would have taken me away by now. I still thought he was angry and was going to come nag me again. Now that I know he isn't, I can rest easy. That old goat understands my predicament. What Fang Qiubai wanted to take you as a disciple? The man shouted as his legs went soft and collapsed. Heavens, who the hell is this young master? He is a friend that beat up master and also someone wanted as a disciple by Jade Flute Divine Sword Fang Qiubai, who the emperor shows respect to. Zhu Fan secretly sneered. What's wrong? Why fall over? Let me help you. Zhu Fan said so but showed no intention of moving. The envoy was sharp enough to get back on his feet while waving his hand. No need, Steward Zhu. I don't dare ask you of such a favor. I am not worthy. Humph, a servant's instinct. Zhu Fan disdained. You call helping you get up a favor. Might you be the emperor's envoy? Luo Yuncheng, dressed to impress, walked before him and bowed. The envoy rushed to kowtow. You are making it hard on me. Please don't be so courteous. If Master heard I was disrespectful to his friends, he will punish me. Luo Yuncheng was at a loss and turned to Zhu Fan, who just shrugged. But Captain Pang, who was behind her, was stunned silly at the sight of the envoy's courteous attitude. Where's your previous haughty attitude? Spouting something like if young miss didn't come to see you in 15 minutes, you'd be executing all of us. Why the sudden change of tones? But even this change was too outrageous and polite. Captain Pang eyed Zhu Fan, who only sported a puzzling smile. Old Pang figured Steward Zhu had something to do with it and gave him a thumbs up. Only Steward Zhu can make an imperial family's guard kowtow to our young miss. Zhu Fan dismissed the envoy's courtesy. Why is that fatty calling me? I do not know. I was only ordered to invite Wingay City's Kai clan, Lei clan, and Luo clan. The envoy spoke with extreme politeness. Zhu Fan squinted. It seems that the Hell Valley targeting the three clans must have something to do with the imperial family. In a peaceful location within the forest, a kilometer from Wingay City, stood a remote courtyard. The 4 guards posted at the door were bone-tempering experts. Zhu Fan and Luo Yuncheng came along with Luo Yunhai and Captain Pang with the envoy as their guide. Steward Zhu, young Miss Luo, please enter. The man was very polite. He opened the door, stood to the side, and bowed for them to pass. The other guards frowned with doubt and a flicker of scorn in their eyes. They were imperial family's guards, always welcomed with bows and courtesy everywhere. But this guy went to invite some no-name clan heads and even bowed down before them. He was seen as a disgrace by his fellow guards. The man picked up on scorn, but he just smirked. How can idiots know the importance these people hold? Steward Zhu is Master's friend, who even Senior Fang Qiubai has his eyes on. He needs to say just one word and he'd be Fang Qiubai's disciple. Even the Emperor will have to show respect then. As for the other 3, they're Steward Zhu's friends. We can't show any disrespect even to them. Secretly snorting, the envoy still showed a flattering smile as he guided them inside. They soon arrived at a garden. A single pavilion laid in the middle with a stone table inside. Fatty sat in the seat of honor, and behind him stood Jade Flute Divine Sword Fang Qiubai. On one side of the Fatty was Lei Yunchen, with Lei Yuding and Zio Qi behind him. The other it was Kai Rong and his son, Kai Zioting. There were 2 additional empty stools around the table for Zhu Fan and Luo Yuncheng. This must be a meeting of the 3 clan heads. Zhu Fan rubbed his nose and took a step back, letting Luo Yunhai take the lead. Bro Zhu. Luo Yunhai didn't understand, while Zhu Fan smiled. Show them the dignity of a clan head and don't let them look down on you. It was clear this meeting was between the 3 clan heads and the imperial family. But after the events over the past few months, all of Wingay City knew that Luo clan's true clan head was Zhu Fan. Even the imperial family might be considering Zhu Fan as the master of the Luo clan. Zhu Fan did this now so that he did not exceed his authority and was letting Luo clan come into the light. He wanted to state the fact Luo clan's clan head was still named Luo. Please come in. The envoy saw the 3rd prince and bowed 90 degrees towards Zhu Fan in a show of respect he had for his master's friend. But this had a different effect on everyone. The fatty was stunned, since when were the imperial family's guards so humble? Kai clan and Lei clan were of the same opinion. When this guard came to invite them, he was brazen, cocky, and flaunting, not caring in the least who he was talking to. But towards the Luo clan, he treated them like guests. The 2 clans felt apprehensive in their hearts. They were even more envious. They were all clans of Wingay City, yet the treatment was worlds apart. Only Fang Qiubai smiled, guessing Zhu Fan might have twisted facts to scare the envoy, but this only worked to admire him more. Under the envoy's polite call, the Luo clan stepped into the pavilion. Luo Yuncheng greeted the fatty. I am Luo Yuncheng. Greetings, your highness. On the way here, the envoy told them of his master. The others followed Luo Yuncheng in showing respect, but Zhu Fan just shrugged. The fatty only waved, not taking Zhu Fan's disrespect seriously. Please sit. Luo Yuncheng and her brother took a seat, while Zhu Fan and Captain Pang stood behind them. Fatty threw a long look towards Zhu Fan, secretly nodding. Great authority, but without any arrogance. He is a loyal subject. Fang Qiubai smiled with praise in his eyes. Zhu Fan's conduct was etched in the 2's hearts. Wielding his martial prowess to protect his master, and courteous enough to defend his master's honor. In the eyes of the imperial family, he was a rare and valuable official. The fatty began. I have invited the 3 clan heads today per the imperial edict to reveal to you the 1,000-years-old relationship between the 3 clans. Everyone was focused on Fatty's next words. The 3 clan heads must have each received an instruction from the previous clan head to not make an enemy out of each other. And perhaps even mentioned about helping one another. Fatty stood up, moreover. The 3 clans' power must never leave Wingay City until the pearls shine. Kai Rong and Lei Yunchen watched the fatty in puzzlement. Luo Yuncheng got a nod from her brother and also looked puzzled. Ha ha ha, in fact, this is an agreement between the founding imperial family 1,000 years ago and the 3 clan heads of that time, known as Secret Pearl Order. Fatty smiled and his eyes flashed. Kai clan, Luo clan, Lei clan, and the 7 noble houses are the same. They are all loyal officials, founders of the empire. What? Like a bomb was thrown on them, the 3 clans' representatives were shell-shocked. They never thought that their origins were the same as the 7 houses. But why had they fallen so low that they could only stay in Windgaze City as mortal clans? The fatty turned a bit bashful, guessing their thoughts. Sorry, this is what our human clan owes you. Sighing, Fatty continued, at that time, Tianyu Empire was just established and was shaky, with unrest among its people. The great ancestor and founder sent his 7 ministers across the kingdom to employ autonomous administration and settle the land. This gave them enough power to make them equal to the imperial family. They later became the 7 noble houses. In just 20 years, the 7 houses grew exponentially, and their greed ignited a war among them. The imperial family could no longer keep them in check and had to employ schemes in weakening them. The 7 houses were ultimately aware that there will be no winners in their war and ceased fire, but the aftermath was cruel. The people were suffering, the empire was mourning, and it was just one step away from collapsing. But how is this connected to us? Zhu Fan frowned. Taking a deep breath, Fatty straightened his back. Everyone, to be honest, your clans are founders of our empire. If your elders were still sitting in the imperial court, they would be no less famous than the 4 pillars. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. There was a rumor. The 4 pillars' power was so strong it struck fear in the imperial family. Imperial family, 4 pillars in the 7 noble houses represented the empire's highest power, but also restricting each other in a delicate balance. If one side tips, the balance would crumble and the empire would fall. No one could believe that their ancestors were so amazing and capable of becoming the empire's 4 pillars of today. The fatty lost his smile at this point. The great ancestor at the time set up the secret Pearl Order with your ancestors to prevent another war from breaking out among the 7 houses. The emperor used all kinds of excuses to demote your ancestors to Windgaze City and become common clans. But the imperial family could, at any time, combine the 3 clans into a great clan equal to the rank of the 7 houses. This would occur only when war broke out again between the 7 houses. Then this new clan would add balance to the equation to save as many lives as possible. But even if an 8th house were to appear, it cannot stop the 7 houses. Luo Yunqing voiced her doubts. Zhu Fan cut Fatty off with a smile before he could speak. Young miss, the 8th house's purpose isn't to stop them, but to add balance. A war breaks out only when one side has absolute confidence in winning it. But a war in which winning was possible at a heavy cost won't happen unless the 2 sides hated each other to the bone. Sometimes, when 2 powers starts a conflict, it is very easily solved, since no one wants to suffer irreparable damages. Luo Yunqing nodded, and the fatty praised Zhu Fan. Steward Zhu is amazing. Luo clan will rise for sure in your capable hands. Kai Rong's lips twitched from the regret he felt. If he hadn't offended Zhu Fan, he might have been able to rope him. This kid was a genius seen once in 1,000 years. Third prince, we know of the relationship between the 3 clans. What I want to know is, how are you going to secure our rise to the 8th seat? Zhu Fan stared at the fatty. Raising his brow, the fatty nodded in admiration. That's Steward Zhu for you, hitting the nail on the head. Of course, the imperial family's power is enough to make a clan rise in a short time. The hard part, though, is how to keep it hidden. Zhu Fan smiled. You think the 7 houses would just watch us rise up to their level? Kai Rong and Lei Yunqin's backs went cold with sweat, but Zhu Fan brought them down to earth. Not to mention growing stronger, the 7 houses wouldn't even let the new clan grow to their level. They would be destroyed while they were at their weakest. The imperial family wanted the 7 houses' power in balance, but the 3 of them wanted to survive. Kai Rong had to admire Zhu Fan's prudent mind. Veiled Dragon Pavilion has its 9 outstanding elders. Hell Valley has its 12 elders as overseers. Each of the 7 houses has its own strength. Also, every one of them has invited a venerable. Along with other secret weapons they're holding, even we, the imperial family, don't dare stir them. Fatty's eyes then shined like a radiant sun. At the time, in order to paralyze the 7 houses, Great Ancestor confiscated the wealth of your clans. This is why none of you has any decent cultivation method and martial arts. It was also because of this reason the 7 houses withdrew their surveillance on you 500 years ago, yet none of them would have thought that you all are still holding a low, profound ranked martial art. Fatty showed a sneaky smile. With this martial art, all of you can become strong. Even the 7 houses only have 1 or 2 profound ranked martial arts. The 3 clans were amazed. When did they have such a martial art? If they had it, they'd have used it to grow strong by now. Only Zhu Fan's eyes rolled about, recalling something. With a vague smile, Fatty's hand flashed and revealed a green jade slip. This is a low mortal ranked martial art, combining art. By itself, it holds no value, but if you use it along with your clan's spirit ranked martial arts you inherited, you can combine them into a single martial art of the profound rank. In other words, Luo clan's returning Dragon Palm, Kai clan's Wind Kick, and Lei clan's lightning finger were originally one single martial art that the imperial family split among the three clans, and only the imperial family knew the way to restore it. Zhu Fan squinted. Fatty was shocked but then nodded. Steward Zhu is wise. There aren't many martial arts which are capable of splitting other martial arts, and the number of martial arts that can restore them are even lesser. I didn't think Steward Zhu would know of this. If Imperial Father hadn't mentioned it, I would have never found out. Zhu Fan just smiled. Perhaps because the splitting martial arts were uncommon even at the mortal rank, each sect in the sacred domain seized them. They split their core martial arts to prevent degenerate disciples from spreading it. Only the sect leader's disciple had the right to learn the entire set of martial arts. Zhu Fan turned to look at Kai clan and Lei clan. They were startled, but their eyes showed deep regret, perhaps because they were negligent in safeguarding their inherited martial arts and let the Hell Valley steal them, especially with regards to Kai clan, who were quick to give it away. It must be really eating Kai wrong inside right now. Clan heads, please take out your inherited martial arts. Fatty placed the jade slip on the table with a smile, but only Luo Yunqing took out her clan's martial art. After Lei Yuding got to know of Yang Ming's treachery, she gave back the returning dragon palm to Luo Yunqing, but the other clan heads looked at each other in shame. Fatty frowned as he stared at them. Sighing, Lei Yunqing cupped his hands. Your Highness, I was unable to protect my ancestors' martial art from Hell Valley's thieving hands. I accept your Highness' punishment. What? Fatty slapped the table. Kai Rong also cupped his hands. Your Highness, I am the same. Fatty's body shivered in rage. Why you? Just how are you both clan heads? Have you forgotten your ancestors' instructions? You should have defended it with your lives. The two kneeled. Please forgive us, Your Highness. Fatty sighed as he scratched his head. Kai Rong peeked at him. Your Highness, can't the imperial family bestow us another profound ranked martial art? Bestow your mom. Fatty couldn't hold it in and began raining curses and spitting all over Kai Rong's kneeling figure. What do you take profound ranked martial arts for, cabbage? Even the imperial family has only 4 of them, and they're each registered. If I take one out, everyone will know. How are your clans gonna rise then? You dumb pig, are you tired of living? Fatty gave Kai Rong a round of slapping, then stomped his feet. Kai Rong curled up and shivered on the ground. What now, what now? The secret pearl order is ruined. Fatty paced around. Zhu Fan smirked and 2 jade slips appeared with a flash in his hand. Third prince, there's no need to worry. I have their clan's martial arts. What? The 2 clan heads shouted in unison, staring dumbfounded in Zhu Fan's direction. Kai Rong in particular, having not witnessed Zhu Fan's prowess, was incredulous at what was happening. Lei Yunqing gave Zhu Fan a thankful nod. If not for him, not only Lei clan wouldn't recover, they'd even be executed in a fit of anger by Third Prince. Ha ha ha, Steward Zhu, you truly are amazing. I see why Elder Zhu of Veiled Dragon Pavilion speaks so highly of you. Fatty was overjoyed and ran into Zhu Fan for a bear hug. If not for you, I would have failed Imperial Father's task. I owe you one. Smiling, Zhu Fan shook his head. This is all for the Luo clan. Yes, right, for the Luo clan and for me, ha ha ha. Fatty slapped Zhu Fan's shoulder, then gathered the 4 jade slips. Now that we have the martial arts, next is the merger of the 3 clans. According to the great ancestors' secret pearl order, 2 clans are to merge with the strongest, and the profound ranked martial art will be in the clan head's care. As such, as he finished speaking, Kai Rong reached for the jade slips, but a rough hand stopped him. Lei Yunqing glared at him as he asked, Kai Rong, how can a bone-tempering cultivator be enough to act as clan head? Humph, so what? Based on strength, my clan is the best. Kai Rong raised his brows. Don't be so sure. Lei Yunqing sneered at Kai Rong and looked at Lei Yunting. She showed a proud smile and stepped forward. Clan head Kai, in this last month, I gathered all the scattered Blackwind Mountains men. We have 600 men, half of them are in chi condensation. Based on strength alone, the Kai clan is weaker. Ha ha ha, so what if you're strong? You're just bandits. Kai Xiaoding laughed at her. Lei clan is but a rabble of thugs. If you take the role of clan head, we'll only be the 7 houses' laughingstock. Never will we be able to reach their level. Who are you calling a thug? You want a piece of me. You say you're not, thug granny. In an instant, the Lei and Kai clans started fighting for the leader's position. Zhu Fan was secretly sneering at the side. This new clan is just being established, and it was still a question if it could survive. Yet these bunch of idiots are plagued with delusions of grandeur that they could hold their own against the 7 houses. Fatty and Fang Qiubai mocked the quarreling clans with their eyes. Luo Yuncheng's face burned in anger. They were fighting against each other while ignoring the Luo clan. It clearly showed that they thought little of her clan. Although they were but 4 members, they were still one of the 3 clans in the edict. These clans didn't even ask for their opinion. Bam! With that loud slap, the 2 clans stopped and turned to see the brat Luo Yunhai hitting the table. His face was stern and his eyes were steadfast, unlike his usual childish self. Even Zhu Fan quirked an eyebrow. Why all this fuss? Luo Yunhai swept the people with his eyes and spoke with resolve. In this merger of clans, the only one worthy of the leader position is none other than my Luo clan. Luo Yunhai's declaration shocked them silly. Kai Xiaoding mocked, "What does a brat know? You're the weakest of us, nothing of worth at all. What gives you the right to lead us?" Sneering, Luo Yunhai grinned. Everyone there recognized his look, the spitting image of someone they all knew very well. This made them turn their eyes to Zhu Fan. Hell, Zhu Fan ruined him. Zhu Fan was quite piqued by this brat. Luo clan has no men, money, or pills. It only has us four, masters and servants. Luo Yunhai looked at them with sparkling eyes, but our clan is the strongest because we have steward Zhuo. Luo Yunhai turned to Zhu Fan with worship in his gaze. Under the hopeful and worried gazes, especially Luo Yunhai's expectant look, Zhu Fan shook his head. This kid hardly ever shows such great expectations from me. I can't disappoint him now, can I? Humph, Zhu Fan is a mere steward. How can a person of low status like him be worthy to hold on to all our Kai clan's guards and wealth? Punk, our clan shall be the head, don't. Kai Xiaoding mocked but didn't finish as Zhu Fan slapped the table, revealing the alliance agreement. Under the puzzlement of others, Zhu Fan sneered. This is Luo clan and Veiled Dragon Pavilion's alliance contract. What? The fatty was so shocked his whole body trembled and was close to falling off his chair. Even the relaxed and uncaring Fang Qiubai behind him narrowed his eyes as he scanned the sheepskin with shock. Veiled Dragon Pavilion was one of the 7 noble houses. The only ones worthy of signing an alliance agreement with them were others from the 7 houses, while the rest only had the right to sign a subsidiary agreement. But now, with a deep look, Fang Qiubai sighed as he asked Zhu Fan, "Kid, how did you do it?" Recognized and valued as a hero. He nodded towards Fang Qiubai, then turned to the 2 clans and spoke in a cold tone. "Let me tell you, even if this crappy secret pearl order never existed, as long as I'm here, Luo clan will ultimately rise to the ranks of the 7 houses. You're of no help to us. On the contrary, you are a burden." Zhu Fan sneered. The 2 other clans lost their voices in shock. With rosy cheeks, Luo Yuncheng raised her chin proudly. Luo Yunhai was grinning from excitement, watching Zhu Fan with veneration. What? Mulling over, the fatty traced his hand on the alliance agreement. He found Zhu Fan's strength exceeding his expectations, as it was not a simple matter to gain such an alliance agreement. Even if Long Ju was in favor of him, an elder didn't hold much sway in the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Fatty sighed, "Steward Zhu, I am saddened by seeing you live in such a poor clan. Why don't you come help me? Just think about it." To the shock of everyone present, the 3rd prince expressed his intention in recruiting Zhou Fan. It amazed them that Zhu Fan was so highly sought after that even the imperial family was willing to have him. Luo Yuncheng stood up nervously, thinking Zhu Fan would be snatched away. Zhu Fan smiled and shook his head. "3rd prince, you're overestimating me. Even in the Luo clan, am I not doing my best for the imperial family?" Fatty quirked an eyebrow and smiled. "All right, I'll leave it at that." He then turned to the rest. "It's decided. The Luo clan will be the leader of the 3 clans merger. Kai and Lei clans are to assist the Luo clan in fulfilling the secret pearl order. Your Highness." Kai Xiaoding was disgruntled and wanted to voice his objection, but Kai Rong gripped his arm. He didn't understand the reason, but Fatty's pin-sized eyes left him shivering from the killing intent. Secret Pearl Order was a millennium-old secret plan, and it held great importance to the imperial family. It was understandable that they would only choose the best clan for the position of leader. If the 3 clans were equal, the imperial family would have taken his objection into consideration. But Zhu Fan took out the alliance agreement, making all dissent moot. It turned the Luo clan into the best choice in implementing the secret edict for the imperial family. If even with this the other clans voiced their discontent, the imperial family would deal them with a heavy hand. Just as Zhu Fan said, the Luo clan had all the power it needed to bring the secret edict to fruition. This, in turn, made the other 2 clans their vassals. If they felt that being a vassal was unpleasant, the imperial family would finish them off with a mere swipe. Kai Xiaoding let the matter drop, yet the discontent never left his face. He could only follow Kai Rong's actions in submitting. Fatty nodded, then turned to Lei Yunchen to see if he had objections. The old man said, "Your Highness, be at ease. I will give my all in assisting Yunhai and Yuncheng. As Cloud Manor fell because of me, I will become a servant to atone for my crimes." Fatty nodded at his sincerity. "Good, since there are no objections, the 3 clans shall unite." "Understood." Everyone bowed. "We shall now withdraw. Steward Zhu, stay for a while." Zhu Fan was unclear as to the reason why, but remained nonetheless under the departing and curious gazes of the rest. The fatty let out a breath, then rushed to Zhu Fan and dragged him to an empty place in the garden. "3rd prince." Zhu Fan frowned. Fatty waved, "Just follow my lead." Fatty then pointed 2 fingers at the sky as he shouted, "I Tianyu Empire's 3rd prince, Yuan Kong, vow to heaven to become sworn brother with Luo clan's steward, Zhu Fan. To share life and death together and never betray him. Your turn." Fatty watched Zhu Fan impatiently. Zhu Fan was confused, but becoming sworn brothers with 3rd prince had to be a good thing, so he went along. "I Luo clan steward, Zhu Fan, vow to heaven to become sworn brother with Tianyu Empire's 3rd prince, Yuan Kong. If he doesn't betray me, I won't either." Fatty muttered when he heard the last part, "Brother, you sure are meticulous." "Fatty, it's not that I don't trust you, but the pugilistic world is too vicious." Zhu Fan shrugged, not having any restraint in calling him Fatty. Since no one was here, the Fatty himself wouldn't blow a gasket over this. Plus, this kid needs me to complete the secret edict. Zhu Fan was perfectly clear when to be fierce and when to be scared. Just as he foresaw, the Fatty nodded instead of getting angry. "Call me how you like it. I feel much better since we are sworn brothers now." Zhu Fan looked at him in puzzlement. Fatty sighed, "Do you remember our bet from yesterday? The winner gets to have Sister Kiwi. I lost the bet, but I still can't let it go. So I decided to become sworn brothers with you. This way I won't go after my brother's wife, and it would help me forget about Sister Kiwi too." Zhu Fan rose an eyebrow, incredulous that the Fatty wanted to become sworn brothers over this. "Fatty, there's nothing between me and that girl. She was just making excuses." "What, is that true?" Fatty even jumped 10 meters in joy. "Then can I still chase her?" Nodding, Zhu Fan showed a vague smile. Go, annoy the little lass to death." "Awesome, brother. You are indeed my sworn brother, ha ha ha." Fatty was skipping and whooping in joy. Now that the bet was off, he could chase Long Kiwi to his heart's content. Zhu Fan smiled. "Fatty, what does the secret pearl order truly say?" The Fatty dropped his smile, watching Zhu Fan with embarrassment. "Brother, didn't I say it already? This plan is very delicate, and even the goal is fair, but," Zhu Fan squinted, "it lacks ambition. So much so that an emperor of a founding empire would never come up with it. The great ancestor showed great ambition when he established the empire." Zhu Fan wasn't gullible enough to believe the secret Millennium Order was limited to restricting the 7 houses and maintaining a balance of power. Fatty shook his head. "I do not know either. This was what I've been told." Zhu Fan stared him down but discovered nothing else. Maybe he knew nothing, or maybe his acting was top-notch. Then how did Hell Valley catch wind of this 1,000-year-old secret edict? Zhu Fan smiled. All of Hell Valley's actions were against the secret edict while looking innocent doing it. They were afraid of the imperial family's investigation. Fatty frowned. "Reason points to the contrary, but there are many spies in the imperial capital. The information about secret edict might have leaked. It remained hidden for 1,000 years, and only now it gets leaked." Zhu Fan frowned. "Maybe leaking it is part of the secret edict's contents." The Fatty shivered and went wide-eyed. Zhu Fan smirked. "It's clear now. Never mind, it works in Luo clan's benefit anyway, so there's no need to poke my nose in it. There's no need to worry over nothing, ha ha ha." Zhu Fan waved as he left. "Fatty, I'll be going. We'll meet again if we get the chance." Voice rang in Fatty's ear as Zhu Fan's figure distanced. "This kid is perhaps too sharp. Scary even." Whoosh, it was Fang Qiubai in his blue robe. Fang Qiubai muttered, "The more I watch him, the more he resembles someone." "Who?" Fatty asked. Fang Qiubai's eyes flashed. "Zhu Chengfeng, the leader of 4 pillars, Prime Minister Zhu Chengfeng." Fatty was in shock. "Are you saying Zhu Fan?" Nodding, Fang Qiubai smiled. "Congur, becoming sworn brothers with him was the best decision you made in your life. One day he will become one of your 4 pillars, helping you rule." The Fatty was stunned, watching Zhu Fan getting further away as ambition flickered in his eyes. Zhu Fan returned to the small courtyard and saw the others waiting outside. "What's wrong? Did Third Prince say something?" Luo Yuncheng was worried. He refused Veiled Dragon Pavilion's invitation, but this was the imperial family. Secretly smiling, Zhu Fan said, "Fatty told me to do my best in fulfilling the secret edict." Luo Yuncheng covered Zhu Fan's mouth, then looked around before saying, "How can you call Third Prince like that? Be careful or he might take your life." "He won't. He still needs me." Zhu Fan dismissed her worry and even gave a thumbs up to Luo Yunhai. "Your performance was perfect, worthy of a clan head. You made me proud. Please, didn't I learn it all from bro?" Luo Yunhai stuck up his chin. It was clear the bro he referred to was Zhu Fan. Everyone laughed and Luo Yuncheng showed a relieved smile. "Dad, can you see? Yunhai has grown up. He can shoulder the honor and glory of the Luo clan." Luo Yuncheng looked at the sky with sparkling eyes. He appointed Lei Yunchen as Luo clan's grand elder and Kai Rong as the second elder while keeping old Peng as the captain of the guards, leading the Kai clan's guards. Lei Yuting was made the leader of the Shadow Corps, taking Blackwind Mountain's bandits under her, and in charge of intelligence gathering and training assassins. Because of the imperial family's decree, the Veiled Dragon Pavilion and Hell Valley were banned from entering the Windgaze city. The rest of the 7 houses remained within their borders, thus making this city belong to the Luo clan alone. As for the Luo clan's estate, Kai clan suggested for it to be the former Kai Manor, but Zhu Fan had other plans. Blackwind Mountain, the place where a natural array took form. And so, another Devil Mountain was established, and Zhu Fan's plans advanced one step at a time. The slums in the imperial capital were the darkest corners of the empire. Seedy, good, devious, and all other kinds of people mixed in here, along with the down shacks painted a perfectly wretched image. Any self-respecting man who had some money on the side would never choose to live here. Only those living from one day to the next and the truly poor stayed here, waiting for the day that would rob them of their lives. Yet in the worst corner of the slums was a courtyard the people feared to the point of being afraid to step through its doors. Even if the vilest and most sinister man was to wander by happenstance here, he would be warned to leave this house be. This courtyard was unoccupied, but at night there were eerie whispers coming from it. Some braved to investigate, but it was as if their traces in this world vanished the moment they stepped foot inside. Recently, some bone tempering and even a profound heaven expert charged in, fearing no evil. Afterwards, well, there was no news. They were gone all the same. From that moment, the courtyard became a taboo, avoided by the strong and weak alike. On a full moon night, when the slums had turned unusually quiet, the people had gone home earlier and as far away from the demonic courtyard as possible. But it was then that a faint lantern lit up in the courtyard. It was akin to ghost fire, flickering on and off. In a ruined room of the courtyard, an elderly with white temples sat in a pleased manner on a tutor's chair, waving a goose-feathered fan. His half-lidded eyes flashed here and there, and his mouth was twisted at the corners. It was as if the world's suffering and happiness were beneath him. Two old men stood behind, one with black hair and the other with white hair. Their eyes were closed, but their powerful auras identified them as experts, preventing any living creature from approaching 100 meters around them. Even a harmless beetle would find its tiny heart reeked with fear. Whoosh! A sound broke the silence, and a black-clothed man suddenly appeared outside the room. He had a bamboo hat that hid his features. The sitting old man stopped fanning and smiled. "Valley Lord Yu, how is it progressing?" The bamboo-wearing man was Hell Valley's Valley Lord, Yuanshan. Sighing, Yuanshan shook his head. A dozen years of painstaking effort was ruined. The emperor ordered for Hell Valley to stay away from Windgate City. The same goes for the other houses. He must have sensed something. Oh, the old man raised an eyebrow with a smile. The emperor is planning on enacting the secret Pearl Order. My guess is yes. Yuanshan's face grew angry. They got luck on their side last time, but next time it won't be so simple. Emperor wants to raise the 8th house, but we shall see if the clan can live to see that day. Ha ha ha, Valley Lord Yu, ease your anger. A loss is a loss. Why make excuses? The old man was still calm, yet his words were sharp and filled with disdain. Hell Valley is one of the 7 noble houses, yet it can't even deal with 3 common clans. The time of its fall must be close at hand. Yuanshan snapped, his power exploding. Peak profound heaven cultivation smashed the windows to splinters. He unleashed all of it to pressure the old man. Zhuge Changfeng, you were the one who told me of the contents of the secret Pearl Order. It was also you who said the emperor wants to help in the rise of the 8th house. The dozen years plan also came from you. So how can you speak like this? Yuanshan bellowed, go to hell. The smile never left the old man's face, still sitting calmly and fanning slowly. Boom. Just when the pressure was drawing near Zhuge Changfeng, the black and white elders behind him opened their eyes. At that moment, one's eyes flashed black while the other's flashed white. A ripple echoed outwards and clashed with Yuanshan's display of power, creating a jarring sound. The entire slum shook. Yuanshan felt a sweetness in his throat and spat blood as his face paled. The 2 elders closed their eyes again, while Zhuge Changfeng swayed the fan like nothing had happened, still sporting that ever-present smile. Yuanshan watched the black and white elders incredulously. Yin-yang elders. Zhuge Changfeng nodded. Valley Lord, you sure is knowledgeable. These seniors haven't shown up over the past century. I find it amazing that you still recognize them. Grinding his teeth in anger, Yuanshan panted while also spitting blood now and then, but the look he had when he turned to the elders was now one of fear. You are worthy of being Tianyu's #1 sage, 4 pillars as leader, Prime Minister Zhuge. To be able to make these monsters leave their mountain, not even that Fang Kyubai from the Divine Dragons can compare to you. Ha ha ha, Valley Lord, you is exaggerating. I am not worthy of such a title. I do not dare face the imperial family in the open just yet. Zhuge Changfeng let out a short laugh, but the confidence he exuded was unshakable. Yuanshan snorted and muttered, Prime Minister Zhuge is as modest as he is arrogant. Who in the Tianyu Empire can match your power? Not even the imperial family can. Sai, I can see why you failed in Windgate City. In this world, strength and weakness aren't obvious at a glance. Zhuge Changfeng sighed as he looked at the sky. Furthermore, I am not the #1 sage in Tianyu. If not you, then who? That person above me. Zhuge Changfeng pointed upward with a grave expression. Yuanshan disdained. You're talking about that senile emperor. Senile. Zhuge Changfeng chuckled. I've been a prime minister in the imperial court for 40 years now, and I still can't read him. Valley Lord, you go back. Make sure to not cause any further trouble. Zhuge Changfeng swayed his fan as his countenance went back to normal. Be careful to not give that old man the perfect chance to remove you for good. Humph, the imperial family's power is hardly enough to deal with my Hell Valley. Yuanshan grinned, but when he saw the cold look in Zhuge Changfeng's eye, he didn't continue. He just cupped his hands and vanished in the night. After Yuanshan left, Zhuge Changfeng took a deep breath and looked to the heavens. Your Majesty, what is your plan? What is the secret Pearl Order? 3 months later, in the misty forest at the foot of Blackwind Mountain, Zhuge Fan stood near a frigid blood pool, holding a gourd. His hands performed signs and red dots flew from the pool into the gourd. A smile tugged at Zhu Fan's face as he watched the wiggling red dots. This blood pond was something Zhu Fan made to raise the frigid pool snowworm, though its name should more aptly be frigid pool bloodworm. Zhu Fan used a secret art from the Nine Serenities secret records to train this particular demonic creature, so it not only retained the parasitic ability of the frigid pool snowworm, but it also connected to Zhu Fan through telepathy. It could now work in tandem with him in performing a secret and evil magic art from the Nine Serenities secret records, the Blood Curse. The Blood Curse was a demonic cultivator's way of controlling his men. Once he put the Blood Curse on someone, they had to obey him for life. If not, the Blood Curse would flare up and the victim would die of blood explosion, a cruel and savage ending. But the Blood Curse had a fatal flaw. If the target was stronger than the caster, the later would be devoured. This wasn't anything good for Zhu Fan, but now that Zhu Fan had the bloodworm, this flaw could be eliminated. Since the bloodworm lived in the target's body, they would never be able to remove the Blood Curse. With this special demonic creature, Zhu Fan would be in control of a large group of experts to assist him. If anyone heard of this, they'd come to kill Zhu Fan themselves, even Radiant Stage experts. This demonic creature was an abomination, an affront to heaven. Any listener would shiver hearing one could make any expert into a slave. With a maniac grin on his face, Zhu Fan took the gourd filled with bloodworms and left Misty Forest. He performed a hand sign and the forest's fog turned bloody, barring any entry. This was his rearing grounds. Why would he ever let another find it? Stashing the gourd in his ring, Zhu Fan returned to Blackwind Mountain. On his way, he paid attention to every grass, every tree to make sure all was in order. Over the past 3 months, besides the imperial family sending thousands of spirit stones and hundreds of pills, the Veiled Dragon Pavilion also sent 2,000 spirit stones. He had enough spirit stones on hand that he could flaunt his array grandmaster's skills. Plus, with the natural array here, he could still set up some decent defensive array even without such an amount of spirit stones. To the east of Blackwind Mountain was the Azure Dragon position under the wood attribute. It was a place filled with vitality. As such, Zhu Fan set up a 5th grade array, Poison Dragon Array. Poisonous thickets grew inside the array, and the miasma above them would never scatter. Even a profound heaven expert would find it hard to escape with his life. To the west was the White Tiger position under the metal attribute. It was a place filled with sharp and overgrown plants. Zhu Fan set up a 5th grade array, Dazzling Gold Array. 9 suns shined brightly within the array in every direction that no one could walk with their eyes open. Each ray of golden light was like a sharp sword, capable of robbing people of their lives, yet incorporeal. To the south was the Vermilion Bird position of the fire attribute, filled with burning chi. Zhu Fan set the 5th grade array, Black Flame Array. The fires within it were demonic flames that corroded bones. When it entered one's body, it would be hard to remove, and it wouldn't stop gnawing until the target was burned to ashes. To the north was the Black Tortoise position of the water attribute, a place filled with piercing chills. Zhu Fan set up the 5th grade array, Ice Shadows Array. Howling winds blew within the array's territory, forming endless illusions. Anyone who entered it would lose their way easily and freeze to death under the bone-piercing coldness that seeped into the victim's body. Zhu Fan didn't tell anyone about the 4 new arrays, but since today was the day of his departure, he had to give the array's method of control to those he trusted. "Young miss, come with me," Zhu Fan beckoned Luo Yuncheng. She was unclear as to the reason, but she followed nonetheless. She was filled with glee as she saw so many things brought from the imperial family over the past few days. Especially with 2 elders standing watch, Luo clan was becoming stronger day by day. She was so moved that she was lost for words. It got so far that she even let Zhu Fan's disappearance for these past 3 months slide. "Steward Zhu, is there something?" Luo Yuncheng smiled as they entered a small room. Zhu Fan closed the windows and doors without replying. Her thoughts started going in a particular direction and her face flushed. "Zhu Fan, W, what are you trying to do?" Luo Yuncheng was bashful. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Fan began, "I'm leaving." "What?" Luo Yuncheng stood there in shock. She had a face of complete disbelief, wondering if she had heard him wrongly. Only when Zhu Fan repeated was she certain. "Why? Luo clan is growing and is already the #1 clan in Windgate City. Why do you want to leave?" "For Luo clan's safety." Zhu Fan's tone was grave. "Luo clan is safe for now, and there's no other clan around to mess with it. But remember what we had to do in exchange for all this. We accepted the imperial family's vague secret pearl order and offended the 7 noble houses Hell Valley. As for Veiled Dragon Pavilion, if we do not rise to the level of the 7 houses, they will change their stance with us. Then we need you even more. What will we do without you?" Luo Yuncheng teared up. Her heart was unwilling to let him go. In a blink, a glittering tear fell. Wiping her tears away with a gentle touch, Zhu Fan said, "Fatty was right about one thing. A clan's foundation is strength. I am leaving now to bring back experts for the Luo clan to protect our future." This is the control method of the 4 arrays around Blackwind Mountain. Only you must use it. If I'm not back in time, you can activate the arrays to deal with any trouble that arises. These are 4 5th-grade arrays, plus the Wraith array in the Misty Forest. It should defend you for a good while. Zhu Fan gave a jade slip to Luo Yuncheng, who accepted it in tears. She asked softly, "How long will you be gone?" Sighing, Zhu Fan shook his head. "I don't know, but I'll be back as soon as I can." He wasn't leaving just to recruit experts, but also to search for the Heavenly Emperor's remnant Long Jiu talked about, Lightning Canyon. At any given time, raising one's power was the most basic way to guarantee one's safety. "All right, go now. Send Captain Pang and Yunhai in." Nodding, Luo Yuncheng left but stopped to kiss Zhu Fan. He froze for a moment and watched her leave with a deep look. Luo Yuncheng blushed but didn't turn around as she mumbled, "Come back soon." When the words came, she was already gone. Not a moment later, Captain Pang brought Luo Yunhai over. Even they were shocked that Zhu Fan was leaving. "Silly kid, you're the only man of the Luo clan. Your sister will have to rely on you in the future. You must act like a true clan head who bears the Luo clan's responsibilities." Zhu Fan patted Yunhai's shoulder. Luo Yunhai nodded while sobbing. Turning to Captain Pang, Zhu Fan's hand flashed and revealed a jade slip. But when Captain Pang was about to take it, Zhu Fan clenched his fist. Captain Pang looked at him in doubt. Zhu Fan stared hard at him. "Pang Yu, do you remember what Long Kui said? She is right, with your talent, you'll only be a chi condensation cultivator at best." Captain Pang's face darkened, his hand shivered and withdrew a bit. But Zhu Fan's tone turned grave. "Nothing is set in stone. I have on me a way to change your body anew to gain incredible power. But the terror you will experience would be worse than death and the pain unimaginable. Are you willing?" Captain Pang was stunned, then he was overjoyed. "Truly." Nodding, Zhu Fan raised the jade slip. "This is a mid-profound rank demonic method, Wraith art. It is unlike other cultivation methods. It is a cultivation method for the body, ignoring one's talent for cultivation or his constitution. Just that cultivating it will make your life a living hell. It's no different from being boiled alive. And once you start, you can never stop or your soul will perish." Captain Pang licked his dry lips, yet he wasn't afraid. His eyes only held excitement. "No worries. As long as I can become strong, no torment shall best old Pang." Captain Pang snatched the jade slip as he shouted. Zhu Fan reminded him, "The horrors you will experience from cultivating it aren't something you can fathom. Maybe you will be under such a pain that your mind will collapse and die in the end." This is a mid-profound rank cultivation method, matching a high-profound rank cultivation method, but with the process being so excruciating, many great demonic cultivators never even dared to touch it. "Choose wisely." Waving his hand, Captain Pang's eyes flickered. "Brother Zhu, old Pang's only torment in this life was to see clan head die before me and unable to stop it. Now my greatest wish is to protect young miss and young master." Zhu Fan's heart shivered as he nodded. His eyes held respect. "The next time we see each other, I hope to see a powerful old Pang and not a corpse." "Ha ha ha, no worries. I am stubborn, not one to die from just this." Captain Pang laughed and squeezed Zhu Fan in a bear hug with moist eyes. "Brother, come back soon. Luo clan won't be the same without you." Patting Zhu Fan's shoulder, Captain Pang left with Luo Yunhai. Per Zhu Fan's instructions, Lei Yuding came soon after. "Miss Lei, how is the task I gave you?" Zhu Fan smiled. Lei Yuding blushed with a nod. "Brother Zhu, the 610-year-old children you asked me to gather are almost here. They all are high talents and await your teachings." Zhu Fan eyed her then nodded. "How did you know that I wanted to teach them?" Lei Yuding spoke with confidence. "I know you too well to believe that you helped those orphans out of the goodness of your heart, so I guessed you wanted to train them as Luo clan's guards and make me their leader." At her words, Zhu Fan recalled something and sighed. "Goodness, I once raised an orphan out of kindness and look where it got me. Didn't he betray me in the end?" Zhu Fan's eyes flashed coldly at that point, scaring Lei Yuding. "Miss Lei." Zhu Fan held a jade slip. "This is a mid-spirit rank cultivation method, elusive shadow art. Cultivate it and then give it to those you trust to form the shadow core, protecting the clan in the dark. Begin with the 600 children the same way I taught you. Use the worst of them as guards, the average for the shadow core, and hand the best among them over to Captain Pang to train them in secret. Pass him my word, he'll understand." Lei Yuding took the jade slip with a blank look, then stared at Zhu Fan, her heart uneasy. "Why not do it yourself?" "I'm leaving." "What?" Lei Yuding asked. "Why?" Zhu Fan was forced to retell his reasons. Lei Yuding nodded, but before she went out the door, she pecked Zhu Fan's cheek. He was floored, watching her dash away in a blink. "What is going on? Do all women like to peck?" Next was Lei Yunshin's turn. Zhu Fan explained to him his affairs, and Lei Yunshin took his instructions to heart in an honest manner. Although he was the Grand Elder, he was clear Zhu Fan controlled everything. "Elder Lei." Zhu Fan took out another jade slip. "This is the profound ranked martial art I recorded after merging the 3 clans' martial arts, Thunderwind Sweeping Dragon Art. Since this is part of the Imperial family's Secret Pearls Order, this will be the Luo clan's best martial art on the surface. As the Grand Elder, you need to be diligent in practicing it. Lei Yunchen raised an eyebrow but nodded. Zhu Fan put an emphasis on the words, on the surface, making it clear he had other high-ranked martial arts that the imperial family was unaware of, his secret weapons. Day may come when the imperial family might discover that the 8th house they raised was out of their control, but at that time it would already be too late. Zhu Fan was young, but his wisdom and shrewdness drew the old man's admiration. Rest assured, Steward Zhu, I will be the best grand elder there is. Lei Yunchen laughed, reaching an understanding with Zhu Fan. Even without Zhu Fan's reminder, he was clear what it meant to stand close to a ruler, and that the imperial family wasn't to be trusted. Zhu Fan gave this old man the nerve to tangle with this behemoth. Right, Steward Zhu, what of Kai clan's father and son? Lei Yunchen frowned. It's already been 3 months since the merger of the 3 clans, but I still feel that the Kai clan is of a different thought, always acting suspiciously. The Blackwind Mountains guards have people from the Kai manor. I fear. Let them. Zhu Fan waved with a smile. The Kai clan is part of the secret Pearl Order. If we deal with them, we'll earn the imperial family's ire. But if they betray us first, he. Lei Yunchen's eyes flashed with a nod. You're amazing, Steward Zhu, to plan so far ahead. Zhu Fan squinted as killing intent filled his eyes. On the morning of the second day, Zhu Fan left Blackwind Mountain all by himself. On the mountain peak, Luo Yunqing, Lei Yuding and Lei Yunchen along with other Luo clan members watched him leave, all except Kai clan's duo. But in the forest halfway up the mountain, Kai Rong and his son watched Zhu Fan's retreating figure with cold eyes. Humph, without this wretched punk, Luo clan will fall from grace. Kai Xiaoding snorted. That stinky girl, Luo Yunqing, made eyes with Zhu Fan every single day, not sparing me even a glance. With Zhu Fan gone, Blackwind Mountain is ours. Let's see her act haughty now. Kai Rong shook his head. The most unfortunate thing is that he chose to be against us. Since he is leaving, we might as well take everything back. Dad, what do we do? Kai Xiaoding asked. Shaking his head, Kai Rong said, don't be hasty. With Zhu Fan gone, the Luo clan is nothing. The Lei clan is our true enemy. We need to ally ourselves and become stronger than the Lei clan. In the shadow of a large forest, a black-robed figure stood on the precipice of a mountain. His eyes took in the view of a large city gate with 3 golden words inscribed on it, Blue Expanse City. Raising the corner of his mouth, the black-robed man left as the wind scattered 2 piles of black dust. 15 minutes later, the man arrived before the city gates. Hold, where's your pass? With a clank, 2 city guards crossed their spears before the man as they released their 6th-layer chi condensation cultivation. Taking out a metal tablet with the serene character inscribed on it, the black-robed man let them see it. The guards nodded and let him pass. Enter. The black-robed man quickened his pace, but after 100 meters he turned his head at the guards, eyeing them with disdain. Utterly useless. The man raised his head and exposed his face. It was Zhu Fan. It had been a month since he left Luo clan, and this city was his first destination, Blue Expanse City. This place was Hell Valley's domain. Just how Veiled Dragon Pavilion placed its guards in the Wingate City, so did Hell Valley in this city. To avoid anyone recognizing him, Zhu Fan put on a black robe. He braved through this deadly danger because he was left with no other choice. Who told the spiritual beasts to gather on the All-Beast mountain range near the Blue Expanse City. This was also why the security was so tight in this city. Be it righteous or demonic cultivators, there were other external means to increase one's power besides the hard and arduous method of cultivation. Spiritual weapons, demonic treasures, spirit animals, demonic creatures, these were all external means but of significant importance. At the time of peril, it could save one's life. The late elder of Hell Valley was a good example. Condor Giant Fan's soul-devouring crow had the purple lightning gold eye and could push back Veiled Dragon Pavilion's 3 elders' joint attack. Long Jiu's 3rd-grade spiritual weapon was another, helping him push back 2 Hell Valley's elders with just a sword. It was obvious how important these external means were to cultivators. Spiritual beasts could be turned into demonic creatures or spirit animals. Righteous cultivators tamed them into spirit animals, while demonic cultivators tamed them into demonic creatures. Zhu Fan's blood infant, which was born naturally, was an exception. The Blue Expanse City was taken by Hell Valley during the founding of the Tianyu Empire. As such, any cultivator wanting to get his spirit animal or demonic creature would have to obtain Hell Valley's approval. And Hell Valley used this as a pretext to set up a checkpoint half a mile around it to confirm everyone's identities, allowing entry to only those with a pass. But how could Zhu Fan expose himself and offer himself up on a chopping block? So he killed 2 righteous cultivators outside, stole their pass, and waltzed right in. Humph, Hell Valley can only intimidate some shy disciples with this. You think this is enough to deal with a bold cultivator or a profound heaven expert? Zhu Fan's mouth let out snide remarks as he walked on. He came all this way to All-Beast Mountain Range looking for a rare 6th-level spiritual beast, Thunder Skylark. Entering Lightning Canyon could only be done through the purple lightning. Zhu Fan was certain Long Jiu's third heaven purple lightning wasn't the same as the lightning from that place, or it would have reached the sixth heaven. That kind of power was a deterrence even for a radiant stage expert. So before he cleared Lightning Canyon's restrictions, he had to first find a way to guarantee his life in that place. And the Thunder Skylark, a creature that lived by swallowing lightning, was a perfect choice. When he'd made it his demonic creature that matched the demon transformation art, he'd have no trouble getting in. Zhu Fan hoped Lightning Canyon's purple lightning wasn't higher than sixth heaven, or not even the Thunder Skylark would survive repeated blows to its body and turn to ash. If that happens, then he'd only be waiting for his death. Zhu Fan took a deep breath and picked up the pace. If not for Heavenly Emperor's remnant, he'd never dare go through such danger. Bam! As he walked, a black figure knocked into his chest. Zhu Fan looked down to find a little beggar in shabby clothes. Zhu Fan was enraged, but before he could curse, here came the little beggar's pleading voice. Please, don't shout. Zhu Fan frowned. Then from his back, a group of 30 chi condensation cultivators appeared. Because the beggar hid in front of Zhu Fan, his black cloak was wide enough to hide the beggar. Any sign of him? None. What are you standing around for? Find him. If we don't find him, Master will have our heads. A steward cursed. The others only nodded as they scattered. Once they were gone, the beggar looked up with a relieved breath and patted his chest. Scared me to death. I didn't think I'd make it. Zhu Fan ignored him and walked away. Brother. But Zhu Fan kept walking. The beggar stood there blinking, then hurriedly caught up with Zhu Fan. Brother, did you come from outside the city? Can you take me outside, please? If you want to leave, do it alone. You don't need a pass to go out. Zhu Fan dodged him. The little beggar's face was bitter as he bit his lip and sniffed twice as tears rolled down his cheeks. Brother, to be honest, I stole from them. If they catch me, I'm a goner. Please take me outside. Smiling, Zhu Fan eyed him, around 15-16 years old and a fourth-layer chi condensation cultivator. You're not weak for your age. There's no way a commoner can have such cultivation. Are you truly a beggar? The beggar stopped crying and his eyes darted everywhere as if looking for an excuse. Zhu Fan continued with a smile, and even if you're sincere, why should I help you and offend a powerful clan? I see no reason why I need to help you. Zhu Fan then shook his head and walked past him. The beggar stood frozen in his spot, not knowing what to do. He didn't think Zhu Fan was pragmatic. From the start, the beggar thought Zhu Fan to be a kind youth since he helped him once. Don't you want to go to the All-Beast Mountain Range? The beggar shouted. Zhu Fan halted his steps. All who come here are looking to go to the All-Beast Mountain Range. What else is here? Visiting Hell Valley's cemetery. Beggar was stunned by his words. This kid sure has an attitude. Isn't he afraid of being killed for cursing Hell Valley? But the more Zhu Fan acted as such, the weirder the beggar's eyes turned. You'll have to wait for 3 months before going to All-Beast Mountain Range. Zhu Fan stopped with a frown. Why? The beggar skipped to him with a smile. Let me tell you, the diamond sand is about to come out on All-Beast Mountain Range. These past months, Hell Valley sealed the whole mountain range for this precise reason. Diamond sand? Zhu Fan was secretly overjoyed. The diamond sand was known as the blood of the earth, rare and difficult to obtain. It was used for refining 5th-grade spiritual weapons, but what made it even more valuable was that it was a flowing spirit metal, a perfect match for his blood infant. His blood infant was close to breaking through to bone tempering stage, and he needed to refine its body. At that time, blood infant could switch between being corporeal and elusive, killing people without leaving tracks. Refining it with 100 spirit metals would turn it as hard as a demonic treasure, and it would become difficult to cause any harm to it. He could also achieve a similar result by refining blood infant with diamond sand. If he was able to do it, then he wouldn't have to worry about obtaining 100 spirit metals. And with a body refined from diamond sand, facing a profound heaven expert would be a cinch. Thinking of this, Zhu Fan's eyes flashed with excitement. The beggar saw through Zhu Fan and coughed as he raised his head with pride. Let's make a deal. If you take me outside the city, I will take you to All-Beast Mountain Range, and when the diamond sand erupts, we can take advantage of their carelessness and steal a bit. Zhu Fan secretly snickered. There was no way Hell Valley didn't prepare for this. But the fact that he had a guide to enter All-Beast Mountain Range without them knowing was a nice bonus. Deal. The beggar raised his hand and winked. Zhu Fan shook his head and slapped the beggar's hand. Ha ha ha, awesome. I finally found someone to take me out of this damnable place. The beggar laughed while jumping around. Brother, what's your name? Zhu Fan. Zhu Fan was blunt because he knew even though Hell Valley was aware of the Luo clan, his title as a steward wasn't well known. And the only one who knows that he killed 2 of their elders was Yang Ming. But would anyone believe him even if he said it? Zhu Fan was confident that Yang Ming would let this matter fester inside him. If anyone knew that Elder Giant died at the hands of a chi condensation punk, yet he survived, his future would be bleak, if not cut short. Moreover, even if he did speak up, Hell Valley would never announce it. Could they afford to lose any more reputation? The beggar laughed. Brother Zhu, call me Zio Ning. Fine. Zhu Fan nodded, not caring much because he knew it was fake. The beggar pouted, looking at him with a deep look full of curiosity. Zhu Fan gave him a different impression from all those he had seen before, simply mysterious. Ninger, just when the little beggar was about to take Zhu Fan to All Beast Mountain Range, a yell echoed in their ears. Little beggar shivered, turning his head shyly. With slow footsteps, what appeared before the two was an elegant young master in white with tied hair. He was in front of 20 chi condensation experts donning the same clothes as the ones from the previous group. The young master ignored Zhu Fan and glared at the beggar with rage. You've caused enough trouble. It's time you return. Biting his lip, the beggar's eyes looked uncertain, but soon he came to a decision and stared back with a firm gaze. He dodged behind Zhu Fan with a yell, "Brother Zhu, save me." The young master finally picked up on Zhu Fan's presence, merely glancing his phoenix eyes his way. This concerns our Zhu clan. If sir does not want any trouble, I suggest you leave. Zhu clan. Zhu Fan quirked an eyebrow and stared long at the beggar. I didn't think this buddy had offended the Zhu clan. Zhu clan was the #1 common clan in Blue Expanse City. It had a profound heaven expert as overseer and could be considered a second-rate clan on the continent. But as Blue Expanse City was under Hell Valley's control, Zhu clan was nothing more than its vassal. Zhu Fan saw the beggar pleading with his eyes and smiled as he drew the beggar closer. The young master squinted and paled. The beggar was also surprised, and a faint red tint made itself notice on his dirty cheeks. Kid, what do you think you're doing? The young master bellowed. Zhu Fan snickered. From now on, he's under me. If you want him, you'll have to pass through me first. Absurd. Did you come to Blue Expanse City without even knowing of our Zhu clan? Is our clan someone you can offend? Ha ha ha. Zhu Fan laughed and shook his head. Of course I know. Zhu clan is Hell Valley's #1 dog in Blue Expanse City. You're telling me to ignore all those rare and amazing spiritual beasts on All Beast Mountain Range for a lame dog? The young master was about to explode from anger. The beggar was also angry and pushed Zhu Fan. Don't talk of Zhu clan like that. Zhu Fan was stunned. I am venting your anger, yet you still blame me. Men, seize them. As Zhu Fan was lost for words, the young master bellowed orders. The men behind him swarmed the two. The beggar woke up to who the enemy was and hid behind Zhu Fan. Sneering, Zhu Fan picked up on the fact that these guards were mostly 5th layer chi condensation cultivators, with only 2 in the 6th layer. A bunch of fishes looking for death. Zhu Fan attacked with disdain. His hand flashed red and struck with blood palm. It hit a guard's chest, and the victim felt all his blood vessels burst and his organs expand to the point of bursting. He spat blood before collapsing. Another palm flew and the next guard fell. This pattern went on and on. The group of 20 guards fell one by one under Zhu Fan's onslaught. The young master had long been standing there in shock. Even with his 8th layer chi condensation cultivation, he would be unable to deal with 20 men like Zhu Fan did. It was clear that Zhu Fan was only in the 5th layer, yet his simple palm dealt each guard a serious wound. What escaped his eyes, though, was that Zhu Fan's blood palm bypassed a person's flesh and struck at the blood vessels. It was the same as ignoring the body's defense and attacking the vulnerable organs within, so of course, it was far deadlier than it looked. In but a few breaths, all guards were on the ground, knocked out. The young master witnessed it all with a solemn expression. The beggar's eyes also bulged in wonder. So you do know a thing or two, kid. No wonder you're so smug. The young master gnashed his teeth and jumped, shattering the stones beneath his feet. Then let me, Zhu Gang, coerce her with my high martial arts. Zhu Gang, Zhu Fan frowned. Are you Zhu clan's young master? I heard your dad pampers you and you are to be the clan's successor. So are you afraid perchance? Zhu Gang shouted. Zhu Fan shook his head. No, I just don't like annoyances. If I offend you here, my days in Blue Expanse City will be harder. It's best to shut all these people up for good and bring peace to my ears. Zhu Fan's eyes flashed with killing intent and shot forward. Such pressure from him squeezed at Zhu Gang's heart. He never dreamed Zhu Fan would dare to kill him. The naked killing intent made his Yuan Qi slow down, even if he was 3 layers higher than Zhu Fan. He, who was praised to high heaven for his talent in cultivation, couldn't foresee the world housing such a ruthless youth. A mere 5th layer chi condensation cultivator was able to overwhelm an expert 3 layers higher. He watched in abject fear as the palm neared his chest and was moments away from rupturing his heart. But in this moment of impending crisis, he bit his tongue to wake up. The pain freed him from the killing intent's horrifying grip. With no time to lose, he punched. Blue lights shot like a tornado at Zhu Fan. High mortal ranked martial art, howling fist. Zhu Fan snorted in disdain and made a hand sign so that a red light flew right into Zhu Gang's body. Before the howling fist even touched Zhu Fan, it broke apart and Zhu Gang's body froze on the spot in panic. At this moment, Zhu Fan towered over him. Seeing Zhu Fan's devious grin, Zhu Gang felt like he was looking at a demon and his heart seized up for a few seconds. Bam! Zhu Fan's palm landed on his chest and Zhu Gang spat blood as he flew into the air. His organs felt like they were burning and his blood vessels began to rupture, but the pain had yet to register when the demon approached. Zhu Gang was so scared he was having a mental breakdown. This was Zhu Fan. He didn't strike with another palm, and instead, Zhu Fan grabbed Zhu Gang's neck with a sneer. Young Master Zhu, worry not. After you die, your servants will follow in your footsteps, down to the last one. This should keep the Zhu clan from chasing me all over for at least 3 months. Let's make this case cold. Zhu Fan tightened the chokehold and Zhu Gang felt his throat almost breaking. He could even hear his bones creak. He was on the brink of death. Besides agony, nothing else was felt. Not for the life of him could he understand what he did wrong. Wasn't he only going to bring Ninger back? Why did he meet a Reaper instead? A ruthless killer. I forgot to read my future before heading out. If his neck wasn't being crushed by Zhu Fan, he'd be wailing and bawling. Damn it, what rotten luck. Stop. Just when Zhu Fan wanted to apply the last bit of force and send the young master to paradise, the beggar yelled. Zhu Fan eyed him suspiciously. What are you doing? Aren't they your enemies? The beggar was filled with worry for Zhu Gang's life that even tears formed in his eyes. In fact, he wanted to stop Zhu Fan long ago, but Zhu Fan was just too fast. He dealt with the guards in one moment, and in the next, he was at Zhu Gang's throat. Even if they are, I don't want to kill them, the beggar cried. Zhu Fan frowned. Why didn't you say so? But it's too late now. They are no longer just your enemies, they are mine too. The only ending for my enemies is death. Zhu Fan's hand tightened and Zhu Gang's eyes bulged out. He wasn't far off from dying. If you don't release him, I won't guide you. The beggar yelled in tears. Zhu Fan frowned. This was his first time seeing a person shed tears for their enemies. He let go and Zhu Gang dropped on the ground. Zhu Fan made a sign and Blood Infant returned as he shrugged. Since you aren't scared, why would I be over some future inconvenience? He wiped the tears off the beggar's little face and walked away while holding the beggar close. Show the way, then I will take you outside the city, far from Zhu clan. Why you baddie, the little beggar stammered. Zhu Fan sneered, correct, I'm a bad man. But in this world, they are the only ones who can survive. The good guys have already left for hell. The beggar wiped his tears and looked at Zhu Fan, unafraid. He had seen his fair share of bad people, but none rose to Zhu Fan's level. Yet he never felt any hatred for Zhu Fan as he did for others. Instead, he felt at ease. This feeling he didn't express, but it felt nice anyway. An hour later, a black figure appeared standing in Zhu Fan's previous position. The old man's beard shivered from rage at the sight of the guards on the ground. He noticed Zhu Gang twitching on the ground, helped him up, and asked nervously, Ganger, what's wrong? Who did this to you? Zhu Gang gasped with a pale face, yet not one word was uttered. The old man looked him over and found that only Zhu Gang's insides were wounded, while below him was a puddle of water. He gave Zhu Gang a pill, then let out a long breath. But Zhu Gang's injury astonished him. His wound wasn't heavy, only needing a month to heal. But his mind, however, had received a heavy shock. He was frightened so badly he peed himself. Ganger is a bold youth. Only a dreadful expert could have scared him to such a state in such a short time. The old man was bewildered as he pondered for a long time. In the end, he shook his head and left with Zhu Gang. No matter who it was, any who dared offend Zhu clan in Blue Expanse City would have another thing coming. That's the path up the mountain. The beggar and Zhu Fan poked their heads through a bush close to a narrow mountain path. Zhu Fan looked ahead and frowned, seeing 30 bone-tempering guards. With his strength and savage moon, along with Blood Infant's help, it wasn't hard to charge through. But to do it without anyone noticing was the problem. Any noise here would attract the elder from Hell Valley stationed within. And since Zhu Clan's profound heaven expert was after him, he'd have a hard time coming out alive. After careful deliberation, Zhu Fan shook his head. He'd have to rely on the little beggar if he wanted to go within the mountain's range. Xiao Ning, where's the secret tunnel? Zhu Fan looked at the little beggar. The latter was still feeling afraid of what he had witnessed some time ago. He wasn't crying but still sniffed. See, come with me, said the little beggar while sniffing hard. Then he and Zhu Fan vanished from the bushes. Zhu Fan felt helpless. Why is this kid more of a coward than a mouse? Ever since he saw what I did, he keeps crying from fear, even now. They were the enemies chasing you down, not your family. So why are you crying so hard? Zhu Fan secretly cursed but was resigned to his fate. Who told him to agree to this little beggar's deal? He imagined that after he followed the beggar to the mountain, he'd be facing some ferocious spiritual beasts while the beggar kept crying at the side. Sighing, Zhu Fan traveled with the beggar through a dark forest. After a long time, they found a narrow tunnel next to a hidden stream. This is it. The beggar forced himself to stop sobbing, but his body still shivered. When I was little, I used to play with my dad and brothers in these woods. Zhu Fan lifted an eyebrow as he inspected the cave and the surroundings. It was such a remote place that only a native would know of. He guessed that the little beggar must have stumbled upon this cave when he was playing with his brothers, or the Hell Valley would have sealed it by now if they knew of it. All right, Xiao Ning, go in first, I'll be right behind you, Zhu Fan shouted as he pushed the little beggar in. He didn't think this place held a trap, but his years and years of experience still showed his cautious nature. The little beggar was aware of the meaning and rolled his eyes in anger and stooped to go in. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Ninger, stop, whoosh. With the sound of the wind, a large figure blocked the two's path. The man looked like he was in his 40s and wore luxurious clothing over his tall and sturdy body. His pair of large eyes flashed with the explosive power of an expert. Peak bone tempering expert. Zhu Fan frowned and his hands tightened. Are you the clan head of the Zhu clan, Zhu Wanlong? Good eyes, Zhu Wanlong praised. Were you the one who harmed my eldest son, Zhu Gang? Indeed, Zhu Fan smiled. He wanted to take one of my people. Sparing him was already kind enough. What, yours? Zhu Wanlong was shocked and turned to the little beggar. The little beggar blushed as he hid behind Zhu Fan. Zhu Wanlong's expression turned weird. Dad, just then, a yell was heard. A youth in white landed next to Zhu Wanlong. Ha ha ha, I knew Ninger would be hiding here. Dad, let me help you take him back. The youth looked thrilled. He disregarded Zhu Fan and flew to the little beggar. Bastard, this kid is way too cocky, treating me like air. Zhu Fan squinted and secretly cursed. When the youth was close to him, he struck with a red palm. The youth felt his energy turn sluggish and his blood vessels rupture. In this moment of deadly crisis, Zhu Fan struck like lightning and grabbed his neck. What are you doing? Zhu Wanlong roared. He didn't think his son would be caught so easily. To be honest, he saw Zhu Fan as a fifth-layer chi condensation cultivator and was still skeptical of how he hurt his eldest son and guards. But now he knew. Compared to the kids he raised in his clan with all his heart, Zhu Fan was akin to a savage beast bathed in blood. He was weaker, but his timing was perfect and his methods vicious. Before Zhu Fan, his two sons were nothing more than greenhouse flowers. With a snicker, Zhu Fan raised the youth up high, a fifth-layer chi condensation cultivator. He must be your second son, Zhu Lin, right? Release him now or you won't make it out alive. Zhu Wanlong roared in anger. Sneering, Zhu Fan shook his head. If I do as you say, you'd make sure I'm dead even more. Clan head Zhu, no matter what grievances Zhao Ning has with you, he is my person. I only hope you will give up at this point. Don't. Zhu Fan's hand squeezed and Zhu Lin gasped with his tongue out, and you will have your son as a corpse. No, the little beggar shouted before Zhu Wanlong could reply, grabbing Zhu Fan's arm and begging with his eyes. Zhu Fan was stunned. This beggar must have a screw loose. Why does he want to leave his enemies alive? Zhu Wanlong watched them with a complicated gaze. Soon came to a decision and calmed down. This in turn startled Zhu Fan. Kid, what is your name? Zhu Wanlong asked. Zhu Fan smiled. I am alone and am not afraid of your revenge. Nor am I afraid of telling you my name. It's Zhu Fan. All right, Zhu Fan, you want to protect him no matter what. Zhu Wanlong pointed at the little beggar with a solemn look. Zhu Fan snorted. He is mine, so of course I will. Good, then let's make a bet. You let my son go and take 10 hits from me. If you win, I will no longer care about him. What do you say? Squinting, Zhu Fan considered Zhu Wanlong's bet, then showed his manic grin as he threw Zhu Lin away. Aren't you afraid I will break my word? Zhu Wanlong's eyes flashed. Zhu Fan sneered. If I want to kill him, you won't be able to stop me. Big words. Zhu Wanlong was angry again. Here are my 10 moves. He charged with his peak bone tempering power on display. Zhu Fan didn't seem to feel any discomfort, standing there calmly. Zhu Wanlong's brow trembled as he secretly praised Zhu Fan. But before he reached Zhu Fan, the later also charged. This puzzled him greatly. Even if this kid is a seasoned fighter, he can't fend off a bone-tempering expert. So why? He saw Zhu Fan's hand shine and Savage Moon appear. Basked in a silver glow, Zhu Fan sped up and was before Zhu Wanlong in an instant, ready to attack. Third-grade demonic treasure. Zhu Wanlong was shocked and turned to the side in an attempt to dodge. But a red light darted out from Zhu Fan, aimed at Zhu Wanlong. Got you. Zhu Fan grinned with killing intent. But just as Blood Infant was about to enter Zhu Wanlong, it was repelled. As it bounced off, Zhu Fan felt his blood stirring from his connection with it. His hand moved and he slashed with Savage Moon. The silver light trailed past Zhu Wanlong's face. When both of them stopped, Zhu Fan was standing in Zhu Wanlong's original place with a solemn look. Just now he had planned to take Zhu Wanlong's life in one hit by using Blood Infant and Savage Moon. But unexpectedly, Blood Infant bounced off and the recoil veered his attack. He turned back to see Zhu Wanlong's chest flash and shouted, second-grade defensive demonic treasure. His heart grew heavy having found out the reason. Against such a defensive demonic treasure, his chi condensation Blood Infant was useless. He could only rely on Savage Moon in this battle. As Zhu Fan felt gloomy about the upcoming fight, Zhu Wanlong's jaw dropped in shock. He didn't foresee that a fifth-layer chi condensation kid would have such terrifying power. If he was a moment too late, his head would have been sent flying right now. Recalling his bet with Zhu Fan, he felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Blast it, as the matter stands, it'll be good if I can at least keep my head after 10 moves. He was unclear as to what was Blood Infant's use, but he knew death wouldn't be far away once it got into his body. Then he turned to Zhu Fan, who was looking at him as if to devour him, and broke out in cold sweat. This was his first time meeting such a dreadful opponent. Even more so when this opponent was in the fifth layer of chi condensation. Damn it, is this kid a monster? Gnashing his teeth, Zhu Wanlong braced himself for what's to come. Zhu Fan stared at Zhu Wanlong, thinking hard for a way to finish his enemy. Zhu Wanlong was the same, yet his eyes seemed lost. He saw no hesitation from Zhu Fan, but a naked taunt instead. This was not how a chi condensation cultivator was supposed to stare at a bone-tempering expert. It was more akin to a savage beast staring down its prey, and he didn't like it one bit. Being stared down by someone weaker than me feels like I've lost all respect. He decided to rush for an attack and strike awe in this kid, but Zhu Fan got ahead of him and ran for him first. Second move, Zhu Fan's sudden action startled him, but soon recalled who he was. Even if it was against a punk, he wasn't about to make a fool of himself. Moreover, only Savage Moon was a threat to him. If he paid attention to it, he'd be fine. It would be no problem lasting 10 moves. If his thoughts were known to others, it would leave them speechless. In a fight between peak bone tempering expert and a chi condensation kid, the former who thought this was but a cat and mouse game was now thinking how to survive 10 moves. Who the hell was strong and who was weak then? And more importantly, who in the hell told him to make a 10 moves bet in the first place? But he had no time to mind such trifles as Zhu Fan had turned into a silver light. Seeing the silver light approach him, Zhu Wanlong exploded with power and retreated. It could be said that he was being wary of Savage Moon, but he was even more afraid that he would end up making an embarrassing scene. Zhu Lin, who was thrown down, coughed twice then stared in shock. Dad, you were the one who brought up the 10 moves bet, not the other way around. Zhu Wanlong's face froze, itching to run over and kick his son's rear real good. Can you be even more oblivious? This kid's toy is sharp and you want me to play around with death. Zhu Lin was ignorant of his dad's struggle and kept cheering, but Zhu Wanlong's face was getting more and more ashen. Zhu Fan didn't even get to touch Zhu Wanlong's clothes in the first 5 moves, but he saw through Zhu Wanlong's intention and became bold. With a manic grin, Zhu Fan declared 6th move. He sped up for another attack while Zhu Wanlong was prepared to dodge. But this time, Zhu Fan stepped lightly and turned into 3 figures, surrounding Zhu Wanlong. 3 silver lights approached Zhu Wanlong in a threatening manner from different directions. Zhu Wanlong was startled, but as a peak bone tempering expert, he didn't lose his calm. He kicked the ground and made it explode. The force helped him dodge backwards, almost enough to escape the encirclement. But Zhu Fan sneered and stepped again. Whoosh, the images dissipated. However, Zhu Fan appeared from behind Zhu Wanlong and cut past his ear. Low spirit ranked martial art, mystifying phantom step. The two stopped again, with Zhu Fan standing 3 meters away from his opponent with a smile. Zhu Wanlong stood there watching a strand of black hair floating before him. I lost. He couldn't believe it. What was meant to be a test for the kid ended with his complete loss in the 6th move. He didn't sense Zhu Fan behind him, but since Zhu Fan could cut his hair just as well, it could have been his head. In other words, Zhu Fan was going easy on him. Zhu Wanlong swallowed dryly. He was going all out from the 2nd move, but even so, impossible, the beggar and Zhu Lin yelled at the same time. They found it hard to accept that such a powerful expert lost to their peer. Dad, you must have gone easy on purpose, right? Zhu Lin ran next to Zhu Wanlong with expectation in his eyes, but Zhu Wanlong didn't comment. Zhu Fan watched them coldly. Of course, clan head Zhu went easy. His first move was just a test without killing intent. If Dad hadn't gone easy, you'd be dead. Zhu Lin was grasping for straws here when he stuck out his chin in derision, but Zhu Fan just sneered, terribly sorry, your dad didn't go all out. But if he had, his head would have been lying on the ground by now. Zhu Fan wasn't saying to scare people. Although his first attempt with Blood Infant failed, it only meant that he lost the initiative completely, and that didn't equal losing his chance to kill Zhu Wanlong. A bone-tempering expert lacked speed in comparison to a profound heaven expert. With Savage Moon's assist, Zhu Fan's speed matched a bone-tempering expert, so he still had a chance with his speed. What was left then was to deliver a killing blow at the perfect timing. If Zhu Fan was in the 4th layer of chi condensation, it would have been impossible, but in the 5th layer, he could use spirit-ranked martial arts, and the first one he trained was mystifying phantom step. This was not your average martial art, but one coming from 9 Serenity's secret records, a rare martial art that made use of an array's advantage. The phantom part wasn't important, but it was crucial to bait the opponent. The true killing move came from the mystified path he drew his opponent in. With this martial art, Zhu Fan could teleport anywhere within a short range. During their fight, the phantoms took all of Zhu Wanlong's attention and made him ignore the sudden appearance of Zhu Fan behind him. If Zhu Fan had sensed any killing intent in their fight, he would have chopped Zhu Wanlong's head off. Zhu Wanlong was more than clear on this and accepted his defeat. Zhu Fan, with a sigh, Zhu Wanlong stared at him solemnly. You're the most reliable youth I've ever seen. I will leave Ninger with you. Don't fail him. Zhu Fan was puzzled. What does he mean by that? But Zhu Wanlong didn't explain and hugged the little beggar. Ninger, go and don't return. Follow your dreams. Dad, the little beggar cried Rivers. Zhu Fan watched in shock. Dad, when did Zhu Wanlong have a 3rd son? But soon he yelled, hold on, your 3rd young miss Zhu Ningxiang. Rolling his eyes, Zhu Wanlong patted Zhu Fan's shoulder. Kid, I thought you were smart, but you found this out only now. Anyway, you said it yourself that she is yours, so I am leaving her in your care. If I find out that you mistreated my daughter in any way, I will wring your life from your body. In no way. What is going on here? Zhu Fan was slack-jawed. All this time he'd been fighting the little beggar's father and was so close to ending her entire family. It's obvious now why she always glared at me with such hatred. Sighing, Zhu Wanlong took one last look at his tearing daughter and left with Zhu Lin. After going some distance, Zhu Lin said, "Dad, if we don't get Ninger back, how do we explain it to Hell Valley?" "Quiet, I have a way." Zhu Ningxiang Zhu Fan stepped before the little beggar and tossed her cap. Jet black silky hair cascaded. The little beggar, who was still lost in tears as she watched her father leave, yelped when this happened and hurriedly held her head. She faced him with a blushed face but didn't meet his eyes. "Miss Ning, what's your game? Here I was fighting with your father thinking of helping you vent your anger, but in fact it was for nothing." Zhu Ningxiang took 2 steps back, muttering as she looked at his angry face, "Brother Zhu, don't be angry. I only want to leave the city while you want to go to All Beast Mountain Range. We'll each get what we want." Zhu Fan was startled. Then again, she's right. As long as I get what I want, who cares if they're a family of archenemies? Each gets what he wants. This missy speaks reason. Will I, demonic emperor, get angry because she lied to me? Anyway, this has nothing to do with me. But then Zhu Fan was startled once again. Since when have I been so emotional? With a frown, Zhu Fan recalled everything that happened since his rebirth. He then realized that being in contact with the Luo clan over the past months made him show consideration to the people around him, even without his knowledge. This wasn't how a demonic cultivator acted at all. Damn it, I don't need these useless feelings. I have to change. I have to, Zhu Fan reminded himself again and again. His face then turned serene, void of any emotion. Zhu Ningxiang, let's go. Zhu Fan pointed at the cave and said in a cold tone, "Once I'm done with All Beast Mountain Range, I will take you out. At that time, our deal is done." Zhu Ningxiang looked long at him, then nodded. Zhu Fan's behavior changed way too fast, as if he was a different person. To begin with, Zhu Fan wasn't a good man in her mind, but now he became neither good nor bad, but cold and unfeeling. All Beast Mountain Range, deep in the forest. In a remote thicket, a rabbit was chewing on tender, juicy grass. Suddenly, the rabbit straightened its ears and bolted. A moment later, a black hand extended out from the ground, followed by the slow crawl of the little beggar. But as she was crawling, she was flung out with a loud sound, as if a palm had slapped her. "Get out already." Zhu Fan scowled and came out after the beggar flew. He was just as filthy as the beggar, and looked as if he had crawled through a cramped coal mine. The tunnel was winding and almost half a mile long. It was also damp and smelled of rot. He couldn't understand for the life of him what was so great about playing in this place as kids. "Yes, I'm a scoundrel." Zhu Fan didn't argue with her and had his eyes peeled, scanning the surrounding as he heard the seldom roar of spiritual beasts. He now knew that this was indeed All Beast Mountain Range. Looking at his filthy appearance, he shook his head and turned to Zhu Ningxiang. "Hey, is there any river nearby?" Zhu Fan smiled and followed her. 15 minutes later, the sound of water reached their ears. He perked up and sped. His eyes were soon rewarded with the sight of a wide river flowing with clear water and small fishes. With a shout, Zhu Fan leapt in despite a female's presence. His clothes then flew out. Zhu Ningxiang whipped her body around in shame and snapped, "You rogue, what are you doing?" "What do you think, bathing?" Zhu Fan snorted as he bathed with no regard to her presence. "I'll get out after I finish. Do what you want. If you wish, we can bathe together, I don't mind. Damn you, who wants to bathe with you?" Zhu Ningxiang didn't turn around, only mumbled with irritation, "Shameless." Zhu Fan heard her loud and clear though. If demonic cultivators cared about reputation, what are righteous cultivators then? A quarter of an hour later, Zhu Fan came out of the river and put on a new robe from his ring. He patted Zhu Ningxiang's shoulder. "Let's go. Where is the diamond sand going to appear?" Zhu Ningxiang was a bit nervous seeing Zhu Fan wanted to leave. She stood there in hesitation and was too embarrassed to speak. Zhu Fan raised an eyebrow. "What? Show the way. Didn't we have a deal? But Zhu Ningxiang muttered shyly, "I haven't washed yet." Zhu Fan's eyebrow twitched and he exposed an enigmatic smile. "I told you to wash, but you refused. Since you haven't, then that's that. I won't avoid you either way. But Zhu Ningxiang was even more embarrassed now. She put on a disguise to run away from home. But she was a girl, and girls love beauty, so how could she allow herself to stay dirty? Zhu Fan knew this too, but he was just teasing the hell out of her. Who told her to deceive me? Zhu Ningxiang was swaying from one foot to the other, but didn't speak. But when she caught Zhu Fan's faint smile, she knew he was teasing her. Pissed, she threw her hat in his face and walked to the river. But after a few steps, she turned to warn Zhu Fan, "Why, you better not peek." Zhu Fan mocked as he left. "I'm not interested in unripe fruits." "Unripe?" Zhu Ningxiang was startled, then looked down at her chest and pushed it out unconvinced. "Humph, where am I unripe?" But Zhu Fan had already disappeared among the trees. Zhu Ningxiang pouted and returned to the river with a gloomy heart. Half an hour later, Zhu Fan was laying carefree on a bush, holding a straw in his mouth and contemplating his next course of action. The bushes around him moved at that moment, and Zhu Fan looked over with a smile. "Oh, you're finally done. Little miss, can we go now?" "Why, yeah." With a shy reply, the bushes were pushed aside. A white-clothed, delicate girl slowly walked out. She wasn't gorgeous, but she had a lively air about her. She was like a bouquet of fresh and pure flowers. Even Zhu Fan was startled by her image. He didn't think that the dirty little beggar from before would transform into a gentle swan. Zhu Ningxiang reddened a bit from his constant staring. She coughed and Zhu Fan smiled embarrassingly. Lady Zhu, please lead the way. Changing his mannerism after encountering a belle, Zhu Fan started to despise himself a bit, since when have I become so shameless? Yet the end result was that he found it refreshing walking side by side with a belle. 2 hours later, Zhu Ningxiang brought him to a hilltop. Zhu Fan was puzzled. Since the diamond sand is coming out, there should be plenty of people around. Why is it deserted? Zhu Ningxiang shook her head and rolled her eyes. Brother Zhu, I thought you were smart. How come you're so stupid all of a sudden? Zhu Fan watched her skeptically. If we go in right now, we will be caught. That is why I led you here. Zhu Ningxiang pulled Zhu Fan's hand and went higher up the hill and pointed. That is the place where the diamond sand will erupt. Looking over, Zhu Fan saw many figures, 50 in number, defending a pond. The pond seemed to be connected to a hot spring as it was bubbling. In the center, on a stone rising from the water, sat a gray-robed, white-haired elder with his eyes closed. The air was warm around him, but the steam from the hot spring vanished the closer it got to him. So much so that not even his hair was wet. Such deep cultivation. Is he a profound heaven expert? Zhu Fan frowned in panic. Suddenly, that elder snapped his eyes open and looked in Zhu Fan's direction. His eyes were sharp and landed like lightning on his position. Get down. Zhu Fan pulled Zhu Ningxiang to lie on a rock as cold sweat ran all over his body. Such a sharp instinct. He is a profound heaven expert for sure. Correct. Zhu Ningxiang nodded. He is Hell Valley's elder overseeing Blue Expanse City for the past dozen years. Last month he found that the Golden Spring Pool released a lot of diamond sand and has stood watch here ever since. The 50 people around him are also bone-tempering experts. Zhu Fan nodded. Before diamond sand erupted, it would cause the flowing gold tide. But the flowing gold tide would only contain trace amounts of diamond sand. But 3 months from then, the diamond sand would erupt for sure. To get all the diamond sand before others, they placed guards. But who is to say the diamond sand would erupt from here? Zhu Fan frowned as he thought. With his power, he had no hope of stealing the diamond sand unless. His eyes flashed and pulled Zhu Ningxiang off the hilltop. What, you have a way? Seeing Zhu Fan confident, Zhu Ningxiang was startled. She was already shocked that he could beat her family, but could he also have the power to win against a profound heaven cultivator and a team of bone-tempering experts? Zhu Fan shook his head. If you can't beat them, outwit them. Let's go, I want you to find a little pet for me. Zhu Ningxiang was puzzled. In the Golden Spring Pool, the elder's eyes were filled with confusion. Did I sensed wrongly? At the same time in Blue Expanse City, Zhu Wanlong took Zhu Lin's dirty figure home. In the main hall of the Zhu clan sat a wizened old man in the seat of honor, watching the two. Then he suddenly jumped to his feet. How was it? Did you bring Ninger? Did you deal with the culprit that harmed Ganger? Sighing, Zhu Wanlong shook his head. Dad, I let them go. That kid is not bad, so I entrusted Ninger to him. As for him injuring Ganger, he did not know any better. As long as he takes care of Ninger, I do not mind it. What that man is Ninger's. The old man spouted in shock. Nodding, Zhu Wanlong said, that kid said Ninger was his. Ninger was also willing, so we can assume so. Fool, the old man slapped the table with a howl. Wanlong, no matter who the kid is, even if you disregard what he did to Ganger, Ninger can never ever be taken away. You know that if she leaves our Zhu clan. Even though he was angry, his eyes revealed sadness. Zhu Wanlong looked at his father with firm eyes as he said, Dad, let Ninger go. I will take full responsibility. You take shit. Can you keep the young and old safe? The old man roared. Wanlong, I know you love your daughter, but you think I don't. But Zhu clan. Sighing, the old man's face hardened. Where did they go? Zhu Wanlong was vexed, but still spoke as he closed his eyes. All Beast Mountain Range. Whoosh. In an instant, the old man vanished. Zhu Fan and Zhu Ningxiang were searching through bushes in All Beast Mountain Range. Zhu Ningxiang was unsettled, not knowing where he was going with this. Zhu Fan suddenly shouted in glee and held out something dirty. Found it. Zhu Ningxiang blinked in curiosity at the thing. What is it? What does it do? Sweet potato. Zhu Fan gave a vague smile and continued. The one thing that first-level spiritual beast burrowing mouse likes the most. Zhu Ningxiang's eyes flashed and yelled, Great plan. You want to use a burrowing mouse to make a tunnel and steal the diamond sand. The burrowing mouse didn't know how to fight, and even a Foundation establishment cultivator could capture it easily. But its burrowing skill was second to none. Just one of these critters could dig through a 1,000-mile-long mountain range in an hour. Zhu Fan didn't reply and showed a faint smile. Zhu Ningxiang felt even more suspicious now. No one seemed to be able to unravel the insidious mind of Zhu Fan. A moment later, Zhu Fan took Zhu Ningxiang far away from the Golden Spring Pool and made a fire in which he threw the sweet potato. Soon, a sweet aroma wafted for 100 miles. Many spiritual beasts raised their heads and began searching for the source. Zhu Fan took Zhu Ningxiang to lay in ambush close by, their eyes fixed on the fire. The bushes rustled and many spiritual beasts, big and small, approached the fire. They prodded the black lumps in the fire. wanting to find out from where the sweet smell came from, to no avail. Zhu Fan secretly laughed and smiled at Zhu Ningxiang. In fact, the two took the cooked sweet potato long ago. They only left it inside enough to release its sweet smell and attract the burrowing mouse. If not, the other spiritual beasts would have taken it away and ruined their plan. More and more spiritual beasts came and searched, but found nothing. However, the soil next to the fire moved as it bulged outwards to no more than a fist in size. Zhu Fan stood up slowly and got ready. Suddenly, the bulge of dirt broke away. A creature with a black mouth on its tiny head came out. It roamed around the fire a few times and sniffed. Now, Zhu Fan screamed in his mind as he shot for the fire. The spiritual beasts, which gathered around the fire, were only at first and second level, ran away at the sudden noise. Only the burrowing mouse was oblivious to what was happening, but its intuition as a spiritual beast gave it a bit of insight that danger was looming. It immediately started moving its claw, wanting to burrow, but it was too late. Zhu Fan already flashed before it and grabbed its tail. The burrowing mouse struggled for its life in panic, but there was no escape from the demonic palm of Zhu Fan. He, buddy, you wanna run. With a manic grin, Zhu Fan grabbed the critter's frail body and squeezed. It screeched in pain and flailed its claws. Zhu Ningxiang couldn't take it anymore and took the poor thing close to her chest. She patted it and threw Zhu Fan an evil eye. How can you be so cruel? What if you hurt it? Humph, spiritual beasts don't get bruised easily. Zhu Fan snorted. We need to hurry and tame it or we won't get another chance. But you don't need to be such a bore about it. My clan had raised some small spiritual beasts before, and even if they were wild, they still listened to me. Zhu Ningxiang comforted the poor critter with a sweet smile. Isn't that right, little one? The burrowing mouse seemed to understand and nodded, then glared at Zhu Fan. Curses, buddy, you're pushing it here. Zhu Fan raged inside, itching to get his hand on the prick. But it was impossible, not with Zhu Ningxiang guarding it like a tigress. But then an idea struck him, and his manic grin returned. The burrowing mouse shivered at the sight of him and hid in Zhu Ningxiang's chest. What are you trying to do? Zhu Ningxiang warned Zhu Fan as she stepped back. His face flipped to a gentle smile as a gourd appeared on his palm. It's all right. I won't harm the little one. I only want it to swallow something. Then he took out a blood-red worm from the gourd. It was the demonic creature he had raised with great care, frigid pool bloodworm. Any creature that ingested it would have no choice but to listen to his commands or the blood curse would claim their lives. If not for time being an issue, he wouldn't have wanted to waste a bloodworm on a first-level spiritual beast. What is that? So disgusting. Zhu Ningxiang frowned and took another step back. The burrowing mouse also sensed the danger and hid in her chest. Zhu Fan was dead serious. We have two ways we can tame the little guy fast. Either let me train it for a day, or he eats this. Zhu Ningxiang saw Zhu Fan's face, and she knew if she refused, he'd use force. Helpless, Zhu Ningxiang took the burrowing mouse out and patted its head. Little one, it's better if you eat it. Although it's a tad disgusting, it's better than landing in that guy's hands, Zhu Ningxiang said as she walked towards Zhu Fan. With a sinister smile, Zhu Fan inched the bloodworm close to the burrowing mouse's mouth. The critter struggled, but it was of no use. The bloodworm was about to enter its mouth. At that moment, however, a whoosh was heard. Zhu Fan pushed Zhu Ningxiang away as he moved back himself. Watch out. A cold light passed between them. The freezing ray almost touched Zhu Fan's fingers as it cut the wiggling bloodworm clean in half. He was aware of the killing intent the ray contained. Zhu Fan turned to see a tall youth not 10 meters away. He looked to be 20 years old and had a handsome visage. His eyes flashed with coldness, like a pair of sharp blades at the two of them. The burrowing mouse shrieked a few times and ran from Zhu Ningxiang's hands and climbed up his body to his shoulder. It has a master, Zhu Fan scowled. The youth snorted at the two. You both got some nerve eyeing my spirit animal. Sorry, it wasn't on purpose. Zhu Fan stopped Zhu Ningxiang's explanation with a wave and pushed her behind him. It doesn't matter if it has a master or not. We need it today. Ha ha ha, big words. The youth sneered. One insect is in the 5th layer of chi condensation, while the other in the 4th. Yet you still want to tame what is mine. Fine, guess I will have to end you. Humph, we will see about that. Sneering, Zhu Fan rushed at the youth as Savage Moon flashed in his hand. 3rd-grade demonic treasure. Raising an eyebrow, the youth lost the contempt he had before. This demonic treasure was a threat to his life, and in all his teachings he received, one needed to go all out regardless of the enemy. His eyes gleamed as he dashed at Zhu Fan. His hand flashed, and it now held a longsword. In an instant, the world seemed to freeze over. The sky and the earth seemed to vanish as flickering lights spewed from the sword. Empty net. Whoosh, Zhu Fan suddenly slowed down amid his charge. Even his surroundings were sluggish, while the only thing unaffected was the longsword. Profound ranked martial art, 7th layer of bone tempering stage, and 4th grade spiritual weapon. Squinting, Zhu Fan started to take this seriously. This youth wasn't average. It was hard enough reaching such cultivation at his age, but he had also grasped a profound ranked martial art and used a 4th grade spiritual weapon. In the Tianyu Empire, rare were those like him even in the 7 noble houses, and exactly that was the answer. This man could be a core disciple of the 7 noble houses, perhaps even an inheritor. Today Zhu Fan offended him and tomorrow trouble would come knocking. The only choice was to kill him. In an instant, Zhu Fan's eyes exploded with killing intent. The youth was startled. Am I not the one holding the advantage? Why is this kid releasing such thick killing intent? Does he think he can actually kill me? The next moment, however, Zhu Fan's action left him pale. Despite knowing that he was slowed down, Zhu Fan only took a step and turned into 5 images of himself. Sneering, the youth grinned. Think you can act tough with such a base-level killing move? The youth's sword turned into 5 and struck each figure down. But at that moment, Zhu Fan's voice came from behind him. Nice sword skill. Too bad you met me. The youth jumped in fright. When did he get behind me? In this moment of imminent danger, he stabbed backwards. The sword art's aim was perfect, targeting Zhu Fan's chest. Zhu Fan looked down calmly, with slight praise in his heart. Too bad it's over. Whoosh. Zhu Fan ignored the sword going for his chest and slashed at the youth's waist. If this continued, it would end with Zhu Fan being gravely wounded and the youth dead. A wound for a kill, worth it. Ding! Zhu Fan slashed with full power, but a metal screech echoed and Savage Moon bounced back. He squinted as his heart was in a panic. This punk has a spiritual armor besides the spiritual weapon, but the timing didn't even let him think. The youth's sword was getting dangerously close to his chest. In this wound for a kill scenario, his opponent would come unharmed while he would be too wounded to continue fighting. Damn it, I miscalculated this time. Zhu Fan secretly cursed and used the Savage Moon's rebound to save himself. Not for the life of him did he think this freaking punk to be this rich. Even an elder from Hell Valley had a single demonic treasure at best, but this punk here was wielding one while wearing another. Who the hell is he? Bam! With no more time to think, Zhu Fan's Savage Moon and the golden sword struck each other. With a loud sound, Zhu Fan flew back due to the force. The blood in his chest flowed erratically and forced him to spew blood. He hit the dirt, and the Savage Moon clanked next to him in 2. His brow shivered as he turned solemn. He has a 4th-grade spiritual armor on him that my blood infant can't get through. The only way to hurt him was with Savage Moon, but Savage Moon is now in pieces. This was the first time since his rebirth that Zhu Fan met such a danger to his life. The youth was in the 7th layer of bone tempering stage, had a spiritual weapon, had a spiritual armor, and even profound ranked martial arts. I can't punch through his defense and I can only take a beating. But the worst part was, the youth used all his power against someone weaker. Everyone was afraid of the serious types. This will make it even harder for him to make any mistakes for me to exploit. How do I fight him? Zhu Fan stared down the figure while his forehead ran cold with sweat. Yet who'd have known that the youth's mental state mirrored his, maybe even more terrified. The youth was known as a genius among geniuses in his clan. He learned the sword all his life and never lost. But against Zhu Fan, who was weaker, he was one move away from dying even when he exerted his all. If not for the spiritual armor, he'd be dead. Dead from a man weaker than him by a stage. He just couldn't get over this. He was an exceptional genius who could defeat a peak bone tempering expert in a single move. He was the clan's successor, how could? The youth's brow was sweating bullets and gnashed his teeth at Zhu Fan. Brother, what is your name? Zhu Fan was startled and saw the change in the youth's eyes. Guessing he wouldn't keep on wanting to kill them, he replied, Zhu Fan, I'll remember you. We'll finish this the next time we meet. That youth sheathed his sword, took his burrowing mouse, and was about to leave. Zhu Fan rushed to say, wait. The youth stopped. What is it? Dare I ask, brother, are you also here for the diamond sand? The youth stared at Zhu Fan. What if I am? What if I'm not? Zhu Fan smiled. If not, then let's part ways. If you want to work together, work together. The youth frowned and took a long look at the two. How? Not even the 3 of us are enough to steal 1 speck of diamond sand. Not long back, this youth viewed them as nothing more than insects, but his words just now showed his respect for Zhu Fan's strength as someone equal to him. Zhu Fan grinned inside. We can negotiate like this. Brother has a burrowing mouse, so you plan to avoid fighting them. The youth smiled, so we had the same idea. I see why you wanted this guy, but this burrowing mouse is mine. What can you bring if we team up? The correct way of using the burrowing mouse. Zhu Fan continued with a smile. How is brother going to use it to get the diamond sand? The youth squinted and replied with another question. How about you? Dig a tunnel, wait for the diamond sand to erupt, and we steal some. Zhu Ningxiang spoke out of turn, but her response only earned the laughter of the two until her face went red. She glared. Why are you laughing? Am I wrong? The youth shook his head. Lady, they have a profound heaven expert, so how could it work? You'll be caught before you even make a move. Zhu Fan nodded. In any case, my silly sister raised an option we definitely must avoid. What about you? Zhu Ningxiang glared at Zhu Fan for making fun of her, but her face became red again for some other reason. The youth spoke simply. Easy. The diamond sand is pushed by the deep earth and comes out as a spring. I will have the burrowing mouse dig a small tunnel from the main course to direct a part of the diamond sand to me. Zhu Fan clapped and Zhu Ningxiang praised the brilliance of it. Great plan. The youth smiled with pride, but Zhu Fan shook his head. If I were you, this would also be the best plan. The youth frowned. You have a better way then. Ha ha ha, of course. Why would I work with you if I didn't? Zhu Fan smiled as he continued. Your plan won't earn you even 1,000. Since there are so many types of earth layers beneath us, the diamond sand will be stuck along the way and you will get even less. What's your idea then? The youth stared at him. With a mysterious smile, Zhu Fan stuck out his chin. If brother believes me, I can get all of it, leaving nothing to Hell Valley. We will later split it evenly. What do you say? How can that be? The youth watched them in shock, but Zhu Fan was confident. My skill is making impossible possible. This got the youth to recall Zhu Fan's close call in killing him and nodded. Fine, I believe you. How do we do it? Splendid. Zhu Fan laughed. We are now partners. How should I address brother? Zai Tianyang. The youth spoke loud and clear. Zhu Fan frowned. Zai, you mean you're from the 7 noble houses, Sword Marquis abode. Waving his hand, Zai Tianyang smiled vaguely, but they all figured out even if Zhu Fan didn't get to finish. Zhu Ningxiang watched the youth for a long time in shock. Second-rate clans like the Zhu clan relied on the protection of the 7 noble houses. Just that she never got to leave Blue Expanse City, not once in her life, and the only 7 noble houses people she saw were from Hell Valley. Oh, brother Zhu, what house do you come from that you're so amazing? Zhu Ningxiang couldn't help but wonder as Zhu Fan was so young and yet no less powerful than Zai Tianyang. In fact, Zhu Fan could have struck this disciple of Sword Marquis abode dead if not for the spiritual armor. Thus, Zhu Fan had to be from a special background. Zai Tianyang also turned to Zhu Fan with eager eyes. He wanted to know just which house gave birth to such a monster. The latest EP small cap episodes are on the Envel Fire net. Zhu Fan shook his head with a smile. I'm no one important, just a small steward in the Luo clan of Wingay City. Steward, Luo clan, the two were shocked. Luo clan, never heard of it. Ha ha ha, it's quite normal for you to not know. Luo clan is just a third-rate clan. Zhu Fan smiled. This time, both of them eyed him with suspicion. They would never believe that a trifling clan could raise such an expert. Not even the imperial family and the 7 houses had many like him. Brother, if what you said is true, you are welcome to join Sword Marquis' abode. Zai Tianyang's eyes shined as he patted Zhu Fan's shoulder. It mattered little if Zhu Fan was being honest. He was an unpolished gem nonetheless. With Zhu Fan joining the Sword Marquis' abode, the Luo clan would one day be a second-rate clan, maybe even a peak second-rate with the house's assistance. The Sword Marquis' abode would at that time grow in power even more. For one of the 7 noble houses to personally ask for a clan to sign an agreement with them would stir all other small clans into crying if they found out. But Zhu Fan only disdained this act. Knowing where Zai Tianyang was going with this, Zhu Fan smiled. You're late. I already signed an alliance agreement with Veiled Dragon Pavilion, but if Sword Marquis' abode wants to sign a similar agreement, I'd be happy to oblige. What? Zhu Fan just dropped a bomb that shocked the other two to their cores. Alliance agreement, Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Why would Veiled Dragon Pavilion do this for a small clan? Zhu Ningxiang and Zai Tianyang took long skeptical looks at Zhu Fan. From Zhu Fan's reaction, it could be said he spoke the truth. But this news was too outrageous, even worse than if the heaven and earth switched places. The 7 noble houses could stand shoulder to shoulder with the imperial family. If they discovered a clan with great potential, signing a vassal agreement was more appropriate. But an alliance agreement only ever happened between the 7 noble houses. Yet this gap in power between the house and the clan breached by an alliance agreement made it look like the emperor went out to a beggar and called him brother. Such an act would make them, the 7 houses and the emperor, look like charitable folks. But this was fundamentally impossible. Just how did Zhu Fan do it? Zai Tianyang watched Zhu Fan closely but shook his head in the end. Brother, it's fine if you don't want to say it, but do you have to lie to us so openly? Zhu Ningxiang rolled her eyes while whining. Brother Zhu, we told you everything about us while you still keep your secret. This is not proper. Zhu Fan shook his head. The truth was taken as lies by others and he did not know how to respond. All right, Brother Zhu, let's forget it. We'll be going our separate ways when this is over anyway, with little chance of meeting again. There's no need to know everything about each other. Then Zai Tianyang clapped. We had better listen to Brother Zhu's plan. Zhu Fan nodded with a smile. Quite the contrary, it would be best to hide one's secret and protect one's identity. Only Zhu Ningxiang pouted. Since we were brought together by fate, why can't we be friends? Zhu Fan and Zai Tianyang just smiled. Zhu Fan then retrieved a piece of paper from his ring and began to write on it. 15 minutes later, a strange design adorned it. Zhu Ningxiang was looking puzzled, while Zai Tianyang was feeling more and more astonished with each brushwork. This. Zai Tianyang watched the finished design in shock. A first-grade array. But I've never seen this one in my life, and I've seen my fair share. Zhu Fan secretly nodded. Zai Tianyang was from the 7 houses, and just like Long Kui, he had learned of arrays from a young age. But few parts of this array were from an ancient era and not seen today. Thus, he could not understand the array completely. Zai Tianyang studied the design for a long time, then looked at Zhu Fan with a firm gaze. You're from the 7 houses, no, maybe even imperial. He wasn't certain because the more he got to know Zhu Fan, the more Zhu Fan's talent scared him, so much that he couldn't ascertain which house Zhu Fan belonged to. He even felt the 7 houses couldn't have raised such a monstrous talent. Then the only one above the houses was the imperial family. Zhu Fan shook his head. I already said it. It's up to you to believe or not, but now we're working together. Zai Tianyang gave a strained nod. Zhu Fan took out a map and walked ahead with the other 2 close behind. After half a day, Zhu Fan reached a stream. He gave the area a once-over and nodded. Zhu Ningxiang and Zai Tianyang were filled with curiosity. This place was even farther away from the Golden Spring Pool and near the border to the second area in the All-Beast Mountain Range. All-Beast Mountain Range was split into 3 areas based on how dangerous the spiritual beasts were. The first area was the safest, with only first and second level spiritual beasts roaming around, and the seldom third level. These were suited for foundation establishment and chi condensation cultivators to catch as spirit animals, and the Golden Spring Pool was in this area. The second area was the treasure hunting area, a place where third and fourth level spiritual beasts came and went as they pleased. Entering it while being below the bone-tempering stage equaled death. But this area was filled with spiritual beasts, an important place from where strong experts got their spirit animals. The third area was deemed as the danger zone. The spiritual beasts here were of 5th and 6th level. Even a radiant stage expert would die here. As such, if one didn't have absolute confidence in his power, he would not step foot here. Zhu Fan was now standing near the border between the first and second areas. Once they entered the second area, Zhu Ningxiang, with her chi condensation cultivation, would find death lurking at every corner. Zhu Fan took a deep breath and nodded. This is it. Zhu Ningxiang and Zai Tianyang were puzzled, but Zhu Fan waved. Brother Tianyang, I'll be counting on your burrowing mouse to dig a tunnel to the Golden Spring Pool, then keep digging along this pattern. Zhu Fan pointed on the map. This is where the Golden Spring Pool is. What? Zai Tianyang said, startled. For it to dig to the Golden Spring Pool is not a problem, but for it to arrange spirit stones and set an array, it will take more than 1,000 trips. Correct, 3221 to be exact. Zhu Fan nodded. Burrowing mouse is small and can only carry 1 spirit stone at a time. This means it will take 3221 trips to set the array around the Golden Spring Pool. Zai Tianyang gasped and Zhu Ningxiang went slack-jawed. You want to work it to death. Even the burrowing mouse seemed to understand and collapsed on Zai Tianyang's shoulder. Shit, this punk is after my life. I can't do this idiotic thing or it'll be the death of me. Burrowing mouse shut its eyes. Even when it fell from the shoulder and landed on a rock, it wouldn't open them, though its twitching gave it away. Zhu Fan smirked and ignored the critter while talking to its owner. Time is of the essence. Diamond sand could erupt at any minute, so get your critter step on it. Is there no other way? Zai Tianyang asked with a solemn expression. Zhu Fan smiled. If you can snatch the diamond sand from right under their noses, then be my guest. Zai Tianyang watched the unmoving critter on the ground with pity. Zhu Fan added an incentive. There's a lot more burrowing mouse where he comes from, but as for diamond sand, only if you listen to me will you make a killing. Spurred on, Zai Tianyang's eyes flashed and he nodded. Fine, it's just a first-level spirit animal anyway. Who would need it? Ha ha ha. The burrowing mouse jumped to its feet and pleaded to its owner with teary eyes. Master, how can you be so cruel? I'll end up working to the bone. But Zai Tianyang was too far gone to notice its gesture, as he and Zhu Fan looked like demons with their manic grins at the poor critter. Zhu Ningxiang watched the cuddly and pitiful little one, and her heart swelled with love. She hugged it and comforted it as she glared at the 2 demons. But why would any of them care about a critter when diamond sand was at stake? At once, under the stately figure of its master, Zai Tianyang, the burrowing mouse was compelled to dig to Golden Spring Pool. In 15 minutes, a new pattern was beginning to emerge underneath the Golden Spring Pool, all according to Zhu Fan's grand design. Yet the elder stationed at the Golden Spring Pool was oblivious to everything that was happening right underneath his nose. This was only the beginning for the oppressed burrowing mouse, which was forced to work itself into the ground. The only time the trio saw it was when it came for the next spirit stone. It could take it at first, but once it was finished with its first 100 stones, it was dog-tired that even its fur was slick with sweat. Around the 500th trip, the critter was gasping. Zhu Ningxiang's heart was bleeding, wanting to give the poor guy a rest. But Zhu Fan and Zai Tianyang stood like demons, just like a landlord overlooking his peasants, making sure to leave them dead tired. Especially Zai Tianyang, having nothing but diamond sand in his head, he had no time to mind trifles like getting his spirit animal killed from overworking. This resulted with the burrowing mouse making trip after trip and Zhu Ningxiang giving it a sip of water on the sly out of pity, the only thing that she could do to ease its hell. In the eyes of the little guy, she became a goddess. It was starting to hate itself for choosing poorly. Its owner just heard Demon King Zhu Fan's 2 cents and was hooked into sending it to its death. When it came out for the final time, it was close to breathing its last. Zhu Ningxiang hugged it and consoled it, letting it feel the joy of a survivor. Zhu Fan smiled at Zai Tianyang. See, I told you it'd be fine. Zai Tianyang sighed, yeah, but this guy would hate me to the bone after this. No choice. If we wanted to have the array in place within 3 days, the only choice was its sacrifice. Zhu Fan shrugged. If he'd really died of work, then it wouldn't be treated as a first-level spiritual beast. Zhu Fan stood up and his hand flashed as he deployed another array on the stream's bank. With a hand sign, the spirit stones in the ground lit up. An invisible ripple spread out in the 2 arrays, thousands of miles from each other, were now connected. At almost the same time, the elder at the Golden Spring Pool shivered and opened his eyes with suspicion. What's going on? Why am I restless all of a sudden? Next to the stream, Zhu Fan revealed a wicked grin, only one more push. When the diamond sand erupts, Hell Valley's elder would get the shock of his life. He. With everything in place, Zhu Fan's party entered an idle period alongside Hell Valley's elder, waiting for the eruption of diamond sand. For a while, everything was quiet and peaceful. Zai Tianyang was feeling bored standing guard every day and thought of training his martial arts, but his worries about the diamond sand erupting and Zhu Fan hogging it won over that feeling in the end. Because he knew Zhu Fan's mannerism but not his intention, and because he didn't understand Zhu Fan either, he held some mistrust. While Zhu Ningxiang seemed to have forgotten about the diamond sand and played with the burrowing mouse every day, Zai Tianyang tried to call the critter over, but the little guy gave him an eye roll, which only worked to embarrass him. It was his spirit animal, yet it was closer with Zhu Ningxiang. So he switched targets to Zhu Fan, watching him with a perplexed look. Zhu Fan was a riddle, be it his background or his origins. In no way would he believe Zhu Fan's words of coming from a small clan. Among their group, Zhu Fan was the calmest. Over the past 10 so days all he did was meditate, as if he didn't care about the diamond sand at all, while in fact it also concerned him the most. Zhu Fan in Zai Tianyang's mind was becoming more valued, with how rare such a character existed in the Tianyu Empire. At least he didn't have the state of mind to cultivate while waiting for the diamond sand like Zhu Fan. Cultivating with his anxiety and restlessness would only cause a deviation. While Zhu Fan, Zai Tianyang scrutinized Zhu Fan, feeling envy. A sudden sound woke Zhu Fan up, at last, the 6th layer of qi condensation. Zai Tianyang's cheek trembled and showed a resigned expression. To break through at such a crucial time, he would never reach Zhu Fan's state of mind for years to come. This was how the trio spent the next month. Zai Tianyang was bored out of his mind. Zhu Ningxiang and the critter played like crazy, sporting smiles every moment, while Zhu Fan sat there in meditation. Rolling his eyes, Zai Tianyang was driven to the point of insanity. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have pushed the burrowing mouse that hard. The critter broke up with him so thoroughly that it wouldn't even come to relieve his boredom. Can't take it anymore, Zai Tianyang wailed. Then a sudden bang resounded across the mountain range and the ground started shaking. It's time. Zhu Fan jumped to his feet. Zhu Ningxiang, who was playing with the critter, was a bit startled and turned to Zhu Fan and Zai Tianyang, but the two didn't look afraid, only excited. Hell Valley's 7th elder stationed at Golden Spring Pool flew higher. Ha ha ha, I have waited 2 months for this. Men cast the nets to gather the diamond sand. The 7th elder roared and the bone-tempering guards bowed, understood. They then began throwing golden nets into the Golden Spring Pool until it was all shining golden. At the same time at the stream, Zhu Fan asked, did you prepare a net? Ha ha ha, why would I come for diamond sand if I hadn't? Zai Tianyang laughed and cast his net. Diamond sand erupted along with lava and it needed special nets to filter it. Zhu Fan also cast his own golden net into the stream. Zai Tianyang watched him doubtful. Brother Zhu, what will you do now? Watch closely. Zhu Fan smiled with confidence and his hand performed signs. Heaven and earth reverse, mountains and rivers switch, yin and yang shift, twin array exchange. The spirit stones laid underground shined ever brighter and each beam of light pierced the horizon. All around the Golden Spring Pool, 3221 light pillars towered towards the sky. The 7th elder felt uneasy, but as Diamond Sand's eruption was imminent, he had no time to mind parlor tricks and fixed his eyes on the hot spring's mouth. Suddenly, a column of water sprouted from the spring, just that the heat from it was far lower. People were stunned seeing this. Reason dictated that along with the eruption of diamond sand, lava should flow out too. The hot spring's water would be so hot that not even a bone-tempering expert should be able to approach. But why was there only plain water? Elder blinked in a daze, then face-palmed. Damn it, someone's playing us. He rushed higher in the air and saw thousands of light pillars in the distance. There. Elder seethed in rage as he charged. You're dead if you think you can play me. Meanwhile, the stream before Zhu Fan's party was gone, replaced by a dark hole that was soon spewing lava along with fine and shiny particles. Diamond sand. Zai Tianyang was overjoyed as he turned to Zhu Fan in shock. Brother Zhu, you're great. How is the diamond sand erupting here? Grinning, Zhu Fan flatly said, this array is called Heaven and Earth Shift. It is a mere first-grade array, but it can reverse yin and yang, shift mountains and rivers. I only switched diamond sand's flow to here. Zhu Fan said it dully, but Zai Tianyang was shocked to the core. As far as he knew, only 6th grade and above arrays could do that, and they were all lost. But Zhu Fan not only did it, but used just a first-grade array in the process. He started to recall Zhu Fan mentioning Veiled Dragon Pavilion's alliance agreement. It might not be far-fetched for Veiled Dragon Pavilion to make such an agreement if they knew of Brother Zhu's outrageous talent. Zai Tianyang watched Zhu Fan closely with a secret smile. He didn't think he'd meet such a man when he decided to get the diamond sand. There may not be a second person in the empire who can set this array. Zai Tianyang then spoke, Brother Zhu, would you like to come into Sword Marquis's abode as a venerable? Zhu Ningxiang was tongue-tied. Zhu Fan was so young, yet he'd get to be a venerable in one of the 7 houses. Zhu Fan rolled his eyes and almost made Zhu Ningxiang stumble with his next words, save it. Veiled Dragon Pavilion tried it already and I refused them all the same. That's why they changed to having an alliance agreement. Brother Zhu, you're showing off here. Zhu Ningxiang clearly doubted his words, but Zai Tianyang nodded and said, all right, I will send someone with an alliance agreement when I get back. Where do I send it? Wingay City's Luo clan. I will return when I am finished with my affairs. Zai Tianyang hesitated, then I will wait for your return. I want to sign it with you. With your skills, when you leave the Luo clan in the future, we won't lose out then. Zhu Fan shook his head. Why are all 7 houses the same? Zhu Ningxiang gasped as her face twitched. Sword Marquis's abode is so unruly. Why would they want to sign an agreement with an outsider? And it wasn't with a clan, but with a single man. But what escaped her thoughts was that precisely because Zai Tianyang was from the 7 houses that he valued Zhu Fan so much. The average clan would never see Zhu Fan's value. At this time, the dark cave let out a final eruption of lava. Seeing this, Zhu Fan urged, get the nets. Why the hurry? Zai Tianyang waved and continued with a smile. The nets are made of spirit metal. They won't break in lava. Zhu Fan snorted, you think I don't know that? If we don't go now, we may not have a life to enjoy it. Zai Tianyang was startled as Zhu Fan continued, you think all elders from Hell Valley are blind? Who wouldn't notice the light pillars? Just wait and you will have a profound heaven expert hovering overhead. Zai Tianyang rushed in with his hand signs to recover the net. As the nets rose, the trio saw the glitters among the lava, and on the net's threads was shining sand. What do we do now? Zai Tianyang was happy seeing the net, but was aware of the imminent danger. Zhu Fan dragged them for 12 hours to this place for a reason most obvious by time. Even a profound heaven expert would need 2 hours to reach here. During this time, they could retrieve the diamond sand and leave. But where to run was the question. Where was safe? Noticing Zhu Fan gazing at the stream's opposite bank, the pair shouted, the second area. Wrong, Zhu Fan said dryly, the third area. Gasping, the two stared at Zhu Fan in a daze. Is this guy crazy? The second area is dangerous enough, but going to the third is suicide. But they both were oblivious to the fact that Zhu Fan's aim from the start was in that area. TH level spiritual beast, Thunder Skylark. We'll divide the diamond sand first, then flee. Zhu Fan was getting eager to get his share of the spoils when he saw the glittering dust and gave the two the cold shoulder. Zhu Ningxiang and Zai Tianyang smiled bitterly. Ever since they ran into Zhu Fan, they were led by the nose. Zhu Fan did whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted. The same went for abusing the critter and setting an array to steal all diamond sand. But all turned out fine in the end. Everything he did was flawless and brought success. So despite Zhu Fan making no sense, which added to their worry, the two believed he had a failsafe in place. So Zai Tianyang dropped the issue and was excited by all the glittering dust before him. Whoosh, the dust flowed like water out of the net and filled a 1-meter-tall bucket, and that was just a third. So everyone started taking out any containers they had from their rings, and the coveted diamond sand soon filled vessels of all shapes and sizes. Seeing such a haul, Zai Tianyang was smiling in excitement. At first, he hoped to use the Birdwing Mouse to get a bit of diamond sand, and now, with a weirdo like Zhu Fan around, they got everything in no time at all. In refining a 5th-grade spiritual weapon, a handful of diamond sand was enough to raise its power, making it a top 5th-grade spiritual weapon. But with heaps of diamond sand, who knew how many such weapons could be made, and he could even add as much dust as he wanted in the refining process. When refining, people would add a gram, fuse it well, then add another gram, thereby increasing the amount of diamond sand progressively. With this much yield, it's even possible to make a pure diamond sand spiritual weapon. Ha ha ha. Zai Tianyang started laughing. Despite his high position in Sword Marquis's abode and not being poor in the least, compared to the diamond sand before him, it was no different than being a beggar. Zhu Fan saw Zai Tianyang laugh. His eyes flashed as he turned back to the glittering sand with a smirk. Sword Marquis's abode's disciples are ignorant of the world outside. Zhu Fan then stashed half of the sand into his ring while he spoke in a flat tone. This is my share and the rest is yours. Zai Tianyang blinked, then smiled. No worries, it's fine if you take a bit more. They had struck it rich this time. So even with Zhu Fan taking half, it was more than enough for the other two. But in the end, this wealth was divided in two, with Zhu Ningxiang having no interest in it. Compared to having such a precious item, she'd rather get out of Blue Expanse City. Zhu Fan only took his share, leaving hers untouched. Zai Tianyang secretly nodded and took the rest of the diamond sand, and asked Zhu Fan, how do we escape now? Whoosh. Zhu Fan's hand held a small bottle and took 3 red pills out. He ate one and gave the rest to the two. This is a first-grade pill, energy-concealing pill. It can hide our auras for a whole day and let us pass through the second area while not attracting spiritual beasts. Zai Tianyang looked at the pill with amazement. That's great. Where did you get it? All Beast Mountain Range was a treasure trove that had the continent's cultivators drooling over for thousands of years. Too bad the spiritual beasts were a bit savage and kept the cultivators at bay. If they knew such a pill existed, they'd be fighting over it. Moreover, it was just a first-grade pill. As far as Zai Tianyang knew, the continent didn't have such a pill, or wouldn't the cultivators be flocking here by now? Zhu Ningxiang was also amazed. Zhu Fan scratched his nose. I made it. It is unique to me. Zai Tianyang shouted, you're a freaking alchemist too. Perhaps he was a bit too amazing that Zai Tianyang even had to resort to curses. But Zhu Fan couldn't care less, which was evident from his shrug. Yep, the more skills the better. The shock got to Zai Tianyang so badly that his cheek was twitching. Who the hell is this punk? He's a chi condensation cultivator, yet can match me, a bone-tempering cultivator. And now he's an alchemist too. Not only that, but he also sets up a lost array and refines unprecedented pills. Until now he thought that he had met a paragon like himself, just another strong opponent like the few geniuses he found his match in the 7 houses. But with Zhu Fan revealing that he was also an alchemist, gave Zai Tianyang's psyche a heavy blow. Next time around, he'd never say that he was a genius, at least not when Zhu Fan was present. Zai Tianyang swallowed the pill and jumped across the stream and into the second area. Let's go. Zhu Fan and Zhu Ningxiang were startled. What's up with him? They didn't know that this proud and conceited genius had just fallen from Cloud 9 all the way down into the mortal quagmire. 2 hours later, a gray figure landed next to the stream. It was the 7th Elder. His face was red with rage when he saw the steaming lava, and his hawk eyes flashed with killing intent. Someone pulled the diamond sand here. Squinting, the 7th Elder huffed a few times then calmed down, but the coldness on his face grew thicker. He looked around and muttered, they just got the diamond sand and shouldn't have run far. If they stayed in the first area, death was only a matter of time. Then, the 7th Elder turned to the opposite bank with a sneer. Think you can get rid of me with parlor tricks. Then he soared into the second area. 100 miles out, Zhu Fan's party was running when a sudden coin came from behind, followed by crows taking to the sky. Zhu Fan stopped and looked back with a frown. What? Zai Tianyang and Zhu Ningxiang also stopped. What's going on? Zhu Fan muttered, that Elder is charging right into the second area. What? Zai Tianyang was anxious. What now? He will catch up in no time. Zhu Fan sighed, I don't know. I thought that the Elder would first search the first area after inspecting the lava, just to be sure, thus buying us enough time. Moreover, the second area is notoriously dangerous, so I guessed he wouldn't come here to search so soon. That is why I picked this area to flee. And by the time he'd figure it out, we'd have a 6-hour lead. And for his safety in the second area, he'd be flying far slower to avoid 4th-level spiritual beasts. At that point, we'd be in the third area and he'd ultimately given up the chase. In that area, he will be in the same boat as us, food for the spiritual beasts, so he'd never go in after us. Zhu Fan squinted, yet he went for the second area from the start. In this case, we only have 1 hour lead. If he catches up to us here, we're dead. Brother Zhu, haven't you heard of the 7th Elder and what he is famous for? Zai Tianyang asked. Zhu Fan was startled. I only knew that a Hell Valley's Elder was stationed here, but not the details. Sighing, Zai Tianyang shook his head. Know your enemy and yourself and you shall win 100 battles. It's normal for you to make a mistake when you don't even know how dreadful the 7th Elder is. Dreadful, Zhu Fan frowned. Zai Tianyang said in a severe tone, he is greatly admired in Hell Valley, and even Valley Lord Yuanshan consults with him. Or he wouldn't have left such an important city in the 7th Elder's charge. You're saying he's strong. Zhu Fan's brow twitched. Zai Tianyang shook his head, not his strength, but his schemes. He is cunning and deceitful, known as the Insidious Demon. His mind is filled with schemes. Many elders of the 7 houses have fallen in his ploys. Even Veiled Dragon Pavilion's Elder Zhu lost his purple lightning gold eye because of the 7th Elder's plot. Many hate him to the bone, but even more fear him. No wonder Zhu Fan's plan fell through. He is another who plays open schemes. This kind of plot is useless against him. But the die was cast and Zhu Fan's only choice was to beat him at his own game. Brother Zhu, our only choice is to leave Lady Ninger behind. With our speed, we may be able to escape the 7th Elder's clutches. Zai Tianyang's eyes flashed as he spoke firmly. Zhu Ningxiang shuddered and grabbed Zhu Fan's arm with a pitiful look. Brother Zhu, you promised to get me out. Brother Zhu, this is not the time to be soft. Leave her behind. She will stall the seventh elder while we escape. Zai Tianyang's mind was set. Zhu Fan squinted as he contemplated, then sneered at Zai Tianyang. Humph, if not for my energy-concealing pill, you'd have thrown me away too. Zai Tianyang's mouth pursed. Zhu Fan laughed it off and said, I won't abandon anyone. As for that elder, I have my way to deal with him. I will fight him right here with an array. Zai Tianyang nodded after a careful ponder. He knew of Zhu Fan's skills in arrays, and was certain that Zhu Fan was an array grandmaster. Zhu Ningxiang was beaming as she heard him, and was swinging Zhu Fan's arm on and on with a red tint on her cheeks. But they both failed to notice Zhu Fan's odd smile at the end. Whoosh, beneath the shade of the forest, a gray figure flitted by. The moment a spiritual beast saw him, it would jump on him with greedy eyes, but the beast would ultimately fall to the ground lifeless with an extra fist imprint on its chest. The seventh elder's eyes turned darker, but his speed remained the same. Unlike Zhu Fan, his flight attracted no little amount of trouble, yet this only left a trail of third-level spiritual beasts' corpses behind. He was lucky enough that he did not meet a fourth-level spiritual beast, or it would have been a slightly different outcome. Whoosh! Suddenly, he landed in an open area. He checked for tracks, making sure nothing escaped his sight. He, three little brats. Want to run? The seventh elder sneered. He stood upright and scrutinized his surroundings with a cold eye. Will you come out yourselves, or shall I drag you out? His yell bathed the trees in killing intent and scared off nearby spiritual beasts. Ha ha ha, I see the seventh elder is not without his reputation. No wonder you are called Insidious Demon, finding how many we are just from a few faint signs. I am in awe. Zhu Fan's laughter resounded through the air. The seventh elder frowned and paid closer attention. Kid, you have just entered the sixth layer of chi condensation. Good ears. The hidden Zhu Fan felt his heart go cold. This elder was shrewder than he'd thought, a hard opponent, but he still kept his cool. Seventh elder must be tired after such a long chase, and fighting here will attract fourth-level spiritual beasts. It will be quite an annoyance to you. What if we strike a deal? Which is? The seventh elder snorted and his cold eyes flitted around the area. Zhu Fan smiled. Seventh elder chased us for so long, all for the diamond sand. If we give you half, are you willing to let us go? You must be joking. The diamond sand was mine to begin with. You want to bargain with what you stole from me. The seventh elder laughed while being shrouded in thick killing intent. I will not only get my diamond sand, but wring the life out of you brats. Then the elder rushed towards a lush tree. He struck it with his palm and made it explode, to reveal Zhu Fan sitting on the rock behind it. He, brat, you knew of my sharp hearing, yet still talked about conditions with me. The seventh elder went for another palm attack, this time targeting Zhu Fan. But the latter was calm as ever. He even smiled. I've never been afraid of revealing myself from the start. Zhu Fan's hand shifted and, boom, with a loud noise from behind Zhu Fan, a towering flame rose 50 meters high, and with a bird cry it took the shape of a phoenix. It spread its wings and launched 2 fire pillars at seventh elder. Array. The elder was startled as he didn't foresee the weak brat would know about arrays. From the look of its power, it had to be in 5th grade. No longer careless, he struck the pillars with his palms. Boom. Raging flames exploded and the elder was thrown back with burned palms. Looking up, the elder's carefree eyes from before sported a hint of severity now. I took you lightly. The 7th elder squinted, never imagining a 6th layer of chi condensation youth was a 5th grade array master. Too bad it won't be enough to beat me. The 7th elder soared and made a sign. A fiendish demonic shadow rose behind him from the twisting black tendrils of energy. Wails echoed around him and made the temperature drop. Zhu Fan's eyes squinted and his tone lowered. Such a malevolent demonic method, is this from Hell Valley's inheritance? Why do the dead need to know so much? The 7th elder cackled and pointed. The demonic shadow rushed at Zhu Fan with a shriek. Zhu Fan responded with a hand sign. The fire phoenix cried and spat flames. Bam. Flames and shadow collided in an anticlimactic way. When the fire touched the demon, hissing was heard as if it was met with ice. The 7th elder looked proud of this while Zhu Fan squinted. Ninger now. A faint cry echoed, and from another side not far from Zhu Fan, a fierce gale hammered through the woods and exposed Zhu Ningxiang sitting on a stone. At Zhu Fan's call, she made the hand signs he had taught her. A chilling wind picked up and flew like a blade as it fused into the fire phoenix's attack. The fire pillar expanded 10 times in a blink and started pushing back the demonic shadow. The 7th elder's face turned grave and made hand signs to strengthen the demonic shadow. But with the help of Zhu Ningxiang, Zhu Fan was getting the upper hand and the 7th elder started sweating. He never saw it coming. Another person was controlling the array, but before he could think of a countermeasure, Zhu Fan shouted again. Zai Tianyang, he's yours. Ha ha ha, I was waiting for this. See how I splatter the brains of a profound heaven expert. Under Zai Tianyang's incessant cackling, lightning burst and revealed him sitting on the other side of Zhu Fan and across from Zhu Ningxiang. Zai Tianyang made a hand sign and launched a 50-meter-long lightning dragon. With a roar, it flashed right into the demonic shadow. Boom. As lightning entered the shadow, it triggered an explosion. The demonic shadow could not overcome the multiple increases in power and was blown into black pieces, soon becoming nothing but ash. The seventh elder spatted blood. This defied all logic. Today, 3 brats hurt him, but the brats were far from done and battered him with the thunderflame gale again. If he didn't do something now, he'd be heavily wounded. He may even die. The seventh elder braced himself and waved the centipede-like chain that suddenly appeared in his hand. Boom. The thunderflame gale attack was blown away as the elder took a few steps back. Zhu Fan's side also shivered as each of them felt blood stagnating in their chest. It was a tie, 4th-grade demonic treasure. Zhu Fan turned serious. The 7th elder gasped and barked, "Good, well done. I've traveled the world for so long, but today 3 brats have reduced me to this state." He turned to Zhu Fan. "I admit you're strong. If we continue, it will end with both sides dead. It's better to take your previous deal. Give me half of diamond sand and I will go." The 3 exchanged glances. Zhu Ningxiang and Zai Tianyang didn't want to offend Hell Valley and nodded. Zhu Fan showed an amiable smile. "All right, let's make the deal." He then jumped off the stone. The 7th elder took back his weapon and flew towards Zhu Fan. When they were 10 meters apart, suddenly both their eyes flashed with murderous intent. "Die, brat, finish him." Shouting at the same time, the 7th elder revealed his demonic treasure and flung it at Zhu Fan while the latter made hand signs. The flames and the centipede chain clashed. Zai Tianyang and Zhu Ningxiang were startled. Even though they missed the first clash, they soon sent lightning and wind blade toward the elder. The 7th elder couldn't dodge and had to destroy their attacks with his chain once again, but he was also forced to retreat to the skies. Eyeing Zhu Fan, the elder's face turned green and white from rage. "Bastard, who would believe you? He takes a demonic cultivator to no one." Zhu Fan smirked. Zhu Ningxiang and Zai Tianyang witnessed this in a daze. Who the hell are they? One is more despicable than the other. None of them is worth trusting. Both of them had only one thought since the beginning: kill. They're too damn vile, treacherous, insidious. Had one of them trusted the other, then their side would have died by now. This thought made the 2 gasp, and their eyes darted at Zhu Fan. "Thank God we have one just as vile and insidious among us, or we'd be dead for sure. I need to calm down first." The 7th elder took a deep breath and inspected the area with wrinkled brows. He found that the recovery of diamond sand was becoming a headache, and when he knew the trio ran into the second area, he confirmed it. With his experience, he could easily discover their meager cultivation, and with the highest among them being the 7th layer of bone tempering stage, it was no different than squeezing 3 insects. What was unbelievable, though, one of them had a deep knowledge of arrays along with a cunning mind, unlike a rash and ignorant youth he posed to be. This led to the current predicament. With the 3 working together to control the array, he would never get the upper hand. However, he thought of something and his hawk eyes flashed sinisterly. "You are Zhu clan's 3rd young miss." The 7th elder ignored Zhu Fan and switched targets, sizing Zhu Ningxiang with a smile. "I remember seeing you 5 years ago. You were just a child back then. My, how you've grown into a fine lady." Zhu Ningxiang's heart seized and lowered her head to avoid his piercing gaze. Zhu Fan shouted, "7th elder, if you have something to say it to my face. Don't go around scaring girls." Yet the 7th elder's eyes never left Zhu Ningxiang. "Ninger, why do you bother going against me? Zhu clan is a vassal of Hell Valley. We always took care of your Zhu clan, and yet here you are, resorting to this." His eyes flashed with murder as he spoke. Zhu Ningxiang shivered and could no longer keep the hand sign up. Zhu Fan knew that the 7th elder was threatening Zhu Ningxiang and rushed to say, "Attack." He and Zai Tianyang synced their hand signs, launching lightning and fire at the 7th elder. But Zhu Ningxiang was still in a daze, her hands trembling. Zai Tianyang thought, "Damn, Zhu Ningxiang is worried for her clan and has no will to fight. Without the wind's help, there will be a sharp decline in power." The 7th elder was fighting a psychological battle, grasping the trio's weakness. Fire and lightning combined as it neared the elder, but his centipede chain just flew at it and the attack was nulled. The 7th elder stood still in the sky while Zhu Fan and Zai Tianyang spat blood. "Ha ha ha, that's better." The 7th elder cackled, "Ninger, you made the right choice. These brats will wash their hands over this and leave from here, while your clan will stay forever." Zhu Fan looked at the shivering Zhu Ningxiang and urged, "Ninger, don't listen to the old goat. He knows who you are and will destroy your clan either way. The only way to save the Zhu clan is to kill him here and now. Remember my words, the Thunderflame Gale array needs 3 people to work together, and as long as the 3 are in sync, not even a profound heaven expert can escape." Another shiver reeked Zhu Ningxiang's frail body, and now she stood still. The 7th elder's words scared her, but she had finally recovered. Zhu Fan smirked and shouted, "If this old coot lives, your clan is no more." Boom. His words echoed in her ears, and Zhu Ningxiang rose her head to show killing intent for the first time as she muttered non-stop, "He can't leave. He has to die, he must. Die." Zhu Ningxiang roared the last word and completed the hand sign. A green panther roared behind her and sped towards the 7th elder, 10 times stronger than before. The elder panicked, noticing the true power of the array in Zhu Ningxiang's hands. From the start, the two brats used all they had in fighting me, yet she hadn't. Zhu Ningxiang was a kind and gentle soul, not willing to kill even her enemy. But the seventh elder's words struck a chord in her frail heart that she was close to losing her will for fighting. It was then that Zhu Fan woke her up and lit a fire in her. The dissonance in her heart led to unleashing her full power. To protect her clan, Zhu Ningxiang turned cold and unfeeling like a reaper. She was willing to do anything and everything to make sure the old geezer died here. Zhu Fan and Zai Tianyang smiled and launched their own attacks. Fire, wind, and lightning combined at their strongest into an overpowering strike that threatened to consume the seventh elder. Even the calm and collected seventh elder was starting to feel fear. He hastily lifted the centipede chain and lashed. Boom. A huge explosion shook the entire second area, and even the sky seemed to collapse. Some fourth-level spiritual beasts even fled. The seventh elder, who was caught in the middle, was blasted a dozen meters with his hair and beard singed as he spat blood. But this time, the blood evaporated before it touched the ground. It was proof of the intensity of the attack that pierced his inner organs. With such a heavy wound, just one more and he'd be done for. For the first time, the seventh elder panted with fear in his eyes. Not even he could foresee that the array needed just the girl to flip out for unleashing its full power. But he understood that he would not be able to take more of such attacks. He's on his last leg. Ninger, Zai Tianyang, get ready. We'll finish him off. Zhu Fan laughed as he made another hand sign, but a sudden green panther beat him and Zai Tianyang to the punch. All Zhu Fan saw was Zhu Ningxiang going crazy and making signs on and on as she raved. He has to die, he must die. Damn, this girl has lost it. I managed to spur her on, but now she is too far gone. Her only thought is to kill the old goat, even disregarding cooperation with her allies. Her action was limiting the array's power. The seventh elder noticed this weakness and smiled as he charged for Zhu Ningxiang. He was only facing a wind panther, and without the other two elements, he could breeze through it. With a swing of the centipede chain, the panther was no more. Quickly help Ninger. Zhu Fan panicked as he formed hand signs alongside Zai Tianyang. Once again, lightning and fire came at the seventh elder. Yet such lack of cooperation lost the array's advantage, and the seventh elder dealt with it easily. He flung the centipede chain, removing this nuisance, and appeared before Zhu Ningxiang. But she sank in, making hand signs. The seventh elder snorted and clutched her neck, lifting her off the ground. Zhu Ningxiang began suffocating, and her hands slowed down. Crazy girl, you almost had me killed. Consider yourself lucky since you still have some use, or I'd have killed you already. Ninger, Zhu Fan, and Zai Tianyang stood up with worry. The seventh elder mocked them. What are you brats called anyway? Sit tight, I will deal with you in a moment. Zhu Fan clenched his fists. Cough, cough, cough. Zhu Ningxiang coughed, looking at Zhu Fan with pleading eyes. Kill him. Don't let him harm my father. He, what a carrying daughter. You're still thinking about your father. Too bad these two brats have no way of killing me. Once I get back, I'll make sure to wipe the Zhu clan for good. Tears glistened down Zhu Ningxiang's cheeks. Zai Tianyang's heart hurt and roared in anger. Hell Valley Elder, does one of your stature even know what shame is to raise your hand on a defenseless girl? There's no such thing as shame in a demonic cultivator's vocabulary. The seventh elder cackled and turned to Zhu Fan. Brat, you're just like this old man, stirring this girl's will to fight with a few words. I would have taken you as my disciple if not for us being enemies. You hurt my friend, so you must die by my hands. Zhu Fan's tone was irreproachable. Zai Tianyang, get ready to strike. But Ninger, also agreed. Zhu Fan's eyes flashed with a hard look. Zai Tianyang felt cold as he looked at Zhu Fan, then saw the pleading eyes of Zhu Ningxiang and sighed. This old man must die, or he will slaughter the Zhu clan and Ninger won't ever find peace, even in death. Zai Tianyang then yelled as he made hand signs. The lightning dragon roared as it encroached on the seventh elder. Zhu Fan, with his red eyes, also shouted, and the phoenix behind him spread its wings. This was the strongest power they managed to unleash through their cooperation. But to all this, the seventh elder's answer was disdain. Humph, I have already figured out this array. Without wind, just you two are nothing. Zai Tianyang gnashed his teeth. Would our full power attack amount to nothing? Would we meet our end at his hands? Furthermore, Ninger's clan would be doomed. But Zhu Fan revealed an evil grin, who said we lacked wind. His hands shifted through the signs, and the seventh elder was swallowed by a tornado, turning his immediate surrounding into a wind prison. Then came the lightning dragon and fire phoenix. Boom, fire and lightning mixed, erupting in a spectacular fashion on contact with the tornado, burning everything within into nothing. This display of power was twice as strong as their best attack. This time the elder should be dead. Zai Tianyang watched it all at a loss. How the wind appeared. Zhu Fan smiled, unlike someone who just lost a friend. I told you before that I can't control the fifth grade array by myself and need all three of us to work together, right? Well, I lied. That seventh elder would have seen through you and I couldn't have deceived him in the end. What all was a lie? Zai Tianyang stammered. Zhu Fan smiled. Insidious demon is beyond sharp. He is Hell Valley's sage. If I fight him alone, defeat is certain. So I arranged for you two to work with me in controlling the array and help conserve power. But this wasn't without its weakness. Us three had to be in full cooperation to unleash its greatest power. Him being the insidious demon, he would find this out with ease and would target the weakest among us. It's clear Ninger is that person and he would attack her. But he would have never guessed Ninger was the bait I laid out for him. So he fell right into my trap. Why you're saying that you had planned on giving up on Ninger from the start? Zai Tianyang gasped. Zhu Fan felt like a stranger to him. He still recalled how Zhu Fan yelled at Ninger, "I won't leave anyone behind," his eyes filled with righteousness. Was it all an act? What's with that look? Zhu Fan sneered. Didn't you say to leave Ninger behind and flee, that she was a burden? I only thought of a more appropriate use of this burden. What of your promise to her? Zai Tianyang swallowed dryly. I heard you promised Ninger to take her outside the city. Zhu Fan waved it off. The result's the same, be it living or otherwise. Seeing Zhu Fan's casual manner, Zai Tianyang felt numb and a chill crawled up his spine. After working together for over a month, he had thought that he somewhat understood Zhu Fan's character, but now it felt like he was talking to a stranger. Such sheer cruelty made him, a seventh layer of bone-tempering expert, feel more fear than facing a radiant stage expert. But laughter came from amidst the Thunderflame Gale prison. Ha ha ha, kid, you're just like me. Selfish, cruel, heartless, and won't even hesitate to use your own men. Even I'm feeling a bit afraid of you. Boom, the Thunderflame Gale prison blew away with a loud noise to reveal the sinister, smiling seventh elder. Yet now he held another centipede chain in his hand, this one black. The two chains formed a helix around him, sparing his life from the dreadful attack. But even so, his body was littered with burn marks, and one could even see the bone in some places as blood seeped out. It was obvious that he survived because of these chains, and that too against the true power of the Thunderflame Gale array. After spitting some burning blood, the seventh elder gasped, but his wicked eyes never left Zhu Fan for a moment. Kid, I have always been quick to pick up on things related to my enemies everywhere I went, but today you almost had me killed. I have to admit I never met such dreadful brat in my life. Zhu Fan looked over to see Zhu Ningxiang unconscious at his feet, but she wasn't dead. Perhaps the chain helix protected her the same way it protected the elder, but it wasn't like Zhu Fan cared if she lived or died. He just kept staring at the black centipede chain. You have another fourth-grade demonic treasure. He, I used to have only one. Seventh elder joined the two centipede chains together to form a black and white chain. This fourth-grade demonic treasure. Yin-yang chains are of one body. I usually attack with the yang chain and use the yin chain to kill my enemy at the right time. But to save myself today, you forced me to reveal my yin chain. You should be proud of that. Even profound heaven experts only figure out the truth at the moment of their deaths. Zhu Fan gnashed his teeth. The insidious demon title fits you like a glove. You were willing to suffer a heavy wound just to keep this move hidden, but of course, the seventh elder coughed blood twice, but his face still retained the sinister smile. With how the world is filled with lies and schemes, I prefer to keep my strongest move hidden. That is why my ploys always succeed while the ones against me fail, but today is the exception. The seventh elder's eyes flashed and threw the yang chain at Zhu Fan, and the yin chain at Zai Tianyang as he roared. Too bad you're out of tricks and can't beat me. I beg to differ. Zhu Fan smirked and made a hand sign, making a bloody light fly out of Zhu Ningxiang towards the seventh elder. The elder was seriously hurt and the chains were far away. Zhu Fan watched him like a hawk just to find if he also had a defensive demonic treasure. This way he could put Blood Infant to good use. In his sorry state, if Blood Infant was to get inside the seventh elder, he'd be refined without even a means to resist. This was Zhu Fan's true killing move. Even the Thunderflame Gale prison was only used as bait to reveal all the elder's cards. Zhu Fan refused to believe a man with the insidious demon fame had no hidden means to save himself. Demonic creature. On the other hand, the seventh elder was startled by the bloody light. He now figured out what Zhu Fan really intended when he said Zhu Ningxiang was the bait. It wasn't just to trap him in the Thunderflame Gale prison, but to also hide a killing move. With how close he was to her, he had no way of dodging. Insidious demon had to admire Zhu Fan's cunning mind for beating him at every turn. Zhu Fan was expectant of victory as he smiled. It's over, seventh elder. This fight is my win. Suddenly, the seventh elder's yang chain pierced through Zhu Fan's chest. He felt his heart being crushed. A large hole was left behind on his body, with pieces of his heart here and there. This is impossible. Zhu Fan was confident that the Blood Infant would gain control of the seventh elder once it entered him, also stopping the yang chain's attack. But the truth was, the chain never stopped. Zhu Fan even felt his organs withering and seeping life force. This wasn't caused by the chain, but by Blood Infant's injury. Puking blood, Zhu Fan watched in shock as Blood Infant hung behind the seventh elder. A flash of silver revealed a needle impaling Blood Infant's chest. Third-grade demonic treasure, Twisted Needle. The seventh elder sneered at Zhuo Fan and pulled back the twisted needle into his elbow. Blood Infant collapsed and Zhuo Fan fell to his knees. His eyes were filled with dread. He couldn't believe he just lost. Bam. Ignoring the rest, the seventh elder walked to Zhuo Fan calmly. Kid, I am known as the insidious demon. How can anyone outsmart me? The seventh elder watched the dying Zhuo Fan. You're good, real good. Your schemes even make me feel fear. In a decade or two, you will become an outstanding demonic cultivator. Not even the #1 sage in Tianyu can compare to you. A pity you won't live so long because I am afraid of what you'll become. You are the first to ever make me feel this way. He was about to land the finishing blow. You might die at my hand, but do not feel bad. Our cunningness is about the same, but I am stronger. In front of true power, all tricks, all methods are moot. The seventh elder's palm came from above, and Zhuo Fan could even hear the whistling wind. He didn't want to die, but he had nothing left to fight with. A loss was a loss, be it in power or cunningness. And the one to lose died, but he had so many things he wanted to do. So what? The loser never had a choice to begin with. Closing his eyes, Zhuo Fan took one last breath and blacked out. Roar. A sudden roar shook the entire Albeast mountain range, and the seventh elder's palm stopped an inch above Zhuo Fan's head. Along with the roar, a wave of flames came to engulf everything. It swallowed trees and left empty husks behind. The seventh elder was startled. Looking towards the third area, he said with uncertainty, "Why is this monster coming to the second area?" Taking another look at the hopeless trio, he gnashed his teeth and fled, even disregarding the diamond sand. A bird cry soon followed and the skies darkened. A huge bird wing trailed above, overshadowing the earth. The spiritual beasts shivered in their caves. The huge bird's wing burned blue, and each flap sent sparks everywhere. Wherever the sparks landed, flames torched all of it into nothing. The previously lush forest was now reduced to ash after the bird passed. Not even bones were left of the fourth-level spiritual beasts touched by the flames. The huge bird flew for a while then left, but the forest beneath it was no more. Zhuo Fan and the other two were lying unconscious among the ashes. Some spiritual beasts passed by, but finding them dead, they left. Cough, cough, cough. With a light cough, Zhu Ningxiang strained her eyes open, but shock swept her heart. Why is the forest gone and only ash remained? The seventh elder couldn't have done this. She looked around in haste for Zhuo Fan and Zai Tianyang and saw them lying unconscious. Zhuo Fan had the most critical injury, bleeding from the hole in his chest. He wasn't too far from breathing his last. Brother Zhu Ningxiang was on Zhuo Fan with a cry and turned him over to see the fist-sized wound in his chest, which went all the way through his back. His face paled by the second, and his temperature dropped. Tears welled in Zhu Ningxiang's eyes and fell along with her anxious voice. Brother Zhu, wake up, wake up. Perhaps it was the soft tears or the incessant shouts grating on his ears that made Zhuo Fan crack his eyelids. Brother Zhu, you're awake. Zhu Ningxiang was glad. Zhuo Fan moved his lips but was too weak to even let out words. Watching her tear-stained face, Zhuo Fan took a deep breath and squeezed his last drop of energy into pointing, but his hands soon fell limp. Zhu Ningxiang caught his gesture and saw Blood Infant in a pool of blood. You want me to bring it over? She asked. Zhuo Fan blinked weakly, the only thing he could do in his current state. Zhu Ningxiang thus marched to Blood Infant and was soon back with it in her arms. She then placed it on the hole in Zhu Fan's chest. Blood Infant flashed red and was back in Zhu Fan's body. He let out a breath as his complexion started improving slightly. His and Blood Infant's lives were shared, so much so that its wound was far more important than his own injury. As long as Blood Infant was fine, him suffering heavy wounds would matter little. But now Blood Infant's life hung by a thread. Without his blood essence, he could only keep it alive for a short while longer. He was in a worse condition too and had no way to save it. But as Blood Infant was kept alive, a bit of energy returned to him. Be blood, Zhu Fan whispered hoarsely. Zhu Ningxiang paused a moment, then cut her wrist with a dagger and brought her hand to Zhu Fan's lips. The girl's blood dripped in Zhu Fan's mouth and he slowly recovered a bit more energy. Zhu Ningxiang let out a relieved sigh and even sported a faint smile, but Zhu Fan suddenly bit her wrist, sucking the blood out. Zhu Ningxiang braced through the pain and let him have his fill. Time passed, but Zhu Fan's appetite didn't drop. Zhu Ningxiang's face paled and was even getting woozy. She knew it was from the blood loss, but she didn't stop him. When Zhu Fan finally let go and gasped for fresh air, he saw Zhu Ningxiang's pale countenance and felt complicated. Recalling his previous act, his heart began to feel guilt. With a thought, a blue bottle flashed in his hand. Ninger, these are third-grade heart-protecting pills. Give me one, you take the second, and give the third to the kid if he isn't dead. Zhu Ningxiang nodded and fed the first pill to him. She checked Zai Tianyang and found him alive. Excited, she fed him a pill but saved hers. Zhu Fan was laid on the ground, but his heart was clear. Ninger, you are also hurt. Why aren't you taking it? Ninger shook her head. It's only a scratch. This pill is too precious and it's better used on you too. Ha ha ha, not in the least. It came from Veiled Dragon Pavilion anyway, so don't worry. Zhu Fan smiled. He came to Albeast Mountain Range prepared, not only in spirit stones but also in pills. Since the imperial family and Veiled Dragon Pavilion were providing the Luo clan with stuff, he had everything besides the truly rare pills. Some of his pills were something not found even in the entire Tianyu Empire, refined by yours truly. I didn't think I'd use them so fast. Ninger, take it, it's yours. A snort came and Zhu Ningxiang turned towards Zai Tianyang. He was also worse for wear, not life-threatened like Zhu Fan, but he couldn't move still. He would need 3-5 months to heal. Zhu Fan couldn't budge, but neither could he. Even so, his fear of Zhu Fan wasn't that high, and said with a clipped tone, Ninger, this big brother Zhu wanted to use you as bait from the start. This is his just deserts. When Zhu Fan exposed his plan, she was already unconscious in the Thunderflame Gale prison explosion. But hearing it now, she was startled and looked at Zhu Fan with the hope that he'd deny. She refused to believe that brother Zhu, who stood by her side for over a month, would be so cruel as to throw her away. She hoped this was a misunderstanding, that Zhu Fan would refute Zai Tianyang's claims. But Zhu Fan remained silent, and his cold eyes refused to meet hers for the first time. With tears welling, Zhu Ningxiang forced her sorrow down, but her heart felt like being stabbed with a knife. She didn't realize when, but Zhu Fan meant a lot to her. She didn't feel hate for being cast out, but pain. Sensing her pain, Zhu Fan hesitated. Ningerai, it's fine, you don't need to say anything. Zhu Ningxiang wiped her nose and forced a smile. I know brother Zhu is brave and smart, that all went according to your plan. I'm sure it's a misunderstanding. She whipped her head around and left. I'm going to look for branches and make a stretcher. We can't keep staying here. Watching her walk away like nothing had happened, Zai Tianyang rose an eyebrow. Hey Ninger, you're going to forgive him just like that. He is hurt and can't move. Now's your chance for revenge. Yet Zhu Ningxiang didn't return. Zai Tianyang wanted to yell again, but then Zhu Fan's snort came. Zip it. If you want to die, just ask. Humph, you have it worse than me. Let's see you try. Zai Tianyang put up a tough front, but fear gnawed his heart because of the naked killing intent laced in Zhu Fan's words. Seeing with his own eyes how Zhu Fan had fought the seventh elder, he knew the horror Zhu Fan could unleash. Despite losing, Zhu Fan played with that insidious demon to such a state. He felt both fear and hatred towards Zhu Fan, hate for his unfeeling heart to his friends, and fear from his cunning mind. But then a new feeling triumphed them both, something the genius disciple of Sword Marquis Abode never felt before, awe. Zhu Ningxiang was soon back with wood and made 2 stretchers. When she placed them both on each, Zhu Fan wanted to apologize but swallowed his words when he saw her avoiding him. Rumble. With a thunderclap, the rain started pouring down on the ashen forest and helped the saplings grow. Zhu Ningxiang tied the stretchers with rope and trudged through the mud. Because of the heavy rain, the rough mountain path, and the blood loss, she fell down again and again. But she pressed on like a machine, dragging them ever forward. The 3 never spoke a word the entire time. Even Zai Tianyang's complaints about taking revenge fell silent. The 2 felt worse and worse the more they saw Zhu Ningxiang's pale face as she pulled them. Zai Tianyang was the first to mention casting her away for being weak. Zhu Fan went a step further by rejecting the idea in a dignified manner, only to throw her out as bait not much later. And now the 2 were in dire straits, useless for months to come. But Zhu Ningxiang's heart remained steady and firm, never abandoning them. The 2 felt heavy in their hearts from the huge debt they had for her. How can we ever repay it? On the muddy and slick mountain road, a bump appeared and the burrowing mouse revealed itself. It ran towards Zhu Ningxiang as soon as it came out. Now that she saw the little guy, her smile came back on her face, since losing it when she found of Zhu Fan's betrayal. Afraid of critter suffering, she drove it away before their fight with the 7th elder. But now it came back. The little guy was jumping around her leg in joy, then skipped ahead of her. Zhu Ningxiang guessed that it was showing the way and dragged the stretchers to a cave. Happy, she pulled the 2 people into the cave for sheltering from the rain and healing their wounds. But Zhu Fan looked around once and shouted in panic, "We can't stay here, we have to leave now." Zhu Ningxiang turned to Zhu Fan with a start. Zhu Fan spoke while gazing at the weeds around the cave. That is soothing grass. That's perfect, it can help relieve fatigue. What is wrong with that? Zai Tianyang asked. Zhu Fan said annoyed, that's true for humans, but for spiritual beasts it has a calming effect that attracts nearby spiritual beasts. Zai Tianyang was anxious, that means. Trap, Zhu Fan nodded. Yes, a trap made by predators. The burrowing mouse was drawn here and led us right to it. Curses, you can just bury your head and run, but we'll have to suffer. Why had I taken you in any way? Zai Tianyang snapped at the critter. He wasn't as brash usually, but he was now hurt and powerless to resist an attack. In this grim state, falling in a trap was the last straw. To escape from the 7th elder yet die in a beast's trap was something this genius disciple couldn't accept. The burrowing mouse squeaked a few times with a lowered head. Zhu Ningxiang hugged it to her chest and spoke softly to Zhu Fan. What do we do now? She had ill feelings towards Zhu Fan, but she always turned to him for help when the going got tough. What else? Run. Zai Tianyang cut him off. Zhu Fan asked hastily, what time is it? Zhu Ningxiang looked outside the cave, but the rain clouds blocked the sky. She shook her head, I'm not sure. A day must have passed by now. Damn. Zhu Fan said gravely, the energy-concealing pill must have worn off and we are now easy targets. I'm guessing beasts must be coming here in droves. What? Zai Tianyang jumped, you said. Droves. Zhu Fan nodded. The truly strong spiritual beasts don't stoop so low to use this trick. Only low-level spiritual beasts place traps and move in packs. Just then, along with the sound of rain, roars of beast echoed, and several pairs of cruel eyes fixed on the cave's mouth. A rough look would spot around 1,000 heads. Bloodthirsty wolves. Zhu Fan sighed, we're finished. Bloodthirsty wolves are second-level spiritual beasts, but with their numbers, they must have a third-level wolf king among them. Not even a fourth-level spiritual beast would dare to mess with them. Zai Tianyang saw the faint green eyes getting ever closer. Woe is me. Heaven must be jealous of my outstanding talent and wants to pluck me. Zhu Ningxiang looked worried while Zhu Fan had his trademark unflappable expression. Zai Tianyang, Zhu Fan said, give your sword to Ninger. Ninger. Zai Tianyang didn't understand. My star sword may be a fourth-grade spiritual weapon, but Ninger is in the chi condensation stage. It's not enough to deal with those savage beasts. He spoke of the difference in cultivation and leveled his eyes at Zhu Fan. She isn't like you, fighting bone tempering and profound heaven experts while in chi condensation stage. Zhu Fan smiled. Ninger won't be fighting the beasts but escaping their encirclement. He took out a bottle from his ring but didn't have the strength to lift it. Ninger, take this energy-concealing pill. Zhu Fan spoke calmly. Use it to leave all Beast Mountain range once you break the encirclement, but don't go to your Leave the city. Zai Tianyang now understood Zhu Fan's plan, so he too took out his star sword. Their debt to Ninger was too great, and at this point they were nothing but dead weights. Seeing their firm gazes, Zhu Ningxiang took the sword and ran outside. Both Zai Tianyang and Zhu Fan revealed a smile, feeling a weight being lifted off their chests. This way we can repay her kindness. Even if we die, we can do it free of regrets, Zai Tianyang mumbled. Zhu Fan spoke blandly. I don't care about returning favors, just felt unwilling to die like this. I just don't want this girl to keep looking after me. Humph, how cold-hearted, Zai Tianyang snapped. After that short banter, the two were at peace, waiting for the bloodthirsty wolves to devour them. But then wails came, followed by blood splattering on both of them. When they looked towards the mouth of the cave, they were shocked to see Zhu Ningxiang standing guard at the entrance. Some bloodthirsty wolves were circling around trying to enter but were cut down by her. With her standing guard and this being the only entrance, the wolves were kept at bay. Ninger, what are you doing? Zhu Fan shouted. Zhu Ningxiang slashed and 3 more wolves fell. She looked back with a shy smile. See, with me standing here, they will never get in. Idiot, those are nothing but cannon fodder. The Wolf King wouldn't care if they died. He's trying to tire you out before killing you. Zhu Fan cursed, but his eyes were filled with worry. Zhu Ningxiang smiled. That Wolf King is a beast uncaring for his pack, but you are my most important friends. I won't abandon you. She killed another 2 incoming wolves. Because of the blood loss and the fatigue of carrying the 2, she felt weak and pale. She was shaking with the wind and seemed like she might collapse any second, yet her eyes were headstrong. Zhu Ningxiang slashed, again and again, piling wolf corpses at her feet in a pool of blood. Her brows were drenched, her breathing haggard, her arms numb, but her back remained straight against the incoming storm. Watching her frail body, Zhu Fan's eyes filled with warmth. He closed his eyes, not wishing to see the end as pain laced his heart. Zhu Fan, Zai Tianyang yelled, I just realized, we're both damn bastards. Zhu Fan groaned a response. Zai Tianyang looked over to Zhu Ningxiang braving outside and he also closed his eyes. Ah. Zhu Ningxiang let out a cry as a wolf bit her wrist when her strength failed her. It then pinned her to the ground. Then another wolf pounced on her other hand. She wanted to get up and keep fighting, but felt too weak to move. She had surpassed the limits of her body long ago and was now powerless to deal with 2 weak wolves. She couldn't even feel the blood flowing out from the bite wounds on her hands. Zhu Fan and Zai Tianyang knew this was going to happen, but kept their eyes closed. They wanted to be spared from the sight of the girl getting mauled. While 2 wolves pinned her arms, the rest were closing in as Zhu Ningxiang's breathing grew faint. If they could, the 2 in the cave would have covered their ears. In celebration of a successful hunt, the pack howled and the Wolf King, 3 times bigger than the rest, strutted before Zhu Ningxiang. Licking its fangs, the Wolf King howled and opened its maw to ravage Zhu Ningxiang. With her eyes blacking out, all she could see were vague shapes. Zhu Fan and Zai Tianyang still had their eyes closed. Roar! Just as the Wolf King was about to bite her, a sudden roar echoed from deep within the All-Beast Mountain range. Zhu Fan and Zai Tianyang blanked out the moment it reached them. The 1,000 bloodthirsty wolves pack collapsed one after the other, with only the Wolf King staggering from fear. But before it could retreat, a flame swept over the wolves, not even leaving ash behind. Even the Wolf King couldn't survive and disappeared from this world. Unbelievable enough, Zhu Fan's party survived unharmed, though unconscious. Zhu Fan vaguely heard someone calling him and opened his eyes. What is with this foggy place? Where am I? He looked around, but then it occurred to him he was heavily wounded, so how could he move? Suddenly, 2 blue flames ignited. It fused together to reveal a burning blue-robed figure floating high above. Is your name Zhu Fan? I heard the two kids call you as such. The figure smiled. His voice fit a sturdy middle-aged man, but it wasn't clear from his appearance. Zhu Fan was suspicious. Who are you? You don't need to know. The figure replied, this is my domain and here I ask the questions. Zhu Fan, why have you come to All Beast Mountain Range? The blue figure asked. Zhu Fan thought for a moment to capture a spiritual beast and make it my demonic creature. What spiritual beast? 6th level spiritual beast, Thunder Skylark. Why? Zhu Fan's eyes swiveled. Why else? To increase my power. Boom, a loud noise resounded and Zhu Fan felt like his head was about to explode. Ha ha ha, the figure laughed. Boy, we are inside your consciousness. It's easy for me to tell when you lie. Zhu Fan looked at the figure in fear. He could enter others' consciousness on his own. Such power went beyond Radiant Stage, maybe even above the mortal domain. Are you from the sacred domain? Zhu Fan gasped. He never thought that it was possible to run into a sacred domain's expert in the mortal domain. The figure was also surprised that Zhu Fan knew about sacred domain and nodded. You aren't normal to know of sacred domain, to apply ancient arrays and refine the blood infant. Zhu Fan was shocked to find that all his actions were monitored. This man even knew of blood infant. Matters regarding Patriarch Blood Demon were decades old, and very few people knew of them, even in the sacred domain. If he hadn't stumbled upon the 9 Serenity's secret records, he would be none the wiser. But, who exactly are you? I said it before, only I ask the questions here. The figure replied coldly, why do you want the Thunder Skylark? Speak the truth. Zhu Fan was pensive but found no way out. I want to go to Lightning Canyon and search for the Heavenly Emperor's remnant. For that, I need the Thunder Skylark to block the purple lightning. What? The blue figure never anticipated such an answer, but laughed in glee. Ha ha ha, good. Great even. That is a good place. You should definitely go. The figure vanished and popped right in front of Zhu Fan's face. Zhu Fan was startled but didn't pick up any bad intentions from him. The figure then tapped Zhu Fan's forehead and a blue flame seeped in. Zhu Fan only felt gentle energy from his forehead. Ha ha ha, boy, we are fated, so here's a gift. I hope you can help me in the future. The figure was gone, but his words rang in Zhu Fan's ears. You can find the Thunder Skylark 3,000 miles into the 3rd area. Do your best to catch it. Wait, Zhu Fan sat up with a start. A ray of sunshine shone through the cave's mouth and forced him to cover his eyes. To his surprise, he found that he could actually move. Although still weak, he was mostly recovered. Inspecting himself in detail, he found the blood infant laying depressed in his dantian, but its life was no longer hanging by a thread. Even its eyes were trembling, on the verge of waking up. Being shocked was an understatement. Zhu Fan knew the expert he met last night was someone who rose above the mortal domain, or he wouldn't have had the ability to heal his wounds overnight along with blood infants. But why did he choose me? Zhu Fan rubbed his forehead, recalling that the man had planted something there. But his weak self didn't allow him to see clearly what it was. He shook his head in the end. It doesn't matter. Anyway, he saved me. Whatever his reasons are, I will figure them out sooner or later. With his current strength, what could he do against that man? Mocking himself, he realized that he was overthinking things sometimes. It had to do with the fact that he was in the 6th layer of chi condensation with the heart of an Emperor stage expert. What a pain. So his current objective was to boost his strength. The strong had the final say in everything. He sighed as he looked at the incoming sunshine. Despite the somber feeling exuding from the burned trees, the sun brought a ray of hope. A groan interrupted his musing, and Zhu Fan found Zhu Ningxiang's weak figure in a pool of blood. He rushed to her and fed a heart-protecting pill. A gentle yuan qi traveled within her body, and Zhu Fan breathed easy. The girl's wounds were only skin-deep. She had overused her yuan qi in her fight against the bloodthirsty wolves, and needed just a few days to recover. But the pale face of Zhu Ningxiang brought another wave of worry in his heart. He then started to remove the dirt from her face. Feeling his rough hand, Zhu Ningxiang cracked her eyes open and showed a sweet smile. Brother Zhu, are we dead? Rest easy, we are alive and well. Liar, how are you able to move when you were so hurt? Zhu Ningxiang mumbled, but at least we died together. And the girl faded into unconsciousness at the last word. Zhu Fan watched her peaceful expression and carried her inside the cave to lay her next to the soothing grass. It was the best item in relieving fatigue for humans. Now he was standing beside the unconscious Zai Tianyang with a not-so-friendly face. Yo, get up, I say. Zhu Fan kicked him lightly, twice for good measure, but he was still as a rock. Zhu Fan sneered and swung his legway back before kicking with enough oomph on Zai Tianyang's ass. Ah, a wail that shook the heavens and the forest was heard. It even frightened the spiritual beasts around. I say, what's with this ghastly yell? Trying to wake the heavens, the all-beast mountain range doesn't lack dreadful monsters, you know. Zai Tianyang shivered as he reined in his tears. What is this place? What did I ever do to deserve such cruelty even in death? Is kicking once cruel? You, a sword marquise abode young master, have seen nothing yet. Zhu Fan smiled at Zai Tianyang's shocked face. Zai Tianyang was startled seeing Zhu Fan. Did you kick me? Why the hell? We clearly died together, so why can you hit me? Zhu Fan grinned. If we're dead, all of us would be equals. Too bad we are alive and kicking, and since you weren't moving. What, we're alive? Zai Tianyang stopped listening after that and laughed. Ha ha ha, it's the same cave. We are alive. But then his mood soured, eyeing Zhu Fan up and down before yelling. Why are you able to move while I can't? You had it far worse than me, and your cultivation is weaker too. Zhu Fan shrugged and perked an eyebrow, exasperating the self-entitled genius disciple. Zai Tianyang's lip quivered as he wailed in frustration. Freak. Not for the life of him could he comprehend how Zhu Fan was jumping around after having his life hanging by a thread just 2 days ago. Even he, a bone-tempering expert, would need 2 months of recovery to be able to stand. He was vexed enough knowing that Zhu Fan was stronger than him, despite their realm difference, and better skilled than him, despite their differences in background. Now though this damn punk showed a miracle, jumping back on his feet in no time at all, how can one even bloody compare? It's like being left light years behind. Zhu Fan, tell me the truth. Who the heck are you? Zai Tianyang spat. Zhu Fan lost his smile and patted Zai Tianyang's shoulder, human of course, though just slightly above average. Zai Tianyang was pissed off by Zhu Fan's attitude, but his bad state didn't help him vent. And even if he could move, Zhu Fan's array would just splatter him into pieces. This made bitter tears flow down his cheeks. A genius disciple's pride was crushed completely. Nonetheless, Zhu Fan moving about had its upside. He could set up an array to defend them. Zai Tianyang had nothing to say to that. It brought far more advantage with Zhu Fan recovered than if it was him instead. His cultivation only helped protect himself in such a place, let alone others. Spirit stones flew out of his ring, and Zhu Fan set up an ancient first-grade concealing array. At that moment, the cave disappeared from this place, and not even a 6th-level spiritual beast would find it even if they passed through. The trio could finally heal in peace. Zhu Ningxiang woke up 3 days later and was wild with joy knowing that they weren't dead. Then she wondered where those wolves went and why they didn't eat the trio. Zai Tianyang was unclear about this too, but Zhu Fan frowned, finding it tied to the expert he met in his consciousness. It was in this manner the trio recouped for 3 months. Zhu Fan was back to full health while Zai Tianyang could now exert 70 of his power. Zhu Ningxiang recovered long ago and spent her time playing with the burrowing mouse. Both of them were happy seeing her smile again, thinking of her like a little sister. Zhu Ningxiang too started to feel more dependent on the two. Whoosh. 100 meters away from the cave, Zai Tianyang hacked a rock as he smiled towards Zhu Ningxiang not far away. He clearly recovered to 80. Zhu Ningxiang clapped excitedly alongside the burrowing mouse. Zhu Fan walked over with a smile. Nice power you have there. You should enter the 8th layer of bone tempering stage soon. Didn't you also enter the 7th layer of qi condensation after your wounds healed? Zai Tianyang clipped. Besides, Zhu Fan, how can your eyes be that good? To detect me breaking through before I do. Zhu Ningxiang waved her hand to placate them. Why are you always arguing when you meet each other? You weren't like this before. Isn't it his fault? Zai Tianyang stuck out his chest and cursed Zhu Fan. After all this time, I still can't forgive this brat for using Ninger as bait. How can I not be pissed? What arguing? I'm itching to give him a beating. Pot calling the kettle black. Who was it that said to dump her and stall the 7th elder? Zhu Fan countered. I never. Zai Tianyang was at a loss, but soon recovered his courage. I didn't know Ninger was so great, all right. Moreover, it's far better than being used as bait. I'm a demonic cultivator. It's normal to be more immoral than a righteous cultivator like you. Immoral, you're a bloody criminal by comparison. Seeing Zhu Fan and Zai Tianyang quarreling over her, Zhu Ningxiang gestured for them to stop. Come on, don't argue, it's all in the past. I don't care anymore, so why are you bringing it up? No, I want to give you justice. Zai Tianyang grabbed her shoulders while glaring at the smiling Zhu Fan. It's all right, we are friends who braved through life and death together. It's water under the bridge. Zhu Ningxiang showed a smile at the two and extended a pinky. Zai Tianyang smiled wryly and was hesitant in extending his pinky, but he did nonetheless. He was followed by an indifferent Zhu Fan. The 3 pinkies touched and they started to feel warm and fuzzy inside. Finding a close friend in life was hard, but finding one to brave death alongside oneself was even harder. From now on, they would never abandon each other, no matter what. Zhu Fan suspected he'd be hard-pressed to find any closer friends in this life. As they took back their respective fingers, Zhu Fan smiled. Now that we have recovered, we will each go our own way. Startled, the two didn't understand why he'd say this. Zhu Fan shook his head. Sorry, that was my mistake. I want to leave. Zai Tianyang, I'm afraid I can't take her out of the city. Help her in my stead. Brother Zhu, where are you going? Zhu Ningxiang felt nervous. Zhu Fan replied with a determined tone, the 3rd area. What? Zai Tianyang and Zhu Ningxiang shouted. At first we wanted to avoid the 7th elder by going there, but why would you still want to go? Zhu Fan's eyes flashed with guilt. To be honest, it was my objective from the start. I wanted to go together because you were useful. Bastard, you wanted more baits. Zai Tianyang cursed. Zhu Fan nodded. Yes, so if you don't want to die, run along. The farther from me, the better. As he replied, Zhu Fan turned to leave. Wait. Zhu Ningxiang pulled his hand with a shy smile. Brother Zhu, if you don't consider me as a burden, take me with you. Even if I were to become bait, it is all right as long as I can stay with you. Zhu Fan was startled and his heart throbbed. Zai Tianyang advised, hey Ninger, this guy's no good. But Zhu Ningxiang's gentle eyes only had Zhu Fan in them, and so Zai Tianyang also reluctantly chose to put his hands together with theirs. Yes, Zai Tianyang felt lifeless, but don't misunderstand, I'm not coming to help you but to make sure you don't betray Ninger. Zhu Fan smiled. With how smart you are, I might go and betray you both. But he didn't voice it. Meeting the two of them could be considered as his fortune. Friends in life and death were hard to find. The forest in Albeast Mountain Range's third area was so thick it blotted out the sun. It was also packed with vicious spiritual beasts that roared at any passing moment. It painted such a gruesome picture that struck terror in any who were intent in setting foot inside. Suddenly, a low bush stirred despite the lack of wind. Zhu Fan's party stuck to the ground as they crawled, making use of the bushes as cover. They did take energy-concealing pills, but unlike the previous areas, if any spiritual beast saw them here, it spelled doom. As such, this was the only viable way to advance, moving at a crawl 3,000 miles inland. With each roar and cry, fear struck, soaking their brows with sweat. Blast it, we'll never get anywhere crawling like this. After half a day of wiggling through 10 miles, Zai Tianyang complained and sat with arms crossed. I'm not doing it anymore. It's too lame. Besides, you think a fifth-level spiritual beast lies at every corner. Fool, get down before it's too late. Zhu Fan cursed. Zai Tianyang smirked in disdain. How will that help? With how tall the fauna is here, you think they'll spot us at a glance. Roar. In reply to his disdain, a reverberating roar deafened the trio. They turned to see 5 towering trees being pushed to the ground. A 50-meter-tall black bear appeared. Seeing its meal, the black bear roared with bared fangs and bloodthirsty eyes. Fourth-level spiritual beast, Mad Storm Bear. Zhu Fan cried as the trio shook in fear. Zai Tianyang was even rooted in place. Before the bear could jump on its prey, a tail thick as a bucket coiled around its body. The bear was squeezed and thrown into the heavens above as its pitiful cry grew faint. When it came back down, a maw opened wide and swallowed it whole. As the maw closed, blood sprayed in the surroundings, forming a pool beneath it. Even Zhu Fan felt a shiver of fear. That was a 30-meter-long python with a scarlet crest and rock-hard scales. Its cold eyes flashed, on the prowl for the next meal. Fifth-level spiritual beast, Diamond Crest Python. Run, Zhu Fan yelled as he sped up his crawling, and the other two worked to catch up. Even Zai Tianyang disregarded his sorry state and crawled with them. He came face to face to the horrors of this area. One slip and he was a goner. It was plainly obvious why even a radiant stage expert would die. When the Diamond Crest Python ate the bear, because of its bulk, it didn't notice the trio and left after its meal. Damn you, Zhu Fan. I must have been insane for agreeing to come with you to this hell. Zai Tianyang worked his all not only to crawl but also to complain on, afraid he would soon lose his life without venting. He was on the verge of tears. He had heard this place was savage, but not to this extent. If he'd try to even stand taller than waist height, he'd soon find danger setting its sights on him. Zhu Fan mocked. No one told you to come. Why don't you crawl your way back? Zai Tianyang was looking at the sky. Curses, the sun is setting. Nocturnal spiritual beasts will be on the hunt soon, and crawling won't work against them. I'll be dead in a second. Better stick to Zhu Fan. He would set up an array and no spiritual beast would wander in. Annoyed, Zai Tianyang had an edge in his voice. Since I'm in the same boat as you, once I wander back it will be plain suicide. Zhu Fan and Zhu Ningxiang shook their heads. Then the trio's schedule was crawling by day and ducking under an array at night. And after a month they finally crawled through 3,000 miles till their limbs and waist went sore. The good news was that the closer they got, the fewer the spiritual beasts spotted. Zhu Fan knew they entered the territory of those 6th-level spiritual beasts, where no weaker beast would dare step a paw in. In the third area, 6th-level spiritual beasts were kings. If they found some oblivious beastie wandering into their domain, they'd chase it even for 1,000 miles all to preserve a king's dignity, especially if humans were involved. Stretching and exhaling, Zhu Fan felt a bit better. Despite his relaxed manner, Zai Tianyang had his eyes peeled as he cautiously rose to his feet. We can stand here. Zhu Fan nodded with a smile. On our way here, there were too many eyes and ears on the lookout for any movement, so we crawled to avoid the spiritual beasts. Here, though, is the domain of 6th-level spiritual beasts. Hiding will be much more effective than crawling in this place. Zai Tianyang finally found safety for the first time in a month and smiled. So it's much safer here than other places. Zhu Fan arched an eyebrow. You can say that, but we'll die even faster bumping into a 6th-level spiritual beast. Zai Tianyang's smile vanished and his tone held some bite. Then what the hell are we doing here? Tame them. How? Zhu Fan smiled with confidence. He had considered this point a long time ago. He came to such a deadly place as the third area with a plan. He only needed to slip a bloodworm into the Thunder Skylark and all was well. But the problem was how. Rumble. Zhu Fan was cooking up a plan when a sudden noise shook the world. The trio felt the earth shaking beneath their feet. They blinked in shock. This had to be from another devastating clash of spiritual beasts, but throughout their crawling, never had they heard a sound so loud. Not even when two fifth-level spiritual beasts fought. There could only be one answer. Sixth-level spiritual beasts, they shouted in unison. It seems to be coming from that direction. Zhuo Fan ran straight for it while Zai Tianyang yelled nervously, "Those beasts will tear you to pieces." Zhuo Fan smirked. If one of them was the Thunder Skylark, it'd be perfect. He'd lay in wait and make use of the perfect opportunity to strike. Zhu Ningxiang remained quiet and followed him closely. Wherever Zhu Fan went, she would be close by. So Zai Tianyang had no choice but to join them. 15 minutes later, the trio heard a thunderclap in the sky and the roaring flames. The three huddled behind a large rock in a small valley and peeked above. But the sight took their breath away. Two spiritual beasts flew high up, both sixth-level spiritual beasts. One was a deep blue-colored bird with a 15-meter-long body and a wingspan of 20 meters. Lightning traveled along its body as it cracked the air. Despite being smaller in size, even compared with a fifth-level spiritual beast, its every wing beat covered the sky in lightning and wind blades that struck the rocks in the valley to pieces. A fifth-level spiritual beast would be crushed by such display. Thunder Skylark, Zhu Fan squinted. He didn't lie to me. Thunder Skylark's nest is here. He then turned to the other spiritual beast. It was a flying lion wreathed in scarlet flames. Its mane was on fire, and it had 30-meter-long wings of flames, half as long as his body. A flap of its wings sent fire to engulf the skies and burn the whole valley to a crisp. Sixth-level spiritual beast, Flaming Lion King. Zhu Fan's heart tightened. The Flaming Lion King was as powerful as a seventh-level spiritual beast, putting the Thunder Skylark at a disadvantage. He had thought that if the Thunder Skylark was tangled with another sixth-level spiritual beast, he'd play the fisherman and make the bird swallow a bloodworm during the confusion. Pity that it was facing Flaming Lion King. The Thunder Skylark would likely be defeated and killed, but wouldn't that bore a large hole in his plans? No, I have to help it. But how? This savage battle is no different than a Radiant Stage expert's fight. Getting involved will only get me killed. Boom. As Zhu Fan was musing a plan, the two beasts clashed again. Flaming Lion King spat a fireball while Thunder Skylark sent a thunderstorm with a flap of its wings, intending to crush it. But then Flaming Lion King rammed its huge body into the frail Thunder Skylark. The bird cried out and tumbled around in the air. Zhu Fan secretly sighed. Sure enough, the Thunder Skylark was just as adept at using her attribute like the Flaming Lion King, but her body lacked power in contrast. It would die if this went on. Big brother Zhu, can you help the poor birdie? Zhu Ningxiang turned her puppy eyes to him. Zhu Fan was this close to spewing blood. Birdie, well, it does belong to the swallow type, but it's a spiritual beast nonetheless. Regardless, just how exactly is that thing small? But Zhu Ningxiang's pleas echoed his thoughts. The Thunder Skylark must survive. Ninger, we can't just interfere in a battle of sixth-level spiritual beasts. Zhu Ningxiang felt regret the moment she spoke up. Over these few months, Zai Tianyang never refused any of her wishes, ignoring the fact that our strength is not nearly enough. Just from how fiercely these sixth-level spiritual beasts are clashing, one can tell it is not over food, but territory. You couldn't interfere even if they were people, not knowing who is wrong or right. We can't just risk our lives for them. Zhu Fan lifted an eyebrow as he gave Zai Tianyang a deeper look. In the end, he comes from the 7 houses and knows what battles between great powers implies. If I didn't need the Thunder Skylark so badly, I wouldn't get involved either. But Zhu Ningxiang's expression was filled with worry. But that birdie isn't fighting over territory, it's to protect her young. Zhu Fan looked again and saw a nest below the Thunder Skylark holding 5 huge eggs. Flaming Lion King was powerful enough, but the Thunder Skylark's speed was astonishing. It could leave just like that if it wanted to, but the Lion King caught it between a rock and a hard place, battering it again and again until it was filled with wounds all because it was worried about harming her eggs. Now that Zhu Fan got the whole picture, he hatched a plan to help the Thunder Skylark. She is one big mother. Zhu Fan sighed. Ninger, worry not. See how I get that birdie out of trouble. Zhu Ningxiang became overjoyed while Zai Tianyang was skeptical. Hypocrite, since when were you so selfless? This guy has a callous heart and betrays his friends at a drop of the hat. Since when did he start sticking his head out for someone else, a savage beast no less? Oh, Zai Tianyang, how can you understand me? I am in fact a man with love in his heart. Wait for a bit, I will need your help soon. Screw you. If you have love, I'm a saint. Zai Tianyang retorted in derision, but then he said in shock, I got it. You want the Thunder Skylark. Zhu Fan perked an eyebrow and nodded. Ha ha ha, you've started using your head more since teaming up with me. Curses, I almost got used by you again. Zai Tianyang spat. If you want to get the Thunder Skylark, leave me out of it. Zhu Fan shrugged, then gave Zhu Ningxiang a long look. Zhu Ningxiang nodded and showed her doe eyes as she shook Zai Tianyang's arm. Big brother Zai, go with big brother Zhuo. The birdie and her young are so pitiful. Zai Tianyang felt like crying. The birdie is pitiful. One flap from it will tear me apart. Why aren't you feeling sorry for me? Lacking any choice in the matter, Zai Tianyang nodded. He was still feeling guilty for what happened to Zhu Ningxiang and would agree to any of her requests. At his nod, Zhu Ningxiang exploded into a sparkling smile, and Zhu Fan grinned at the side. Zhu Fan, watch it. If you throw me away, I will make you pay. Zai Tianyang glared, but Zhu Fan just shook his head. Take it easy. When I use someone, I make sure they won't ever get the chance to come back to bite me. What? Zai Tianyang exclaimed. Zhu Fan just laughed and patted his shoulder. After warning Zhu Ningxiang to hide and not get discovered, Zhu Fan and Zai Tianyang sneaked towards the eggs. Zhu Fan and Zai Tianyang crept up cautiously below the raging storm. Each time the boom drew closer, it gripped their hearts in a vice and soaked their brows with sweat. One stray fireball or lightning could become the end for them both. Luckily enough, they reached the eggs without a scratch. Below the Thunder Skylark, it was both the most dangerous and safest place. What now? Zai Tianyang looked above at the flashing figures engaged in a fierce battle. Zhu Fan explained his plan with a smile. While the Thunder Skylark isn't paying attention, we will hide the eggs. When it finds out that its eggs are gone, it will no longer fight and rush to search for its young. Since it is faster than the lion, we will thus save its life. Good plan. Zai Tianyang spoke in a low voice and gave him a thumbs up. Zhu Fan then indicated to lift the nest together. While the heavens were swept by a storm, two bandits were making away with the entire nest from right under everyone's noses. Seeing this, Zhu Ningxiang sported a wide smile. Suddenly, Flaming Lion King gained altitude, breaking away from the bird while the Thunder Skylark kept a closer eye on its movements. As Zhu Fan was carrying the nest, he found that the shadows on the ground were much bigger and that the sky had turned silent. Startled, he stopped and looked up. He was met with the large eyes of the Flaming Lion King. He also noticed that the lion's eyes were ridiculing him. Zhu Fan shouted in panic, "That savage found us, run." But the eggs, Zai Tianyang was nervous. What eggs? Just throw them. Ignoring Zai Tianyang, Zhu Fan tossed the nest and the 5 eggs to the ground. Since they were spiritual beast eggs, they wouldn't break so easily. Startled by Zhu Fan's yell, the Thunder Skylark looked in time to see her 5 young thrown on the ground and rushed in anger. Boom! Then a ball of fire passed close to the Thunder Skylark. The Flaming Lion King wasn't aiming for it, but the 5 eggs. With a cry, the Thunder Skylark flew like lightning and used her body to block the fireball. Zhu Fan let out a mental sigh, not for Thunder Skylark's sacrifice, but the lion's cunningness. It knew that the Thunder Skylark was fast as lightning, which proved it difficult to land a heavy blow. But those eggs couldn't move and were the perfect means to cripple the Thunder Skylark's speed. Attacking what one defended was the best plan. The Flaming Lion King laughed in glee and spat another ball of flame. Thunder Skylark used her lightning to stop it, but with the eggs scattered, another ball of fire was closing in on another egg. Thus she was forced to fly all over to defend them. The Flaming Lion King, which was hovering above, roared and sneered. We made it worse. We hastened the Thunder Skylark's end. Darting back to Zhu Ningxiang, Zhu Fan sighed. Despite not liking it, he spoke with determination. Let's go. If we wait for Thunder Skylark to die, the crazy lion will come after us. Zhu Fan and Zai Tianyang grabbed Zhu Ningxiang's arm, but she stood rooted to the spot, watching the Thunder Skylark darting to and fro as tears fell down her cheeks. Zhu Fan sighed. He had no way to help the bird now. Let it go, Ninger. We need to leave. Zhu Fan furrowed his brows and urged, but Zhu Ningxiang shook her head. Boom! After fending off 24 fireballs, the Thunder Skylark let out a mournful cry and fell tired and wounded in a large crater. The Flaming Lion King charged with its claw aiming for the bird's throat. No, Zhu Ningxiang broke away from the two's grasp and rushed to defend the Thunder Skylark. The cold wind from Flaming Lion King's attack fanned her fine black hair, but her eyes remained unwavering. Zhu Fan and Zai Tianyang rushed over, alarmed. Both forgot that they would soon be 2 more corpses added to the pile, that it wouldn't make a difference. Even Zhu Fan lost his calculative mind. The 3 only knew to not abandon the other. Ninger, I will accompany you in death, Zai Tianyang roared as he threw himself in front of her. Zhu Fan flashed in front of the 2, but his eyes were fixed on the Flaming Lion King. He was the demonic emperor. Even in death, he would stare down his enemy. Dumb humans, your flesh won't stop this king's claw. The Flaming Lion King opened its mouth and sneered. As its claw drew close, its killing intent made the trio shiver. But just when the claw was about to touch Zhu Fan's face, an azure flame came out of Zhu Fan's forehead, and a shocking power shrouded the entire all-beast mountain range. The spiritual beasts were left shivering and lowered their proud heads. Even those fighting bent their knees. Flaming Lion King stopped its claw and watched the swaying flame as it trembled in fear.